Chapter 1. The Novelist Residing in the Shrine. In the outskirts of Tokyo lies a quaint shrine, somewhat dilapidated, its original name weathered away by the passage of time, leaving only two weather-beaten fox statues steadfastly guarding the premises. A gentle breeze caresses the air, and the azure sky is adorned with fluffy white clouds, while cherry blossoms dance gracefully in the wind, resembling soft snowflakes. The warmth of April sunlight envelopes him, alleviating the fatigue that had weighed heavily on both body and mind. Starry Hoshino paused in his rhythmic typing, turning his gaze towards the outside world to behold the picturesque scenery, reminiscent of a watercolor painting. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed, and his initial enthusiasm dissipated. What lay before him was not the idyllic landscape he had hoped to admire, but rather a scene so maddening it threatened to drain his sanity. At the horizon, a dark, foreboding aura permeated the air, where colossal apparitions resembling skyscrapers leisurely pursued a multitude of diminutive spirits. These giants bore grotesque, contorted visages, their elongated arms snatching at the bizarre little spirits with each swing, devouring them ravenously in their elongated mouths. The scene grotesque and horrifying. With each spirit consumed, the malevolent energy emanating from the giants intensified, shrouding their vicinity in an inky darkness, blurring the boundary between this world and the next. Such a surreal spectacle, invisible to ordinary mortals, had long ceased to astonish starry Hoshino, who possessed the sight of yin and yang. How peculiar that such a radiant day allows for such clarity. I wonder how much longer the boundary there can withstand these ghastly entities, he muttered under his breath, a tinge of disappointment creeping into his tone as he averted his gaze, lifting a teacup to his lips. The next chapter involves Arima Kozii, perceiving that Miyaguchi-kuru may have passed away, conjuring fantasies of a duet with her in his mind as a means of farewell. Indeed, the intricacies of his narrative held far greater significance than the disturbances across the boundary. After all, it not only determined whether he and the two spirit maidens residing with him would feast on instant noodles or indulge in something heartier, but also influenced his very survival in this realm. As for the increasingly tenuous boundary leading to bizarre occurrences, he remained indifferent. He was but a self-taught priest of a small shrine, unlike those bureaucratic priests with stable salaries and formal positions. At times, he even found himself whimsically hoping for more frequent supernatural events, pondering that if the grand shrines became overwhelmed, perhaps some fool would venture to seek his aid in purifying malevolent spirits and performing exorcisms. In such a scenario, he would lead his two spirit maidens, donning Miko attire, sprinkling salt, while he feigned piety, sketching talismans, thereby earning a modest income that would bring him one step closer to realizing his dreams. He harbored little affection for the land beneath his feet, remaining unconcerned for the lives that might be lost to these eerie phenomena. Yet to say this was entirely accurate would be misleading. It was more nuanced, for he did possess a certain fondness for beautiful young women, captivating sisters, enchanting aunts, or the enchanting specters and alluring spirits are not entirely without merit. Indeed, esteemed seniors like Ning, Su, and Dong are worthy of emulation. He is not one to be choosy. Ahem. As a traveler from another realm, his sole desire is to cultivate the ability for self-preservation, to thrive in this world, earn a comfortable living, and aspire to retire early, ideally in his 30s. Moreover, he wishes to find a gentle and virtuous beauty to marry, thereby compensating for the regrets of his previous life. Indeed, Hoshino Tsuki is a wanderer from another world. This land is not the Tokyo of Earth, but a parallel universe bearing similarities to it. While both worlds share resemblance in history and culture, they lack the anime and novels familiar from his past life, such as those featuring thunder and fire. Upon realizing this, Hoshino Tsuki opted to seclude himself within his family shrine, adopting the role of a literary scribe. Leveraging his memories of the anime and novels he had consumed in his previous existence, he earned a modest income to sustain his household. Simultaneously, through a monetization lottery system, he sought to enhance his own abilities, bolstering his confidence to enjoy life in this new world. His recent adaptation of Your Lie in April has garnered considerable acclaim, earning him a degree of recognition through this light novel. Although it has not catapulted him to immediate wealth, he and his two Shikigami companions have resolved their basic needs and his strength has significantly increased since his arrival. Moreover, this novel serves merely as a preliminary endeavor. He is confident that greater financial rewards await him in the future. As for managing the family shrine, he approaches it with a sense of fate, not minding a part-time venture should the opportunity arise. After all, who could resist the allure of wealth when a money-hungry system is at play? With these thoughts in mind, Hoshino Tsuki reined in his wandering musings, setting aside his teacup, poised to continue his writing when suddenly a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! The system has detected that the host's manuscript earnings of 400,000 yen for this month have been credited. Would the host care to participate in a lottery? Hoshino Tsuki paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a bemused smile. The system had identified his earnings before he had even received any notification from the bank, promptly inquiring if he wished to spend money. Truly, his system was insatiable in its pursuit of wealth. Upon reflection, this month's earnings were indeed commendable, amounting to nearly 20,000 yuan, significantly surpassing the average salary of a white-collar worker in Japan. This was a far cry from his previous life, where he toiled endlessly for less than 5,000 a month. It could be considered a fortune. With this realization, Hoshino Tsuki's earlier melancholy lifted considerably. Well, I shall set aside 100,000 for emergencies and allocate 200,000 for thoughtful planning. Next month's living expenses should be quite manageable. Decided then, tomorrow, I shall take them to town to procure rice, flour, vegetables, eggs, and meat, and perhaps a few additional sets of undergarments. It simply won't do for them to rotate between just 2 sets, especially during those inconvenient days each month. By the way, why is it that despite being Shikigami, there's still those few days each month? It defies logic. Hoshino Tsuki muttered under his breath in exasperation. Yet considering that this world also accommodates malevolent spirits and monsters, he found it less astonishing than it might initially seem. Though they are Shikigami, the 2 maidens, unless they intentionally reveal their true forms or wield their powers, are indistinguishable from ordinary human girls. Upon reflection, it seems I can only afford a single tenfold draw. Alas, I envy those who possess a laid-back signing-in system. Unlike myself, who, even after traversing realms, must still fret over finances. Xingye remarked, acknowledging the difficulty of providing for his family with a silent sigh. Complaints aside, life must persist, for it fundamentally pertains to his own strength, the cornerstone of his survival in this increasingly perilous world. The money must be spent as necessary. Xingye first washed his hands, then proceeded to the shrine, where he gently shook the blessing bell, clapped his hands twice, and silently intoned, "May the divine grant me favor. Allow me to draw something splendid." Although he was entirely ignorant of the deity he worshipped, he figured that attempting could not cause him any harm. Prepared, he initiated the lottery. System, I wish to spend 100,000 yen for a tenfold draw. Ding! 100,000 yen has been deducted from the host's bank account. The tenfold draw commences. Alas, I have yet to relish the warmth of my 100,000 yen, and it has vanished so swiftly. Before Xingye could lament further, a sudden flash of golden light appeared before him. Was a payout. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the divine seal of the god of thunder. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 10 spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 10 spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 10 spiritual power. Hearing the notifications, Xingye found himself momentarily dazed, only to regain his composure and hurriedly examine the divine seal of the god of thunder. The god of thunder, revered as both a deity of thunder and war, bestows upon its bearer the ability to command lightning, master swordsmanship and archery, and gradually enhance physical prowess. Despite the system's unremarkable description, Xingye felt an exhilarating thrill akin to winning a lottery jackpot. Thunder, as the most potent force of destruction, served as a bane to strange and malevolent entities. In his previous life, the talismans of the Taoist mountain spirits inscribed the incantation, "Thunder, O thunder, vanquish demons and quell spirits, slay monsters and dispel evil, preserve my clarity, and heed the urgent command of the great Supreme Lord." Moreover, the ability to master swordsmanship and archery while enhancing physical strength was particularly appealing. As a reclusive novelist, the prospect of exercise had always seemed remote. Though he appeared somewhat lean, his habitual laziness left him concerned about becoming unwittingly portly. With this boon, such worries could be cast aside. As he reveled in these thoughts, the golden orb surged into his body. A wave of darkness enveloped him, and an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooded his mind while his physique continuously strengthened. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed before he regained awareness and immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash himself. Once clean, he stood before the mirror, marveling at his refined skin and clearly defined eight-pack abs, feeling an almost surreal sensation. The previously somewhat gaunt appearance now radiated health and charm. Chapter 2. The Gluttonous Shikigami Maiden. To think that the eight-pack abs I yearned for in my past life have materialized so effortlessly. With a sense of wonder, Xingye changed into fresh attire and returned to his study. With a mere thought, sparks danced at his fingertips. I wonder if those from my previous life would exclaim, "The brilliance dancing at your fingertips is my eternal faith." He mused, then chuckled and shook his head. This world, after all, was not Earth and lacked any semblance of certain scientific electromagnetic canon. While immersed in the newfound power of thunder, a sudden flurry of light footsteps pierced the silence, prompting Hoshino Tsuki to turn and behold two young maidens clad in Miko attire, standing gracefully before the sliding door. The two girls, nearly identical in both attire and appearance, boasted waist-length black hair styled in high ponytails. Their immaculate white garments draped elegantly, with slightly oversized sleeves revealing their delicate, fair-skinned arms. Beneath their crimson hakama, their small feet remained unshod, and their dainty toes glimmered with youthful charm. The sole distinction between them lay in the ribbons adorning their heads. Qian sported a white ribbon, while Chining wore a red one. "Good morning, master. My sister and I are here to tidy the shrine. Do you have any other tasks for us?" The girl with the white ribbon bent slightly at the waist, inquiring politely. "Qian, the shrine does not require daily cleaning, and I have mentioned this numerous times. You need not call me master, simply refer to me as brother instead," Hoshino Tsuki replied, a hint of exasperation mingled with a smile as he regarded the earnest expression of the young maiden. "Well, at the shrine, you may dress more casually. There is no need to don your Miko attire every day," he added hurriedly, noticing the other girl beside her mischievously winking at him. While the Miko garments were indeed visually pleasing, they were rather cumbersome to wear, and the white fabric was prone to becoming soiled. The young maidens had often expressed their grievances regarding their sister's insistence on maintaining such formal attire. "Lord Hoshino, as Shikigami, it is our duty to uphold the respect befitting our master. Calling you brother seems rather awkward. Moreover, on this sacred ground, it is our obligation to keep the god's abode clean, don appropriate garments, and be ever prepared to welcome visitors for worship," the girl with the fair complexion replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she bowed slightly. Her voice, however, grew so soft in the middle that it was scarcely audible. The speaker was the elder sister, Qian, while the exuberant girl winking at him was her twin, Chining. Though they appeared as youthful maidens, their true forms were over 2 centuries old, known as Mado or soul guide lanterns, meant to guide lost souls to the other shore. 3 months prior, they had inadvertently crossed the boundary into the mortal realm, only to discover they could not return. During their aimless wandering, they encountered Hoshino Tsuki while he was out procuring supplies, leading to a contract that made them his Shikigami. Presently, they lived together at the shrine under the guise of distant relatives. Qian maintained a respectful demeanor towards Hoshino Tsuki, while Chining's lively nature allowed for a more casual rapport, often resulting in Qian's admonishments. Despite having reiterated this point many times, Qian remained steadfast in her convictions, leaving Hoshino Tsuki with little choice but to acquiesce, gradually growing accustomed to the situation. Yet, he still attempted to persuade her each time. "I knew it would come to this, but do people truly come here to pay their respects?" Hoshino Tsuki mused, raising a hand to his forehead in skepticism. "Well, familiar words yielding familiar outcomes, though I anticipated this. I genuinely tried." Hoshino Tsuki cast a helpless glance at Qian Ning, observing the palpable air of grievance in the girl's eyes. Embarrassed, she awkwardly touched her nose and swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, Miss Sakura mentioned she would visit before noon today. Please keep an eye out and let me know when you see her. Ah, Sister Sakura is coming? That's wonderful. It's been ages since I last saw her. As anticipated, Ning, the little fool, was easily distracted, her excitement blossoming at the thought of Tamagi Sakura's visit. Noticing Ning lost in daydreams, Hoshino Tsuki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She felt a twinge of guilt for not fulfilling her promise to the girl. Yet, what was with the incessant gulping from her? Yes, master, I will be attentive, replied Qianan, her eyes revealing a subtle glimmer of delight as she obediently nodded, taking her sister, who wore a gluttonous expression, away with her. It seems today's visit from Miss Sakura has brought them much joy. After all, she always brings delicious treats whenever she comes, Hoshino Tsuki mused, shaking her head in amusement at the sight of the two sisters. It was evident they were two little food enthusiasts. 3 months had swiftly passed since her arrival in this world, and she had gradually adapted to life here. From initially being a destitute soul, drained of funds by inheritance taxes, she had managed to reach a state where her meals were secure, and she even had a little savings for emergencies, all thanks to her editor, Tamagi Sakura. Had it not been for the beautiful and gentle Miss Sakura, who recognized Hoshino Tsuki's plight and willingly lent her money for urgent needs, while also frequently bringing essential supplies to her home, she would have truly brought shame to the ranks of those who had crossed over. Don't ask her why she didn't simply sell the shrine and the land to become wealthy. At that time, she did consider this option and even inquired at a real estate agency. The shrine was situated in the suburbs of Tokyo, on the eastern side of Mount Takao, not far from the scenic area prime location. Yet surprisingly, it fell within a nature reserve. Cutting down trees, collecting plants, or capturing birds was strictly prohibited, as was camping or barbecuing. New regulations had even been added, stating that the shrine could only be maintained, not rebuilt. This meant that others could not buy the property to redevelop it into pure residential space. Unless someone wished to take over the shrine's operations, there were no buyers. While some might consider purchasing it for residence, the reality was that affluent individuals typically shunned properties that could not be remodeled. Not far away in the Tama region, there were luxury villa districts. Surely, wealthy individuals would prefer to buy homes there instead, and those without money could hardly afford anything at all. Moreover, it was well known that in Japan, young men and women were not bound by the expectations of owning a house or a car before marriage. Most young couples rented their homes. Women placed greater importance on the financial stability and career prospects of their partners rather than material possessions. Thus, the situation was rather vexing. However, if that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. The location was decent, and perhaps it could generate some income from tourism, similar to the famous Mount Fuji, where a portion belonged to the Asama Shrine, receiving substantial annual rent from the Japanese government. However, what truly pierced his heart was the realization that his family's shrine was not situated along the tourist route. The thought of having to traverse an isolated path, devoid of any other attractions, was disheartening. To exacerbate his frustration, Takao Mountain boasted both Takao Shrine and Tengu Mountain Shrine. So who would intentionally seek out his family's dilapidated shrine, whose deity was shrouded in mystery? At times, he suspected that the Hoshino family had somehow offended Ebisu, the god of prosperity, perhaps even having once worshipped this very deity, only to cease offerings for reasons unknown, which now left him in such dire straits. In any case, Tamagi Sakura had become his first friend in this world. Well, today is the perfect occasion to give her the protective amulet. Possessing it will ensure her safety, Hoshino Tsuki sighed, noting the increasing unease in Tokyo. Yet, these matters bore little significance to him. His sole concern was to safeguard those he cherished, such as the kind-hearted Miss Sakura. Yes, I must strive to achieve a resolution that is both bittersweet and unforgettable before Miss Sakura's arrival, he silently resolved, turning his attention back to the laptop screen and diligently resuming his typing. Chapter 3. 1 month of practice at the Tokyo Tsushima Publishing editorial office. Tamagi Sakura stretched after finishing her work, her graceful figure drawing envious glances from her colleague. Yoshida Haru, is Miss Tamagi heading out for a field assignment? Yoshida inquired with a smile as she noticed Tamagi packing her phone and charger in her bag. Yes, the serialization of April is your lie is concluding, so I'm visiting Mr. Hoshino Tsuki to discuss the new work, Tamagi replied, carefully assembling her bento box, ready to set off to Hoshino's residence. Concluding? But it's only been serialized for a little over 3 months. How can it end so soon? Yoshida exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Tamaki nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. It has been performing well. Why the rush to conclude? A male editor, overhearing their conversation, joined in with curiosity. Yes, this light novel has garnered considerable popularity among female readers. Yoshida concurred, revealing her own admiration as a devoted fan of the work. Particularly fond of the optimistic yet internally fragile character, Miyaguchi Keiru. Mr. Hoshino is insistent on this. I have advised him numerous times, Tamaki expressed with a hint of exasperation. Though she spoke truthfully about visiting Hoshino to discuss the new project, she harbored additional thoughts. For reasons unbeknownst to her, every moment spent in Hoshino's presence brought her unparalleled relaxation and a profound sense of security. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a faint blush crept across Tamaki's delicate features as she instinctively glanced at the bento box. Will he appreciate the meal I prepared? What a pity. However, I eagerly anticipate Keiru's recovery and her eventual performance alongside Arima Kusei on stage. Indeed, based on my past experiences, the next phase will surely depict their growth together post-recovery, culminating in a sweet confession and a romantic conclusion. Such is youth, the male editor mused, seemingly lost in nostalgic reminiscence of his own youthful days. Certainly, Yoshida nodded vigorously in agreement. Hearing their conversation, Tamaki felt a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth, a pang of discomfort settling within her. Having discussed the plot with Hoshino, she was well aware of what lay ahead, and the thought of his insistence that healing and melancholy were one and the same made her want to playfully bite him in frustration. He was utterly infuriating, always evoking tears. I must admit, I envy Miss Tamaki. Mr. Hoshino submits his manuscripts punctually, unlike the one I oversee, who always claims he is just a bit away from finishing. Yet when I check, he has barely written a word. The male editor lamented, momentarily departing from his nostalgia, striking a chord with the others in the office. My situation is even more vexing. Today, I inquired about his progress, and he confessed to being devoid of inspiration. If I press him further, he might leap out of his window. Had I not known he lives on the second floor, I would have been utterly terrified. Another editor chimed in. As the discussion grew increasingly animated, Tamaki courteously interjected, "Excuse me, everyone, but I have matters to attend to." With that, she gathered her belongings and exited the office. She had deliberately chosen to visit at noon, hoping that her meticulously crafted bento would enhance her appeal. He previously mentioned his fondness for Hanamura cuisine, so I practiced secretly for a month and even purchased a 5-layer bento box with insulation features. Today's visit must not be hindered by anything else. She brimmed with confidence in her culinary skills. As Yoshida observed Tamaki's eager departure, curiosity piqued within her. I wonder what Mr. Hoshino looks like. Given his ability to pen such moving emotional narratives, he must be a refined and gentle gentleman, mused an older female editor wistfully. Hey, Shimizu-san, Mr. Hoshino writes youth-themed novels. I suspect he is a charming young man from the literature department, Yoshida countered, adding a hint of gossip. By the way, did you all notice that Miss Tamaki brought an impressively large bento? Do you think she has feelings for Mr. Hoshino? Not necessarily. He could very well be a chubby otaku, a male editor remarked sourly, dismissing the notion. Indeed, most of the authors we manage are otaku and rather portly. It's unlikely he is a handsome fellow, another male editor chimed in, intentionally dousing the enthusiasm. Tamagi Sakura was renowned as a stunning beauty within Tsushima publishing, her gentle demeanor drawing the admiration of many men. Yet, despite their attentions, she remained polite yet distant, perpetually single. Now, witnessing the potential for this exquisite flower to be plucked by another, jealousy simmered within them. With the fierce competition in the industry, Tsushima Publishing had implemented certain regulations to prevent poaching of both authors and editors. Each editor was required to maintain a level of confidentiality regarding their authors. And since Tamaki had always communicated solely with Hoshino, only the senior editorial staff and higher-ups were privy to the identity of Mr. Hoshino. As the editorial team reveled in their fervent speculation, Tamaki descended to the underground parking lot, carefully placing the bento in the passenger seat before climbing into the driver's seat. Just as she was about to start the engine, an unexpected chill coursed through her, prompting an involuntary shiver. Am I catching a cold? I should be more mindful of keeping warm, Tamaki mused, furrowing her brow slightly. Yet, the cold sensation vanished as swiftly as it appeared, and she dismissed it, glancing at her watch. Perfect timing. First, I'll pick up the reserved taiyaki from Yatsuya, then visit Mr. Hoshino. Qian-chan and Chining-chan adore it. Go for it, Sakura. You can do this. She encouraged herself with a light pat on her cheek, fully preparing herself mentally before slowly driving off. Unbeknownst to her, a ghostly presence had settled into the back seat of her vehicle, stretching its long neck in an attempt to peer through the collar of her shirt. However, with all the buttons of her white shirt securely fastened, nothing inside was visible. Only the taut fabric could be seen from the outside. The ghost's neck swayed left and right, searching for an opening, but to no avail. Gradually, its expression twisted into something increasingly eerie, the dark aura surrounding it growing more pronounced. After more than half an hour, Tamaki parked her car at the foot of the shrine, straightening her clothes as she grasped the bento and gifts, making her way toward the torii gate with some difficulty. Standing at 165 meters, she was considered tall in a country where the average female height is less than 1.6 meters. Yet this did not imply she possessed greater strength than other women. The weight of her belongings was considerable, and after just a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on her fair forehead, though she felt no heat. Rather, she felt an overwhelming chill. Unaware of any underlying issues, she silently regretted her decision to wear high-heeled black stockings today. However, recalling how Hoshino's gaze would invariably drift toward her legs and feet each time they met, revealing a comical mix of desire and apprehension, Tamaki couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into an enchanting arc. Indeed, Mr. Hoshino is a vigorous and perfectly normal man. Chapter 4. A heart full of inner drama. Sister Sakurako. The melodious voice resonated as Tamagi Sakura turned the corner and entered the first torii gate at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the two twin girls clad in Miko attire, each wielding a broom, a gentle smile graced her lips. Oh my, Qian-chan, Chining-chan, how are you? Lady Sakurako. It has been quite some time. Akasawa Qian replied politely with a slight bow, stealthily glancing toward the outside of the torii gate. This wandering spirit must have latched onto Lady Sakurako. Perhaps it would be prudent to convey a message to Lord Hoshino through the pack's spiritual connection. With this thought, Qian silently communicated with Hoshino Tsuki. Sister Sakurako, it's so good to see you. I missed you so much. Akasawa Qian exclaimed, dropping her broom and rushing to Sakurako, her small hands grasping the older girl's arm with uncontainable joy. She paid no heed to the wandering spirit outside the shrine, as such feeble entities could not breach the protective barrier surrounding the shrine. They were simply ignored, and she had never even considered whether it had followed Tamaki Sakurako. Looking at Qian and Qining, Tamaki Sakurako felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the two adorable girls tightly, but her hands were occupied, leaving her no choice but to resign herself to the longing. I bought some taiyaki today. Would you like to share it with your sister? With a smile, she extended the bag in her hand and winked at the two little girls. Upon hearing taiyaki, Chining's eyes immediately darted to the paper bag before her, her small nose twitching slightly. In addition to the delightful sakura fragrance emanating from Sakurako, there was also the enticing aroma of sweet red bean paste. She instinctively swallowed hard. Qian, observing her sister's embarrassing display, couldn't help but facepalm. She quickly pulled Qining to bow politely before accepting the bag. Thank you, Lady Sakurako. Oh dear, Qian-chan always calls me Lady Sakurako. It makes me quite sad, Sakurako pouted, using her free hand to pull Qian closer, feigning distress. Faced with Tamaki Sakurako's playful demeanor, Qian's cheeks flushed. After a moment of silence, she stammered, Sakurako, sister. These two sisters are simply too adorable. Unable to contain her affection any longer, Tamaki Sakurako enveloped both girls in a warm embrace. How I wish to have sisters like them. Wait, if they are with Lord Hoshino, then they could be considered my sisters too. What am I thinking? Lost in her thoughts, Sakurako felt a rush of warmth envelop her. Her pretty face flushed with a rosy hue. In the study, Hoshino Tsuki exhaled a long sigh of relief as he clicked save after typing the final word on his computer. Do not inquire about the reason behind his habit of saving frequently. It is a tale filled with blood and tears. He had aimed to finish today. Yet, to his surprise, the writing flowed even more smoothly than anticipated, allowing him to complete the conclusion of his novel by noon. Indeed, when inspiration strikes, it cannot be halted. However, encountering a block can be quite a dilemma. Stretching languidly, Hoshino Tsuki reclined against the tatami sofa's backrest. Sunlight streamed through the open shoji, casting a warm glow upon him, imparting an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Miss Sakurako has arrived, and a wandering spirit has attached itself to her. Noticing the message from Chien in his mind, Hoshino Tsuki frowned slightly. Delving into concentration, he visualized the black and white imagery surrounding the shrine, and indeed detected a dark aura lingering just outside the shrine's barrier. Is this the lecherous spirit? He chuckled to himself, planning to send it off with an exorcism when he escorted Miss Sakurako home later, a perfect opportunity to test his lightning powers. Silently preparing a soul-scattering package for the entity, Hoshino Tsuki rose and exited his room, donning his shoes to greet Tamagi Sakura. As he stepped out of the gate, he spotted Chien and Chining assisting Tamagi Sakura, who was carrying a bento box. Welcome, Miss Sakura, Hoshino Tsuki greeted with a smile, observing her in a dark professional ensemble. The outfit, consisting of a neatly fitted white blouse and a tailored blazer, accentuated her slender waist and the gentle sway of her ample bosom, evoking concern that the buttons might pop. Beneath her form-fitting skirt were long legs clad in black stockings, drawing attention to her allure, further enhanced by her black high heels. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a fair, delicate face. Her youthful beauty was complemented by a refined nose and half-framed glasses, bestowing an air of intellect. At 24 years of age, she was stunning beyond compare. Although they were already familiar with one another, Hoshino Tsuki found himself momentarily entranced by her presence. Tsuki-kun, it has been quite a while. Tamagi Sakura looked up at him, her charming smile radiating warmth. Her gaze lingered on him, noting how he appeared even more handsome than before. Feeling his warm yet tender gaze upon her, Tamagi Sakura's cheeks flushed involuntarily, her ears burning with warmth. For a moment, they simply gazed at one another, the atmosphere thickening with an unexpected silence. Chien blinked her lively eyes, her gaze flitting between the two, and discreetly glanced at her sister. Noticing her sister's lowered head in silence, she cleared her throat and said, Nisan, shouldn't you invite Sister Sakurako inside? Miss Sakurako, please come in. Is this your bento? Allow me to carry it for you. Hoshino Tsuki quickly responded, snapping back to reality. Thank you, Tsuki-kun. I recently tried cooking some Hua family dishes and was pleasantly surprised by how delicious they turned out. I accidentally made a bit too much this morning while preparing the bento, so I brought some to share with you, Chien and Chining. I hope you won't mind. Tamagi Sakura said, her eyes sparkling as she handed over the bento box, her gaze somewhat evasive as she revealed the reason she had prepared it. I wonder if my reasoning seems a bit abrupt. Lost in her inner musings, Sakurako instinctively followed Hoshino Tsuki's lead as they strolled toward the former office of the shrine. The office had long been converted into a residence by the Hoshino family, comprising several small rooms joined together. Though slightly aged, it was equipped with all the necessities of daily life, radiating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Excuse me, Tamagi Sakurako politely announced as she entered the entryway, removing her shoes before stepping inside. Guided by Chien, she settled down at the shibudai. Chining, please pour tea for Miss Sakurako while I prepare the dishes. Let's all enjoy the Hua family cuisine she has made, Hoshino Tsuki said with a smile, placing the bento box on the table before turning toward the kitchen. Thank you for your help, Tsuki-kun. Tamagi Sakurako smiled warmly, watching his retreating figure. Indeed, Tsuki-kun is such a gentle person. He not only takes the initiative to carry things for girls, but also willingly helps with household chores. He is nothing like those traditional Japanese men. Oh dear, I'm becoming even more captivated. Chapter 5. The Advancing Sakurako Tamami in the Cozy Room. For individuals gathered around the low table, their eyes feasting on the array of delectable dishes that tantalize the senses. Surrounded by three enchanting women, Hoshino Tsuki found his appetite remarkably heightened, devouring his meal at an accelerated pace. Sakurako discreetly observed, her heart brimming with joy at Tsuki's evident satisfaction with her culinary skills. Qian-chan, Chining-chan, do sample this dish. It's called steamed prawns. I've heard many girls adore it. Sakurako gently suggested to the two young ladies. It's absolutely delicious, Chining exclaimed, devouring her food with unmatched zeal, utterly captivated by the culinary delights. Thank you, Sakurako-ne. The meal is exquisite, Qian politely expressed, before returning to her feast. Despite maintaining decorum, her pace in selecting dishes was anything but slow. And this one is red braised pork. I added just a hint of chili. What do you think, Hoshino-kun? Sakurako inquired tenderly as she gazed at Tsuki. It's quite delightful. Tsuki replied with a smile. I'm so glad it suits your taste. Both you and Qian-chan, Chining-chan seem a bit slender. Do remember to maintain a balanced diet and not rely solely on instant noodles, Sakurako said earnestly, her voice laced with concern. I've been managing well. Now that I have a stable income, I can cook for myself and won't be living on instant noodles every day, Tsuki explained with a chuckle, dismissing her worries. Living alone while caring for two younger sisters must be quite challenging. I can't help but worry about your health. Wouldn't it be better to have someone to assist you? Sakurako hinted subtly. It's fine, really. Qian and Chining are quite dependable, helping to tidy up the shrine and handle chores. My earnings are decent, and life is improving day by day, Tsuki replied nonchalantly, revealing a rather laid-back nature devoid of grand aspirations. Moreover, Tsuki had recently won a lottery. His innate spiritual strength, evident from his natural yin-yang eyes, augmented by the powers he had gained since his arrival in this world. He felt confident in navigating the challenges before him. Sakurako, kneeling nearby, felt a twinge of frustration upon hearing Tsuki's words. Tsuki-kun has so many virtues, yet he remains oblivious. He's been dropping hints. I must find a way to bring it up today. I can do this. Please don't just watch us eat. Your braised pork is truly delicious. Allow me to serve you a piece, Tsuki said, breaking Sakurako's train of thought as he instinctively placed a piece of pork into her bowl. Oh, thank you. She stammered, momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bowed her head, hastily nibbling at her rice and the piece of pork. Tsuki-kun served me food, with his own chopsticks. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Tsuki, puzzled by Sakurako's strange reaction, was at a loss. Had his action been inappropriate? One moment, she was warm and cheerful, and the next she fell silent. Was this the nature of girls? Indeed, it was Tsuki's misunderstanding. Although he had been in this world for 3 months, he had yet to grasp the local customs, unconsciously overlooking the communal dining etiquette. The very nature of their gatherings stirred romantic notions within Sakurako, and his act of serving her food certainly crossed into intimate territory, making her shy. Scratching his head, Tsuki dismissed these thoughts and resumed his meal, savoring the delightful flavors of Sakurako's cooking. After more than half an hour, the group had polished off every last morsel of the dishes Sakurako had prepared, leaving only empty containers and bowls before them. Satisfied, Tsuki stretched and began tidying up the table alongside the two girls. Sakurako, eager to assist, reached for an empty bowl just as Tsuki did, their hands brushing against each other. She quickly withdrew, her heart racing at the unexpected contact. The gentle warmth of his touch startled Tsuki momentarily before he placed the bowl in front of himself. Sakurako-san, please sit back and enjoy some tea. I can manage this with them. By the way, I've just finished a novel-esque conclusion. I'll show it to you shortly. It was only polite to ensure the bento box was clean before sending it back with her, and he believed it unbecoming to make a guest do chores. Sakurako lifted her gaze to Tsuki for a moment before quickly lowering her head, responding softly. A smile involuntarily crept on Sakurako's lips, remaining until Tsuki's figure vanished from her peripheral vision. She then turned to gaze at the cherry blossoms drifting outside the shoji door. Today was indeed a splendid day. A few minutes later, Tsuki returned to the room, laptop in hand. Bathed in warm sunlight, Sakurako sat gracefully, her essence blending seamlessly with the cherry blossoms fluttering outside, exuding tranquility and beauty like a vibrant watercolor painting. Just a glance brightened Tsuki's mood. Hearing a sound behind her, Sakurako snapped back to reality, turning to meet his gaze. A gentle smile blossoming on her lips. "Would you like to see the ending I wrote?" Tsuki asked, instinctively rubbing his nose and smiling. "Of course. It's my duty as your editor." Sakurako tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing into lovely crescents, sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Tsuki settled cross-legged at the table. But before he could push the laptop towards her, he noticed that Sakurako had somehow knelt beside him, leaning in slightly. A delicate scent of cherry blossoms wafted through the air. Feeling a flush creep across his face, Tsuki hurriedly turned the screen towards her, eager for her to see. Many in our editorial department have been eagerly anticipating the ending. By the way, Tsuki-kun, are you really not considering revising the conclusion? Why must it be so sorrowful? Sorrowful? This ending, while perhaps predictable due to the groundwork laid earlier, is undeniably poignant. To shatter something beautiful before an audience encapsulates the essence of tragedy. It is precisely the regret that renders it unforgettable. Tsuki had pondered whether Kaori Miyaguchi could have a happier ending. Yet altering it would change the very nature of the tale that evoked such emotion and nostalgia. Lost in thought, Tsuki was suddenly jolted by a soft touch on his arm, breaking his reverie. He turned in surprise to find Sakurako's lovely face mere inches from his own. His cheeks flushed a deeper shade. "Ahem, I'll go prepare some tea for you. Please take a look first." With that, he hastily exited the room, leaving Sakurako blushing and staring at his swiftly retreating figure. "Oh, what have I done? How could I have acted so impulsively? Will Tsuki-kun think I'm too forward?" Chapter 6. Youth is always accompanied by regrets, isn't it? In the room, Sayaka Tamaki had calmed her emotions for quite some time. Noticing that Tsukino Hoshino had yet to return, she began to read the conclusion of the novel earnestly. Time slipped away silently, and before she realized it, she was thoroughly engrossed in the narrative. When she witnessed Kaori Miyazono gravely ill yet struggling to stand on the snowy rooftop, desperately performing the piece they had played together for the first and only time, Prelude and Rondo Capriccioso, to encourage Kusei Arima, tears welled up in Sayaka's eyes. "You reside in my heart, Kusei Arima. You love egg sandwiches, adore Moo Moo bran milk, and what else? What insects do you collect? What is your favorite anime? There's so much I wish to know about you, and I envy the little Tsubaki who knows everything." As she heard Kaori's voice gradually quivering with emotion, expressing her fears of being left alone, Sayaka felt as though she had stepped into that snowy hospital rooftop herself. She witnessed the fragility buried beneath Kaori's strong exterior, the reluctance toward this world and the boy before her. Finally, Kaori revealed her true feelings. Sayaka could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. On February 18th, Kusei Arima returned to the stage of the East Japan piano competition, while at the same time, Kaori was wheeled into the operating room for anesthesia. Just before the surgery, Kaori uttered, "Doctor, we all need someone to give us a farewell kiss." This statement symbolized how Kusei's presence and the promise of playing together once more ignited her long-dormant desire to live, compelling her to accept the high-risk surgery. At this juncture, Sayaka's heart clenched painfully. Despite knowing the subsequent events, she held on to a glimmer of hope that the tragic fate could be altered. She hesitated to continue reading, yet the duties of her job and the captivating plot instinctively urged her onward. As she observed Kusei reflecting on moments shared with Kaori during his performance, an astonishing sight unfolded. Kaori appeared on stage, fulfilling their promise to perform together once more. It felt like a miracle. However, as the music came to an end, Kaori bid farewell during the final performance. In that instant, Kusei understood he had irrevocably lost the girl who, despite her flaws, was the most beautiful in his world. In the end, through a handwritten letter penned before the surgery, Kaori confessed her feelings to Kusei, apologized to Watari and Tsubaki, expressed gratitude to Kusei, and revealed her unspoken affection from the past decade, thus completing her life's narrative. At this moment, Sayaka had already buried her face in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The sound of the sliding door interrupted the stillness as Tsukino entered with a tea tray, momentarily frozen in place. She noticed Sayaka with her head down, shoulders trembling slightly, and stifled sobs echoing in the quiet room. Seeing the computer screen still aglow, Tsukino guessed the cause, but never anticipated the conclusion would be so profoundly moving. Silently, she approached Sayaka, placing the teacup beside her, patiently waiting for her to regain composure. Sayaka lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting Tsukino's warm gaze and gentle smile. They exchanged glances in silence. Suddenly, Sayaka became acutely aware of her disheveled state, hastily averting her gaze and burying her face deeper into her arms, resembling a little curled-up kitten. "I am sorry. The ending was so beautiful. I cried," she managed to stammer. After a prolonged silence, Tsukino finally heard Sayaka's slightly choked voice. "Thank you for the compliment," he replied with a smile. Another silence enveloped them as Sayaka seemed to struggle to regain her composure. "Kaori, such a wonderful girl. I believe she deserves a perfect ending. Tsukino-kun, could you please consider it?" Tsukino observed Sayaka, who had timidly lifted her head to glance at him, her voice still tinged with tears and a hint of playfulness. He remained silent for a moment. As Sayaka noticed his lack of response, a wave of bitterness surged within her. She raised her head, her gentle eyes brimming with tears. Her lips pressed tightly as she gazed at Tsukino, before abruptly throwing herself into his embrace. "But Kaori, should T have to end her brief life like this? She had just begun with Kusei. Miss Sayaka is indeed a deeply sensitive person. Perhaps it is only such individuals who can be so gentle and kind." Tsukino mused silently, gently patting her back. For some reason, he found himself unable to relish the warmth and softness of her presence at that moment, instinctively turning his gaze toward the cherry blossoms fluttering outside the room. His thoughts drifting away. After a while, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke. "Sayaka, youth is always accompanied by regrets, isn't it?" Eventually, once Sayaka had calmed down, she realized her current state and hurriedly struggled to extricate herself from Tsukino's embrace, her cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, Tsukino-kun, for letting you see such an embarrassing side of me." Tsukino shrugged, chuckling. "I was a bit surprised. Miss Sayaka, you were quite adorable just now. And it seems my ending turned out rather well." Sayaka quickly turned away from Tsukino, her back to him, as she smoothed her slightly wrinkled clothing. Using the tissue he had given her to wipe her face, her lips moving silently. Tsukino couldn't discern her words, but Sayaka whispered to herself, "Damn it." Seeing Sayaka's flustered and embarrassed demeanor, Tsukino decided not to tease her further. She was close to becoming a blushing steam princess. If he joked anymore, she might very well flee in embarrassment. Normally perceived as the epitome of grace and intelligence, her current state was undeniably endearing. Tsukino found himself wanting to steal glances at her a little longer. With a smile, he picked up the protective charm from the tea tray and extended it towards her, saying, "This charm, specially crafted by Qian, contains a talisman I drew. Carry it with you for protection and peace." "Oh, thank you for this, Tsukino-kun, and thank you to Qian-chan as well." Sayaka, having tidied her appearance, turned to take the charm, earnestly placing it close to her heart. She wanted to say more, but upon seeing Tsukino's beaming smile and the joy radiating from his lips, she recalled her earlier actions of throwing herself into his embrace. Her face flushed a deeper shade of red, prompting her to abandon her intention to linger. "I have some matters to attend to. Yes, I need to return to the editorial department to finalize the conclusion. Please send the manuscript to my email. I'll take my leave now. Sorry for the disturbance." Without waiting for Tsukino's reply, she turned and hurriedly dashed out, accidentally brushing against the doorframe, but not pausing to acknowledge it. "Wait, Miss Sayaka. Let me escort you. Be careful of your hand." Chapter 7. The Wandering Soul. Your soul flight package has been delivered. Observing the swift departure of Tamagi Sakura, Hoshino Tsuki found himself at a loss for words. The audacity to tease and then flee was rather unreasonable. He hadn't uttered a word, so why the immediate escape? Her bashful demeanor was undeniably charming, yet he had barely had the chance to take it all in. Sighing, Hoshino Tsuki hastily rose to follow her. Regardless of the situation, it was essential to see her off, especially since he still had a soul flight package awaiting delivery. It was best to exorcise any lingering spirits that dared to disrespect Miss Sakurako. After all, he was nothing if not hypocritical. He wouldn't heed any objections. Ahem. In fact, he had already replaced the talisman within the protective charm he had given her. Crafting the new talisman had taken him some time, which explained his prolonged absence from the room. The previous traditional runes had been swapped out for the newly acquired Futsinomatama talisman. It's just as well to follow and observe the effects of this divine seal. If it proves ineffective, I shall personally eradicate the issue. As he contemplated this, Hoshino Tsuki quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Tamagi Sakura hurried down the sacred path, her heart brimming with embarrassment. Her impulsive actions left her unable to face Hoshino Tsuki properly. After exiting the torii gate, a cold breeze swept by, sending a shiver through her. The chill brought her back to her senses. I didn't even bid him farewell properly in my reckless leap into his arms. How utterly rude. Surely, Hoshino-kun doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards me? Sakurako, you've truly failed. There were matters to discuss with Hoshino-kun, yet you fled in such haste. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Tamaki Sakurako instinctively glanced back up the hill. There, she spotted a familiar silhouette, smiling and waving goodbye. Her cheeks flushed once more, and feeling slightly embarrassed, she offered a slight bow to the figure on the hill before hastily turning towards her vehicle. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, a wave of relief and quiet exhilaration washed over her. Hoshino Tsuki's earlier response reassured her that she was not disliked. As she reflected on this, her steps grew lighter. Unbeknownst to her, the protective charm nestled in her pocket emitted a faint glow. At the second torii gate atop the hill, Hoshino Tsuki, hands tucked in his pockets, observed the long-necked wandering spirit approaching Tamaki Sakurako once more. As it drew nearer, he frowned slightly and swiftly withdrew his hand, forming a seal to prepare for action. Just then, a golden flash of lightning erupted from Tamaki Sakurako, striking the wandering spirit, which let out a soundless wail before disintegrating into nothingness. Suddenly halting, Tamaki Sakurako looked around in confusion, tilting her head slightly. The chilling sensation that had enveloped her moments ago vanished, replaced by an unexpectedly warm and comforting feeling. Perplexed by the sudden change, she dismissed it and drove off towards her workplace. Watching the spirit's demise, Hoshino Tsuki let out a quiet sigh of relief and resumed his smile. This method of utilizing the divine seal proved effective. With the charm he had provided, Ms. Sakurako should be able to handle most supernatural threats, allowing him to rest easy. However, the talisman would gradually lose its potency as the spiritual energy he infused it with diminished. He needed to remember to replenish its power periodically. After all, she was his first friend in this world, and he could not stand idly by while she faced danger. For now, they remained friends, but what about the future? Despite being somewhat oblivious, he sensed Ms. Sakurako's feelings, though he was still at a loss as to how to respond. As he watched her vehicle disappear from sight, Hoshino Tsuki found himself lost in thought. In his previous life, he had succumbed to illness during his prime and silently relinquished that chapter of his life. Now, with a second chance, everything was beginning anew. Snapping back to reality, he shifted his gaze towards the horizon, spotting a colossal demon looming in the distance. Recalling how the wandering spirit had attempted to approach Miss Sakurako, it seemed the boundaries between realms were beginning to fray, and this place was truly in disarray. Hoshino Tsuki muttered softly, shaking his head, suddenly struck by a thought as he turned his attention towards Chiyoda Ward. TSK, after years of honoring those vile creatures, now you wish to maintain stability through your barriers? You deserve the turmoil you face. He observed the flickering barrier with disdain. It appeared that the breach was imminent. He had awaited this day for far too long. Indeed, Hoshino Tsuki was eager, his anticipation growing. Under normal circumstances, the worlds of the living and the dead coexist, imperceptible to those lacking strong spiritual power or innate abilities like the yin-yang eye. Similarly, the spirits residing in the other realm could not influence the living. Yet, For reasons unknown, the boundaries between the two realms had grown increasingly blurred and fragile. The recently vanquished spirit, though weak, had already begun to affect the living. If left unchecked, it could entangle the unwary, leading to serious illness or even death for those in poor health. Although the boundaries were weakened, total collapse was still a considerable distance away, like the great demon in the distance, which strengthened itself by devouring other spirits. The current trajectory could allow certain spirits to seep through the cracks and influence the living realm, or even manifest directly and possess individuals for malevolent purposes. However, lesser spirits could only temporarily turn a location into a haunted domain. At worst, this could result in the demise of hundreds. As for the colossal entity, it would require a complete fracture of the boundaries to achieve its goals. Only then would chaos reign, and Hoshino Tsuki could not remain uninvolved. Yet, for the time being, this was not his concern. After all, with the charm he had given Miss Sakurako, wherever she might find herself engulfed in darkness, the talisman would ensure her safety. He would undoubtedly reach her in time to rescue her. With his current spiritual strength and the divine seal's capabilities, while he might not be able to confront the massive demon directly, he could certainly dispatch lesser spirits with ease. However, it was prudent to remain cautious and continue to cultivate his abilities. Yes, he would strive to earn more, indulge in a lottery, and grow stronger, aiming to one day eradicate that gargantuan foe with a mere flick of his wrist. With a shrug, Hoshino Tsuki dismissed these thoughts and turned back towards the shrine. The story had reached its conclusion, and he intended to take a brief respite while contemplating the next book. He grappled with whether to continue his current style, writing a heartwarming short novel in hopes of an anime adaptation, or to embark on a different path, serializing long-form works that had once flourished in his past life. The thought of that insatiable system gave him a headache. If only he were not so financially constrained. Chapter 8. This should be considered a date the following day. Hoshino Tsuki's biological clock awakened him promptly. Despite his desire to linger in slumber, the incessant buzzing of his phone beside him compelled him to abandon such intentions. He picked up his phone and noted the time, 8:30 in the morning. Illuminating the screen, he discovered a plethora of messages from Tamagi Sakura online. To his surprise, her profile picture had transformed into a photograph of the cherry blossom divine tree at his family's shrine, having previously been an image of books and a teacup. He wondered when she had taken this photo and changed it. Shinin, I never imagined that by stealthily capturing casual photos of my brother and the shrine share with Akone, I would receive a red envelope. How delightful. Unbeknownst to him, Hoshino Tsuki chuckled, shaking his head at how his own Shikigami girl had sold him out before delving into the messages. Hoshino-kun, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have wonderful news to share with you. Are you awake? I simply cannot contain my excitement any longer. Yesterday, the president reviewed the conclusion of your novel, and during the company meeting, it was decided to award you the internal prize for this quarter at the Tsushima Library. The post-tax prize amounts to 100,000 yen. Isn't that joyous? A string of messages displayed her overwhelming happiness, nearly spilling off the screen, leaving Hoshino Tsuki feeling both amused and perplexed. Shouldn't he be the one who was elated? Why did it seem that Sakurako was even more jubilant than he? Could she have received an extra bonus as well? It was indeed plausible, considering he was the author she was responsible for. Her success was undoubtedly a reflection of her hard work. However, we do need your signature on the relevant documents before the company's finance department can disperse your prize. Do you have time today, Hoshino-kun? If you do, I can bring the documents and visit you. Seeing the messages continue to accumulate, Hoshino Tsuki chuckled as he sat up in bed, his fingers swiftly dancing across the phone screen. Apologies for the late reply. I just saw your message. I am free today, and I must trouble you again, Sakurako-san. It's no trouble at all. It's the duty of an editor. On the other side, Tamagi Sakura, upon receiving his response, rolled around in bed with her phone, laughing with unrestrained joy. I will get to see Hoshino-kun again. Today was the weekend, a rare day of rest. She could have slept in, but after a night filled with excitement, she had managed only a few hours of sleep, waking up with the rising sun, eager to share the good news with Hoshino Tsuki. As she contemplated her visit, she felt not a hint of drowsiness, but rather an exhilarating thrill. If Hoshino Tsuki were to know, he would likely worry about her health, considering the high levels of work stress and the prevalence of overwork-related deaths in Japan. Having suffered in a past life due to overexertion, Hoshino Tsuki wished for nothing more than Sakurako to remain in good health. By the way, it's a rare day off. Shouldn't Sakurako-san be resting at home? The documents can wait. Hoshino Tsuki smiled at her quick reply and, after a moment's thought, sent another message. It's all right. I have nothing pressing, and I believe Hoshino-kun is eager to receive his prize as soon as possible. Hoshino Tsuki was somewhat taken aback. Should he remark that Sakurako-san was also a diligent Japanese worker, even sacrificing her rest time? Yet, he felt an unease at the thought of troubling her to visit him alone. After a brief contemplation, he resumed typing on his phone. Sakurako-san, since you have time today, why don't we meet at the shopping street in Hakioji? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation for all the care you have provided. Sakurako had always been attentive to them, and considering she had helped secure the prize, it was only fitting to express his gratitude with a meal. Yesterday, Hoshino Tsuki had intended to cook for her, but she had arrived with a large bento box, leaving him unable to treat her. Today would be the perfect opportunity. He thought of buying the two girls some lingerie, but as a man, he felt it inappropriate to accompany them, especially since he lacked knowledge in selecting such items. It would be far better for them to have Sakurako's guidance on matters such as comfort, fit, and style. He also planned to explore other shops and select a gift for her as a token of thanks. Thus, the two arranged to meet at noon. Only then did Hoshino Tsuki rise to wash up and inform the two girls about their plans for the day, urging them to prepare. Meanwhile, Tamagi Sakura set down her phone and immediately leapt from her bed, dashing into the bathroom. With 3 hours until their meeting, she had ample time. Hoshino-kun has initiated the invitation. This must be considered a date, right? What should I wear? Which outfit shall I choose? As noon approached, Tamaki Sakura arrived early at the designated shopping street, eagerly awaiting the three. A few minutes later, she spotted a taxi pulling up to the designated stop. As three familiar figures emerged, a gentle smile graced her lips, and she walked briskly toward the taxi. Hoshino Tsuki stepped out of the vehicle, and upon raising his gaze, he was momentarily entranced by Tamaki Sakura, who had approached him. Typically, she dressed in a polished and professional manner for work, exuding an air of mature elegance. Today, however, she wore a light beige jacket paired with a brown skirt and black ankle boots, her fresh makeup enhancing a youthful vibrancy, presenting a different charm altogether. She radiated beauty, almost luminescent, causing Hoshino Tsuki's heart to skip a beat. Was it any wonder that she surpassed even supermodels in allure? The change in her attire transformed her aura entirely. Yet both styles suited her exquisitely. He could not help but notice the gazes of passers-by. The striking combination of a tall, handsome young man and a stunningly beautiful woman, accompanied by two equally charming twin sisters, was impossible to overlook. Apologies for keeping you waiting. That outfit suits you splendidly. You look exceptionally beautiful today, Sakurako-san. Hearing his compliment, Tamaki Sakura's smile blossomed even brighter. Oh no, I just arrived as well. Do you truly think today's ensemble is suitable for me? I was worried it might not suit my style. Hee, Hoshino-kun isn't lying. Sakurako-san looks stunning today, doesn't she, sister? Chinin, equally dazzled by Sakurako's appearance, stepped forward, playfully grasping her arm and shaking it affectionately, while seeking confirmation from her sister. Indeed, Sakurako-ne, you remain exceedingly beautiful today. Chien, noticing Tamaki Sakura's gaze, slightly bowed and earnestly affirmed. Chapter 9. The selection of a new book. Thank you, Chien-chan and Chinin-chan, for your kind words. You are both lovely and beautiful as well. With a cheerful smile, Tamagami Sakura gently clasped the hands of the two young girls, her eyes sparkling with bright light as she expressed her gratitude. Today, neither girl wore the traditional Miko attire. Chien donned a light blue long-sleeve skirt, while Chinin wore a green dress. Standing at 1.55 meters, paired with white stockings and round-toed shoes, they were two vibrant and charming young ladies. Sakurako-san, let us first head to the reserved Western restaurant. We can discuss the documents afterward, suggested Hoshino Tsuki, who had specifically chosen a well-reviewed Western dining establishment to express his appreciation. Soon, the quartet arrived at the entrance of an upscale Western restaurant, and Sakurako gazed at the name with surprise. She had previously visited this restaurant with her friends and found the cuisine delightful, yet the prices were rather steep. Aware of Hoshino Tsuki's financial situation, she remained optimistic about his future, believing his income would increase over time. However, such an expense was still somewhat excessive for him at present. Contemplating this, Sakurako hesitated for a moment before tugging at Tsuki's sleeve. Hoshino-kun, perhaps we should go to another restaurant nearby that also has excellent food? Is the cuisine here not to your taste, Sakurako-san? I've read wonderful reviews online and have already made a reservation, Hoshino Tsuki replied, puzzled by her suggestion. No, it's not that. The food is indeed good, it's just... Sakurako struggled to articulate her thoughts, fearing that directly mentioning the high prices might hurt Tsuki's pride as a man. Moreover, since a reservation had already been made, she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her hesitance and her occasional glances toward the restaurant's chic and elegant dessert, Tsuki began to surmise her thoughts. Is she trying to save money for herself? Rather than feeling resentful, he found himself oddly touched. In both his previous life and the current world of Japan, women like her were indeed a rarity. Although he was currently financially strained due to a demanding system, he reasoned that indulging in a nice meal occasionally wouldn't lead to his ruin. With this clarity in mind, Tsuki smiled gently and said, since it's not a matter of taste, let us stay here. After all, Qian and Shinin Haven Tea had much experience with Western cuisine. Let us enjoy it together, and perhaps we can visit the restaurant you recommended next time. Well. As Tsuki confidently led the two girls inside, Sakurako could only follow suit. Meanwhile, Qian and Shinin silently observed, with Qian acquiescing to Tsuki's decisions, while Shinin, as long as there was delicious food, was unconcerned about anything else. The four entered the restaurant and sat down at table number 7. Sakurako took a seat opposite Tsuki, contemplating her plan to discreetly settle the bill, having already devised a rationale. I could say that the Tsushima library has an external work budget, and this expense could be reimbursed. After all, I will indeed need to sign documents later, which qualifies as external work. With this thought, Sakurako cast aside her worries and joyfully engaged Tsuki in conversation about her upcoming book. Tsuki shared his recent ideas, and it was undeniable that her editorial acumen was exceptional. She posed insightful questions and accurately assessed the current market, gradually clarifying some of Tsuki's previously difficult dilemmas. Following Sakurako's advice, he decided to maintain his distinctive style and continue writing youthful romantic healing stories. After all, his current audience primarily consisted of young men and women, so sustaining his existing fanbase while expanding his market was indeed a wise choice. Furthermore, Sakurako informed him that Tsushima Library had prioritized the release of Your Lie in April as a standalone volume and was actively promoting his work to animation studios, indicating a high likelihood of adaptation, which would yield significant income. With that in mind, opting for shorter works more amenable to animation seemed the most prudent choice. Sakurako even switched seats with Qian, positioning herself directly beside Tsuki, leaving the two girls to silently enjoy their meal. As their conversation deepened, they discovered a shared passion, creating an almost soulful connection. Tsuki took out his phone to jot down some plans and considerations. Eventually, when Shinin, having eaten her fill, began to absent-mindedly pat her slightly rounded belly while watching them, the two finally concluded their discussion, albeit reluctantly. Tsuki had now firmly decided on his next writing project, adapting Your Name into a light novel, which he had placed on his agenda, anticipating a 10,000 yen influx next week. The mere thought filled him with joy. Sakurako was once again captivated by Tsuki's remarkable talent, solidifying her resolve. From a young age, she had cherished novels and aspired to become an editor, diligently studying to gain admission to a Tokyo University's literature department, and upon graduation, she chose to remain in Tokyo to pursue her career with Tsushima Library. Long before, she had established criteria for her ideal partner. She sought a talented and gentle writer with whom she could share her life, someone with whom she could discuss mutual interests and work-related topics. This was the primary reason she had consistently rebuffed the advances of suitors. She had no intention of sacrificing her editorial career after marriage. Typically, Japanese women tend to resign from their jobs to become full-time housewives after marriage, though this tradition has evolved somewhat with modern societal changes. Still, the archetypal Japanese man often holds on to the belief that men should work outside while women manage the household. The so-called support for a wife's career often stems from economic pressures and family responsibilities. Most Japanese men still envision a future where, as their income increases, their wives will become full-time homemakers, focusing solely on raising children. Sakurako found this notion distasteful. She was passionate about her work. Now that such an intriguing individual stood before her, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Yes, Sakurako, you can do it. Now is the time to present your plan. I have something I would like to trouble Hoshino-kun with, she stammered, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she finally spoke. Oh, please, Sakurako-san. Share your thoughts. I will do my utmost to assist you, Tsuki responded, somewhat surprised, as it was the first time Sakurako had directly asked for his help. Given that he had already relied on her assistance, he felt a tinge of guilt, yet he was eager to support her in any way possible. At times, he mused that he felt as though he was living off Sakurako's kindness. Nonetheless, he found this sort of dependence rather appealing. If possible, he would gladly indulge in more of it. After all, he had a soft spot for such generosity. Tsuki thought shamelessly to himself. Chapter 10. A request for lodging Yoshino-kun. Please don't say anything about giving it your all. It's just that my apartment lease has expired, and the real estate manager contacted me to inform me that someone has purchased the apartment. I have to find a new place to rent, but none of them seem suitable. So, I wanted to ask if I could stay with you for a while, just to have more time to find something more appropriate. Sakurako spoke with a hint of guilt, casting a furtive glance at Yoshino Tsuki's expression after she finished her explanation. Stay at my place? The sudden request left Yoshino Tsuki momentarily taken aback. This inquiry was somewhat unexpected. He had presumed it might pertain to work-related issues and never anticipated such a matter. No, is that not all right? Seeing him frown slightly, Sakurako's heart sank, and she lowered her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. Huh? No, it's not that. I just thought, Sakurako-san is aware that my place has inconvenient transportation. Wouldn't the commute be a hassle? Yoshino Tsuki waved his hand dismissively, eager to clarify that wasn't his intention. He already owed Sakurako a debt of gratitude that he could never repay. How could he refuse such a minor request, especially when a stunning beauty was willing to stay? In truth, he felt quite pleased. Well, it's fine. As long as it's not a holiday, it only takes half an hour to drive there. But can I really stay? Hearing Yoshino Tsuki's lack of rejection, Sakurako's spirits lifted immediately, and she spoke eagerly. As long as Sakurako-san doesn't mind, I certainly don't. Yoshino Tsuki shrugged with a smile. Then, I'll pack my bags today and tomorrow. I appreciate your hospitality, Yoshino-kun, and I'll be troubling you and Chien and Shining-chan for a while. Sakurako's radiant smile was like the warm April sunshine outside the restaurant, bright and inviting. Just the thought of living in Yoshino Tsuki's home and the prospect of cohabitation. The gentle beauty instinctively averted her gaze, blushing as she lowered her head. Then, welcome, Sakurako-san, to the Yoshino residence. Yoshino Tsuki chuckled, winking at her. Yay, Sakurako-nichan is coming to stay, and there will be delicious food to eat. Chining was the first to leap up with joy, licking her rosy lips like a little greedy cat. Welcome, Sakurako-nichan, Chien added politely, swiftly grabbing her sister back to her seat and firmly covering her sister's mouth to stifle her unfiltered remarks. Honestly, sister, how rude. I'll have to teach her some manners later. Oh dear, I'll take care of the cooking to repay the favor. So please look forward to it, Shining-chan. As lunch drew to a close, Sakurako retrieved some documents from her bag. Yoshino Tsuki examined them carefully, and feeling satisfied, he signed the papers, taking the liberty to voice his own request. As expected, Sakurako readily agreed. She genuinely liked Chien and Shining, and accompanying them to shop for lingerie was hardly a bother. In fact, she found joy in it. Dressing up cute and pretty girls was indeed a delightful task. Moreover, She wanted to gift the two girls a few adorable pajamas. She had already spotted a lovely pink pajama set that she adored but felt was too young for her. Now, she could buy it for Chan. The light blue version would suit Chi-In perfectly, along with some cat-themed onesies. He. As for underwear, pink and blue striped ones would be ideal for them, and she had also seen a cute bear pattern one that caught her eye. She needed to teach them how to choose properly, as being too tight or too loose could lead to problems. This was a significant matter concerning women's physical and mental well-being, and she wouldn't take it lightly. Not to mention the image of Sakurako leading the two girls in selecting intimate garments. Meanwhile, Hoshino Tsuki arranged a meeting time with them, pondering the shade of lipstick that Sakurako often used. Just as he turned to head towards a nearby cosmetic store, a lively voice rang out, "Rin-chan, hurry up, or we'll have to wait in line." Suddenly, a girl collided with him, letting out a gasp. The girl stumbled backward, and without thinking, Hoshino Tsuki instinctively caught her slender waist. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had embraced her with one arm. Hoshino Tsuki unintentionally lowered his gaze and found himself looking at a girl with a neat bob, her warm brown hair cascading naturally to her cheeks, adorably accentuating her slightly rounded face. The snug white sweatshirt she wore further highlighted her striking figure. The fabric of the sweatshirt is quite nice and soft. The girl, seemingly dazed, lifted her head to meet Hoshino Tsuki's gaze, her cheeks visibly flushing. For a moment, she forgot to break free from his embrace. "Nana, slow down. I'm so sorry. My friend was looking and bumped into you. I truly apologize." Before Hoshino Tsuki could respond, another vibrant figure rushed towards him. Having witnessed the entire incident, the newcomer quickly bowed in apology. Hoshino Tsuki snapped back to reality and stepped back, indicating he meant no harm. His gaze shifting to the silver-haired girl's friend, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The girl had striking silver hair. Its color appeared natural, without any hint of artificial dye at the roots, suggesting she was not intentionally coloring her hair. Such a rare sight, with features that are quite pronounced. Is she mixed? He mused silently while observing the two girls, his brow slightly furrowing. Nana, the girl, frowned at Hoshino Tsuki, feeling momentarily flustered. Sensing her friend's gentle tug on her sleeve, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed again. "Sir, I'm really sorry. I accidentally bumped into you." It's all right. I was a bit preoccupied myself and didn't avoid you in time. Are you okay?" Hoshino Tsuki relaxed his brow, waving his hand dismissively as he spoke in a gentle tone. I'm fine, really." Nana instinctively raised a hand to the back of her head, laughing, though her expression was somewhat adorably clueless. "Glad to hear that. Just be careful next time. Goodbye." He chuckled at the two girls before stepping away. However, after walking a few paces, he paused, turning back to glance at the girls who had moved further away. It was then he noticed behind them, several shadowy figures emanating a chilling aura were trailing closely behind. It seems they are not following the girl named Nana. Perhaps it is the silver-haired girl attracting them. P.S. It is important to emphasize that this is a parallel world, not reality. Just for reference, Takao Mountain is over 50 kilometers from the central area. Daily commuting would indeed be inconvenient, and driving would take at least an hour. However, in this setting, it is established that it only takes half an hour, so please do not dwell on it. Chapter 11. The uncommon silver-haired girl. He had encountered such occurrences numerous times before, usually choosing to disregard them. Nowadays, various individuals find themselves entangled with such entities for myriad reasons, yet most suffer no consequences. Typically, wandering spirits linger for a few days. After several attempts, if they fail to affect the living, they retreat of their own accord. However, should the boundaries falter and impact those they haunt, complications inevitably arise. Such incidents are now rare. Occurrences with significant influence on this world are not commonly witnessed. In light of this, it seemed that Miss Sakurako was somewhat unfortunate. Yet, this circumstance also attested to her considerable charm. Indeed, to be pursued by such a ghostly presence was quite the testament. Suddenly, he felt that obliterating that entity with a swift strike would be too lenient. It would be more fitting to unleash a tempest of lightning upon it. After all, he was rather petty in that regard. Ahem. In truth, The silver-haired girl had captured Hoshino Tsuki's interest not because of her delicate, petite appearance, but rather because he was not the type to fall for every attractive figure he encountered, especially with an invincible deity overseeing all realms. To dare to challenge one of such stature would be folly, with the risk of annihilation looming. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed someone attract such a multitude of wandering spirits. Furthermore, it appeared these spirits merely followed her quietly, hesitant to act as they typically would, attempting to influence the living. This girl seemed somewhat extraordinary. Contemplating this, Hoshino Tsuki withdrew his gaze. His curiosity piqued. It was not his place to concern himself with the affairs of a stranger. After all, merely a chance encounter with a girl he did not know. Turning, he stepped into a cosmetics shop, intent on selecting a suitable gift before Miss Sakurako returned with her 2 attendants. Otherwise, he suspected she would once again decline his gesture, just as she had when he had settled the bill earlier. Was he truly expected to repay such kindness with his own body? Perhaps that was not entirely out of the question. Simultaneously, the silver-haired girl covertly turned her head, stealing a glance at him. Was it merely an illusion? That charming older brother, radiating warmth, truly glanced in her direction just now. Can he also see those entities? Rin, that older brother, was so dashing. I must tell you, my heart raced so fast just then. Having wandered a bit far, Nana tugged at the arm of the girl beside her, leaning in to whisper. Rin's thoughts were interrupted as she turned to her daydreaming friend, feeling slight annoyance as she pushed her away and responded perfunctorily. Yes, yes. It seems spring has arrived, and my dear Nana has developed an interest in the opposite sex. But look, he has already walked away. It's too late to say anything now. Oh dear, what is Rin saying? I'm not like that. I just suddenly felt that his embrace seemed so warm, and his scent was particularly comforting. How strange. I have never experienced such feelings before. Nana tilted her head, pressing her fingers against her cheek in confusion. Yes, yes. Enough of that. Aren't we supposed to hurry to the cake shop? Otherwise, we'll have to wait in line for ages to get in. And didn't you say we were going to buy magazines after the cake? Rin nonchalantly attempted to shift the conversation, though her curiosity about Hoshino Tsuki lingered. I almost forgot. I've been looking forward to the desserts from that shop, and the serialized magazine April is her live for quite some time. After saving on my pocket money, today I must achieve both goals. Rin-chan, let us hurry. Hey, Nana, with so many people, slow down. We have plenty of time. Have you already forgotten what happened earlier? Not everyone is as good-natured as that older brother. What if you bump into some ill-tempered uncle or a delinquent? Oh, then perhaps we should stroll more leisurely. Nana stuck her tongue out at her friend and began to slow her pace. Rin, observing her somewhat ditzy friend, shook her head in exasperation and quickened her steps to catch up. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hoshino Tsuki entered a bookstore on the street after having purchased his gifts. With over half an hour until their agreed meeting time, he found himself growing a bit impatient. Yet, it was quite normal for women to take their time shopping. This behavior seemed universal among women across the globe. Having prepared himself mentally, Hoshino Tsuki did not stand idly by. He seized the opportunity to browse, exploring the outstanding works of other authors. Thanks to the Japanese passion for physical books, the store was bustling with young men and women perusing and reading. However, Hoshino Tsuki mused that this thriving scene might not endure in the coming years. With the rise of the internet and increasing societal pressures, people's leisure time would likely become increasingly fragmented. In the future, individuals would prefer to consume video novels and other interests during their commutes, leaving traditional print media facing significant challenges. Yet, for now, traditional print journals remained in high demand. This world was not the Earth of his previous life, and with the boundaries blurred, the future remained uncertain. However, such matters were of little concern to him as an author. Even if print journals ceased publication, the Japanese passion for novels would persist, merely transitioning to electronic formats. Some financially capable individuals might even choose to purchase physical volumes to support their favorite authors. Returning to his thoughts, Hoshino Tsuki entered the bookstore and immediately focused on the most prominent display by the entrance, where the store owner typically showcased the best-selling novels and magazines. His target was precisely there. Unsurprisingly, one of the three giants of Japan, the core light novel magazine of Chikishima Publishing, Chikishima Light, was prominently displayed. The stock was dwindling, particularly since it was the end of the month, and this edition had been printed at the beginning of the month. The new issue would not be released until the 2nd of next month. Hoshino Tsuki casually picked one up to examine. Regrettably, the cover was not his work, but that of another author's spirited light novel. He felt no disappointment, as he had read the piece before. The author's skill and storytelling were commendable, with themes that resonated with youthful boys, making it one of the most popular works at Chikishima Publishing. Moreover, Ms. Sakurako had mentioned that the new issue would feature his work on the cover, especially since a wildly successful series had concluded, and such recognition was indeed warranted. Observing the magazine in his hand, Hoshino Tsuki recalled what Ms. Sakurako had previously shared. It seemed that this author, known by the pen name Loved by Mo and Passion, had caused considerable frustration for the middle-aged editor assigned to him, frequently demanding revisions a week in advance, and often complaining in the editorial office, exclaiming, "If you keep pushing me, I might just jump off a building." Chuckling softly, he set the magazine aside, silently acknowledging the challenges faced by Ms. Sakurako and her colleagues. Hoshino Tsuki returned to his musings, picked up another volume of a similar genre, and turned to find a quieter spot to begin reading. It was essential to reference the classic works of renowned authors, whether in terms of narrative style, character development, or tone, elements he had consistently endeavored to master. After all, he lacked the cognitive patterns and habits of a Japanese person. Even with memories of numerous stories from his previous life, transforming them into written narratives remained a formidable challenge. Chapter 12. The Fractured Heart. Upon their reunion, Hoshino Tsuki found herself holding not only a meticulously wrapped gift, but also a novel. However, as she gazed at the two girls laden with various packages, she couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Ignoring the exuberant and cheerful Chinen beside her, her gaze fell upon the somewhat helpless and guilty Chien. It was evident what had transpired. Hoshino-kun, as a girl, how could you have only 2 sets of pajamas to alternate? These are gifts for them, Sakurako explained with a smile upon noticing Hoshino Tsuki's expression. And this suit is for you, as a renowned author. You must have appropriate attire for any formal events you might attend. Try it on when you get home, and if anything doesn't fit, let me know so I can exchange it at the store. Sakurako then handed over a paper bag containing a neatly folded black suit, complete with a white shirt. At that moment, the feeling of being a freeloader weighed heavily on Hoshino Tsuki. Is this her way of coercing me into repaying her kindness? She thought shamelessly, yet she smiled as she accepted the gift, passing her own beautifully wrapped present back to her. Thank you, Miss Sakurako, for this gift. It is but a small token of my gratitude for your constant support. Sakurako's eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at the small box. Is this for me? Is it lipstick? Oh, how delightful. Thank you, Hoshino-kun. Receiving the gift from Hoshino Tsuki, Sakurako's heart soared with joy. How wonderful it is that Hoshino-kun, this big oaf, would give me a present. Well, I should be the one thanking you and these two girls. It's quite a burden for you to treat us to gifts today. I truly feel at a loss as to how to repay your kindness, Hoshino Tsuki remarked with a hint of helplessness as she saw her accept the gift. Are you saying that you don't consider me a friend, Hoshino-kun? Oh dear, that makes Sakurako quite sad, she teased, dramatically pretending to cry while shielding her eyes with one arm. Hoshino Tsuki was taken aback by her adorable antics, realizing he was rather helpless against her charm. He could only shake his head with a wry smile. Of course not. Miss Sakurako is one of my few friends. How could I think that way? Having always been able to perceive things others could not, he felt like an outcast in Japan, grateful merely for not being at the very bottom of the social ladder, and had few close friends. Moreover, since his arrival in this world, he had lost contact with even those he had occasionally interacted with. Thus, it could be said that Miss Sakurako was his sole companion. Then why do you keep calling me Miss Sakurako? Why not just call me Sakurako? She suggested, lowering her arm and winking playfully at him. Well, okay, Sakurako. Faced with her eager gaze, Hoshino Tsuki found it impossible to refuse. How did I end up in her grasp so effortlessly? Then I shall refer to you as Tsuki-kun. In Japan, only those with a close bond would address one another by their first names. At that moment, the delighted Sakurako felt her heart swell with joy. What a fortuitous day. The horoscope I saw this morning was spot on. My relationship with Tsuki-kun has deepened. I must strive to make further progress. After engaging in light-hearted conversation, they agreed to assist her with moving the following morning, graciously declining her offer to drive them home, and thus bid farewell to the somewhat conflicted Sakurako. Torn between wanting to spend more time with Hoshino Tsuki and the need to return home to pack, she was eager to commence her new cohabitation life. Once they left the shopping district, Hoshino Tsuki took the two girls to a convenience store, purchasing a plethora of ingredients and household necessities. The three of them, burdened with their haul, took a taxi back to the shrine, the clock striking past 7 in the evening. Watching his wallet grow thinner, Hoshino Tsuki's resolve to earn more money intensified. The inconvenient transportation only fueled his determination to buy a car. In fact, vehicles here were somewhat cheaper than back in his homeland. A simple Suzuki K, for instance, cost less than 500,000 yen, equating to under 30,000 of his former currency. Yet, even that sum was currently beyond his reach, especially with various taxes and fees adding to the burden. The taxes here were indeed exorbitant. With a sigh, Hoshino Tsuki lamented the shrine's location, situated far from the nearest train station. After a refreshing shower and a brief chat with Sakurako online, he gazed at the brilliant night sky and gradually succumbed to the embrace of a pleasant slumber. The following morning at 9 a.m., outside Sakurako's apartment, Chien and Chinen stood on either side of Hoshino Tsuki. Eagerly, Chinen pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The chime echoed, yet silence enveloped the room. Chinen blinked, puzzled by the lack of response, and tilted her head in contemplation. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and pressed the doorbell once more. Ding dong. Still, no sound emerged from within. Chinen, confused, turned to Hoshino Tsuki, who was equally perplexed. Checking the time on his phone, he murmured, "Did we arrive too early?" The timing seems just right. Seeing that her master was equally baffled, Chinen pressed the doorbell again while calling out, "Moshi Moshi, this is Chinen. Sakurako-ne, we have arrived." At last, there was movement inside, and the door swung open, revealing a flustered and distressed Sakurako. "I'm so sorry. I was up late packing last night and overslept." Hoshino Tsuki stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment, lost in the captivating image of Sakurako before him. What on earth? Those perfectly cooked, plump shrimp cakes. Overwhelmed, he felt his cheeks flush as he struggled to avert his gaze, his heart in disarray. "Tsuki-kun?" Sakurako inquired, her expression puzzled. "Huh?" He remained momentarily dazed, his face slightly reddened, before finally managing to respond. Forcing himself to look up at her charming visage, he attempted to regain his composure. However, Sakurako's natural beauty, enhanced by her bright, clear eyes, was utterly enchanting, possessing an allure all its own. Goodness, it was over. His heart was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 13. The Man to Avoid Moon. Do you have him? Taniguchi Sakura asked, perplexed, as she propped herself against the door. No. Sorry. Hoshino Tsuki replied, a slight blush creeping across her cheeks as she turned her head away. Noticing Suki's reaction, Sakura instinctively followed her gaze and lowered her head. Suddenly, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Oh no. I'm still in my pajamas, and I haven't washed my face or put on any makeup. Sakura's face turned a deep shade of red as she panicked, swiftly slamming the door shut. Suki was somewhat speechless, taken aback by Sakura's unexpectedly naive demeanor. However, her focus shouldn't have been on the pajamas. What was so strange about not having washed her face or applied makeup? Suki found herself bewildered, yet as the door closed, her thoughts returned to normalcy, tinged with both regret and relief. Though the scene had been beautiful, its intensity was a bit overwhelming. Lost in her thoughts, Suki felt a tug on her hoodie sleeve, turning to find Chin gazing up at her. "Master, that room over there." Chien pointed delicately towards an apartment room at the corner of the corridor. Upon following her gesture, Suki furrowed her brow slightly as a trace of ominous energy prickled her senses. The apartment's layout was sensible, with sunlight streaming in through the expansive glass windows. Yet that particular room was tightly shut, its windows completely draped, allowing no light to penetrate. Something sinister must be concealed within, Tsuki mused, noting the increasing prevalence of such ghostly entities. She whispered a mild complaint before diverting her gaze, contemplating whether she should suggest that Sakura stay at the shrine long-term. Although she was confident in the protective charms ensuring Sakura's safety, the thought of her spiritual energy being depleted without timely replenishment was concerning. The situation was markedly different from the past. Just yesterday, shadows lurked in the alleyways, and now, the presence of these apparitions was growing more pronounced, even making headlines with reports of missing persons. His concern for Sakura's safety escalated. Fortunately, she would be moving in with him today, allowing him to regularly check on her protective charms and recharge them as needed. Thus, if she were to reside at the shrine, why not make it a permanent arrangement? Today seemed a fortuitous moment, but what rationale could he offer that wouldn't appear abrupt? Master, are we not going to take action? Qian's voice broke his reverie as she tugged at his sleeve again. Just as Tsuki was about to respond, a soft click resonated, and the door to the corner room swung open. A strikingly handsome young man emerged, locking the door behind him. His gaze inadvertently swept over Qian and Shining, and he appeared momentarily captivated. After a brief hesitation, the young man approached, smiling warmly at Tsuki. "Hello, I'm Fujita Ichiro, Taniguchi-san's neighbor. Are your friends? Is she not home? Would you like to wait at my place?" His golden hair gleamed in the sunlight, although his complexion was somewhat pallid. Despite the warmth of the April breeze, he wore a rather heavy coat. Fujita maintained a demeanor that seemed exceedingly gentle, yet to Tsuki it felt somewhat forced, almost artificial. His gaze flickered repeatedly towards Qian and Shining, a faint, eerie crimson hue surfacing in his eyes as he radiated a dense aura of dark energy. For grotesque, rotund female spirits clung to him, emanating an overwhelming aura of negativity, whispering incessantly in his ear as he flashed a smile at the two girls. The spirits turned their attention to Qian and Shining, erupting into frenzied howls. Yet the young man remained blissfully unaware. "Thank you, but no need. Sakura is at home, and we can wait here," Tsuki declined, noting that Fujita was on his way out. With a hint of disappointment, Fujita withdrew his gaze, offering a polite nod to the three before turning back to his phone, tapping away as he walked towards the elevator, a barely perceptible click of his tongue escaping his lips. Tsuki's expression hardened as she observed Fujita's retreating figure, discreetly restraining Shining, who seemed eager to confront him. She shook her head at the two sisters, signaling them to ignore him. "Sis, how dare those spirits yell at me? Why can't I just eliminate them?" Shining pouted, a hint of reproach coloring her tone as she addressed Tsuki. Before Tsuki could respond, Qian raised her hand and lightly tapped her sister on the head. "Ouch, sis. Why hit me?" "Shining, mind your attitude. Whatever the master says, you must comply without complaint." All right, I understand. I was just bored, and those mere spirits dared to yell at me. "Oh, don't hit me. I'll get dumb." "Ah, big brother, save me." Suppressing amusement at the two girls, Tsuki ruffled their hair before finally explaining. "They merely yelled at you. Why get upset? Moreover, if you act against them, it would only benefit that man. Ignoring him serves him right." "Why do you say that?" Qian asked, her cheeks tinged with pink as she looked curiously at Tsuki. "Didn't you hear what those spirits were whispering around him?" "Huh. They were just murmuring things like, 'I love you. Why won't you pay attention to me? Come with me, and our baby, why won't you marry me? Why is that undeserved?'" Shining frowned, her brows knitting together in confusion. "It's nothing. Just remember to steer clear of that type of person," Tsuki replied with a smile. Qian fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation, resolved to follow her master's advice without question. Shining, however, was relentless, tugging at Tsuki's arm and shaking it insistently. "Big brother, what do you mean? Clarify it." With a sigh, Tsuki gently grasped Qian's delicate arm, pondering for a moment before elaborating. "That man is likely involved with multiple girls. A heartbreaker who toys with their emotions. You must always remember to stay away from such individuals." While advising the two, Tsuki held back additional thoughts. If all went as expected, that man was likely manipulating feelings, perhaps even deceiving for money, only to abandon them when they became pregnant. The four spirits must have been those unfortunate girls, driven to despair and transformed into vengeful spirits after their demise. Tsuki had little desire to intervene in such matters, especially since no financial gain was involved. Why should he take action, particularly against someone entwined with malevolent spirits? Reflecting on the tragic fate of those four women, Tsuki felt a chilling realization. Some individuals were far more terrifying than the apparitions themselves. Chapter 14. Moving into Hoshino's home. Although Hoshino Tsuki has always believed himself to be less than virtuous, individuals like Fujita Ichiro still deserve condemnation in his eyes. Particularly, he couldn't ignore the man's recent demeanor, which suggested an unsettling interest in Qian and Chining, coupled with his ability to pronounce Sakurako's surname with such familiarity, indicating he had likely been observing her closely and may have even approached her under the guise of being a neighbor, likely harboring intentions toward her. However, Tsuki was confident that Sakurako would not fall for such a scoundrel. From what he knew, aside from him, Sakurako maintained only polite relationships with other males, keeping them at a considerable distance. Yet whether she had discerned this man's true nature, considering her indifference towards other males and her slight airheadedness hidden beneath her composed demeanor, it was quite probable she had not. Indeed, it would be best if Fujita Ichiro met an early demise to spare those around him from his repugnant presence. With this thought, Hoshino Tsuki discreetly formed a gesture with his hand tucked into the pocket of his hoodie. Hey, Oni-chan, if you're dating several girls simultaneously, that makes you a scoundrel too, doesn't it? Seems like you fit the bill with me and one Ichan, and now Sakurako. That hurts. Don't hit me. I really might get stupid, Chining remarked, her finger pressed against her cheek, deep in contemplation, only to be met with Tsuki's playful punch moments later. What do you mean I have you two and am still involved with Miss Sakurako? You two are my sisters. I meant dating in a romantic sense. What else is in that little head of yours besides food? After reprimanding the mischievous Chining, Tsuki shot an annoyed glance at the girl who had retreated to Qian's side. Thank you for your patience. I'm ready now. Just then, the door swung open again, revealing Sakurako clad in a hoodie, apologizing somewhat awkwardly. Oh, my apologies for the interruption, Sakurako One-chan. I'm coming in now. Upon seeing that Tsuki and his sister had departed, Chining hurriedly chimed in before quickly following them, sticking her tongue out at Tsuki in a playful manner. Feigning ignorance, Tsuki wasn't genuinely upset. He merely found Chining's antics both amusing and bewildering, pondering how her thought process could be so peculiar. Please come in. Unaware of the undercurrents, Sakurako turned and led the trio into the apartment, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Oh, I was really scared just now. I can't believe I opened the door in such an embarrassing manner. But it seems Tsuki-kun is shy as well. Perhaps I possess a certain allure in his eyes. I feel a bit pleased. Have you completed the packing, Miss Sakurako? Upon entering the room, Tsuki noticed several neatly stacked boxes lining the entrance and inquired. Yes, Tsuki-kun. Most of it was finished last night. Now I just need to pack the remaining clothes into the suitcase. Leading the trio to the living room, Sakurako produced some bottled barley tea and offered it to them. I've contacted the moving company. They should arrive by 10. Tsuki-kun, please make yourself comfortable. It's rare for you to visit, and I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Qian, Chining, come help your sister. As promised, today I'll show you the taste of adulthood and how to organize properly. With a smile directed at Tsuki, Sakurako took the two girls' hands. Oh, all right. Please don't hesitate to ask for my help. I'm more than willing to assist. Tsuki responded, somewhat shyly. When the moving company arrives, I'll rely on you. Tsuki-kun. I'll take the girls to tidy up the last bits and pieces. Noticing Tsuki's slight nervousness, Sakurako decided to tease him a little, winking without a moment's hesitation. Tsuki was taken aback, questioning whether he had just been flirted with. Surely, he must have been. Oh, you all go ahead. Don't mind me. I'll just browse some magazines here. As he watched the three depart, Tsuki began to feel a sense of anticipation for the days ahead. After months of interaction, although it had always been her taking the initiative, he had never declined her advances. In fact, he found himself enjoying their time together. Tsuki increasingly regarded Sakurako as an enchanting person, and her significance in his life was steadily growing. Yes, it would be best for her to reside at the shrine permanently. There was no need to search for another place. Meanwhile, With a blush gracing her cheeks, Sakurako led the two girls into her bedroom, opening her wardrobe drawers and advising them to hand-wash certain items, preferably drying them under the sun, along with tips on folding. One each on, this looks strange. Almost like two ropes. Is it comfortable to wear? Chining's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the various garments in the drawer, suddenly noticing a black piece that piqued her curiosity. She picked it up, puzzled. Qian, equally intrigued, blinked her lively eyes, glancing toward Sakurako. Oh my! This isn't something you both can handle at your age. This is an adult's secret weapon, let me tell you. Sakurako whispered something into the ears of the two blushing girls, her smile radiating with delight as she watched their faces turn crimson. Little did the two girls know, Sakurako's own heart was not at peace. This piece of clothing, will I use in the future? Indeed, living under the same roof as the one I adore makes one feel a thrill. Just think, such moments will be part of my everyday life. How wonderful. As noon approached, all the boxes had finally been moved into the shrine home. Tamagawa Sakurako signed off on the list as the moving employees departed and stretched her arms. Turning to Tsuki, who had accompanied her, she offered a gentle smile. Everyone must be hungry now. I'll prepare something to eat. I believe you must be tired, Sakurako. You should rest with the girls for a bit. I'll handle this. Tsuki discreetly averted his gaze from her alluring figure, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. No need. I'm not tired at all. I'm full of energy right now. Hee. Sakurako seemed oblivious to his earlier glance, blinking playfully and smiling. She raised her delicate arm, showcasing a flexing motion. A playful yet charming display. Watching this scene, Tsuki, almost instinctively, reached out to affectionately ruffle her hair. I'll handle it. You've cooked for us many times, so let me take care of it today. While Tsuki's culinary skills were not exceptional, he could manage some home-cooked dishes from his past life that were quite palatable, at least to Qian and Chinese approval. Though he didn't cook daily, he had begun to prepare meals more frequently since life had become a bit more comfortable. Is that all right? Sakurako's cheeks flushed a warm hue at the sudden gesture. Tsuki-kun's hand is so big and warm. Just wait and see. Tsuki replied with a confident nod, his demeanor brimming with assurance. To savor a meal prepared by Tsuki-kun. How delightful. Sakurako felt a flutter of excitement within her, yet she still insisted, let me help as well. Without waiting for his refusal, she cheerfully made her way towards the kitchen. Chapter 15, Hairstyles. A touch of danger in the kitchen. Hoshino Tsuki donned an apron and approached the refrigerator. Sakurako quietly followed behind, sweeping her long hair over her shoulders and securing it with a hair tie around her neck. As Tsuki examined the ingredients in the fridge, the corner of his eye caught her movement, prompting him to turn his head. At that moment, Sakurako's hairstyle accentuated her gentle demeanor, causing Tsuki's heart to tighten slightly. A memory from a past life suddenly resurfaced. The single-shoulder ponytail was reputedly a perilous hairstyle. Tsuki-kun, what's wrong? Sakurako tilted her head, regarding him with curiosity. It's nothing. I was just contemplating what to prepare. Wouldn't it be a bit inconvenient with your hair like that? Let me tie it back for you. Though Sakurako looked lovely this way, and there was no such notion in this world, he felt an inexplicable unease. Is that all right? Then I'll trouble you. Tsuki-kun, unaware of his chaotic thoughts, Sakurako felt warmth from him, her heart secretly rejoicing with a sense of new couple bliss. Hey, Sakurako, what are you thinking? Lost in her thoughts, Sakurako blushed, removing her hair tie and handing it to Tsuki. She turned her back to him, flipping her hair as she began to anticipate the moment. A faint scent of cherry blossoms wafted from her, a fragrance he always associated with Sakurako, gathering his scattered thoughts. Tsuki awkwardly began to tie her hair, experimenting several times before nodding in satisfaction. Before him now stood Sakurako with a high ponytail, exuding a gentle yet capable aura. Indeed, beauty can effortlessly carry any hairstyle or outfit. Around 1 p.m., Chinen watched the 6 fragrant dishes on the table, swallowing her saliva. Wani-chan, how much longer? Can we eat yet? The last soup is almost ready, Sakurako replied. Oh, disappointment was evident on Chinen's small face as she continued to eye the food hungrily. After a few more minutes of bustling, Sakurako placed the soup on the table, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she observed the eager Chinin and the occasionally glancing Qian. How amusing these two girls are. Oh dear, Qian and Chinin must be starving. Let us begin. Sakurako handed Tsuki a napkin to wipe his hands, then naturally settled beside him, smiling at the two. Tsuki, aware of the two foodies' impatience, nodded with a grin. Let us eat. The food will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Today's lunch consisted of various homemade dishes from the Hanana household, and Sakurako had savored each one, offering high praise. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but Tsuki felt an inexplicable sparkle in Sakurako's gaze directed at him. Within an hour, most of the food had vanished from the table, devoured by the two little eaters, and Sakurako, unusually ravenous, had indulged more than usual. Sakurako-ne, you should tidy up the room. My sister and I will handle the dishes, Qian suggested, pulling her reluctant sister, who was clutching her stomach, to help with the chores. Since cooking was not their forte, they had always assisted with other household tasks. I'll clean up with them. You go ahead. You have work tomorrow. The sooner we tidy up, the better rest you'll have, Tsuki concurred, glancing at the daunting pile of luggage. Unsure if Sakurako could manage it all today. Then I'll trouble you, Tsuki-kun, Sakurako said, her hesitation evident as she thought of her several cardboard boxes. But ultimately she did not refuse. She had chosen a room directly opposite Tsuki's bedroom. It had remained vacant until now. But Qian and Chinin had tidied it in advance, so Sakurako merely needed to organize her belongings. At that moment, Sakurako wore a lovely smile as she knelt on the tatami in her room, happily sorting through her clothes. She softly hummed a tune. Thank you, deities. Even if this is a cruel twist of fate, encountering you amidst the crowd, I am infinitely blessed. The cheerful melody and sweet voice floated gently through the room. As she swayed lightly to the rhythm, her mood as warm and bright as the spring breeze in April. Earlier in the kitchen, Tsuki had casually mentioned that she could stay permanently. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakurako had agreed. In truth, she had no intention of moving out again. Her prior statement had merely been a pretext to move in. Now that Tsuki had explicitly offered her a place, she saw no reason to decline, contemplating bringing more groceries and household items to offset rent. Tsuki remained unaware of this, but even if he were, he would not find it disagreeable. Rather, he would admire this beautiful woman who boldly pursued love. Meanwhile, in a CAF in Ginza, Tokyo, Fujita Ichiro sat, seemingly awaiting someone, his mind preoccupied with the earlier encounter with Tsuki and his companions. He pondered the connection between the trio and Tamagi Sakura. Originally, capturing the stunningly beautiful neighbor had been part of his plan, believing that with his charm and good looks, he stood a decent chance. However, Tsuki's appearance today had greatly unsettled him, especially with such lovely girls by his side, inciting a surge of jealousy. Tapping away on his phone, Ichiro brooded over these thoughts while simultaneously exchanging sweet nothings with several girls online. Suddenly, his phone rang. Quickly shaking off his thoughts, he answered with a bright smile. Kaori? Oh no, I'm with Ono. Trust me, it's nothing. I was quite happy the day before yesterday as well. Yes, I love you too. See you tomorrow. After a series of tender words, he finalized plans to meet another affluent girl, satisfied as he hung up. Checking the time on his phone, he deemed it nearly time and leisurely sent the usual excuses to the girls online, pausing the conversation. Moments later, a stylish urban woman entered the CAF, scanning the room until she spotted Ichiro in the corner, engrossed in a magazine, and quickly approached with a smile. Sorry, Ichiro-kun, for keeping you waiting. Upon hearing her voice, Ichiro looked up, ready to respond with his usual line. Waiting for a beautiful girl like you is never boring. However, he faltered mid-sentence, feeling an icy chill wash over him. If someone with the ability to see spirits were present, they would witness a multitude of female souls gravitating toward him, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, quickly entangling themselves around him. Ichiro-kun, what-s wrong? Don't scare me. What-s the number for an ambulance? The CAF erupted into chaos. Chapter 16 in the CAF. Hoshino Tsuki remained oblivious to the events transpiring around him as he sat before his laptop, diligently refining the outline of his new book. His earlier discussion with Sakurako had solidified his resolve to adapt his past life's story, Your Name, into a short novel. As he endeavored to recall the overarching narrative, he soon became engrossed, his fingers flying over the keyboard with meticulous precision. Just as he was nearing the completion of the outline, a gentle and intellectual voice broke the silence from outside his study. "Tsuki-kun, are you busy? May I come in?" "Please do," he replied absent-mindedly, his fingers still tapping away at the keys. He was determined to finish the remaining details in one go. The shoji door slid open, and Sakurako stepped in, carrying a tea tray, her voice soft yet clear. "Apologies for the intrusion," she said as she entered the room. Hoshino Tsuki, clad in comfortable home attire, appeared particularly captivating, his serious demeanor radiating an aura of focus. Sakurako found herself momentarily entranced, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced. Seated at his computer, Tsuki showed no sign of distraction, fully immersed in the scenes playing out in his mind. Unperturbed, Sakurako placed the tea tray aside and knelt on the floor across from him, resting her chin on one hand as she admired his profile with unwavering attention. The room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of his fingers striking the keyboard. Before long, Tsuki paused, nodding in satisfaction as he recalled Sakurako's presence beside him. "I'm sorry for being so absorbed," he said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "It's quite all right, as long as I didn't disturb you, Tsuki-kun," she replied, a gentle smile gracing her rosy face as she shook her head slightly. As an editor, she understood that when inspiration strikes an author, it is best to seize the moment and create without delay. She harbored no feelings of being ignored and was, in fact, eager for more. "I brought some hot tea. Would you like to take a break and have some?" "Thank you. Have you finished packing your belongings?" Tsuki smiled as he accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip at just the right temperature. "Nearly done. Just a few less important items remain to be sorted," Sakurako nodded, her gaze drifting to the illuminated screen of the laptop. Involuntarily, she edged closer to Tsuki, leaning slightly forward. "You were writing about your new book, right? I hope it's not too forward of me to ask, but may I take a look?" Her long lashes fluttered as she blinked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A subtle fragrance of cherry blossoms wafted through the air. "You're so close." Tsuki felt a flush creep to his cheeks, quickly rotating the screen towards her, his eyes darting away as he spoke. "I intended to continue collaborating with the Chitama Publishing House, so you will still be my chief editor. Besides, you're not a stranger, so it's quite acceptable." His collaboration with Chitama Publishing had been fruitful over the past few months, with remuneration exceeding market rates, an almost impossible feat for a newcomer. Yet Sakurako had genuinely advocated for him. They were also diligently working on subsequent derivative projects, with plans for a release of the standalone volume underway. And discussions for an anime adaptation were in progress, showing great promise. Given their pleasant collaboration and Sakurako's unwavering support, he had no desire to switch to another magazine. However, at that moment, Sakurako's thoughts were clearly elsewhere, her mind in a delightful haze. Tsuki-kun said, "I'm not a stranger. How delightful. But I've only completed the outline. I haven't begun the actual writing yet." Tsuki, oblivious to Sakurako's distraction, offered a casual explanation. "I'm very interested in the outline. I will appreciate it thoroughly," Sakurako exclaimed, immediately diving into the text. The outline, though concise, was met with her undivided attention. As a professional editor, even if it was a short story, she could read through it in no time, regardless of the details. Soon, she finished the entire piece, but remained lost in the narrative. Tsuki recognized her sensitivity, recalling how she had cried during their last reading of the conclusion. He did not wish to evoke more tears from her, so he gently reminded her, "If Chinen sees you like this, with her unique perspective, who knows what wild notions she might conjure up. Indeed, those romantic dramas must be kept away from her. Tsuki-kun, you are truly a genius. You are undoubtedly the brightest new star in the literary world. The premise of this book is exquisite, meeting through dreams, striving to alter the fates of Mayamiza Mitsuha and the townsfolk, and the unwavering belief that they will find each other no matter where they are in the world. It's simply magnificent. You must finish this profound and captivating work quickly. I will take it, No, I shall approach the chief editor tomorrow and ensure you receive the best remuneration. Sakurako, lost in her excitement, grasped Suki's hands with her delicate, pale fingers, leaning closer without realizing the intimacy of her gesture. Faced with such closeness, Tsuki felt his composure falter, momentarily at a loss. Surely, this editor had forgotten the effect she had on an ordinary man, and the neckline of her loose sweatshirt. Though it was not the sleepwear from the morning, it was still quite revealing. This was becoming unbearable. Tsuki hurriedly forced his gaze elsewhere. Ahem, I will certainly complete the work soon. The remuneration matter isn't urgent. Just wait for me to write. He discreetly withdrew his hand, stammering slightly. Her small hand was cool and silky. Ah, it's settled then, Tsuki-kun. You must finish quickly. I'm truly looking forward to it. Sakurako's thoughts remained fixated on the work, and she unconsciously shifted closer, leaning further against Tsuki. In her subconscious, she yearned to be even closer to him, completely unaware of the intimacy of her actions, which felt entirely natural. Tsuki, however, felt he could hardly endure any longer. If this continued, something inevitable would occur. Neither had clearly expressed their feelings, lingering in a state of friendship bordering on romance. With this thought, Tsuki resolved to steady his heart. Chapter 17, The Ripples of Conclusion. On the morning of May 3rd, Hoshino Tsuki stretched languidly as he sat up in bed. It had been 3 days since Sakurako moved to the shrine, and his life had returned to its usual tranquility. Each day, he would rise, engage in light exercises, inspect the shamanawa around the shrine to maintain its protective barrier, enjoy a meal, write his new book, and occasionally tidy up the house with the two girls, preparing dinner for when Sakurako returned from work, breathing in the fresh, dew-laden air and the fragrant scent of flowers, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds in the woods. Hoshino Tsuki rose, dressed, and made his way to the bathroom. At 8:30 a.m., after taking a stroll around the shrine, Hoshino Tsuki entered the kitchen and immediately spotted a note that Sakurako had left on the refrigerator. Yesterday marked the release of the latest issue of Chikishima Light. Today, Sakurako had risen early, quietly prepared breakfast, and placed it in a thermal container before driving off to Chikishima Library, eager to review yesterday's research data. I've left breakfast in the thermal container. Do remember to eat, the note read. Seeing the message adorned with a hand-drawn rabbit face made Hoshino Tsuki smile warmly. Since Sakurako's arrival, life with the two girls had become significantly cozier, and the lingering sense of detachment seemed to dissipate. This place was gradually taking on the essence of home. Sakurako, like a gentle and diligent little wife, willingly took on many household chores. Even though her job was demanding, often requiring overtime, she remained cheerful and unflagging. Just as he intended to rouse the two girls for breakfast, he turned to find Chien pulling a sleepy chining along behind him. With a warm smile, Hoshino Tsuki greeted them. Chien, chining, hurry and wash up. Sakurako has left us breakfast. Chining immediately perked up, calling over her shoulder, Wani, I'll be right there. Chien, slightly bowing, quickened her pace as well. Watching the two girls retreat, Hoshino Tsuki shook his head, amused. He brought the breakfast to the table, savoring it while pulling out his phone to send a message online. Thank you, breakfast was delightful. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Chikishima Library's publishing department was exceptionally vibrant. The data from yesterday had just been released, revealing a notable increase in sales across the Tokyo region, with significant growth in other areas as well, prompting bookstores all over to request restocks. The staff was bustling with energy, phones ringing incessantly, and each face beamed with joy. Among them was Tamaki Sakura, who had just returned to her desk from the publishing department, seriously analyzing the research data report in hand. Among the surveyed buyers, 27 indicated they purchased the magazine to see the conclusion as soon as possible, 52 expressed eagerness for the new work by the author Yagutsuki, and 56 planned to collect the subsequent volumes, with an impressive approval rating of 98, as anticipated. The surge in magazine sales was attributed to the conclusion of April Is Your Lie. A month prior, they had announced the conclusion in the previous issue, coupled with robust promotion from Chikishima Library's parent company, Chikishima Bookstore Company, Limited, across all platforms, resulting in this issue of Chikishima Light being a massive hit. As expected of Tsuki-kun, his debut work achieved such remarkable results. Sakurako mused dreamily, her gaze drifting far away as if lost in the memories of the shrine. However, unbeknownst to her, the reactions of her colleagues in the editorial department starkly contrasted with the fervor in the publishing department, particularly Miss Yoshida Haru, who sat across from Sakurako, gazing at her with a resentful expression. Her feelings were not born from malice, but rather envy of Sakurako's successful author. As a devoted reader of April Is Your Lie, Yoshida Haru had obtained the latest issue internally and read the novel's conclusion immediately, leading to tears of heartbreak. Consequently, her gaze toward Sakurako today was laden with melancholy. She was not alone. Even the chief editor in the office regarded Tamagi Sakura with an odd look, as if recalling a beautiful memory of youth now shattered. It must be said that this was entirely Hoshino Tsuki's fault, a burden he could not shake off. Hoshino Tsuki thought to himself, meow, what does this have to do with me, a mere transporter from another world? The editorial department was steeped in an unusual silence, with colleagues occasionally casting glances at Sakurako, their expressions hinting at unspoken words. This was inevitable, as the work was remarkably resonant with readers, predominantly young men and women. Yet there were also a considerable number of middle-aged fans. Their fondness stemmed from the themes of youth and innocent love that the narrative so beautifully encapsulated. Among them was Nakajima Bu, the chief editor, currently on a phone call. Hello, Chikishima Library Editorial Department. Nakajima Bu speaking. What? All right, I understand. I will contact Mr. Yagitsuki right away. After hanging up, Nakajima Bu stood and approached the office door, calling out to Tamaki Sakurako. Tamaki, could you bring your phone to my office? Hearing the chief editor's voice, Sakurako looked up in surprise, quickly rising to respond respectfully. Yes, chief editor, I'll be right there. After bowing politely to Nakajima Bu at the office door, she hurried to follow him. Once inside the office, Sakurako closed the door behind her and inquired with respect. Chief Editor Nakajima, is there something you need? Nakajima Bu smiled and gestured for her to take a seat before explaining. It's nothing major. You know how popular April is with readers. But the conclusion was rather tragic. Consequently, many fans flocked to our library's website yesterday to leave messages requesting Mr. Yagitsuki to alter the ending and provide a happy conclusion for Miyaguchi Kaori. Nakajima Bu chuckled at the thought of the messages, which were filled with affectionate remarks like, my little Kaori and Kaori, my beloved. However, this also underscored the depth of character that Mr. Yagitsuki had crafted, showcasing the exceptional quality of the work. Incidentally, he too wished for a different ending. How could such a wonderful girl as Miyaguchi Kaori meet her end on the operating table? The memory of him, a grown man, secretly shedding tears while reading the magazine at home, only to be discovered by his wife, left Nakajima Bu feeling quite embarrassed. How infuriating! Mr. Yagitsuki has indeed struck at the softest spot in our hearts. Chapter 18. In honor of the fallen cherry blossoms, we commemorate the departed April Tamiya. Please reach out to Mr. Yagetsu and discuss this matter with him. Inquire if there is any possibility of altering the conclusion or perhaps crafting an alternative ending as a side story, Nakajima suggested, briefly lost in thought. He possessed contact details for Hoshino Tsuki, but typically, it was Tamagi Sakura who communicated with him. He did not wish to overstep and appear presumptuous in such a delicate matter. The Japanese are peculiar in their unwavering respect for the gifted, a sentiment that resonates deeply within their cultural psyche. Clearly, the achievements of Hoshino Tsuki warranted Nakajima's continued reverence. Chief Editor, I'm afraid this may not be feasible. I had suggested it before, but Mr. Yagetsu is adamant about maintaining this ending, Sakura responded, her expression reflecting her discomfort upon hearing this news. Is that so? Then perhaps we should discuss with Mr. Yagetsu how to adequately address the fans, Nakajima remarked, feeling a twinge of disappointment. As an editor with nearly 2 decades of experience, he understood the dedication Japanese authors possess towards their works. Persuading them to alter their endings is indeed a formidable task. Thus, he proposed a different course of action. Very well, Chief Editor, I will contact Mr. Yagetsu at once. Sakura promptly retrieved her phone to reach out to Hoshino Tsuki, only to notice a line notification illuminating her screen, an earlier message from him. A warmth spread through her heart, and a smile, tinged with happiness, crept onto her lips. However, recalling her professional obligations in the editor's office, she quickly composed herself and dialed his number. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Yujetsu. Tamiya Sakura's tone was formal as she succinctly conveyed the situation. After a brief silence, she heard Hoshino Tsuki suppressing amusement on the other end. Sakura, ahem, Tamiya editor. I am aware of the situation. I have already contemplated a response for the fans, so there is no need for concern. How do you intend to communicate this? How may I assist? Hoshino Tsuki initially assumed Sakura had called due to his earlier message, but quickly realized the decorum required in her professional setting, prompting him to adjust his address. Reflecting on the playful rabbit doodle he had seen on her sticky note that morning, he contemplated how her colleagues might be unaware of her charming side beneath her polished exterior. The thought brought a smile to his face. Sakura seems to be lost in thoughts of something quite improper, doesn't she? He mused silently, aware that discussing such matters was ill-timed. He preferred to keep their cohabitation as secret from her colleagues and superiors to avoid any unwarranted speculation. Sakura relayed Hoshino Tsuki's response to Nakajima, then inquired about the next steps. We should reply directly on our official forum. Please inform Mr. Yujetsu to register an account and send you his username. I will coordinate with the technical department for verification. By the way, could you ask Mr. Yujetsu what content he plans to include in his reply? Nakajima stroked his chin, pondering briefly before responding. Understood. After relaying the information and receiving confirmation from Hoshino Tsuki, Sakura ended the call, momentarily drifting into reverie as memories of her previous visit to his home surfaced, causing a subtle blush to color her cheeks. Ahem, Tamiya editor, what does Mr. Yujetsu plan to reply with? Nakajima inquired, noticing her momentary distraction. Oh, my apologies, chief editor. I was just contemplating Mr. Yujetsu's response. Sakura quickly gathered herself, bowing in apology. Mr. Yujetsu mentioned he would post on the website forum. Youth is inevitably marked by regrets. Let the falling cherry blossoms commemorate the departed April. Commemorate the departed April? Mr. Yujetsu is indeed remarkably talented, Nakajima mused. Youth, tinged with regrets, transforms into memories. The cherry blossoms gently wither as April quietly fades, bringing the narrative to a close. His gaze drifted toward the window, fixed on the falling cherry blossoms, lost in thought. The waves of reaction to the conclusion were anticipated by Hoshino Tsuki. Following the release of the anime's ending, many of his friends had expressed their grief through comments, and numerous fans engaged in fervent discussions, highlighting the emotional impact of his work. Nonetheless, as Tsuki had noted, youth is fraught with regrets, yet time remains a precious gift. Remarkably, while his fans expressed their grievances, even issuing threats, their fervor inadvertently elevated his popularity, consequently boosting the positive reception of his novel. As he had articulated previously, an ending may not be flawless. It is precisely such imperfections that render it unforgettable. He had noticed the real-time survey on the Kishima Library's official website, revealing an astonishing level of anticipation for his new book. After responding online, Hoshino Tsuki shifted his focus back to his computer screen, ready to immerse himself in writing. He still had a long journey ahead to realize his dreams, and his primary objective remained financial stability. Whether for self-preservation in a world of unpredictable changes or merely to cover next month's expenses, he could not afford to pause. In his previous life, relentless effort had only resulted in affliction. This time, however, he was determined to seize the opportunity before him, harnessing the surge of enthusiasm and acclaim. Swiftly releasing a new book was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Just as he prepared to lose himself in writing, a notification chimed on his phone. He picked it up to find a message from Sakura. Mr. Tsuki, were you thinking of something quite improper during our call? Cute rabbit expression. JPG. Unable to suppress his laughter at the adorable rabbit emoji, Hoshino Tsuki found himself increasingly enchanted by Sakura's blend of intellect and grace, which was complemented by a playful charm. Her captivating presence was becoming increasingly difficult to resist, and he felt his resolve wavering. When I return tonight, I shall certainly nibble you. I too possess a temper. Before he could respond, another message arrived from her. Tamagi Sakura, concealed in a corner, blushed fiercely as she gazed at her phone, uncertain why time seemed to drag on interminably, even rendering her once favored editing tasks utterly uninteresting. Chapter 19. The shattering of the killing stone at noon. The sunlight poured down from the sky like liquid gold, saturating the earth. The sun hung high overhead, and although it was the moment of the day when the yang energy was at its peak, an inexplicable chill suddenly swept through the air. In the shrine, Hoshino Tsuki, feeling an odd sensation, paused her typing and stepped out of her study, gazing towards the north. There, the enormous demon had undergone a noticeable transformation after days of gluttony. Its massive form writhed and twisted, and with a thunderous explosion, its rotund belly burst open, sprouting countless slender arms and dozens of heads, each adorned with dark, hollow eyes and grotesque expressions, all foretelling the creature's strangeness. With a feral roar, the creature exuded an air of excitement and fury, sending a frigid wind sweeping through the streets, causing pedestrians to shiver involuntarily. They instinctively tightened their clothing and quickened their pace. Such a dreadful roar was unheard by them. They simply felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and irritation, haunted by unwelcome memories that stifled their breath, leading to fleeting thoughts of despair. Yet this sensation was transient, and soon people resumed their normal lives, reassembling their composure to continue their daily struggles. Meanwhile, in her office, Sakura remained oblivious, her protective charm radiating a comforting warmth from her pocket. Ugh, it's become even uglier, Tsuki remarked disdainfully as she observed the grotesque demon, fully aware that it had grown stronger. This nation, steeped in an oppressive atmosphere, was enveloped in a crisis that defied scientific explanation. Most ordinary citizens remained unaware, while those in the Prime Minister's office surely possessed knowledge of the unfolding events. As for the actions taken, Tsuki was left in the dark. When he previously sought an opportunity at the Yasukuni Shrine, he discovered it had been completely sealed off to outsiders, with police stationed for patrol. The entire shrine was enveloped by a powerful barrier, allowing only glimpses of a dense, dark aura emanating from within, foreshadowing ominous happenings. Since that day, he understood that he was not the only one endowed with special abilities in this country. Regardless, such matters were not his concern. Let those in authority bear the weight of impending calamity, for the situation had not yet escalated to that point. It merely meant that several wandering souls could now influence the living, resulting in an increase in supernatural occurrences in the future. Perhaps he should send a message to Sakura, advising her to avoid overtime unless absolutely necessary, as the shrine offered greater safety. With this thought, Tsuki picked up his phone to send a message. Suddenly, the sliding door burst open, and Chien rushed in, a hint of urgency in her demeanor. Master, in the north it's fine, Chien. You saw it. That creature has merely become a bit more grotesque, Tsuki replied with a smile, as if jesting. No, that's not it. Just now, I sensed an incredibly strong aura emerging from a distance, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Chien exclaimed, pointing toward a spot even further than where the demon stood, her anxiety palpable. Tsuki furrowed his brow at her words, gazing into the distance. However, all he could see was the dark red sky, tinged by the dense black aura, obscuring any further details. Little did he know, at that very moment, the national treasure, the killing stone in Tachijai Prefecture, Nezushigura, had shattered into two halves, severing even the sacred ropes blessed by high priests, which lay scattered on the ground. Earlier that day, at the private Hashu Academy, Shiroya Rin sat in class, her bento in hand, gazing in exasperation at her friend Watanabe Nana across the table. Rin-chan, there's no new issue of Chitama Light, and no pineapple buns to eat. I might just perish. Nana, once vibrant, now resembled a wilted cabbage, sighing heavily. The latest magazine had just hit the shelves yesterday, featuring her favorite series, April, reaching its conclusion, yet she lacked the funds to purchase it. This morning, she had requested an advance on her allowance from her mother, only to be firmly denied. Now, with just 300 yen coins left in her wallet, she could barely afford a single pineapple bun, It wasn't that she held any grievance against her mother's refusal. The mere thought of losing her beloved bun and magazine darkened her mood considerably. As she vented to her friend, she silently lamented her decision to indulge in too much cake the previous day. However, that cake shop's pastries are simply delectable, she mused, slurping. Yes, I understand. Rin nodded, her delicate face displaying an air of indifferent comprehension. Rin-chan, your reaction is so cold. I am heartbroken. Oh, I might just die from sadness. Come give me a warm hug, or else. Nana feigned a dramatic collapse on her chair, clutching her chest. All right, get up, if you don't mind. Please finish my bento, Rin suggested, tired of her friend's antics, pushing her untouched bento forward, as she had already lost her appetite. Instantly, Nana sat up straight. Really? Then I want tea hold back. Oishi, are you sure you'll be alright eating so much? Isn't it bad for your stomach? Rin couldn't help but voice her concern, observing as Nana devoured her large bento in record time, yet still appeared unsatisfied. However, glancing at her friend's enviable figure and height of over 6 meters, then down at her own modest curves, Rin felt a wave of discontent wash over her. If others didn't see her in her high school uniform, they would hardly believe she was an 18-year-old high school student. Standing at 5 meters, her petite stature and features were undeniably misleading. How is it possible for her to eat so much and still grow in all the right places? How infuriatingly enviable he. It's nothing. I just feel hungry since this morning, Nana said with a slightly awkward smile. Didn't you just have a large bento? Rin retorted. Yeah, I'm only half full. Half full. I really want another pineapple bun. Half full. Rin gazed at Nana, a contemplative look crossing her face. Yes, I tend to feel hungry easily, Nana continued, oblivious to her friend's scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, Nana, your appetite is quite remarkable every day. Is that why you have such a figure? Rin squinted, her eyes fixated on her friend's generous proportions. Chapter 20. The girl seeking self-comfort, how unfair. I'm clearly troubled. My shoulders ache every day, and I simply cannot find the right size. Upon hearing Rin's soft mutterings, Nana curiously lifted her head, only to catch Rin's gaze fixed upon her. Immediately, in a somewhat playful and sulky tone, she complained, Really, Nana, you're such a fool. Rin felt utterly disarmed by Nana's words. I can't even begin to understand what you mean. How infuriating. Why don't you share some of that with me? By the way, it seems everyone in class is talking about your lie in April. I really want to see it. Nana quickly finished the remaining bits of her lunch, glancing around with envy. Rin's eyes also wandered to their classmates, who were gathered in small groups, discussing the novel's themes with great enthusiasm. Thanks to Nana, who had handed her the magazine Candlelight, Rin had also read this work that Nana held in such high regard. Although she appreciated it, she did not find herself as engrossed as Nana and the others. She merely regarded it as an exceptional piece of literature. Yet, seeing her classmates' reactions, it was evident that this coming-of-age romance resonated deeply with them. Intrigued by this, and motivated by her friend's eagerness to discover the story's conclusion, Rin suddenly declared, I'll go buy a copy after school tonight, and I'll finish it by tonight, then lend it to you tomorrow. Really? Nana looked at Rin, surprised. She knew that Rin wasn't particularly fond of light novels, merely showing a slight interest. Well, it's usually you who buys them and lends them to me, so this time I'll take the initiative. Rin's family was quite well off. Her father was Japanese, and her mother was German, both managing a sizable multinational trading company. Although they rarely had time to spend with her, they provided her with ample pocket money, seemingly a form of compensation in their eyes. However, she lacked any special hobbies, and much of her allowance remained saved. Reflecting on her mother's tall stature and graceful figure, Rin mused that aside from her distinctive silver hair, she had inherited none of her mother's admirable traits. She pondered, why, despite my father not being short, do I only stand a little over 5 feet? Wait, what about my grandmother, the shrine maiden? Perhaps I have found a reason. Maybe, just maybe I will still grow taller? With this thought, Rin shook her head in resignation, attempting to console herself, though she felt little confidence in that notion. At that moment, Rin suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively turned her head to gaze out the classroom window towards the northern sky. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking glass reached their ears. Rin felt something drop from her chest and, in confusion, looked down. Nanny, Rin-chan, did you hear that sound? Nana also heard it, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Rin's chest. Rin gently lifted the hem of her uniform and pulled out several shattered magatama. Staring at the fragments in her hand, Rin was momentarily stunned, her mind racing back to the horrifying scene she had just witnessed, accompanied by the terrifying howls echoing in her ears. Rin-chan, isn't this the talisman that Grandma Reiko gave you? Why did it suddenly break? Are you all right? Nana asked with concern. Rin snapped back to reality and forced a smile in response. No, it's nothing. Really? Nana still seemed uneasy, tilting her head in confusion. Yes, Rin nodded, realizing that Nana, being an ordinary person, could not perceive the events transpiring in the other realm or the wandering souls, and it was best not to involve her in such matters. It's so cold. Is a change in the weather coming? Nana, usually in good health, suddenly felt a chill and shivered, instinctively glancing outside. The sun still hung high in the sky, casting warm rays upon them. How strange, it's quite warm. Why did a cold wind just sweep through? Completely baffled, Nana touched her cheek with a finger, questioning. Perhaps it's just an illusion. Rin offered a flimsy excuse to soothe her friend. Maybe, but Rin-chan's lunch really is delicious. Somewhat oblivious, Nana decided not to dwell on the matter further, and instead lowered her head to finish the last bite of her meal before helping to tidy up the lunchbox. Nana-chan, I have something to attend to this afternoon, so I'll ask the teacher for leave and 1T be able to accompany you after school. Out of the corner of her eye, Rin noticed numerous wandering souls, exuding a chilling aura, gradually approaching her. She hurriedly joined in cleaning up and spoke up. Oh, all right. Do you need my help? No, it's fine. I'll be on my way. With the protective magatama shattered, the spirits began to stir, and she needed to call her grandmother to inform her of the situation and return home as quickly as possible to a relatively safe environment. Take care, and let me know if anything comes up. Nana warmly bid Rin farewell. As Rin reached the classroom door, she paused and turned back to face Nana with a serious expression, hesitating slightly before cautioning her. Today, the teacher mentioned that incidents of disappearances have been frequent, and club activities are temporarily halted, advising everyone to return home early. Nana-chan, remember not to go out tonight. Yes, don't worry. Nana smiled and nodded. Even though she couldn't fully grasp what was happening, she took the teacher's warnings to heart. Moreover, as a member of the home returning club, she had already spent all her pocket money and had no funds to buy her favorite sweets, so not returning home was not an option. Seeing her agree, Rin felt relieved and turned to leave. Once she stepped out of the school, she immediately dialed her grandmother's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is the Shirakawa residence. We are currently not home. Please leave a message after the beep. Is Aji-chan not home? Rin murmured to herself as she hung up the phone, glancing at the wandering souls still attempting to approach her. She hurriedly hailed a taxi to rush to her grandmother's house. Meanwhile, in Chiyoda, Tokyo, at the headquarters of the shrine, Lord Shirakawa, thank you for personally coming here. A middle-aged man in a suit and glasses quickly approached the elderly woman who had just entered, bowing respectfully. Mr. Gamakasu, long time no see. You summoned us old folks here because of that matter, didn't you? The elderly woman, dressed in a Miko outfit, bore a face lined with wrinkles. Her form slightly stooped, yet her eyes sparkled with a vibrant light, indicating her robust spirit and health. With a slight gesture, she pointed towards the distant sky. Chapter 21. The White Knight and the Tsuchimikado. The middle-aged man, named Amakasu, smiled and nodded, then shook his head. Not entirely. Oh, are there other matters that warrant your caution? A trace of curiosity appeared on the elderly man's unperturbed face as he glanced at Amakasu. Yes. Just now I received news from the Suin Hot Spring Shrine. Tamamonome has broken free from her seal, Amakasu explained, nodding. Is it truly a problem with the SH Metsu Stone? TSK. If it weren't for that scoundrel Emperor TBA, who coveted her beauty, how could such a calamity arise? Abe no Saimai was no paragon of virtue, either. Now we, the descendants a millennium later, are forced to clean up their mess. The old woman furrowed her brow, deep creases forming on her face as she unabashedly complained, her tone laced with blatant disrespect. Ahem, Lady White Knight, please choose your words carefully. Amakasu interjected awkwardly, eager to halt the conversation. Reiko, you truly spare no grace. My esteemed ancestor had no choice at that time. A frail male voice chimed in, filled with resignation. Without turning her head, Reiko White Knight scoffed in retort, "Humph, in our illustrious lineage. Who does not possess a true account of that affair? If it weren't for your ancestor's formidable power giving Zonin the audacity, would he have dared to threaten that great yokai to force her into matrimony? Cough you." The elderly man choked on his words, but Reiko interrupted him directly. What of it? Tsuchimikado Hiyu, are you saying your ancestors' misdeeds are beyond reproach? Or do you think changing your surname allows you to turn a blind eye to the wrongs of your forebears? It seems the long-standing Tsuchimikado family is not much different after all, with a temperament no broader than a needle's point. Reiko White Knight showed no regard for Tsuchimikado Hiyu, striding into the conference room, entirely dismissing the elderly man behind her, whose face had turned an alarming shade of purple from rage. You old hag, how well is your White Knight family faring? Your son adamantly refuses to inherit the family legacy and even married a foreign woman. And now the only heir cannot even wield the family-esque techniques. I fear your lineage may soon come to an end. After a long, deep breath, Tsuchimikado Hiyu managed to quell his anger somewhat and loudly reproached her with her greatest vulnerability. As soon as he spoke, Reiko halted in her tracks, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy and oppressive, as if the air itself had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. Amakasu, standing at the side, broke into a cold sweat, wanting to mediate, but these two elders had harbored animosity for decades, and he could not afford to offend either. He wished to leave, yet his duty was to welcome them, so he could only force a professional smile, trying to appear as if he neither heard nor saw anything, striving to diminish his presence. Why did they have to meet now? Surely, they wouldn't come to blows? This welcoming task is far too arduous. Tsuchimikado Hiyu, the affairs of my White Knight family are not for you to meddle in. Perhaps you should focus on resolving the mess left by your ancestor, lest your bloodline be utterly exterminated. Reiko White Knight slowly turned, her earlier indifference and disdain replaced by a dark, brooding expression devoid of concealment. Her voice laced with a chilling coldness as she glared at Tsuchimikado Hiyu. Gradually, she reined in her expression and looked towards Amakasu. Mr. Amakasu, I shall not participate in this meeting. There are pressing matters at home for the old woman to address. Without waiting for a response, she strode away. She was disinterested in the affair. At her age, she had little idea how many more years she had left. Why should she concern herself? It was merely the possibility of the Tsuchimikado family being removed from Japan. What did that have to do with her? Instead of worrying about that, she could better spend her time contemplating how to find a powerful, handsome, and gentle man to become a son-in-law and inherit the family legacy. Tsuchimikado Hiyu was once again rendered speechless, fully aware that his ancestor had indeed played a role in aiding the oppressive regime, personally leading the army against Tamamo. Armed with 80,000 soldiers, numerous priests, priestesses, monks, and onmyuji, they relentlessly attacked her to wear down her power, seizing the opportunity to seal her. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether their descendants would even exist today, now that Tamamo had broken her seal and gone missing. She might very well seek vengeance against the descendants of Abe no Saimai, which was precisely why Abe no Saimai had changed the family name to Tsuchimikado. Reiko White Knight spoke the truth. The one most anxious now was indeed him. Lady White Knight, please wait. Slow down. Amakasu, who had just regained his senses, hurriedly called out, but by the time he came to himself, Reiko had already departed swiftly. The stooped old man was surprisingly agile, outpacing him, a middle-aged man. When he finally emerged outside, Reiko had already entered her vehicle, leaving him no chance to speak before she drove off. As he watched the black car disappear from view, Amakasu nearly burst into tears. How was he to explain this to the director? Seated in the car, Reiko White Knight gazed into the distance, lost in thought as she beheld the rolling emerald hills. After so many years, she understood well that both humans and yokai possess their virtues and vices. What if Tamamo is immensely powerful? In truth, She is merely a pitiable female yokai. Though the past was not entirely the fault of the Abe family, the tacit acceptance of events cannot be disputed. As for whether Tamamonome would seek revenge, she was indifferent. The White Knight family's ancestors had not been involved in that affair, and it did not implicate them. In fact, her own ancestors had assisted that family. Besides the current Tsuchimikado family, another deeply involved party was the Hoshino family. Time passes swiftly. Half a year has slipped away before she knew it. The last time she saw that child was at his parents' funeral, and he had appeared so lost. She wondered how he was faring now. This matter, in some way, concerned her, and she ought to speak to him. That child was born with considerable spiritual power. He must be around 23 years old now, 5 years older than Rin. She wondered if he had found a girlfriend. However, as for marrying in, that could be unlikely. The Hoshino family had only him left. Sighing, Reiko felt a headache coming on. In her son's generation, the connection between the two families had waned. Her granddaughter had never even met that child. What a headache! She should never have agreed to let her irresponsible descendant study abroad in Germany. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry at this advanced age. Lost in thought, Reiko suddenly spoke to the middle-aged man driving. Hiroshi, once we arrive home, please buy some gifts. Later, we shall visit the Hoshino family. Chapter 22. Divination. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Rinki-Bei entered the grand mansion alone. As she crossed the threshold, she spotted Rin, clad in her school uniform. Kneeling in the room, with her delicate hands, she idly scrolled through various inquiries on her phone, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of distraction. The recent transformation of the giant demon had cast a shadow of unease over her, as she felt an inexplicable sense of impending danger in the days to come. The shattering of her protective amulet had emboldened the wandering spirits that usually kept their distance, now encroaching upon her, seeking to entwine themselves with her being, stirring a mix of anxiety and fear within her. Born into the Bei clan, Rin possessed a natural affinity for spiritual power, allowing her to perceive entities invisible to the ordinary eye, while simultaneously attracting these creatures towards her. Yet, for reasons unknown, her attempts to wield the family's ancestral techniques, as taught by her grandmother, proved ineffective against these apparitions. Had it not been for the protective talisman that kept them at bay, she might have resorted to many peculiar actions in an effort to evade them, ultimately leading to her isolation from others. Such a fate would have robbed her of the tranquil school life she currently enjoyed, alongside her kind-hearted yet somewhat oblivious friend, Watanabe Nana. This was a life she had no desire to experience. She pondered the whereabouts of her dear Uba-chan, lamenting that she should have saved Uncle Huang's phone number for moments like this. Uba-chan often claimed she couldn't learn to use a phone, despite Rin's patient guidance. It seemed she had little interest in mastering it. Sighing in resignation, Rin felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Perhaps Uba-chan's age had rendered her averse to new technologies. Each time, Rin would patiently teach her step by step, yet her grandmother stubbornly resisted, leaving the phone to languish in some forgotten corner. As these thoughts occupied her mind, the sound of measured footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Recognizing the familiar cadence, Rin rose to greet the newcomer. Just as she stood, the sliding door was pushed open with a soft rustle, revealing Bei Reiko, elegantly attired in a pristine Miko outfit, her countenance radiating warmth as she gazed upon her granddaughter. "Uba-chan, you're back," Rin exclaimed, hurrying forward to assist her grandmother. "Rin, dear, shouldn't you be in class? What brings you here to see this old woman at this hour?" Bei Reiko inquired, her voice a blend of surprise and affection as she grasped Rin's soft hand. "The recent transformation of the giant demon. Did you witness it, Uba-chan?" At that moment, my amulet shattered, and the spirits that usually linger at a distance began to approach me. Rin, still holding her grandmother's hand, returned to the table, poured a cup of tea, and retrieved the shards of the broken amulet from her skirt pocket, recounting the events in a measured tone. "Rin, you say, the amulet shattered?" Bei Reiko exclaimed, incredulity etched across her face. However, upon seeing the fragments laid before her, she fell into deep contemplation. This amulet had been a powerful protective talisman, specially sought from the Hinode family to safeguard her granddaughter. Infused with divine energy and Reiko's own spiritual power, It was a rare artifact, unmatched in Japan, having protected Rin for over a decade. Under normal circumstances, such a potent talisman should not have been shattered by the roar of that giant demon. With this realization, the expression on Reiko's wrinkled face turned grave. Rising swiftly, she made to exit the room, but paused, recalling Rin's presence. "Rin, come with me," she instructed. Though still somewhat bewildered, Rin obediently followed her grandmother. In the somewhat sparse room, Bei Reiko knelt on the tatami mat, her demeanor serious and intense. Rin mirrored her silence, kneeling beside her. Before Reiko lay an aged ceramic basin, and as she gently struck its edge with a wooden stick, it produced a clear, resonant sound. In an astonishing turn of events, clear water began to flow forth from the seemingly empty basin, filling it to the brim. This miraculous spectacle failed to elicit their astonishment. Reiko continued her ritual, delicately pouring a pinch of white salt from a nearby wooden box into the water, intoning the word void. She repeated the action, stating splash, and for the third time, she added the salt, concluding with sea. The surface of the water rippled before settling into stillness. Yet the once pristine water had transformed into a dark, inky substance, exuding an aura of coldness. Observing this ominous result, Reiko furrowed her brow deeply, her previously narrowed eyes widening with concern. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned to Rin. "Rin, we must visit a certain place shortly." With that, she rose, carrying the ceramic basin as she exited the room. Rin reached out, eager to inquire further, but she faintly heard her grandmother, now in the hallway, sighing softly. Alas, this era is fraught with calamity. Meanwhile, having just finished lunch, Hoshino Tsuki returned to her room, eager to indulge in a delightful nap, only to be greeted by the long-forgotten sound of the system notification. Ding! A bonus of 100,000 yen has been credited to the host account. Would the host like to participate in a lottery? Upon hearing the notification, Hoshino Tsuki shot up from her bed, instantly wide awake. What? The bonus Sakura mentioned has arrived? Previously, during their trip to the shopping district, Tsuki had intended to splurge, only for Sakura to stealthily settle the bill. The lipstick purchased had cost 200 yen, along with clothing for 2 girls, groceries, and taxi fare, totaling nearly 50,000 yen. After setting aside the emergency fund of 100,000 yen, Tsuki found herself with just over 140,000 yen left in her bank account, sufficient to navigate the month as long as she refrained from frivolous spending. Tsuki couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that in Tokyo, during this season, a single cabbage could cost as much as 200 yen. That would be equivalent to 100 yuan. Just the thought of it made her stomach churn. Fortunately, ever since Sakura had moved to the shrine, she had occasionally returned from work with groceries, allowing Tsuki to keep her expenses in check. Living in Tokyo is no easy feat. Everything demands money. Yet, relying on others is rather delightful, Tsuki mused, shaking her head in amusement, recognizing that her standards seemed to be lowering. However, the arrival of the bonus tempted her frugal nature, igniting a desire to indulge in a lottery draw. Having witnessed the recent transformation of the giant demon firsthand, she felt that participating in a lottery would not be a loss, rather a prudent move for the challenges ahead. With that thought settled, Hoshino Tsuki rose from her bed and dashed towards the bathroom. Time for a cleansing ritual and a prayer for good fortune. Chapter 23. The Renowned Blade, Scarlet. After more than half an hour, Hoshino Tsuki returned to the room, silently summoning the system in her mind. System. I wish to spend 100,000 yen for a 10-draw session. Ding! 100,000 yen has been deducted from the host's bank account. The 10-draw session begins. As the lottery commenced, a series of notifications echoed in Hoshino Tsuki's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Spirit Power 10. Ding! Congratulations, Spirit Power 10. Ding! Congratulations, Spirit Power 10. 8 consecutive notifications indicated an increase in spirit power, causing Hoshino Tsuki's heart to grow increasingly despondent. Is this all I will draw? Just spirit power? While the enhancement of spirit power would indeed augment the potency of her spells and the efficacy of her divine seals, who wouldn't yearn for something more extraordinary? Just as she contemplated her dismal luck, a sudden flash of purple light appeared before her. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the renowned blade, Scarlet. In the next moment, a long katana, measuring over a meter in length, materialized in Hoshino Tsuki's hand. The blade bore a gentle curve, its guard adorned with intricate hollow patterns, both the guard and hilt radiating a deep crimson hue. The scabbard, crafted from dark wood, was elegantly entwined with red cords, presenting a striking appearance. A katana, is it? This item may prove cumbersome to wield in the modern world. Carrying a real sword on the streets would certainly attract the gaze of passersby and likely incite inquiries from the police. To have drawn such an item after spending 100,000 yen. Sigh. With a heavy heart, she lamented the nature of this purple reward, which seemed, unfortunately, less than ideal. Nevertheless, she resolved to venture outside and test its capabilities. Previously, when fusing divine seals, her mind had absorbed numerous techniques for wielding swords, and now, with this katana in hand, she had acquired yet another means to exorcise demons. Thus, Hoshino Tsuki ventured outside, katana in hand. Is that a sword? Ning, noticing Hoshino Tsuki's departure, tugged at her sister's sleeve, pointing towards the entrance. Nin, dressed in her Miko attire with her sleeves rolled high, revealing her delicate, fair arms, was diligently cleaning the floor, her small rear end raised in concentration. Upon hearing her sister's words, she paused and lifted her gaze, only to see Hoshino Tsuki's retreating figure. What sword? Is she going out? Confused, Nin had missed the sight of the beautiful katana in Hoshino Tsuki's grasp. It's a stunning katana. How could you not see it? Ning replied, her lively eyes darting around before she seized her sister's hand and urged her to follow. Let us go see. Wait, Ning, we haven't finished cleaning. Oh, come on. We can finish later. Hurry. Without waiting for further protest, Ning dragged her sister along. At that moment, she was far more intrigued by Hoshino Tsuki's intentions with the sword than concerned about the cleanliness of the floor. They dashed to the entrance, donned their respective red wooden sandals, and made their way into the shrine courtyard. There, they beheld Hoshino Tsuki standing serenely under the sunlight, raising her right hand to grip the hilt of the katana. In an instant, the katana was drawn from its scabbard, slicing through the air with a technique known as the Iaido. Nin and Ning were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in astonishment as they witnessed Hoshino Tsuki's remarkable swordsmanship. Yet, Hoshino Tsuki's movements did not cease there. Her footwork was agile and nimble, advancing and retreating as the katana danced in the air, leaving behind a trail of vivid light. Ning stared in disbelief at Hoshino Tsuki, who moved with the grace of a dragon, rubbing her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Is this really my brother who would rather lie down than sit? Nin, equally astonished, accepted the reality without the same incredulity as her sister. Recognizing Hoshino Tsuki's skill in swordsmanship was only natural. Truly impressive, master, she exclaimed, admiration glimmering in her eyes. How surprising. He appears so languid every day, yet his swordsmanship is extraordinary. Ning pouted, whispering her thoughts. At that moment, Hoshino Tsuki remained oblivious to the girl's reactions, fully immersed in the fluidity of each technique, as if years of practice had ingrained these movements in a muscle memory, executing them with ease and grace. The enhancements bestowed by the divine seals manifested, her heart pounding robustly, breath steady and unhurried, her seemingly modest muscles unleashing tremendous power, each stroke faster than the last, as if guided by instinct. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated. Such remarkable swordsmanship. Just then, a startled voice from an unfamiliar girl interrupted Hoshino Tsuki, causing her to instinctively cease her movements. The trio turned their heads in unison. Under the torii gate stood a silver-haired girl in a school uniform alongside an elderly woman clad in Miko attire, both gazing at Hoshino Tsuki in astonishment. Forgive me, Bai Rin, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, blushed with embarrassment and quickly bowed in apology. Such is the nature of the Japanese. Always quick to bow in apology regardless of the situation, though their true thoughts remain unspoken. Bai Rin harbored no ill intentions. She simply felt her sudden outburst had disturbed Hoshino Tsuki. Recognizing him as the handsome young man her friend had inadvertently bumped into in the shopping district left a lasting impression. "We have guests, Qian and Qianning. Please prepare tea." Hoshino Tsuki, regaining his composure, swiftly sheathed the katana and smiled at the two girls before approaching the newcomers. He too recognized the silver-haired girl. Her distinctive hair color had made a lasting impression. The elderly woman was familiar as well, a friend of his parents who had offered words of comfort during the funeral. To think that during our time apart, not only has his spirit power surged, but he has also acquired two formidable shikigami. Wait, can he even accomplish this? Bai Lingzi, seeing Hoshino Tsuki approach, hastily retracted her scrutiny of the trio. Although astonished, she recognized this was not the time for such musings and gently urged Rin to bow slightly. "It has been a while, Mr. Hoshino. I apologize for the unexpected disturbance." With a warm smile illuminating her wrinkled face, she welcomed him under the radiant sun. "Welcome, Lady Bai Yi. It has indeed been some time." Hoshino Tsuki was slightly taken aback by the title she used for him, but quickly reciprocated the courteous bow. He then turned to the silver-haired girl. "My dear friend, it appears we meet again." With an amused glint in his eyes, Hoshino Tsuki playfully winked at her, adopting a light-hearted tone. Chapter 24. The Divine Being Is. It must be said that the girl with silvery hair is particularly eye-catching. Her delicate, youthful face paired with her school uniform creates a striking contrast. Initially, I had assumed she was merely a middle school student, only to realize she is already a high school student. How unfortunate. She is the complete opposite of the girl I encountered that day. Ahem. It is not that I was deliberately staring. At over 6 feet tall, Hoshino Tsuki had to lower his head to converse with Rin's face, a gesture of respect. From this angle, it was inevitable to catch a glimpse of the white collar of her school uniform. "Rin, this should be your first meeting with Mr. Hoshino," Reiko, the grandmother, remarked with a hint of surprise, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at her granddaughter. "My apologies for my rudeness. I previously mentioned." Rin briefly recounted their earlier encounter, while Hoshino Tsuki stood by with a gentle smile, patiently waiting. "My apologies for troubling Mr. Hoshino. This is my granddaughter, Bai Rin, and this is Hoshino Tsuki, the current head of the Hoshino family. You are of similar ages, so if you don't mind, you may spend more time together in the future." Reiko gently pulled her granddaughter closer, bowing slightly to Hoshino Tsuki while introducing them. "You're too kind, Reiko. If you don't mind, feel free to call me by my name as before," Hoshino Tsuki replied quickly, feeling somewhat helpless. The two families had previously maintained a rapport. Although his personal interactions with the elder were not extensive, they were sufficiently familiar. Now, hearing Reiko refer to him so formally as Mr. Hoshino made him truly uncomfortable. "All right, then I shall continue to call you by your name. Tsuki, just call Rin directly. You two can be considered siblings. Come, Rin, greet your brother Tsuki." Upon hearing Hoshino Tsuki's words, Bai Reiko's eyes brightened, and she felt a surge of joy, immediately agreeing and allowing them to be called siblings. Reiko had come to seek assistance, so she was particularly humble, anxious not to offend in terms of etiquette. She had kept in touch with Hoshino Tsuki's parents, but after some time apart, there was an air of unfamiliarity. Since this matter pertained to Rin's safety, she was determined not to provoke any disdain from Hoshino Tsuki over trivialities, ensuring her respect was palpable. Hoshino Tsuki was indifferent to it all. After all, the soul within him belonged to a lineage of the Flower Kingdom from a past life. While he held no favorable impressions of the people here, the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young were deeply ingrained in his blood, not easily altered in a day. He felt a sense of obligation to honor those who respected their elders. "Rinchan, I look forward to your guidance," Hoshino Tsuki said with a smile. "Oh, my apologies. Please take care of me, Brother Tsuki," the girl stammered, having momentarily lost her focus upon hearing Hoshino Tsuki's words. With their formal greetings concluded, Hoshino Tsuki led the two toward the shrine. Bai Rin followed closely behind her grandmother, her curiosity piqued as she gazed around, sensing an inexplicable aura of sanctity about this nameless shrine. The air was fresh, imbued with a subtle, sacred essence. Upon crossing through the first torii gate from the mountainside, she felt her body and spirit relax, as if an unseen force were soothing her troubled heart. This place remains so tranquil. It's truly wonderful, she mused. It's fairly all right, though the transportation is not very convenient. Reiko chatted with Hoshino Tsuki, while Rin, trailing behind, continued to scrutinize him with curiosity. That day in the shopping district, she had felt that Hoshino Tsuki, like herself, could see those otherworldly entities. Now that she discovered that her grandmother had brought her to visit him, her intrigue grew immensely. On the way, her grandmother had mentioned that he should have a way to protect her. Rin had anticipated that the person they sought would be an elderly man or a middle-aged uncle, but it turned out to be a young man with whom she had already crossed paths. She was eager to learn what abilities Hoshino Tsuki possessed that made her grandmother confident he could address her issues with those entities. Once they arrived at the room, Reiko and Rin knelt at the table, while Qian served tea to the three and then quietly departed. "This is a small gift from me and my grandmother. A token of our appreciation." Rin suddenly recalled the treats she had brought and hurriedly retrieved some cake and 2 exquisitely packaged boxes of tea from her bag. She had been too preoccupied with observing Hoshino Tsuki to remember the tea until now. Reiko, too, remembered just then, inwardly lamenting her advancing age and declining memory. Seeing Hoshino Tsuki graciously accept the gifts eased their minds somewhat. "Thank you. My 2 daughters at home adore sweets," Hoshino Tsuki replied with a smile of gratitude. Observing the 2 before him, he realized their visit was not merely a casual call or an impulsive donation. According to the memories of his previous self, Reiko seemed to have ties to some influential figures within the official realm, suggesting she likely had matters of significance to discuss. "There are 2 matters I wish to address during this unexpected visit. One pertains to you, and the other will trouble you, Tsuki." As anticipated, Reiko soon spoke up. "You must have seen the aberration of that giant demon, correct?" "Yes, I did observe it." Hoshino Tsuki nodded, somewhat perplexed about its relevance to him. "Today, I received news that during that incident, the Shiseki cracked open and the great demon Yada no Kagami, sealed a millennium ago, has escaped." Reiko continued with a grave expression. "Yata no Kagami." Hoshino Tsuki was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall, as the memory seemed distant and unclear. "She has deep connections with your Hoshino family. Alas, she is a pitiable being." Reiko sighed, nodding slightly while holding her teacup, reflecting on her sentiments. Hoshino Tsuki found it difficult to keep up. The name Yada no Kagami resonated with familiarity. Beyond the legendary tales, numerous anime and game characters based on her flashed through his mind. Even whispers suggesting that Yada no Kagami was, in fact, Deji. In folklore, during the late Heian period, there was a beauty named Mizuho, who caught the eye of Emperor Nara and was favored in the palace, receiving the name Yada no Kagami. However, when the emperor fell ill, Onmyuji revealed her true nature as a 9-tailed fox, forcing her to leave the palace. Later, she fought against the warriors in Nasu, ultimately facing defeat, her remains transforming into a poisonous stone. Indeed, this world also harbored this legend, but it seemed there were underlying truths Hoshino Tsuki was unaware of. Otherwise, why would Reiko refer to her as pitiable? Suddenly, a memory from his early childhood surfaced. When he was 4 or 5 years old, he had asked his mother about the deity they worshipped at home. His mother had vaguely mentioned something about a supreme deity's incarnation, with golden fur and a white face. Hoshino Tsuki strained to remember, and then it hit him. Golden fur and a white face. Could it be that they were referring to Yada no Kagami? Chapter 25, 2 million is tempting, but, for your family. Her escape should pose no real danger. Given the ancestral ties between your family and her, along with the shrine, she would not wish you harm. However, it is wise to remain vigilant these days, as the atmosphere is rather unsettled. While Hoshino Tsuki silently critiqued this notion, Reiko's voice echoed once more. Her words confirmed his suspicions. The deity enshrined within the shrine must indeed be the 9-tailed fox, Tamamo-no-me, and Reiko's remarks hinted at deeper implications. Nevertheless, it appeared that Tamamo-no-me's escape would not herald any significant crisis for him, nor would it necessitate a hasty retreat with his family. After all, which deity would recklessly threaten their own shrine maiden? He had not actively provoked her. Yet, The reliability of Japanese deities seemed rather questionable. With a myriad of 8 million gods, one could not fathom the multitude of spirits they might serve, including various demons and phantoms. On the other hand, Reiko's visit was not solely to convey this news to Hoshino Tsuki. The matter concerning Rin was becoming urgent. The protective talisman had suddenly shattered, and the divination results were far from optimistic. Initially, she had contemplated seeking a precious protective talisman from the Hinamori family, but a vague revelation during her divination compelled her to come here instead. Although only fragmented whispers lingered in her mind, the words Hoshino, talisman, were sufficient to motivate her search for solutions. With this in mind, Bei Reiko shifted her tone, addressing him earnestly. Besides discussing tamamonomai, I have another favor to ask of you. The old woman seeks to acquire some protective talismans from your family. Protective talismans. Hoshino Tsuki recalled the scene he had witnessed that day, where wandering spirits seemed to hesitate, unwilling to approach Rin directly. The presence of so many lingering spirits near the girl was undeniably peculiar. It now seemed likely that Rin possessed some form of protective charm. Yet, why would she suddenly seek out his family's talismans? It was evident that Bei Reiko was no ordinary person. Could it be that she faced a problem beyond her capabilities? As he pondered this, Hoshino Tsuki's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of financial gain. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Reiko gazed deeply into her tea and continued. The Bei and Hoshino families both share a long and storied history. My family has served as priests of the water deity, Hayakatsu, for generations, responsible for maintaining the flow of the earth's waters and performing purification rites. However, in this generation, I am the last priestess of the Bei family. Wait, Rin isn't. Hoshino Tsuki was taken aback. Rin indeed possessed considerable spiritual power and could see the wandering souls, yet she was somewhat different. At this point, Reiko turned to Rin, gently taking her hand and patting it reassuringly before smiling and elaborating. Rin is unable to wield our family's techniques, yet she attracts those spirits easily, making her a target. The old woman's magic is better suited for purification rather than protection, so, as she spoke, Reiko's eyes slowly opened wider, revealing a hint of helplessness as she glanced at Hoshino Tsuki, while Rin appeared somewhat shy. Unable to wield magic, Hoshino Tsuki mused internally, unable to suppress his murmurs. Protective talismans were indeed a specialty of the Hoshino family, and he was quite adept at crafting them. The talismans worked simply. Once activated, they would envelop the user in a golden barrier of spiritual energy, shielding them from strange attacks. However, their effectiveness was limited. Even ordinary wandering spirits could easily breach such defenses in large numbers. Moreover, talismans were consumables. Their only advantage was that anyone could use them. With prior infusion of spiritual energy, one merely needed to press it against themselves when required. Previously, he had no other options, and he had created quite a few of these talismans. However, ever since obtaining the divine seal, those talismans have been relegated to the dusty confines of his study. Suddenly, Hoshino Tsuki chuckled. Of course, I can provide the talismans, but Reiko, you understand that both crafting them and ensuring Rin can use them effortlessly will require a significant amount of spiritual energy. This is merely a small token of appreciation. Reiko smiled, producing a check from her spacious sleeve and sliding it across the table towards Hoshino Tsuki. She harbored no disdain for his eagerness for monetary gain. Rather, she found it quite reasonable. Families operating shrines often relied on offerings and fees for exorcisms or spiritual cleansing to sustain themselves. Some larger shrines even sold merchandise to generate income, with ordinary talismans fetching several thousand yen, while limited edition items could soar to nearly 100,000 yen. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the check, his heart racing. 2 million yen. That equated to 5 months of his earnings. Though tempted to pocket the check immediately, he understood the value of rarity and sustainability. Talismans, in truth, were not worth much. With his current spiritual strength, he could easily produce hundreds in a single day. Yet, it was evidently a seller's market now, and he held the reins in determining their price. Moreover, he possessed a superior solution to Rin's predicament. Much like the talisman he had gifted to Sakura, he hesitated over whether to sell. It was noteworthy that the talismans he crafted not only provided protection, but could also summon lightning to vanquish persistent spirits, far superior to mere protective talismans. This method also required periodic infusions of his spiritual energy to maintain its efficacy, offering a sustainable income. Hoshino Tsuki contemplated briefly, extending 2 fingers and a cross to signify 10. 10 pieces? Reiko inquired with a smile. Her family was quite affluent, and her son's company thrived, making 2 million yen a trivial sum for her. Furthermore, considering that these talismans were exclusive to the Hoshino family, she perceived the price as reasonable. Just as she was about to agree, she noticed Hoshino Tsuki nodding, only to shake his head. Rin's connection to the shrine allows for 10 protective talismans. But I actually have something better. Seeing him nod and then shake his head, Reiko furrowed her brow in confusion. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent words, her eyes widened in excitement. Tsuki, are you saying you possess an even better talisman to protect Rin? Indeed, but it depends on fate, Hoshino Tsuki replied with a smile. Fate? Rin questioned, tilting her head in puzzlement. She glanced back and forth between Hoshino Tsuki and her brother, unable to grasp the situation. Did that mean she and Hoshino Tsuki were not sufficiently fated? Indeed, fate. Chapter 26. What a coincidence, still a bookworm. Ah, the old lady understood. From the very moment, Reiko grasped Hoshino Tsuki's intention. To put it plainly, whether the connection was deep or shallow depended on Hoshino Tsuki's articulation. Wasn't it just that this amount of money was insufficient to procure a protective talisman for Rin? She gently nodded, retrieving a 3 million yen check from her sleeve and sliding it across the table to Hoshino Tsuki, while she had no intention of reclaiming the 2 million yen check. Would these donations perhaps deepen the bond between Rin and the esteemed society? The offerings for rituals, commonly referred to as jade materials, constituted one of the primary sources of income for shrines. Since Hoshino Tsuki intended to raise the price, why not contribute a little extra? The Byakuyas were not lacking in funds. 5 million yen was merely a trifling sum. As the rift between realms continued to intensify, should any malevolent spirits descend upon someone with Rin's constitution, providing her with some means of safeguarding her life was merely a matter of spending a bit more money, and Reiko found it entirely acceptable. Moreover, if merely donating additional funds could fortify the connection between Rin and Hoshino Tsuki, she was more than willing. In fact, if it could lead to him becoming a son-in-law of the Byakuya family, it would be a worthwhile investment, utterly advantageous. Since the old lady was willing to donate, gifting Rin a protective charm was certainly feasible. As long as she carried it on her person, those wandering souls would pose no threat. Additionally, 10 protective talismans would be prepared as well. So please wait a moment. Hoshino Tsuki stood up, maintaining a composed demeanor. Yet internally, he was elated. The thought of having gained 5 million yen made his steps lighter. We will await your return. Thank you for your assistance. Watching Hoshino Tsuki leave the room, Reiko held her teacup and sat quietly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Rin, feeling a bit curious, realized that, unbeknownst to them, they had settled on a price together. Should I say this truly is a world for adults? The silver-haired girl mused quietly. A protective charm costing 3 million yen is quite extravagant. If Nana-chan were to discover that Oni-chan spent 3 million yen to procure a charm for me, she would probably go wild, calculating how many cakes that money could buy. Lost in her thoughts, Rin couldn't help but smile. Hoshino Tsuki entered his study, unfurling a blank talisman paper on the desk. Dipping his brush into ink, he began to meticulously inscribe the symbol of the deity Kaneyama. As the brush danced, ancient and mysterious characters emerged. In Japan, talismans are similarly utilized, having been learned from the flower-clad land, though here, instead of vermilion powder, a special ink capable of harboring spiritual energy was employed. Once finished, he allowed the ink to dry, then lifted the talisman paper from the desk, channeling his own spiritual energy into it. The runes gradually radiated a golden glow. After a minute, as the brilliance faded, Hoshino Tsuki retrieved a protective charm sewn by Qian and simply folded the talisman paper, placing it within, along with 10 additional protective charms, nodding in satisfaction. On the other side, Rin, growing somewhat bored, happened to notice a magazine titled Chikishima Light resting on a low cabinet in the corner of the room. Oh, an unfamiliar cover. Wait, ISNT that Ko and Kaoru from April? Could it be? Quietly rising, Rin approached the cabinet and picked up the magazine. Indeed, it's the latest issue. Could it be that he is a reader of this magazine too? As her curiosity piqued, Rin flipped it open and immediately spotted a delicate line of text on the second page. Congratulations to Tsuki-kun on the successful completion of his first novel, April. I look forward to your future works. Below it was the name of the commenter, Tamagi Sakura. Tsuki-kun. April? Chikishima Light? Wait, could it be that Tsuki is the very author Yuzuki? No way. Staring at the comment, Rin was momentarily stunned. The unexpected revelation left her incredulous. She couldn't believe that the author Yuzuki, whom Nana-chan had always admired, was the same Hoshino Tsuki she had just formally met today. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The protective charm and talismans are ready. Just then, the shoji door slid open, and Hoshino Tsuki returned. Catching sight of Rin standing there with the latest issue of Chikishima Light, Rin felt somewhat flustered, as if she had been caught red-handed uncovering a secret. Her cheeks flushed. Rin-chan? Hoshino Tsuki observed her curious demeanor, puzzled by her timidness. Tsuki-kun, I'm so sorry, Rin blurted, her face crimson as she hurriedly bowed in apology. I didn't mean to, without your permission. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the magazine in the girl's hands and chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. No worries. I don't mind you taking a look, but I can't give you this issue of Chikishima Light. It holds special meaning, as it was a completion gift from Sakurako, and I intend to keep it safe. He suspected that Shinin had finished reading it and carelessly placed it there, not bothering to return it to the study. I ought to educate that little glutton later. No, it's fine. I have a good friend, the one who accidentally bumped into you, Watanabe Nana. She absolutely adores the serialized April is her lie in it. And of course, I really enjoy your novel as well. Rin, flustered, waved her hands in a hurry, explaining in a slight panic. Hoshino Tsuki's eyes widened in surprise. Had his identity as an author been discovered? Yet it wasn't entirely unexpected, as the magazine at home had Sakurako's handwritten congratulatory note. However, what a coincidence. He never imagined that the girl who had bumped into him that day would turn out to be one of his little fans. Indeed, that day we were simply out for dessert and to buy magazines. Seeing Hoshino Tsuki's astonishment, Rin recalled that he was the author himself and seized the opportunity to help Nana-chan obtain her idol's autograph, thus quickly explained. Thank you for your support of my work. Hoshino Tsuki said, feeling slightly awkward. It wasn't that he intended to conceal his identity as an author, but the realization that the girl he had just taken quite a sum of money from, no, that he had just profited from, was actually a devoted admirer of his work, felt rather peculiar. While he was delighted that readers who enjoyed his work were willing to support him financially, he could not bring himself to exploit his fans' wallets without restraint. He was no saint, but he still found such behavior distasteful. It felt as if he had tricked his own fan, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Tsuki-kun, would it be possible for you to sign it after I buy the magazine? Nana truly loves your novel. Oh, certainly. I recall having a few unopened new magazines at home. If you don't mind, I can give you a couple. Feeling a tinge of guilt, Hoshino Tsuki remembered that Sakurako had brought back several copies from the magazine office to give away, which he had left in the study, so he spoke up. Really? Thank you, Tsuki-kun. Chapter 27. Serendipity returning to the room with 2 signed magazines. Lin happily placed them away. Hoshino Tsuki began to explain the usage of the talismans, advising her to carry a protective charm with her at all times and to visit the shrine each month to replenish the spiritual energy contained within it. Granny Reiko sat beside them, smiling contentedly as she sipped her tea. Although she did not comprehend the details of her granddaughter's conversation with Hoshino Tsuki regarding the magazines, she felt a profound sense of relief observing their evident familiarity. Lin and Hoshino Tsuki exchanged line contacts and phone numbers, arranging their next visit to the shrine. After bidding farewell to the two, Hoshino Tsuki stood on the steps, watching the car recede into the distance before checking the time on his phone. There should still be time. With this thought, Hoshino Tsuki turned to the 2 young ladies beside him and said, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave the house in your capable hands. He intended to go to the bank to cash a check. Fortunately, donations in Japan are exempt from taxation, sparing him considerable hassle. For the first time, he found the prospect of inheriting the shrine rather appealing. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a brightly dressed girl exclaimed, narrowly avoiding a collision. The screeching sound was the result of a driver abruptly slamming on the brakes. "Hey, you pesky raccoon!" shouted Anihataman, his face twisted in anger. Amidst the chaos, a strikingly red-furred raccoon darted skillfully through the bustling streets, causing a scene of pandemonium. The raccoon moved with remarkable speed, disappearing into a flower bed in the blink of an eye. However, no one noticed a girl in a JK uniform with red hair suddenly emerge from the opposite side of the flower bed. She sprinted towards the Yagami shrine, muttering incessantly, "Oh dear, why did the elders suddenly need me for something important?" In Tachijai Prefecture, forgive the intrusion. A long-haired woman knelt outside a shoji door, bowing respectfully. An elderly man seated within the room held a teacup, gazing pensively into the distance. Alas, that fellow has finally extricated himself. He sighed before softly addressing her. "Sura, you have arrived." The woman donned a loosely fitted black and white kimono, her collar. Yet the old man did not turn to face her. He simply acknowledged her presence with a casual greeting. "Yes, General. I understand you have an urgent matter for me?" In Ashikaga City, countless crows suddenly sensed something amiss and lifted their heads, only to take flight in unison. Had Hoshino Tsuki been present, he would have noticed a shadow amidst the crows, a figure with a sharp beak and ebony wings soaring toward the Tengu Mountain Shrine. On the other side, in Chiyoda, Tokyo, Hoshino Tsuki exited the bank, glancing at the time before looking toward a large supermarket up ahead. It was nearly 5 p.m., right at the start of discount hours. Noticing the absence of a queue, Hoshino Tsuki felt fortunate that day. Thus, after a brief period, he arrived at the checkout with 4 large bags in tow. Inside were eggs, tofu, vegetables, pork, chicken, and pineapple buns, and small cakes for Sakura and the 2 young ladies. The supermarket was becoming increasingly crowded, as Japanese people are particularly enthusiastic about shopping during sales. And the discounts were quite generous, making it a prime shopping time for someone like Hoshino Tsuki, who resided in Tokyo. After a smooth checkout, he calculated that the items had an average discount of about 40, causing a smile to spread across his face. Although he had just deposited 5 million yen that day, it was wise to save where he could. No one knew how the world might change in the future, and having extra fund was always prudent. With 4 bulging bags effortlessly in hand, Hoshino Tsuki's tall, handsome figure attracted the attention of several young girls. Some even gathered to whisper, encouraging one another to approach him for his contact information. Due to the ongoing transformation from the divine seal, Hoshino Tsuki's physique had undergone a remarkable change. Despite appearing somewhat slender, his strength and endurance were astonishing, seemingly enhancing his charm as well. It had become rather commonplace for him to attract the gaze of passers-by. As he was about to board a train back to the shrine, his phone suddenly chimed. Placing the bags at his feet momentarily, he checked his phone to find a message from Sakura. "Tsuki-kun, could you please check if we have any soy sauce left? I think we're almost out, and I'm heading to the supermarket after work." Upon reading the message, Hoshino Tsuki was struck by a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of a wife inquiring of her husband. Amused, he smiled, realizing that their relationship had become increasingly intimate and natural. "I just left the supermarket and bought soy sauce." After sending the reply, he was immediately met with another message. "Oh, Tsuki-kun is at the supermarket? Where are you? How can I pick you up?" Hoshino Tsuki felt a hint of surprise. Sakura usually worked late, so it was unusual for her to offer to meet him at this hour. "Are you not working today?" "No, I'm off." "Hee. Didn't you say you want to return home early lately?" "All right, I'm at." He sent his location to Sakura, who replied, "Wait for me." Then the conversation fell silent. Shaking his head with amusement, Hoshino Tsuki turned and sat down on a bench by the roadside, patiently awaiting Sakura's arrival. "Big brother, you're so handsome." Unbeknownst to him, a little girl, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, had appeared in front of him. "Are you talking about me?" Hoshino Tsuki turned to look, and the girl nodded earnestly in affirmation. "Yes, big brother is very handsome." Suddenly flattered by such an adorable child's compliment, Hoshino Tsuki felt a surge of happiness. He gently ruffled her little head and replied with a warm smile. Thank you. You are very cute as well. Hee hee. My mama always says I'm cute. Oh, is your name Akari? Where's your mother? As the two engaged in an enchanting conversation, Hoshino Tsuki lifted the girl onto the bench. Curiously surveying the surroundings, he noticed that no adults accompanied the little girl, leading him to suspect she might have inadvertently wandered off. So, he kindly inquired, is everything all right? My mama has not been well lately. Today, she brought me to Kanda Shrine to pray for blessings, but I suddenly couldn't find her. The little girl's expression darkened, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hoshino Tsuki sighed inwardly, realizing she had indeed gotten lost. I should call the police. Just as he was about to dial for help, a beautiful woman in her 30s rushed in. Akari, manga. The little girl joyfully leapt from the bench and dashed toward the woman. Chapter 28. Ishihara Sumika, Xingyu's mother, Hoshino Tsuki, hurriedly contacted the police on her mobile phone, and only then did she look up with a smile. However, the next moment, she slightly furrowed her brows, for she had noticed a subtle aura of malevolence surrounding the woman. At first glance, it appeared as a smoky black mist, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that a wandering spirit was fully intertwined with the woman's being, nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Has it nearly succeeded in possessing her? It seems their visit to Kanda Shrine did not resolve the issue after all. Xingye pondered inwardly. It was not surprising. Not all shrines possess protective barriers like his family's, and many talismans sold are often custom-made externally, even fabricated in foreign lands, merely superficial trinkets. Moreover, the most renowned aspect of the shrine was its collaboration with a two-dimensional idol project, launching various Kanda Shrine merchandise. Shaking his head in amusement, Xingye returned his focus to the woman before him. She appeared to be in her 30s, and perhaps due to her pilgrimage to Kanda Shrine that day, she donned a somewhat formal black, traditional kimono. She exuded charm, yet her pallid complexion rendered her somewhat frail. At that moment, she was clutching her daughter, Meikai, with a look of panic, her body visibly trembling. To an outsider, it might seem as though she trembled in fear at her daughter's disappearance. But Xingye recognized the truth. It was the lingering spirit's mischief. She shivered from the coldness, likely disoriented due to the spirit's influence, which had caused Meikai to lag behind and become lost. Such phenomena were uncommon. Typically, wandering spirits would entangle themselves with individuals out of a desire to play tricks, rarely lingering long with one person. Upon realizing that they were unseen, they would depart, wandering or seeking to torment another. However, there were exceptional cases where a spirit, driven by obsession, consciously exerted its malevolent energy over an individual for an extended period. The afflicted would gradually deplete their vitality, their bodies growing weaker, eventually granting the spirit an opportunity to possess them. This was reminiscent of the spirits that had tormented Fujita Ichiro. Ordinarily, Xingye would have dismissed such matters, believing that one reaps what they sow. Yet today was markedly different, as this spirit wore the military uniform reminiscent of those seen in wartime dramas, suggesting it was a military officer. Given the passage of time, a woman in her 30s could hardly evoke any karmic obsession in these spirits. It was evident that this was a deliberate act of harm. How amusing it was to encounter such vile remnants outside a sacred shrine. Thus, it was impossible to allow this spirit to continue its malevolence. Moreover, he found little Meikai to be quite endearing, and so he resolved to intervene. With this thought, Xingye rose, discreetly channeling his spiritual energy to activate the divine seal within his mind, a golden radiance unseen by ordinary eyes enveloping him as he approached the woman. A week prior, Ishihara Sumika had visited the countryside to pay respects to her parents. Since returning, she inexplicably felt a persistent chill and overwhelming drowsiness, especially pronounced as night fell. Initially, she presumed it was a cold and, fearing for her daughter's health, sought medical attention. Yet, the results showed everything to be normal. The frigid sensation persisted regardless of how many layers she wore, instilling a growing fear within her. Thus, She had taken Meikai to Kanda's shrine to pray and donated a sum of 100,000 yen, hoping to acquire a talisman. Yet, it was evident that this had proven futile. On her way back today, despite holding Meikai's small hand, she suddenly felt her head grow heavy. Drifting into a dreamlike state, and unconsciously released her grip, wandering toward the shadowy corner of an alley. When she regained her senses, she realized the alarming situation. Her daughter was missing. Panic surged within her as she fought against the cold and her rising fear, frantically searching for Meikai. Fortunately, they had not been apart for long, and Meikai, being sensible, had not strayed far. Following her memory, Sumika successfully located her daughter, who was conversing with a warm-hearted young man on a bench, both smiling. Upon approaching, she heard the young man calling the police, and relief washed over Ishihara Sumika. She was grateful that Meikai had encountered a benevolent stranger. She could scarcely fathom how she would cope if her daughter had faced danger. "Sir, I am immensely grateful to you. Meikai has caused you trouble," Ishihara Sumika exclaimed, hurriedly stepping forward to grasp Meikai's small hand and bow in appreciation. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she felt as if the man before her radiated a warm golden glow that gradually dispelled the chill enveloping her. In that moment, the yearning for warmth and light made her eyes grow misty, leading her to unconsciously commit an indiscreet act. She found herself reaching out, instinctively seizing the stranger's arm, even wishing to lean against him. "How warm!" Xingye was momentarily taken aback by Ishihara Sumika's unexpected behavior. He had observed the wandering spirit being gradually forced out of her body as he approached, but he had not anticipated such a development. A subtle, unfamiliar fragrance wafted through the air, causing Xingye to blush slightly as he spoke. Mom, who? Ishihara Sumika, still somewhat dazed, was jolted back to reality upon noticing the strikingly handsome face so close to her, the fresh scent of masculinity wafting toward her. Suddenly, her pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry. It was rude of me." She quickly released her grip and took a few steps back to apologize. "It's quite all right," Xingye replied, rubbing his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He couldn't help but notice how beautiful and charming little Meikai was, and her mother was indeed a stunning woman. "Mom, this is Oni-san," Meikai declared suddenly, breaking the tension in the air. In that moment of awkwardness, the little girl broke free from Ishihara Sumika's grasp and rushed to hug Xingye's leg, as if to claim him as her own. Both Xingye and Ishihara Sumika were momentarily stunned. They burst into laughter simultaneously. Xingye chuckled as he bent down to ruffle the little girl's hair, thinking it was merely a sign of her instinctive reliance on him. Ishihara Sumika, momentarily taken aback, soon found herself laughing at her daughter's antics, covering her mouth in amusement and teasingly asking, "Does Meikai like Big Brother?" "Yes, I do." The little girl nodded vigorously, a sight that brought even more joy to both adults, drawing smiles from passers-by who witnessed the heartwarming scene. "Well then, we must express our gratitude to Big Brother for his help. Come, Meikai, say thank you to Big Brother," Ishihara Sumika gently encouraged, leading her daughter back to her side. "Oni-san, thank you." Meikai obediently bowed, mimicking her mother's manner with utmost sincerity. Chapter 29. A man reminiscent of a divine being haha. "This time Meikai must hold her mother's hand tightly," Hoshino Tsuki remarked, winking at the little girl. Meikai will. I won't let mommy get lost again." The adorable declaration from the girl elicited another chuckle from Hoshino Tsuki, who nodded in approval. Excuse me, sir, may I ask your name?" Ishihara Sumika could not help but inquire. Although her daughter's actions had momentarily dispelled the awkwardness, facing Hoshino Tsuki again made her feel somewhat shy. After all, her previous behavior had been rather bold, openly addressing a handsome stranger in broad daylight. Could it be that this widow has been lonely for too long? Sumika, what are you thinking?" Ishihara Sumika forcefully dispelled her chaotic thoughts. Hoshino Tsuki, his magnetic voice seemed to possess a certain charm, causing Ishihara Sumika's heart to flutter uncontrollably. She lowered her head slightly, attempting to hide her blush, and softly repeated, "Hoshino Tsuki, what a lovely name. Oh, by the way, I am Ishihara Sumika. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Mrs. Ishihara, the pleasure is mine," Hoshino Tsuki replied with a warm and polite smile. Noticing that Ishihara Sumika appeared somewhat flustered, he tactfully shifted the topic. Minkai is so adorable. She must be quite popular, right? At the mention of her daughter, a gentle smile instantly graced Ishihara Sumika's face. She tenderly stroked Minksai's little head and proudly said, "Indeed, Minkai has been exceptionally understanding and charming since she was little." Hearing her mother's praise, Minksai's eyes sparkled with joy, and she stepped forward, tightly holding on to Hoshino Tsuki's fingers, seemingly expressing her affection and dependence without words. Feeling the warmth of her small hand, Hoshino Tsuki was touched, and he crouched down to meet her gaze, gently saying, "Minkai, always be good and listen to your mother. All right? Minkai is the best." Minkai nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with trust in Hoshino Tsuki. Ishihara Sumika watched this scene, her heart stirring with unbidden emotions. Mr. Hoshino, if you don't mind, could I have your phone number?" she asked, lowering her head and summoning her courage. "I would like to formally invite you to dinner another day as a token of my gratitude." Fearing that Hoshino Tsuki might misunderstand her intentions and view her as a frivolous woman, she quickly added an explanation. "Thank you for accepting my gratitude. Your contact information." Hoshino Tsuki graciously accepted her thanks, believing that regardless of his assistance to Minkai or saving Ishihara Sumika from the wandering spirit, her sincere appreciation was well-deserved. However, he was not particularly interested in dining with a mature and beautiful lady. Truly, if you don't mind, please add me as a friend online," he suggested. All right." Ishihara Sumika quickly took out her phone to add Hoshino Tsuki as a friend. Beep. Just as Ishihara Sumika was about to say something, a red car parked nearby and honked twice. Hoshino Tsuki instinctively turned to look, noticing the window roll down, revealing Sakurako, who was smiling warmly and waving at him. Seeing Sakurako's charming face, Hoshino Tsuki beamed back at her before turning to Ishihara Sumika to bid farewell. "Mrs. Ishihara, I have matters to attend to. Minkai, goodbye." Very well, Mr. Hoshino, please take care. I will formally invite you another day," Ishihara Sumika replied hurriedly, her gaze lingering on his prominent nose and deep-set eyes, as well as the aura of sanctity that seemed to envelop his countenance beneath the sunlight. "It feels so warm being by his side. What a pity he is leaving so soon." "Goodbye, Oshino-ni-chan." Minksai's eyes were full of reluctance. Yet she smiled understandingly as she waved to Hoshino Tsuki. Hoshino Tsuki returned a gentle smile, giving a slight nod to both the little girl and Ishihara Sumika before lifting 4 large bags effortlessly and striding towards his vehicle. As he took a few steps, an idea struck him, causing him to pause and glance back at the military spirit that had been inching closer to Ishihara Sumika, attempting to re-establish its connection now that he was departing. Hoshino Tsuki hesitated for a moment. Eradicating this malevolent entity would be a simple task. He had already prepared a special package for such spirits. However, Ishihara Sumika was someone willing to visit a shrine to pray for blessings. Should he guide her to beseech him for the exorcism? Perhaps he could cultivate her into a devotee of his shrine. The thought crossed his mind, fueled by the sweet taste of selling talismans and charms. Never mind. For the sake of the adorable Minkai, since I have already offered assistance, I might as well see it through and eliminate this beast. Resolute, Hoshino Tsuki shifted the 2 large bags to one hand, freeing the other to wave gently in the spirit's direction. Crack! With a thunderous roar imperceptible to ordinary ears, a golden arc of electricity struck the malevolent spirit. In an instant, the tormented entity let out a piercing scream before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Ishihara Sumika had just caught sight of Hoshino Tsuki's waving gesture when she faintly heard the rumbling thunder and the anguished wails. The sound sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to glance back. Yet, she saw nothing. Instead, she felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping her, contrasting the chilling presence that had lingered, now miraculously fading away, causing her to involuntarily sigh in comfort. So warm. Realizing she had voiced her feelings, Ishihara Sumika blushed once more and lowered her head. Hoshino Tsuki cast a meaningful glance at Ishihara Sumika hesitating slightly before smiling and saying, "Mrs. Ishihara, I actually run a shrine. If you wish to pray for blessings, you are welcome to visit." His voice, as warm as a spring breeze, bore an indescribable air of authority and sanctity. "Yes," Ishihara Sumika instinctively replied. Hoshino Tsuki smiled and said nothing further, turning to depart. Did I just agree without a second thought? Ishihara Sumika pondered in confusion. Wait, a shrine waving, and the faint sound of thunder and screams. Could it be? She gazed incredulously at the car, slowly disappearing at the end of the street. He is indeed a remarkable man, reminiscent of a divine being. Mommy? Will Minkai be able to see the big brother again? Minkai looked up at Ishihara Sumika, tugging at her hand with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Ishihara Sumika came back to reality, crouching down to affectionately pat her daughter's little head. "We will meet again, my dear." And she turned her gaze to the distance, murmuring to herself in a tone only she could hear, "A shrine? Perhaps I should visit it personally." Chapter 30. The green light the vehicle was suffused with a delicate fragrance of cherry blossoms. Hoshino Tsuki inhaled this familiar aroma while observing the earnest expression on Sakurako's face as she drove. Her profile was enchanting, with a hint of makeup gracing her youthful features, and a few strands of hair cascading delicately over her exquisitely shaped ear. Though clad in a professional outfit, it did little to conceal the allure she radiated. Particularly captivating were her long, shapely legs, elegantly adorned in black stockings, which inevitably drew Tsuki's gaze. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but ever since Sakurako visited the shrine 2 months prior, she seemed to have developed a penchant for wearing skirts paired with black stockings. Tsuki recalled that during their initial acquaintance, she often wore trousers. Sakurako, sensing the attention directed at her, felt a slight flush creep across her cheeks. Seizing the brief moment at the red light, she gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Stealing a glance at Hoshino Tsuki, she hesitated before softly inquiring, "Did you just encounter an acquaintance?" No. It was merely a fortuitous encounter with a lost little girl. I was about to call the police when her mother arrived, and we exchanged a few words," Tsuki explained with a smile, unfazed by the incident. Sakurako's earlier, unexplainable unease dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. She had noticed the mature woman earlier, who was undeniably beautiful, perhaps even rivaling her own allure. The woman's pallid complexion evoked a sense of fragility that could easily elicit protective instincts from others. As a woman, Sakurako felt this instinctual response, and she imagined men would likely feel the same. The presence of a child beside the woman led her to speculate that she was married. Yet this revelation only heightened Sakurako's vigilance. She had occasionally overheard her colleagues discussing how a significant number of men secretly indulged in adult-themed manga featuring married women. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Did Hoshino Tsuki share such proclivities? However, upon hearing Tsuki's candid words, Sakurako couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into an expression of genuine admiration. "Indeed, Tsuki-kun, you are such a kind and gentle person." Yes, I suppose," Tsuki replied, somewhat embarrassed. He could readily acknowledge his gentleness, but kindness? He had never considered himself a good person, especially not when he had just contemplated leaving that wandering spirit to its own devices. Nevertheless, he couldn't refute her compliment, and with a slight smile, he nodded in acknowledgement. Turning his gaze to the window, Tsuki found himself reflecting on the earlier encounter. The military-clad spirit had clearly sought to possess Ishihara Sumika, exhibiting an unwavering determination that piqued his curiosity about the underlying reasons behind it. Could it be related to the barrier surrounding the divine restroom? He pondered, recalling the information shared by Reiko, the elderly lady. Alas, it seems we might soon have a formidable fox visiting our home. "Tsuki-kun, what are you thinking about?" Sakurako's voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to return to the present. He smiled and shook his head, wishing to alleviate her concerns. "Nothing much. By the way, what would you like for dinner? It's rare that I don't have to work late today, so let me take care of it," Sakurako said, shifting the topic with a hint of anticipation. What should we eat?" Tsuki felt a twinge of discomfort. He had always struggled with such decisions. Today, Miss Yoshida sent several kinds of wild vegetables. How about we make tempura? Miss Yoshida? Oh, you mean the Yoshida Haru editor you mentioned before? Sakurako inquired, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yes, indeed, Suki responded, pondering her happiness. You should remember to prepare a return gift. Have you thought of what to give her? As their conversation unfolded, the rapport between them grew increasingly harmonious, marked by a comforting familiarity that edged out the formality of their prior interactions. A return gift? Sakurako tilted her head, gazing at the road ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Suki, unable to resist her adorable gesture, found himself momentarily distracted, only to recall that she was behind the wheel. Sakurako, please focus on driving. We can decide on that later. I have an idea, Sakurako suddenly exclaimed, lightly tapping the steering wheel. How about having Miss Yoshida get a signed magazine from you? Tsuki-kun. That could work. Wait, Sakurako, the light is red. The screech of brakes pierced the air as Suki breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Sakurako had reacted in time to avoid a collision with the vehicle ahead. Phew, Suki-kun, your sudden announcement about the red light startled me, Sakurako remarked, her hand resting on her ample bosom, mirroring his startled expression. She cast a playful glance at him, her eyes twinkling. In that moment, rather than feeling irked, Suki found her demeanor somewhat endearing. Under the pull of gravity, his gaze was drawn toward her animated movements. I recall that you have a driver's license, Suki-kun. Would you like to take the wheel? Sakurako suggested, her shyness creeping in as she struggled to concentrate on driving. I could sit in the passenger seat and enjoy the sight of your handsome profile. Me? Drive? Suki was taken aback by her suggestion. All right, find a place to stop, and we can switch seats. Defeated by her charming coaxing, he acquiesced. Yay! Thank you, Suki-kun, Sakurako exclaimed, her excitement transforming her into a playful girl. She playfully winked at him, her long eyelashes fluttering, illuminating her lively spirit. Her lips parted slightly, revealing mischievous words that she deliberately slowed down to deliver, heightening the delightful contrast of her demeanor. This captivating shift in her character sent Suki's heart racing, and the space between them seemed to diminish. Beep beep! A car behind them honked impatiently, jolting them back to reality, both blushing in unison. The light turned green. Chapter 31, The Essence of Sayako, is that of a seasoned driver. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent, swiftly returning to the shrine. After parking the car at the foot of the mountain, Sakurako eagerly offered to assist Hoshino Tsuki, only to be met with a gentle refusal, as Tsuki cheerfully took over several bags that Sakurako had brought back. With both hands laden with an impressive assortment of items, Tsuki appeared quite astonishing. Earlier, Sakurako had attempted to lift one of the bags resting on the back seat, but its weight had caused her delicate hands to ache painfully, and she had barely managed to raise it at all. To think that the seemingly slender Tsuki could possess such strength, Sakurako gazed in astonishment at Tsuki, who walked ahead with an effortless stride, her small mouth agape in surprise. As she watched, her gaze began to grow increasingly hazy, and her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I remember Sayako mentioning that a strong man could, in certain positions. Oh, how embarrassing to think about. My dear friend of all things, why must she insist on these notions, even while seeking out a younger partner? Such matters ought to be reserved for one's beloved. But if it were Tsuki, with a flurry of indecent thoughts swirling in her mind, Sakurako shook her head vigorously, as if trying to cast them away. Sakurako, are you all right? Hoshino Tsuki, noticing that Sakurako had fallen behind, paused and turned to inquire. I'm fine, I'm coming, Sakurako hurriedly explained, lowering her head as she caught up. After dinner, Hoshino Tsuki resolved to immerse herself once more in her writing endeavors. With her new book completed, she merely needed to conduct a final review for errors and refine it further. An hour passed, and Tsuki stretched lazily, rising to fetch her laptop and intending to call Sakurako for a review of her manuscript to determine what still required modification. At that moment, her phone, resting nearby, suddenly vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered a message from Shiryuki Rin. Tsuki, are you there? Noticing the time displayed on her phone, just past 8 in the evening, Suki felt curious about why the silver-haired girl was reaching out at such an hour and casually replied, "I'm here. Is there something on your mind?" Before long, a new message arrived. Suki, may I ask you something? What is it? Suki queried, bemused, as they had only separated in the afternoon, and she found it puzzling to comprehend the girl's thoughts. However, given that she was a significant client, a wealthy young lady, he felt it necessary to provide the requisite after-sales service, demonstrating a degree of professionalism. "I was wondering when your new book is expected to be released." Meanwhile, Shiryuki Rin, clad in pajamas, lay on her bed, bashfully typing this message, and added, "Nana asked me to inquire. She wishes to save up her allowance in advance to be among the first to purchase it." "Oh, the new book? If all goes well, it should be by the end of the month. It will likely be released in a standalone volume since it's just a short story this time." Upon realizing that this was the inquiry, Hoshino Tsuki readily responded to Rin, considering that it was a loyal fan wishing to support her. And providing the information was no trouble at all. The release plan for the new book had already been arranged by the Chikishima Publishing House, awaiting the final manuscript for review within the next few days. As long as the review posed no issues and both parties successfully finalized the contract, the project would proceed. Chikishima Publishing had offered two collaboration options. The first involved a one-time buyout for 5 million yen, with an additional royalty of no less than 10 for any subsequent adaptations, while the second option offered a 50 royalty with a guaranteed initial print run of 20,000 copies, also including royalties for later sales. In Japan, a light novel is typically priced around 862 yen, approximately 40 yuan in Chinese currency. If all 20,000 copies sold, the royalties could amount to around 3 million yen. Although this might seem less lucrative than the first option, Sakurako had encouraged her to opt for the revenue share model. Having perused the outline and a significant portion of the content, she held great confidence in the sales potential of the short story. And with the analysis of internal survey results from Chikishima Publishing, she was certain the sales would far exceed 20,000 copies. Suki also leaned toward this collaborative approach. "All right, I want to keep you. I need to pass this on to Nana." With a smile, she sent a cute emoticon, shaking her head in amusement as she turned to head towards the living room. On a nameless mountain peak, moonlight cascaded upon an ancient forest, the silver glow filtering through the treetops and casting dappled reflections upon the ground. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through the air, accompanied by the soft chime of sacred bells, while the woods echoed with an enigmatic melodic chant reminiscent of solemn praise. Perched upon a massive stone at the summit was a golden fox with a snow-white head, its golden eyes gazing into the distance. A millennium is it. Humanity is truly fragile. The golden fox, possessing the ability to speak, displayed a countenance that hinted at sorrow and reminiscence. "Hoshino, perhaps I should pay a visit." With that solitary musing, the golden fox rose to its feet. The sound of bells tinkled, and golden mist swirled at its feet. With the mountain wind at its back, it soared towards the place filled with longing memories. Meanwhile, Sakurako knelt in her bedroom, engaged in a phone conversation with her close friend Sayako. "Sakurako-chan, I heard that the handsome neighbor from your former apartment passed away, and it was quite bizarre." "Huh? Handsome neighbor? Who?" Sakurako tilted her head in thought, unable to recall any handsome neighbor. "You know, the one who lived on the same floor as you, Fujita. How could you forget such a striking man?" "Oh dear, Sakurako. You're hopelessly lost in the depths of love." "What? Sayako, what are you talking about?" Sakurako's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she complained to her friend on the other end of the line. "Ha! Still in denial, are we? Who knows who has been staying over at that talented, gentle, and handsome authoress place?" Sayako teased, causing Sakurako to lower her head in shyness. As a confidant, Sayako was privy to many details concerning Sakurako and Hoshino Tsuki. "I always thought you were too traditional to cohabit before marriage. Yet here you are, actually moving into someone else's home. Wasn't he at the shrine?" In truth, Sakurako's newfound courage to take the initiative was largely due to Sayako's encouragement. "Ha! Sakurako, do tell me, is he as impressive as I imagine? Is it comfortable?" Despite Sakurako's protests, Sayako remained unabashedly playful, teasing her friend without restraint. "Truly, A seasoned driver, whether male or female, drives swiftly. Please don't say such things. We haven't tea. Huh? How could you two be living together and not have? He wouldn't be incapable, would he? Chapter 32. Does this world truly harbor ghosts? Sakurako. Upon hearing her dear friend's increasingly absurd remarks, even the gentle-natured Sakurako felt a tinge of displeasure, her tone taking on a hint of seriousness. There was nothing wrong with their playful banter, but she was acutely aware of how fiercely men guard their pride, particularly regarding such matters. She did not wish for Sayako's careless words to instigate any aversion from Hoshino Tsuki. Though Tsuki was certainly not privy to their conversation at that moment, the mere thought unsettled her. Oh, my apologies. Please don't be upset. Let us instead discuss your neighbor. Sayako, sensing the seriousness in her friend's voice, hastily apologized and redirected the conversation back to familiar ground. Is his surname Fujita? Oh, I think I recall. What is his first name? It's Ichiro Fujita. Yes, that's the one. I remember encountering him during my commutes. Though he didn't leave a strong impression. How is it that you remember him so vividly, Sayako? I ran into him once when I visited your place. He is quite a handsome fellow, so I made a note of his name. However, I always felt his smile seemed a bit insincere, which deterred me. Oh, that is not important. Sayako explained nonchalantly. Wait, did Mr. Fujita pass away? What do you mean by strange? Sakurako still seemed somewhat confused. Her curiosity piqued. The story unfolds like this. Today, I overheard others discussing that our senior from the morning shift was actually dating Fujita. Sayako recounted the gossip she'd heard. Initially, the senior, nearing 30, met Fujita by chance and quickly succumbed to his sweet words, leading to a swift romance. Yet, she always found it peculiar that Fujita was excessively sensitive to the cold. She even spent money to take him to the hospital for examinations. But all results came back normal. After some time, she dismissed it as a natural predisposition. However, on the day they were supposed to meet at a CAF, Ichiro Fujita suddenly died. Was it particularly cold in the CAF at that moment? Are you sure it wasn't just the staff accidentally turning on the air conditioning or a malfunction? Absolutely. I heard that the police investigated the scene, and everything was in order. Oh, I haven't finished yet. Oh, Sayako, please continue. I'm listening. Sakurako instinctively stuck out her tongue while holding her phone, her playful demeanor unseen by anyone else. If Hoshino Tsuki had witnessed it, he would surely lament the missed opportunity. Though the police publicly announced that he died of cardiac arrest, you have no idea. That's when the truly eerie events began. As Sayako's narration progressed, her tone grew increasingly ominous, prompting Sakurako to instinctively shift her posture, wrapping her arms around her knees, curling up slightly. It is said that after that day, the morning senior also developed an inexplicable fear of the cold, plagued by nightmares, and at night, she reportedly heard strange voices, as if different women were incessantly shrieking in her ear. He won't be given to you. He is mine. Sayako deliberately imitated a ghostly voice from a horror movie, her tone hushed and raspy. Ah! Sakurako was startled by Sayako's sudden change in tone, and she fumbled her phone, which fell into the deep crevice before her. Hello, Sakurako. What's wrong? Sayako inquired, intrigued by the noise on the line. After a moment of silence, Sakurako's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of a sob, filled with reproach. Sayako, how could you scare me like that? You're so mean. Ha ha ha. This time I actually frightened you, didn't I? You always seemed so unfazed by such topics before. Sayako's triumphant laughter echoed from the other end, despite the smile gracing Sakurako's face. The atmosphere around her became increasingly oppressive, an inexplicable tension rising within her. Sayako, em sorry. The moment Sayako heard Sakurako enunciate her name syllable by syllable, she instantly grew solemn. Although Sakurako's voice remained gentle, the manner in which she spoke indicated her genuine anger and the thought of inciting the ire of someone so mild-mannered. Sayako vividly recalled the time in college when she was pinned to the dormitory bed by Sakurako, unable to resist, only released when she was in fits of laughter. Will you dare do it again? In truth, Sakurako found herself quite at a loss with her unreliable friend, who would behave well for a few days after being scolded. only to revert to her capricious self. So she resorted to threatening her with a serious demeanor for a moment. "Oh, I wouldn't dare." He, Sayako quickly assured her. Well aware of her own limitations, her dear friend could easily overpower her. Yet, reflecting on it now, I did see the morning senior that day. It was a rather warm morning, yet she was bundled up in a thick coat. "So, your reason for calling me today was to discuss this?" Sakurako feigned calmness, though she, too, felt a twinge of fear. In the past, she had faced such topics with indifference, firmly believing those tales to be mere fabrications. However, today's mention of an inexplicable chill had involuntarily drawn her thoughts back to her own experience. The sudden, bone-chilling coldness was still fresh in her mind. At the time, she had been preoccupied with other matters, scarcely paying attention, ultimately fleeing in embarrassment. Yet in hindsight, she recalled the charm she had tucked into her clothing pocket seemed to emit a slight warmth. After that, the icy sensation vanished entirely. The charm. Contemplating, Sakurako stood and hurried to her wardrobe, retrieving the charm that Hoshino Tsuki had gifted her from the pocket of the clothes she wore today. She scrutinized it from every angle, unable to discern any difference from those sold at other shrines. She had preserved it carefully and kept it close, not because she believed it held any particular significance, but simply because it was a gift from Tsuki. Now, however, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty. Could it be that this world truly has ghosts? Unbeknownst to Sayako, she misinterpreted Sakurako's question as a signal that she intended to end the call, and quickly interjected. No. Remember you mentioned that your family's author operates a shrine? Oh, yes. Tsuki's family has indeed been running a shrine since ancient times. Sayako's words brought Sakurako back to the present, and she nodded in affirmation, albeit somewhat puzzled as to why Sayako had posed that question. Before she could inquire further, Sayako continued. Actually, I'm telling you this because I think you could ask him if he knows anyone capable of performing exorcisms. Chapter 33, Resonance of Soul Frequencies Exorcism. Sakurako murmured softly, instinctively glancing at the protective charm resting in her palm. Yes, I heard that Senpai took a sick leave this morning and has already visited several shrines and renowned on Myoji, but to no avail. Today, I saw Senpai's message, expressing a desire for everyone to recommend a true exorcist. In addition to a handsome reward, a generous referral fee would also be bestowed upon the introducer, Sayako explained. Is that so? Sakurako replied, somewhat astonished, realizing that Sayako had sought her out for such a matter. Moreover, Sakurako-chan, Senpai's family holds shares in our society, quite affluent indeed. I recall you mentioning that the author is somewhat short on funds, so this presents a splendid opportunity to earn some money. What do you think? You should thank me promptly. Sayako's voice brimmed with pride over the phone, eliciting a laugh from Sakurako as she envisioned Sayako's eager expression for compliments. Thank you, Sayako-chan. I will consult Tsuki-kun. Sakurako nodded slightly, concluding the call with a smile. At that moment, Hoshino Tsuki stood outside Sakurako's room, astonished, with a laptop in hand. Exorcism? Why is Sakurako suddenly mentioning this? It sounded like she was on the phone with someone. Is she going to ask me about exorcism? He did not intentionally eavesdrop. The traditional shoji door of the house had poor sound insulation, allowing him to hear their conversation clearly. After a brief hesitation, Tsuki spoke up. Sakurako, do you have a moment? I've completed my new book and would like your input on any necessary revisions. If it's convenient, shall we discuss it in the living room? Thud. A sound akin to something falling onto the tatami echoed from within the room, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. The shoji door swung open, revealing Sakurako clad in pajamas. Apolongis, Tsukikun. I was just on the phone with a friend. It's nothing serious. Please, come in and let us chat, she said bashfully, stepping aside to invite him in. Then, I hope I'm not intruding, Tsuki replied, a faint blush gracing his cheeks as he stepped inside. It was his first time entering this room since Sakurako moved in, and he felt a mix of nervousness and curiosity. After all, who wouldn't want to glimpse the room of such a stunning beauty? The room was impeccably tidy. Various books were neatly arranged on the shelf in the corner, predominantly featuring works published by the Chitose Library, along with some renowned detective novels. The decor exuded simplicity, with the only somewhat incongruous elements being the plush toys adorning the bed. Fluffy rabbit plushies. So, Sakurako enjoys these? Suki's gaze inadvertently fell upon the assortment of rabbits, each differing in size and design. A medium pink rabbit, a small blue one, and an adorable rabbit emoji. Sakurako truly embodies youthful charm. Unable to contain his amusement, Suki chuckled aloud. Sakurako turned around, puzzled by the laughter, only to find Suki's gaze fixated on the plush toys. She quickly deduced his thoughts and, recalling their earlier phone conversation, approached him with a puffed-up face. Just as she intended to give him a playful kick, she hesitated, opting instead for a gentle tap. Suki-kun must be thinking something inappropriate. Haha, cough cough. All right, no hard feelings. My apologies. Suki managed to suppress his laughter and the ripples of emotion within him. As they both stood barefoot, Sakurako's delicate foot brushed against his. An unexpected sensation that was not painful, but rather quite delightful. You sly one, Sakurako teased, snatching the laptop from his hands and turning to kneel at the table. Suki observed her slightly pouting expression, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he followed her lead. Ignoring him, Sakurako immersed herself in the manuscript. Before long, she was captivated by the narrative, while Suki sat beside her, quietly admiring her flawless profile. Her skin was as pale as snow, smooth as jade, and beneath elegantly arched brows, her deep, luminous eyes sparkled like water. With her lips gently pressed, the focused Sakurako radiated an intellectual allure. In that moment, she transformed into a capable, mature woman. Suki-kun, look here. Wouldn't it be better to revise this sentence? Oh, where? Let me see. Suki was jolted back to reality by Sakurako's voice, leaning closer to the screen. Here. Sakurako's slender fingers lightly tapped the screen, unconsciously inching closer. Indeed, I will make that change right away. After more than an hour, the two, nearly side by side, finally closed the laptop with satisfaction. Your name had been successfully revised, and both felt pleased with the work. Tomorrow, Sakurako would present the manuscript, and once the contract was signed, the project could commence. Sakurako had forgotten her earlier awkwardness. Despite working at home, she felt no aversion. She was grateful that the responsible author was Suki-kun. Collaborating on the piece was an absolute delight. They were in perfect harmony, resonating like soul frequencies, an indescribable yet immensely comforting sensation. Thank you, esteemed editor, for your guidance today, Suki said with a playful wink, half-jokingly. Oh dear, thank you for your hard work, Suki-kun. Well done, keep it up. Sakurako feigned seriousness. They exchanged glances and laughed in unison. By the way, Suki-kun, there's something I'd like to ask you. Suddenly recalling Sayako's earlier mention, Sakurako recounted the matter to Suki. Ichiro Fujita? Hearing that name, which had almost faded from his memory, Suki felt momentarily bewildered. He recalled having discreetly placed a magical seal on that individual. The seal was intended to make him particularly conspicuous to wandering spirits, emanating an aura that would attract them, thereby compelling them to engage. His intention was to expedite the influence of those female spirits upon him, aiming to send such scum to hell. After casting the seal, he dismissed the matter, believing he could effortlessly rid the world of such individuals beyond the reach of the law. However, he had not anticipated. Could it be that he perished that very day? Chapter 34. Always protecting in his own way, so the esteemed senior was present at that time. And that was when those bizarre occurrences began, correct? It seems that way, according to Sayako. Sakura traced her finger along her cheek, tilting her head in recollection before responding. Indeed, after hearing the entire story, Hoshino Tsuki instinctively nodded slightly, likely grasping the situation. If all goes as expected, that lady from the Asa family is likely entangled with a wandering spirit. It is probable that the vengeful spirit harbored resentment upon witnessing her intimate actions with Fujita Ichiro. After all, she was transformed into a vengeful spirit due to profound hatred and obsession. It is hardly surprising that after claiming Fujita Ichiro, she would lash out at others. However, Whether this was a malicious scheme orchestrated by someone or truly the doing of those vengeful spirits remains uncertain unless he personally meets the lady from the Asa family. After all, the Asa family is affluent, with business rivals and enemies surely in existence. What if someone, having heard of her plight, deliberately set a trap? If he could meet her and observe the presence of the malevolent spirits, it would undoubtedly confirm the occurrence of a strange event. Otherwise, he would advise her to report it to the authorities for better resolution. In any case, handling such supernatural incidents is quite straightforward for him. A simple package delivery, as per usual, suffices. Why not choose to exorcise them? Aren't they pitiable souls? Come now, what is the state of the other world here in Japan? Sending offerings to those formidable entities? Huh? Wait, perhaps there are alternative methods. Suddenly, Tsuki recalled something. Recently, he had drawn rewards that significantly enhanced his spiritual power. Due to the binding contract, the abilities of his two Shikigami girls had also augmented. Last night, Chien had come to him, bewildered by a newfound ability, seemingly called Yomi no Hirazaka. Yes, that was the name. According to legend, it is the place where Izanagi sought to meet his deceased wife, Izanami. Of course, the sisters' abilities were not the legendary entrance to the underworld. Instead, when combined, they could open a unique entrance to their own spectral realm, allowing certain spirits to regain their memories and rationality, albeit at the cost of becoming subservient to the sisters. Well, considering the essence of the two girls is a guiding lamp, it is not surprising that they awakened such a power. Thinking about it, capturing the vengeful spirits might be a preferable course of action. This would also enhance his own capabilities after all. Moreover, those vengeful spirits, though appearing particularly frightening now, must have been quite attractive in life, given that they were deceived by that scoundrel for both beauty and wealth. Once they entered Yomi no Hirazaka and regained their memories, they would revert to their original forms. Having more beautiful subordinates to assist him would certainly be more convenient. Indeed, Shikigami girls as subordinates equate to his own subordinates. The formula is sound. If he could have them don none or maid uniforms, when they make an entrance, it would be a procession of 100 demons, yet an extraordinarily pleasing version. This is a joy that even Senior Ning does not possess. Cough, cough. He shouldn't dwell on such thoughts. It would set a poor example for the youth. Silently halting his fanciful musings, Hoshino Tsuki stroked his chin in contemplation. Thus, should he accept this task of exorcism? Tsuki-kun. Sakura waved her hand in front of him, curiosity piqued as she inquired. She had never encountered supernatural events or the work of spiritual practitioners before, having always regarded them as mere folklore. However, her worldview was now profoundly shaken, leading her to be increasingly intrigued by Hoshino Tsuki's identity as a priest. Even if this identity were informal and lacking institutional backing, he is still a priest, is he not? Ah, sorry, I was just pondering something. Please inform your friend to arrange a time for me to visit. Tsuki decided to take on the task. With his current strength, dealing with most wandering spirits and malevolent entities would pose little danger, especially considering the handsome remuneration they offered. Having just tasted the sweetness of reward, he was quite tempted. And who knows, this might develop into a steady patronage for his shrine. Affluent individuals, what splendid prospects. All right, so, wait, are you saying that you will personally conduct the exorcism? Sakura instinctively agreed, but midway through her response, she suddenly realized, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. What, do you doubt my capability? Tsuki asked, amusement dancing in his gaze. Not at all. I just didn't expect Tsuki-kun to know how to perform exorcisms. I assumed you had someone you could refer me to. Sakura vaguely sensed Tsuki's uniqueness, but instinctively leaned more towards acknowledging his identity as a writer. Regarding the priesthood, she had never encountered a priest who could barely afford a meal. Tsuki. As Sakura continued speaking, she lowered her head, realizing it was somewhat impolite. She hastily apologized. My apologies, I did not mean to imply disbelief in Tsuki-kun. It's fine, I don't mind. I understand. Tsuki waved his hand with a smile, showing no signs of offense. Modern Japanese people predominantly embrace rational thinking. Although belief in spirits retains some influence in society, few truly believe in their existence, with most, like Sakura, considering them mere legends and tales. However, This does not prevent them from visiting shrines and temples during festivals and gatherings to pray for blessings. It is indeed quite paradoxical. Upon raising her gaze to meet Tsuki's eyes, clear as water, Sakura sensed the sincerity within his gaze, allowing her a moment of relief. After a brief hesitation, she finally voiced her lingering speculation. Tsuki-kun, there are indeed spirits in this world, aren't there? Tsuki gazed into her eyes and smiled. What do you think? Why do I keep an omamori close at hand? The world's anomalies continue to unfold. The sightings of military-clad, wandering spirits and the increasing number of ghosts roaming the streets, not to mention the colossal demons on the horizon, continue to devour relentlessly even after their evolution. It may not be long before they once again impact reality. And this time, it is likely to be more than just a trivial incident. Thus, he had considered the possibility that Sakura should possess some foreknowledge, allowing her to prepare mentally, but he did not intend to elaborate further as it would only serve to unnecessarily worry her. Is that so? Tsuki-kun, thank you. Sakura understood his implication, her heart warming with gratitude. So, Tsuki-kun has always been protecting himself in his own way. With this thought, Sakura instinctively reached for the omamori placed before her, cradling it in her palms as if it were a treasured find. Tsuki suddenly widened his eyes, as if gazing into a terrifying abyss, yet within it lay countless secrets and treasures. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the hidden treasures within the darkness, an insatiable desire to explore and uncover, unable to divert his attention. Chapter 35. The notion of leaving the non-world for Europe is a fallacy. After Hoshino Tsuki departed from the room, Sakurako felt an inexplicable emptiness within her. Absently listening to Sheia's narration, her gaze drifted towards the doorway, lost in thought. Women are remarkably sensitive to the glances of the opposite sex, and it was impossible for her to overlook the way Hoshino Tsuki had been staring at her. Yet, instead of feeling repulsion, she found herself blushing, unable to deny her inclination to draw closer to him whenever they were together. Sakurako, are you listening? Sheia's voice broke through her reverie, prompting Sakurako to respond, Ah, yes, I'm listening. All right, I've sent you the address. Senpai asked me to convey that she's eagerly anticipating your meeting tomorrow afternoon and assured me that the price would be perfectly reasonable. Fresh from her shower, Sheia lounged on her bed, wrapped in a towel, her legs bent, and her delicate feet swaying playfully, clearly in high spirits. Yes, I'll inform Tsuki-kun. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll have to cut our conversation short. Sakurako replied softly, nodding. Oh, you still have things to do this late? Hee. You're not planning to devour your Tsuki-kun tonight, are you? Sheia teased, instantly transforming into a playful confidant. Saya, you're being ridiculous. It's late, and he hasn't even showered yet. You should hurry and rest too. We have work tomorrow, Sakurako admonished, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sure, just a shower. I won't interrupt your little escapade. Do remember to share your results later. Bye-bye, Sheia concluded, hanging up. In her room, Sakurako stared blankly at her phone screen, her cheeks puffed slightly in annoyance. She is always so mischievous, she muttered, though her thoughts drifted back to the almost kiss in the car, and the assertive gaze of Hoshino Tsuki. What would a kiss feel like? Her temperature surged, a rosy hue creeping up her neck. She bit her lip, her fingers lightly grazing her mouth, curiosity bubbling within her. Meanwhile, having finished his shower, Hoshino Tsuki lay on his bed, gazing at the translucent system interface that had appeared before him, feeling utterly despondent. Today had brought unexpected fortune, and having completed his new book, he had acted rashly and indulged in 100 draws. The result? He went from exuberantly rolling on the bed to now lying like a lifeless fish. Indeed, aside from the incessant notifications of increased spiritual power, there were no other rewards to speak of. Am I dreaming? System, come forth. Tell me this is a dream. His eyes burned with frustration as he received only the mechanical response from the system. Host commands are unclear, unable to provide a response. 100 draws. I spent a whole million yen, and aside from the spiritual power increase, I received nothing. Return my million. The million yen has been deducted. The rewards have been distributed, and the host commands cannot be executed. After a bout of exasperation, Hoshino Tsuki resigned himself to his fate. Fortunately, the guaranteed spiritual power reward offered some consolation. Truly, the idea of leaving the non-world for Europe is but a myth. In his previous life, he was cursed with bad luck, and it seemed that fortune had yet to favor him in this life as well. Sighing, he reminded himself that he still had over 4 million yen, alleviating his immediate financial worries. The spiritual power boost was not a total loss. He mused silently, reminding himself to remain vigilant and not let success cloud his judgment. Having contemplated purchasing a car, he planned to visit the dealership tomorrow morning since he had no other engagements. Practicality would be his guiding principle. Impulse buying was out of the question. Earning such a sum in one day was unlikely to happen again. Ultimately, he was still the humble author residing near an old shrine, with few visitors coming to pay their respects. Thus, he needed to diligently pursue his writing. He must not neglect his craft. However, the profits from managing the shrine were indeed substantial. It seemed prudent to invest more effort into this endeavor. For instance, he could cultivate relationships with Mrs. Ishihara and the mourning lady to become regular donors to his shrine. As the number of patrons grew, he could procure ceremonial items like handcrafted kagura bells to enhance his offerings, alongside selling protective charms and talismans, emulating the successful business models of renowned shrines. He was confident that as disturbances in the spiritual realm intensified and the supernatural emerged, the potential for profit would be considerable. After all, the items he offered were not mere trinkets. They held genuine protective qualities. As he quietly plotted these future plans, Hoshino Tsuki recalled Sakurako's earlier mention. Relying on the shrine for riches was unrealistic at present. First, he needed to address the troubles faced by the mourning lady. Well, would she even trust a novice priest like him? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. There was no use in overthinking. It was better to rest early and be fresh for car shopping in the morning. Just as he resolved to turn off the light, he heard Sakurako's voice outside his door. "Tsuki-kun, are you resting?" "Ah, not yet." "Komein." His curiosity piqued at her late-night visit. He hastily opened the door. Sakurako, clad in snug sleepwear that accentuated her remarkable figure, her hair wrapped in a towel and still slightly damp, entered his room with a gentle smile. "Sorry to intrude. Is there something you need, Sakurako?" Hoshino Tsuki asked, quickly averting his gaze. "I have news regarding the mourning lady." After briefly explaining the situation, Sakurako observed Hoshino Tsuki's evasive gaze and hesitantly bit her lip. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer, her cheeks flushed as she shyly asked, My hairdryer seems to be broken. I remember you have one. Could you possibly help me dry my hair?" "Dry your hair?" "Of course, Sakurako. Please have a seat. I'll get it for you." The scent of body wash mingled with a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his face to redden as he turned to fetch the hairdryer. Sakurako knelt with her head bowed, her heart racing as she awaited his return. Soon, Hoshino Tsuki reappeared, plugged in the device, and positioned himself behind Sakurako. From this angle, he had a clear view of her luminous neck and the enticing curve before him. Captivated by the sight, he found himself lost in thought. What should one do at this hour when hunger strikes? Chapter 36. Neither proactive nor rejection, Sakura sat upright, sensing the approach of Hoshino Tsuki, a flicker of joy crossing her gaze. Hoshino gently unwrapped the towel that was bound around her head, draping it over her shoulders, and tenderly brushed aside her hair, blowing softly with warm breath. "Will you be meeting Mrs. Sama alone tomorrow afternoon?" After a lengthy hesitation, Sakura could no longer contain herself and softly inquired. "No, I will likely be accompanied by Chi-In and the others," Hoshino replied with a smile. Sakura simply responded with an "oh," falling into silence, her lips pursed as thoughts swirled in her mind. "Are you interested in the exorcism work? Or are you concerned about my meeting with Miss Asama alone?" Hoshino, observing the silence enveloping Sakura, took the initiative to jest. The moment her thoughts were so aptly captured, Sakura felt a surge of panic within. Yet she feigned composure as she explained, "I am just a bit curious. I don't want to admit that I'm worried about you being alone with Mrs. Sama." "Curious? About those things?" Hoshino continued. "Well, I had always thought they didn't exist, right?" With a gentle smile, Hoshino completed her unspoken thought. It was hardly surprising. Upon learning that ghosts indeed inhabit this world, one would naturally harbor a fervent curiosity. Tsuki-kun, are they truly like the ones depicted in horror films? As she posed the question, Sakura felt an urge to glance back at Hoshino, but was gently deterred by his hand. Ah, don't move. Be careful not to blow it into your eyes. Oh, Sakura responded obediently, remaining still, a sweet warmth blossoming within her heart. Horror films, huh? Hoshino mused internally, comparing. Some might be far uglier and more distorted than portrayed in films. Does that mean it's very frightening? Perhaps, Tsuki-kun, you shouldn't go tomorrow. Upon hearing Hoshino's words, Sakura's anxiety surged, fearing for his safety during the exorcism. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Those beings may appear grotesque, but they are somewhat akin to the lingering attachments of the deceased, Hoshino explained in a manner he thought would be easier to comprehend. He refrained from discussing the aberrations of the other world, believing that doing so would only add to Sakura's worries. Ultimately, he was confident in his ability to protect those he cared about. Yet, Sakura remained uneasy, fidgeting as she attempted to turn around, but was again gently restrained by Hoshino's warm hand on her shoulder. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Hoshino hurriedly continued, by normal standards. As long as one is in good health and does not actively provoke those unclean entities, one typically would not be entangled by them. Sakura listened quietly, gradually gaining a rudimentary understanding of those eerie beings, and her worries eased considerably. Indeed, humans often harbor immense fear of the unknown, but once familiar, such trepidation diminishes. Say, Tsuki-kun, did I inadvertently provoke something when I arrived that day? Am I being pursued by those entities? Suddenly recalling her own experiences, Sakura thoughtfully posed the question. Hoshino hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as Sakura had not actively sought out that wandering spirit. It was merely the entity's lingering obsession at play. After a moment of contemplation, Hoshino helplessly explained, "You were indeed entangled, but it was not due to any active provocation." "But didn't you say it usually wouldn't happen? Huh? Were you lying to reassure me?" Sakura's expression darkened, her voice tinged with displeasure. No, it's not that. How should I put it? The entity's obsession. Sai, let's just say your charm is simply too great, Hoshino quickly clarified, though his words remained somewhat ambiguous. Sakura momentarily failed to comprehend, her mind racing until she finally understood his implication. In the next instant, her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, her heart fluttering sweetly as she blurted out, "Then, why is Tsuki-kun so indifferent?" Huh? Cough, cough. Hoshino choked slightly, momentarily dazed by Sakura's sudden boldness, his hand instinctively pausing. At that moment, Sakura's mind was blank, her head bowed shyly as she stood frozen, enveloped in an unexpected silence. Miss Sakura, are you hinting at me to do something?" After what felt like an eternity, Hoshino deliberately adopted a teasing tone, seeking to regain the initiative. "And no, I'm just drying my hair. I'll take my leave now." Sakura stammered, hastily making her escape. Hoshino watched her retreating figure disappear down the hallway, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood Sakura's feelings, yet he found himself unable to make a decisive commitment. If this world were merely ordinary, he would undoubtedly embrace Sakura without hesitation, wholeheartedly devoted to her, infusing the Yamato race with the essence of his heritage. He was no herbivorous creature. He could not forsake the carnality of life. But now, this nation was shrouded in overwhelming darkness, and chaos was destined to ensue, altering the established order and dynamics of the past. As a man, he could not deny his own greed. He wished to experience the so-called adult inclination to desire it all. He pondered how Sakura would react in such circumstances, perhaps even contemplating self-harm, akin to how she treated Sage-kun. Thus, regardless of the situation, if he were to accept a woman who harbored feelings solely for him, it would be profoundly unfair to her. This was not a matter of Hoshino feigning superiority. Rather, a woman as exceptional as Sakura was a rare gem, one he could not bear to harm. Yet, to ask him to willingly relinquish her was an impossible endeavor. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but concede that Qian-Ning's words bore some truth. At his core, he too was somewhat of a scoundrel. With a quiet, self-deprecating chuckle, Hoshino shook his head and sighed inwardly. Alas, I must strive to treat her better and maintain the status quo, neither proactive nor rejecting. Yet I shall undoubtedly take responsibility for those who are deserving. This was the principle that resided within him. To be a scoundrel in broad daylight, yet not entirely so. Indeed, deep down, he was also a warrior of pure love. With that thought, Hoshino silently closed the door and returned to his bed. He turned off the lights and prepared for slumber, ready to see the car tomorrow. As Hoshino lay in bed, he slowly closed his eyes, and soon the room was filled with the rhythm of even breathing. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world. After an indeterminate period, a clear bell chimed suddenly within the tranquil shrine. The sound, which in the stillness of night should have resonated vividly, seemed to carry a sacred and mysterious power, unnoticed by the few present. Only the sacred tree within the shrine swayed gently with the sound, welcoming the long-awaited return of its once familiar presence. Chapter 37. Miss Fox and Hoshinomiya. A golden fox descended from the night sky, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fox-eared beauty clad in a flowing yukata, her delicate and smooth jade-like feet lightly landing on a branch. At this moment, the deity worshipped by the shrine quietly arrived. Eternal, oh, prayers, souls, oh, let there be eternal prayers. The sacred chant resonated, and a verdant glow began to rise amidst the lush mountains, offering a hymn known as the life force to this embodiment of the goddess Amaterasu. In this very moment, the creatures dwelling in Tikau mountain lay prostrate on the ground, bowing towards the shrine from afar. In Ashikaga City, at the Tengu Mountain Shrine, a figure seemed to sense something, casting a respectful gaze into the distance. Behind her, the Tengu and the neatly standing crows bowed in unison. In Kyoto, at the Shimagamo Shrine, a gigantic tanuki raised a sake gourd in a toast towards Tokyo. In Tachijai Prefecture, a short elderly man dressed in a jinbei stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, a hint of concern etched on his brow. Tamamori gazed at the somewhat dilapidated shrine, a flicker of barely perceptible reminiscence passing through her golden eyes. This was the place where she had encountered that person. She sighed softly and leapt down from the branch. Her descendant was that child. With bare feet, she slowly made her way to Hoshino Tsuki's room. Gently pushing open the door, she beheld the sleeping face of Tsuki bathe in moonlight, momentarily lost in reverie as memories surged like a tide. Back then, she had yet to awaken her innate wisdom. She was merely a carefree, yet somewhat lonely fox spirit, filled with curiosity about the world. And she, the daughter of a wealthy noble family, was a bright and lively girl who adored all things cute, embodying tenderness and kindness. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drew closer, tenderly stroking, carefully sensing his warmth, gazing at the face that mirrored her memories, whispering softly, "I'm so lonely, I miss you so much." That night, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, Hoshino Tsuki seemed to hear someone calling a name. Mia. Tsuki had a rather melancholic dream. Long ago, a fox had transformed into a human girl, freely darting through the mountains and forests. One day, her curiosity led her to take human form to attend a festival. But in a moment of carelessness, she accidentally stepped into a trap set by a hunter, her slender, fair leg instantly drenched in blood. In that moment, she encountered a runaway girl, Mia. Mia instantly recognized her as a fox spirit, yet felt no fear. She clumsily tore off the hem of her yukata to wash and bandage her wound, her tender voice soothingly calling out, "Miss Fox Spirit, it's okay, don't worry. You'll be fine after it's bandaged." Thus began the turning of fate's gears. Her lonely life underwent a remarkable transformation, and she could not help but develop a curiosity for the human girl, often sneaking away to observe her from hiding. However, no matter how carefully she concealed herself, Mia would always quickly spot her presence. Gradually, she ceased to hide, approaching her openly. The two climbed trees together, foraged for wild fruits in the mountains, played by the streams catching fish, watched the sunrise and sunset, and strolled through the town's market at the foot of the mountain. At times, Mia would bring her delicious steamed buns, sharing amusing tales and discussing her own troubles. Endowed with the ability to see spirits, Mia was often regarded with strange eyes by her family and those around her, enduring much suffering with no one willing to befriend her except for the fox spirit by her side. As time passed quietly, the fox spirit gained a deeper understanding of humanity, while Mia blossomed from a little girl into a graceful young woman, becoming each other's sole dearest friend. One day, Mia rushed up the mountain at night to find her, pouring out her grievances and struggles. The fox spirit did not know how to comfort her and was somewhat perplexed by what it meant to marry someone she did not love. So she simply sat quietly, listening, allowing Mia to lean against her, striving to bring warmth on that somewhat chilly night. Thus, they leaned against one another for a long time. "Hey, Miss Fox Spirit, do you like humans?" As the dawn gradually broke, Mia gazed at a hint of gold brightening the horizon and suddenly asked, "No, I don't know, but I don't dislike you." The fox spirit found herself at a loss for words in response to Mia's unexpected inquiry. "Is that so? Does the fox spirit like me?" Yet Mia was not disheartened at all. Instead, she joyfully hugged her arm and shook it while asking, "Hey, would you like to be my deity?" "What? Mia's deity? Me?" She looked at Mia in disbelief. "Yes, I've decided. I want to leave my family and become a shrine maiden, to establish my own path. So, Miss Fox Spirit, no, my deity, will you accept me?" Mia nestled closer, playfully pleading. That day, with the rising sun, they pledged an oath belonging to the divine. It was also on that day that Mia, gazing at the sunlight, beheld her hair glimmering with a golden hue, her fox ears and tail, and bestowed upon her a name that symbolized ambiguity and beauty, Illusory Sunday. That day, Mia returned home and had a fierce argument, then ran away with the savings she had secretly amassed over the years, building a tiny shrine in the outskirts of the mountains where they first met, and they moved in together. The two spent their days studying the application of spiritual power, cultivating the land, and enjoying a secluded life with only the occasional villagers from below visiting to pray and make wishes. Years later, the reputation of their shrine's efficacy began to spread, attracting more visitors, and gradually, the shrine was expanded. Mia also met someone she truly loved, a gentle soul who could also see spirits, possessing a laid-back demeanor and a comforting presence. Before long, under Illusory Sun's witness, they married and welcomed a baby boy. "Hey, Illichan, isn't he adorable?" On that day, Illusory Sun carefully took the infant from Mia's hands, curiously examining the human child. The baby did not cry, but merely opened his bright, expressive eyes, reaching out his tiny hand to grasp a strand of Illusory Sun's golden hair. So this is how small human infants are at birth," she mused silently, not noticing the gentle smile that gradually appeared on her face. Days turned into weeks, weeks into years, and the little baby grew into a small boy, helping around the house diligently. Mia and her husband remained affectionate, and the shrine's fame spread throughout the nearby regions, until the Emperor Torihane came to pay homage, witnessing Illusory Sun in her human form within the main hall of the shrine. Chapter 38, Tamamo no Mae, Illusory Sun. A few days later, Maya's husband received a letter from home announcing the death of his father. Consequently, Maya informed Illusory Sun and entrusted her with the care of the shrine before the trio hastily embarked on their journey. At Takao Mountain, the once bustling shrine, now left with only Illusory Sun, had grown somewhat desolate and forlorn. Strangely, even the devotees who once frequented the shrine had vanished without a trace. Silently, Illusory Sun sat alone in the main hall, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on her exquisite face, which was marked by profound melancholy. Separated from Maya for the first time in years, she felt like a bird deprived of its wings, unable to soar. Her life, once vibrant with a myriad of colors, had reverted to the monochrome of the past, filled with an overwhelming sense of loneliness and boredom. It was Maya who had pulled her from nearly a millennium of solitude, introducing her to humanity and its emotions. Illusory Sun suddenly realized how immensely significant Maya and her family were to her, irreplaceable in her existence. However, what was meant to be a brief separation of a day or two had stretched into 7 days without any sign of them. Tick-tock, tears fell unbidden, and for the first time, the liquid known as tears streamed from Illusory Sun's hollow eyes, leaving her bewildered as to why this was happening. With the rise and fall of the sun, 3 more days passed. Illusory Sun's anticipation and hope morphed into doubt, suspicion, and despair. It was clear she should not entertain such thoughts. They had promised to return soon, vowing to be her deities until the end of her days. Yet, why had they departed without returning? What had transpired? Had something unfortunate occurred? In that moment, she was engulfed by panic and helplessness. Confronted with these dreadful speculations, she transformed into the wind and fled the shrine, soaring towards the horizon. She could no longer wait. She must seek out Maya to uncover the truth, or perhaps. Maya's family had grown weary of her, frightened by her increasingly formidable powers, and no longer wished to associate with this creature masquerading as a deity. Illusory Sun searched frantically, perhaps due to the offerings made by humans over the years, or some unknown reason. Memories would inexplicably surface in her mind. Through these recollections, she had mastered various spells, her strength becoming quite formidable, yet often beyond her control, leading to unintended destruction. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now. She only yearned to understand why they had not returned. She flew to Maya's husband's hometown, retracing her steps back to the shrine, and then to Maya's original home in Tokyo. She visited every conceivable place, yet found not a single trace. Indeed, her uncontrollable power posed a danger to them, did it not? Thus, Maya and her family would not return. At that moment, Illusory Sun's inner doubts magnified. A fraud. Maya, that great deceiver. The fox spirit Illusory Sun curled up in despair, weeping inconsolably. No, don't leave me. In the pitch-black main hall. Even as Illusory Sun wished to deny it, to avoid confronting the truth, she realized that Maya might truly never return. Thus, Illusory Sun remained in the main hall, no longer crying, but wholly submerged in despair and sorrow. Time passed, perhaps a day, perhaps 3, or even 7. On one morning, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from the mountainside, followed by the clamor of hurried footsteps and the clash of armor. A fully armed group of warriors accompanied a shaman, bearing the decree of Emperor Torikawa to the shrine. Under the shaman's guidance, they approached the main hall and came to a halt. Lord Fox Spirit, we bring a message from His Imperial Majesty. The main hall remained shrouded in darkness, unresponsive. The shaman stood outside, bowing with the letter in hand, silent. After what seemed an eternity, as if hesitating for an extended period, the shaman finally steeled himself, gritting his teeth to speak. Lord Fox Spirit, do you not wish to know the fate of the Hoshino family? With a resounding thud, the hall doors swung open. An Illusory Sun materialized like the wind before the man, snatching the letter from his grasp before vanishing before the bewildered crowd. The contents of the letter provided her with answers. Emperor Torikawa sought to take her as his consort, and Maya's family had been taken away by the emperor's men. Their exact whereabouts unknown. He was using this as leverage to coerce Illusory Sun into marrying him. Only if she agreed to bear his children would she be allowed to see them again. It turned out that Maya and the others had not abandoned her after all. They had not been frightened of her. In that moment, a complex array of emotions flickered within Illusory Sun's once empty gaze. As a fox spirit, she had never truly cared about marrying or bearing offspring. Yet, her interactions with humanity over the years had gradually transformed her perspective, making her more human than the naive fox she once was. She did not wish to acquiesce to that despicable man, but Maya was her sole dear friend. Thus, Illusory Sun consented. She entered the palace, where that loathsome human bestowed upon her a new name, Tamamonome. As time passed, Illusory Sun's power continued to grow. She used the spell she had inexplicably learned to deceive the emperor, making him believe he had truly won her heart, while she simultaneously sought the whereabouts of Maya's family. However, the cunning Emperor Torikawa hid them well. She could find not a single trace until the woman she had enchanted bore the emperor a child, drawing the attention of the Onmyoji. That day, enraged and humiliated, Emperor Torikawa inadvertently revealed the truth. Illusory Sun learned that her only dear friend had welcomed death alongside her husband to prevent Illusory Sun from being coerced. So Maya had died? Her mind went blank, her heart a desolate void. Then, let her rid the world of this detestable human. In that instant, she transformed back into her true form, unleashing a rampage within the palace. Yet the Onmyoji, well-prepared, intervened. They could not subdue her, but successfully rescued the grievously wounded Emperor Torikawa. At that moment, Illusory Sun paused, for one of the Onmyoji revealed a crucial piece of information. Is it true? The child was saved? Is he still alive? I must see him. Thus, she soared out of the palace, aimlessly searching for the boy's whereabouts until she was once again surrounded by an army. Kill! 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 Do not stop me. What? An avatar of Amaterasu. Ridiculous. Humans musti. The ensuing battle stained the earth with blood, malevolence permeating the air. She lost count of how many lives she had taken and how long the fight had raged on, only aware of the pain coursing through her body, as if being sliced repeatedly by countless blades. Fatigued and mentally drained, her vision blurred and a cacophony of sounds filled her ears. Gradually, she collapsed to the ground. Had she truly reached her limit? She gritted her teeth against the pain, struggling to rise once more. Chapter 39. The Descent of the Divine Being. Give up. That child has been secretly rescued by the Bei family. He will be well cared for. The words of the Onmyoji echoed in her ears. Hee ha ha ha. With all her might, Huanyang opened her eyes to gaze at the figure before her, suddenly bursting into laughter. Abe no seimei. Despicable human. Do you still wish to deceive me? Her shrill voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if sensing the anguish of this divine avatar. In an instant, the world was engulfed in chaos. Storms raged, volcanoes erupted, and earthquakes struck relentlessly. Suddenly, Abe no seimei slowly knelt, filled with remorse as he felt the shifting energies of the cosmos. With a deep sigh, he lowered his head and spoke. O Divine One, the Emperor Torihane seeks to obtain the true divine bloodline, committing such heinous acts. As a mere subject, I cannot escape the consequences. Yet, what has transpired cannot be undone. Humanity shall ultimately pay for its wickedness. In that moment, he regretted not having firmly dissuaded the Emperor, lamenting his agreement to lead the military campaign. Alas, it was too late. I implore you to accept the seal. Thus, all will come to an end, and that innocent child can live freely, without fear of persecution. I beseech you to show divine mercy. Divine mercy? Ha ha ha! You asked me to show mercy? Huanyang laughed, her tone cold and mocking, yet blood-red tears involuntarily streamed from her eyes. She had come to realize that she was an embodiment of Amaterasu, the sun goddess. The memories and knowledge that occasionally surfaced in her mind were the wisdom awakened within her as a divine avatar. But what of it? After days and nights of battle, hundreds of thousands had perished by her hand, yet the hatred within her remained unresolved. What love for humanity, what mercy! All she desired was to eradicate these wretched humans. Who among you has shown mercy to Miyako? It was you who killed my only dear friend. Humanity deserves to perish. Indeed, as a human, I cannot justify my own misdeeds, but please consider that child. He should not be entangled in this chaos. He had foreseen the future calamities that humanity would face as a result. Natural disasters continued unabated. Countless citizens perished from hunger or in earthquakes and tsunamis. Society was in turmoil. The relationship between the court and the shogunate grew increasingly tense. The emperor would soon succumb to illness, and his descendants would lose all real power, becoming mere puppets, symbolic existences, while his own life was drawing to a close. That child. The infant smile as he clutched her hair. The little boy's playful antics as he ran to hug her arm, and the kindness of sharing tasty buns with her. Scenes of memories flooded her mind, and ultimately, she slowly closed her eyes. Mia, I have found the answer to that question. I do not truly like humans. I am merely a little lonely. The dream reached its conclusion, and Hoshino Tsuki seemed to glimpse a figure at the end. A woman clad in Miko attire, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Hoshino Mia, murmuring this name softly, Hoshino Tsuki slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling above. He suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Have I been crying? He raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, but suddenly felt a warm softness against his arm. Unable to resist, he turned to look, his mind momentarily blank. Yes, he was indeed still in his own bed. But these fluffy ears, this furry tail, and the creamy, Oh, quite large. Ah, it was a beautiful woman with fox ears and tails, resembling an octopus, entwined around him. Well, this is not good. Clearly, he had gone to bed alone last night, when had this lovely creature appear beside him. Wait, this appearance is... Huan Yang? Huh? Tamamonomai? Hoshino Tsuki couldn't help but frown, carefully recalling the sensations around the shrine. The sun had just risen, and the shrine's barrier showed no signs of disturbance. He felt no discomfort within himself. Qian and Shining were still fast asleep, and Sakurako had just silenced her alarm clock. All right, it seems I have failed to rise, he thought, turning back to lie down. Immersed in his thoughts, the serene black and white vision revealed the shrine's tranquility remained unchanged. Unbeknownst to me and those two girls, she slipped into the room and held me through the night? How formidable! Last night's dream. Was it a memory flowing from her, a form of spiritual communication? Gazing at the still sleeping Huan Yang, Hoshino Tsuki fell into contemplation. Well, it seems there is no malice intended. I suppose I shall leave it be, for I am powerless against her. Somewhat carefree, he chose to surrender to the situation. And perhaps due to the vivid dream of the previous night, he felt an inexplicable lack of hostility toward this grand fox spirit. Yet, the only awkwardness remained. How to explain her presence to the others? If Sakurako were to witness this scene, she would surely be heartbroken. Hoshino Tsuki sighed and gently unwrapped the long, silky white legs entwined around his waist, softly covering Huan Yang with the blanket, concealing her alluring figure, before stealthily picking up his phone and tiptoeing out of the room. Just as he opened the door, he encountered a sleepily blinking Sakurako. Ah, Tsuki-kun, good morning. Sakurako's soft voice reached him, causing Hoshino Tsuki to freeze momentarily. After a moment of panic, he hurriedly attempted to close the door, awkwardly stammering, "Ah, good morning, Sakurako." However, Sakurako stood beside him, catching a glimpse of the indistinct figure on the bed. Does Tsuki-kun have someone in his room? No, you must be mistaken. It's just an unmade bed. Sakurako, don't you have work? It's already 7. Time is fleeting. Hoshino Tsuki shifted position, flustered as he blocked her inquisitive gaze, showing her his phone while gently pushing her shoulder to urge her forward. Oh no, I need to hurry or I'll be late. Sakurako realized the time was tight and dashed toward the bathroom, instinctively believing she had misseen. Hoshino Tsuki let out a sigh of relief, pondering whether to return to the room to awaken the Grand Fox, only to hear a cacophony of sounds. Is it morning already? Hoshino Tsuki stiffly turned around, glancing at the somewhat disheveled golden-haired fox lady behind him. Did Tsuki-kun say something? I didn't quite catch that. Sakurako, hearing a commotion, curiously peeked in, only to exclaim in disbelief, her voice echoing throughout the shrine. What? Tsuki bro, what is happening? Shining, awakened by the noise, rushed out in her pajamas. Is something going on? Qian, rubbing her sleepy eyes, appeared in the hallway, and then the room was suddenly filled with 2 statues of shock. Oh dear, the trustworthy divine being has descended. Little boy, do you have anything to eat? I find myself yearning for human food. Divine being? Chapter 40. Suddenly, I begin to understand King Zhou of Shang upon departing from the shrine. Sakurako hurriedly drove towards the Tsushima library, hoping she would arrive in time and not be late. The events of this morning left her somewhat dazed. The unexpected appearance of a fox-eared lady, a deity revered by the Tsuki clan, was truly astonishing. Last night, merely learning of the existence of supernatural beings felt surreal, yet in retrospect, the existence of deities seems rather plausible. The recent news about the Shatterstone had stirred considerable interest online, with various opinions circulating, which she had also seen. However, encountering the legendary great fox Tamamonome, said to have appeared a millennium ago, was undeniably disorienting. Furthermore, she never anticipated that the legendary Emperor Narahira and Abe no Saimai would actually... I am so curious as to why the deity was in Tsuki's room this morning. Her mind was swirling with these chaotic thoughts as Sakurako parked her car in the underground parking lot and jogged to the editorial office, just managing to arrive on time. Sitting at her desk, her heart raced. Throughout her school years and her professional life, she had never been late. The thrill of it was rather exhilarating. "Good morning, Sakurako-senpai," greeted Haru Yoshida, sitting beside her. "Good morning, Yoshida-san," Sakurako replied, taking a deep breath to steady her hurried breathing and smiling warmly. "It's quite unusual to see you almost late. Did something happen?" Haru inquired curiously. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask for my help." Their relationship was quite amicable. Sakurako had always been a guiding figure for Haru in the library, akin to a mentor and a friend. It's just a minor issue, nothing that requires assistance," Sakurako replied with a gentle smile. "Well, if you ever do need help, feel free to reach out to me anytime," Haru nodded earnestly. After their brief exchange, Sakurako began tidying her desk when she suddenly recalled the gift she had stuffed into her bag the previous night. She hurriedly retrieved the magazine signed by Hoshino Tsuki and handed it over. "Oh, by the way, this is for you, a small token of appreciation. I hope you don't mind." "Huh, thank you. Isn't this our magazine?" Haru was somewhat puzzled, but graciously accepted the magazine. It features a personal signature and a message from Mr. Yazuki. "Didn't you say you always wanted one?" Sakurako explained with a knowing smile. "A Mr. Yazuki's autograph," Haru exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She truly admired Mr. Yazuki's work. "As long as you like it, once the volume is officially released, I'll get him to sign a complete set for you." Thank you, Sakurako-senpai and Mr. Yazuki. I will treasure it." Haru bowed in gratitude, her heart brimming with anticipation. "Please, no need for such formality. Those wild vegetables were delicious," Sakurako said, waving her hand dismissively with a smile. With their conversation concluded, she opened her computer and began her tasks, preparing to take Suki's new manuscript to the chief editor shortly. Observing Sakurako diligently at work, Haru felt a twinge of self-consciousness. With her impeccable height and features, coupled with a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, along with her articulate speech and graceful mannerisms, she truly resembled a character sprung from the pages of a novel. Sakurako-senpai hardly seems like someone from a small town. She appears more like a lady from a distinguished family. Mr. Yazuki must possess extraordinary charm to capture the heart of such a perfect Sakurako-senpai. Haru's thoughts drifted as she recalled how, despite others not noticing, she had occasionally observed Sakurako lost in thought, wearing a blissful smile during her less busy moments. This was unmistakably the demeanor of someone in love. As someone who had experienced it, she was increasingly convinced her suspicions were correct. They must be in love. Meanwhile, in the shrine, several individuals had finished breakfast. Chien and Chining were in the kitchen washing up, while Hoshino Tsuki had changed her clothes and was preparing to remind the great fox to watch over the house before calling the two sisters to leave. Huanyang lay languidly on the sofa, watching television, when she suddenly perked up, her ears twitching as she instinctively turned to ask, "Are you going out, little boy?" "Yes. Traveling has been inconvenient, so now that I have some money, I'm thinking of buying a car." "Buying a car? What is that?" Huanyang raised herself up, her fluffy nine-tailed tail swaying gently, tilting her head in curiosity. Having been sealed for over a millennium, she found it difficult to comprehend the modern inventions. Her mind filled with wonder. Hoshino Tsuki, noticing her movements, felt a rush of heat as her shoulder slipped from her garment, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. She quickly looked away, blushing. "It's a kind of vehicle that allows you to drive quickly on roads." "Oh, I see. Is it one of those metal boxes that run on the streets?" Sort of," Tsuki replied, scratching her head, feeling that this understanding was somewhat accurate. "Oh dear." Seeing the shy look on Tsuki's face was too amusing. Huanyang suddenly thought of something playful, a mischievous smile gracing her exquisite features. In the next moment, she gracefully rose from the sofa, her delicate feet barely touching the ground, moving with an elegance that was both slow and swift. She approached Tsuki from behind, extending her arms to embrace him. "A little boy, are you interested in this body? Would you like to see?" A gentle breeze carrying a hint of sandalwood brushed past Tsuki's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. "Of course, as long as you're interested, little boy." The tantalizing voice, soft to the core, enveloped Tsuki as he stood frozen in place, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. Gulp! Unable to suppress his urge to swallow, Tsuki turned his head, deliberately creating some distance between their cheeks. Calm down, this wicked great fox must be teasing me. Reiterating this mantra in his mind, Tsuki forced himself to maintain composure, turning around, his face flushed, and delivering a swift chop to the mischievous fox's head. Don't enchant me, and you're too close. Wah, the little boy hit me, and yet claims I'm enchanting. I was speaking from the heart. Huanyang feigned sorrow, performing a disingenuous display of tears. Ah, I truly cannot deal with this great fox, one must say. She is indeed a bewitching vixen, so hard to resist. Tsuki sighed helplessly, his gaze unwittingly drawn till he suddenly began to comprehend the legendary King Zhou of Shang from his past life, Chapter 41, merely focused on economic practicality at 9:30 in the morning. Outside the Suzuki dealership, the two sisters, Qianin and Qianing, stood flanking Huanyang. Dressed in a striking red casual jacket paired with a pure white t-shirt and a knee-length black bodycon skirt complemented by over-the-knee boots, Huanyang exuded an air of urban elegance, her golden locks cascading down to her waist. Alongside her were the strikingly beautiful Xingye and the twin sisters, all adorned in Miko attire, drawing the attention of passers-by. Sighing at the evident excitement of the vixen-like Huanyang, Xingye felt a sense of helplessness. He had no way to deter the divine being who insisted on accompanying him. Thankfully, after reiterating the need to conceal her ears and tail, and especially emphasizing the prohibition against acting towards ordinary humans, he had managed to persuade Huanyang to change into a set of clothes belonging to Sakura, allowing him to take her out without attracting undue attention. Yet, observing the gazes of bystanders, he sighed once more. Well, this isn't much better. We still stand out too much. Hey, little boy, you. Look over there. That car looks so interesting. It's shaped like an arrow. Let's go check it out, Huanyang exclaimed, her curiosity piqued by the variety of vehicles on display. Finally, she stopped calling herself a little boy. Xingye mused inwardly, turned to see the car she pointed at. Oh, that's a vehicle designed with aerodynamics in mind, but before he could finish, he faltered. It was a sports car. What was there to see? He was acutely aware of its exorbitant price. Without allowing Huanyang to say another word, he awkwardly grasped her arm and steered her in the opposite direction towards the Suzuki dealership. Huanyang, that's not where we're headed. Let us go this way. But that car is so beautiful. Aren't we buying it? She protested. That car only has 2 seats and is utterly impractical. We shouldn't waste time. We need to hurry to our destination, and after that, we'll go shopping for clothes. All right then. Huanyang relented, happily wrapping her arm around Xingye's, her eyes wide with wonder at everything around her. Feeling an unusual sensation from her touch, Xingye fought internally for a moment, ultimately deciding to silently endure the torment. Ah, she is definitely not wearing anything underneath. As they entered the dealership, a professional saleswoman greeted them warmly. Good morning, sir and miss. Welcome to Suzuki Hakioji. Hello, Xingye replied with a smile, gently nudging Huanyang to respond appropriately and avoid any unusual behavior. However, Huanyang pretended not to hear and ran off, while the twin sisters politely followed her lead. Noticing Xingye's concerned expression, Qianin took her sister's hand and followed Huanyang, intending to keep an eye on the divine being who harbored a grudge against humanity. After all, given the events of a millennium ago, it was a feat for her to accept her own kind, if she couldn't let go of that hatred and went on a rampage against humans. Xingye knew he wouldn't be able to stop her, nor did he particularly wish to. He held no attachment to this land. As long as it didn't involve those he cared about, the rest was inconsequential. However, it would be best to avoid attracting the attention of the police or special departments. One's strength is inherently limited, and considering that even the powerful Huanyang of a millennium ago was subdued by the military, he wasn't naive enough to think he could contend with modern weaponry. Unlike those wandering souls who were impervious to physical attacks, he had no desire to seek out trouble, living a life of comfort, perhaps finding a few companions. Daily indulgences. Wasn't he that preferable? Whether labeled as unambitious or lazy, he held no grand aspirations. Nor did he possess an antisocial personality akin to protagonists in certain novels who would slay anyone in their path. Such individuals only warranted his pity. Mental illness requires urgent treatment. As for ruling the world or reveling in the company of beautiful women, he merely desired the latter. The former seemed far too exhausting. A salted fish remains a salted fish, regardless of how it flips over. Without further ado, Xingye listened attentively to the saleswoman's introduction and ultimately selected a Suzuki K car. This lightweight vehicle benefited from favorable government support. With a purchase tax only 60 of that imposed on regular vehicles, a weight tax based on sedan standards reduced to 20, and insurance fees set at about 70 of the standard. Additionally, it enjoyed discounts on tolls, 30 to 80 on national expressways and 60 on central roads. Its economic viability was undeniably impressive. He refused to admit to being stingy. His sole focus was on economic practicality. After adding up various costs, he paid nearly 1 million, confirming the order and arranging a pickup time, before wearily waving goodbye to the enthusiastic saleswoman. Qianing, observing her master's despondent expression, curiously asked, "You, what's wrong? Did Sakura discover your true nature as a scoundrel and dump you?" Xingyeyu's expression darkened at her words. "What? I'm merely lamenting my financial loss. And starting today, your 2-hour soap opera time after dinner is revoked." "Eh? Nissan, how could you do this?" Qianing felt as though struck by lightning. Her earlier jovial mood swiftly turning sour, staring incredulously at Xingye. It proved that not only joy could be transferred, but also expressions of despair. Ignoring Qianing's outburst, Xingye felt somewhat uplifted as he approached Huanyang, who was curiously examining various vehicles. He needed to procure some clothing for his divine companion. She couldn't possibly continue wearing Sakura's garments, especially undergarments and bras. Those needed to be addressed as well. Though today's experience was indeed delightful, his resolve was not particularly strong. He couldn't endure too much stimulation. After a light lunch, they planned to meet the lady they had arranged to see at a CAF in the mall. Sigh another hefty sum spent. Let us hope this afternoon's meeting offers an opportunity to earn some back. With that thought, the quartet made their way to their destination. Chapter 42 Morning May Saya. Are you certain that Mr. Hoshino can truly exorcise spirits? In the back seat of the black Mercedes, Asaka May felt a lingering uncertainty. She clutched the collar of her down jacket tightly, leaning forward to inquire of Saya, who sat in the passenger seat. Her recent experiences had been akin to scenes from a horror film, and each time she closed her eyes, visions of distorted, ghastly female spirits clawing at her with bloodied tears would haunt her. Even in the midst of the sun's radiant glow, clad in layers of down, she found herself trembling uncontrollably, as if a bone-chilling cold seeped into her very marrow, an affliction that mere clothing could not remedy. The moment she stepped beyond the confines of the shrine where she was staying, the chill enveloped her, rendering her shivers relentless and futile, despite the various talismans she carried. "Asaka-senpai, it should be fine. Didn't he say he would first assess the situation? If he cannot resolve it, he will be honest and not accept any payment," Saya explained. Initially, she too had her doubts about Hoshino Tsuki's abilities to exorcise spirits. After all, what kind of priest would resort to becoming a novelist for financial gain? However, after Sakura shared her own harrowing experiences in the matter of the talismans, Saya trusted that Sakura would not deceive her, thus persuading May to meet him. "That's not it. I apologize. It's not about the money. It's just that I am on the brink of madness." Ashaka May weakly clarified. As the heiress of the Asaka family, she lacked for nothing. Her past generosity with Fujihara Ichiro had proven that she was indifferent to trifling sums. All she desired was to rid herself of the malevolent spirit that tormented her and reclaim her life, even if it meant sacrificing more. "Saya, the priest I consulted was a renowned priest of the highest order, yet he couldn't dispel those entities. He even assured me he had banished them, but the memory of her past experiences with that esteemed priest filled her with frustration and resentment. It's not about lacking skill, it's about being honest." The recollection of her initial euphoria upon exiting the shrine, only to be rendered speechless and paralyzed with fear, was utterly overwhelming. "I nearly lost control," she thought, reflecting on how she had fled back to the shrine, paying a hefty sum to stay there, lest things turn dire. "Asaka-senpai, I can't guarantee anything either. My friend's experiences were as I mentioned, and I'm not well versed in these supernatural matters. I can't provide any evidence, Saya admitted, feeling helpless. She was neither a priestess nor a practitioner of the occult, and had never encountered anything of the sort before. Em Sully. But I worry that Hoshino Tsuki may not be able to resolve my issues. I cannot ascertain whether those malevolent spirits have truly been expelled, and why must I leave the shrine to understand my situation? It's so dangerous. Asaka May grumbled inwardly, recalling their previous discussions. Had it not been for Saya recounting her friend as similar experiences, she would have never dared to step outside the shrine today. It was the only place where she felt free from that oppressive cold. Well, let us meet him first, she resigned, sighing. As she sighed, the driver smoothly brought the car to a halt by the roadside. Saya was the first to exit, moving to the back to open the door for her. Asaka-senpai, please step out. We have arrived. Oh, Alricht. Thank you, Asaka May replied, steeling herself and tightening her down jacket once more. After inhaling deeply, she finally stepped out, supported by Saya, as they made their way toward the CAF. The short distance drew curious glances from passers-by, for donning a down jacket in such weather was indeed peculiar. Yet, Asaka May was far too preoccupied to care. The incessant chill and the faint, mournful whispers only heightened her trepidation. At last, they entered the CAF. Miss Asaka? Miss Saya? Hoshino Tsuki and his companions, who had already ordered their coffees, recognized them immediately upon their entrance. Hoshino-kun, Saya greeted with a smile. Secretly admiring Hoshino Tsuki and reflecting on how handsome he was, no wonder Sakura was so infatuated with him. Asaka May, she managed, forcing herself to appear composed. Though maintaining her politeness took considerable effort. Hoshino Tsuki smiled at the two, his gaze shifting toward Asaka May. At that moment, he could perceive not only the female spirits he had encountered previously, but also noted an increase in their numbers. The eerie silhouettes of the vengeful spirits clung to her, exuding a palpable aura of negativity. Have those spirits grown stronger? Hoshino Tsuki mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. It appears that she is indeed beset by unclean entities. While such entities pose little threat to Hoshino Tsuki, they were undeniably perilous for an ordinary person like Asaka May. Should this torment continue, she might well face dire consequences. Hoshino-san, can you resolve the issues I am facing? Asaka May could no longer hold her tongue as he regarded her in silence. I can resolve them, but I hadn't anticipated the intensity of the negative energy. It seems that your time spent at the shrine has been crucial in keeping you safe thus far, he replied. Hoshino-kun, is Asaka-senpai's predicament truly severe? Saya inquired, surprised, as she could see nothing amiss and only felt the chill emanating from Asaka May. However, the temperature this afternoon was not particularly low, and she felt no discomfort. In fact, she found the chill rather pleasant. Let's find a quieter place, Hoshino Tsuki suggested, glancing around in surprise at the CAF's bustling clientele. The rhetoric is quite familiar, and the chill, I feel, has not diminished in the slightest. Asaka May thought bitterly. Her gaze toward Hoshino Tsuki tinged with disappointment. She had heard similar lines from numerous renowned masters her family had summoned in the past. They would invariably greet her with exaggerated astonishment, remarking on the overwhelming negativity and the potency of the vengeful spirits before producing incomprehensible talismans and muttering incomprehensible incantations in a theatrical display that ultimately yielded no results. The last priest had been different. He had performed a purification ritual and led her to the shrine's main hall for prayers, after which the eerie chill had finally dissipated. Regrettably, it had been proven that only within the shrine's confines could she receive divine protection. Otherwise, she would not find herself seeking help from others. With that thought, Asaka May had already categorized Hoshino Tsuki among those unreliable individuals. Chapter 43 thus, shall we proceed in such a manner? Though Asaka May contemplated this, she refrained from voicing her thoughts directly. After all, she had agreed to meet him, and the necessary formalities must be adhered to. However, she was now prepared to observe Hoshino Tsuki's feigned performance before demanding a substantial fee. Originally, she had indeed prepared a considerable sum as compensation. But now she intended to offer him merely 10,000 yen, eager to dismiss the charlatan and swiftly return to the shrine to hide away, resuming her life from the previous days. The chilling sensation that clung to her like a parasite was unbearable, truly agonizing and frightful. Let us conduct this right here. There is no need to seek a more secluded location. With this thought in mind, the disheartened Asaka may resolved not to waste any more time, dismissing the need for pretense, and outright refused, saying no. Haha, do you take me for fraud? Hoshino Tsuki astutely perceived Asaka Mei's distrust for her demeanor. Yet he merely shrugged without offering any explanation. Some matters, no matter how eloquently articulated, cannot alter another's perception. Much like the fable of the boy who cried wolf. Having cried falsehoods too many times, when the truth finally emerged, it too would be seen as a lie. In truth, had it not been for the prospect of profit, he would have been indifferent to the situation. Well, never mind. For the sake of profit, I shall first allow her to gain some insight. But regarding the price... Once he dealt with those wandering spirits, he would ensure that this young lady paid a hefty price to compensate him. I'm still too kind-hearted, Hoshino Tsuki mused shamelessly. Observing the shivering Asaka Mei before him, Hoshino Tsuki no longer hesitated, channeling his inner spiritual energy as he slowly extended his right hand. Suddenly, a warm hand, seemingly imbued with a golden glow, appeared before Asaka Mei's eyes. She felt a gentle pat on her shoulder, and the terrifying chill that enveloped her was instantaneously dispelled by an inexplicable sacred aura. Like a drowning person grasping at anything within reach, Asaka Mei's heart, yearning for warmth, instinctively reached out, diving into Kamisa, Lord of the Gods. His embrace is so warm. From a moment Shea Ko entered the room, she had been fixated on Hoshino Tsuki, filled with curiosity about her dear friend's enigmatic love interest. She wondered what kind of person he was, whether he truly possessed the ability to exorcise spirits, and how he would vanquish those legendary anomalies. Yet, the sudden turn of events left her utterly dumbfounded. Asaka-senpai, Shea Ko's exclamation jolted Asaka Mei from her scattered thoughts. Glancing around in confusion, she belatedly realized what she had done, standing there momentarily flustered. She had actually embraced this man. No. I did nothing. She threw herself at me. I was merely a bystander. Hoshino Tsuki quickly raised his hands, indicating that he had not acted inappropriately. He had anticipated that Asaka Mei might, like Mrs. Ishihara, unconsciously gravitate towards him, but he never expected this young lady to leap directly into his arms, leaving him equally bewildered. Nonetheless, her fragrance was quite pleasant, reminiscent of ripe peaches, and he couldn't help but wonder what brand of body wash she used. Why, yes, I apologize. It was my rudeness. Asaka Mei's cheeks flushed as she hastily stepped back, bowing in embarrassment. Cough. It's all right. Hearing Asaka Mei's apology, Hoshino Tsuki awkwardly rubbed his nose, responding with a slightly unnatural expression. That handsome guy was embraced? Are they a couple? Oh, I was just about to approach him for his contact information. It seems I have missed my chance. What couple? This looks like a spectacle to behold. Just look at all those beautiful women surrounding him. It's evident he is a playboy in the making. In the Starview Inn, 3 fashionably dressed young women huddled together, discussing animatedly. Hey, did you see that woman? Though it's odd to wear so much in this heat, she is truly beautiful. From my experience, the figure concealed beneath that down jacket must be exquisite, and her curves are. Where did you get that experience? Is it from those magazines? We've grown up together, and I know you're still a virgin. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not a virgin. A young man named HSN swatted away the hand that sought to drape over his shoulder, blushing fiercely as he stubbornly refused to concede. 125? How infuriating. There are even twin girls. You scoundrel, I envy you. Release those beauties and let me take my turn. A group of university-aged men excitedly gossiped about the distinctive beauties. Though their whispers were barely audible, Hoshino Tsuki's heightened senses caught every word clearly. He cast a cold glare at the group, an imperceptible yet formidable aura emanating from him. Despite appearing lean and lacking in brute strength, His towering height of over 6 feet combined with an overwhelming presence instilled a palpable intimidation, silencing them as they averted their gazes, heads bowed in fear. The commotion drew attention, and amidst the gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, it was only natural for the patrons to speculate. Yet Hoshino Tsuki sought to avoid their contemptuous chatter regarding trivial matters. In an instant, the CAF fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Let us depart from here." Retracting his icy gaze, Hoshino Tsuki waved towards the women and, without looking back, strode towards the exit. The chill that had enveloped Asaka May dissipated, allowing her previously muddled thoughts to finally coalesce. She realized that the patrons were indeed discussing them and hastily lowered her head to follow in Hoshino Tsuki's wake. Now, she no longer doubted Hoshino Tsuki's capabilities. Rather, she firmly believed he was her savior. Yet, she felt that her earlier request for him to exorcise spirits right there had been exceedingly impolite, especially given the ruckus it had caused. "It seems I have upset him. What if Hoshino Tsuki is reluctant to assist me with the exorcism? How can I rectify my earlier blunder?" Asaka May pondered anxiously as she trailed behind. Suddenly struck by a revelation, she recalled how forcefully she had embraced Hoshino Tsuki earlier. At the time, she had not given it much thought, but now, reflecting on it, her abdomen had been positioned precisely against his, and thus the sensation had undoubtedly been. "So, shall we proceed in such a manner?" As she gazed at Hoshino Tsuki's back, Asaka May's face became suddenly flushed, as if she had a fever. Chapter 44. Would you like to see what entangles you? As the eldest daughter of the Asaka family, I have been accustomed to the intricacies of business socializing since childhood, which has granted me a keen awareness of Hoshino Tsuki's physical changes. For men, what could be more alluring than such matters? Although she is not married now, she has long ceased to be a virgin, having experienced love during her high school years. In contemporary Japanese society, an increasing number of young women not only regard virginity as shameful, but some even engage in compensated dating to earn money. This practice of campus enjokose is no longer a secret. Personally, she is not in need of money, so she has never considered such actions. Yet she maintains an open attitude toward those who indulge in them. During her previous relationship with Fujita Ichiro, their dates invariably concluded at hotels. With this in mind, Asaka May swiftly unzipped her down jacket, revealing her thin clothing beneath, and hastened to catch up with Hoshino Tsuki, wrapping her arms around his in a deliberate display of intimacy. "Lord Hoshino, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please don't be angry with me," she flirted, activating her charm as a beautiful woman. Upon close observation, Hoshino Tsuki appeared far more handsome than Fujita Ichiro, and he seemed considerably younger, a quintessential little puppy. Truly, what a catch! Hoshino Tsuki, taken aback, instinctively furrowed his brow. He harbored some ulterior motives, wishing to make Asaka May pay a price for her suspicions. But he had not anticipated such an approach. "Lord Hoshino, it seems my sincerity cannot be demonstrated here. If it pleases you, we could move to a nearby establishment in Kabukicho, where my family owns a shop. It's less crowded, allowing us to discuss matters in detail. I will make the arrangements." Noticing Hoshino Tsuki's frown, Asaka May pressed her lips together, sensing that her allure might not hold much sway over him, leaving her feeling somewhat defeated and regretful. However, her family's establishment offers a myriad of options, and she was certain there would be something to his liking. Coupled with her financial allure, she was convinced Hoshino Tsuki would ultimately be swayed. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to seize this opportunity to resolve the lingering troubles once and for all. Kabukicho, the first street. Hoshino Tsuki murmured, having long heard of the myriad wonders housed within. In a past life, he lacked the financial means to explore such places abroad, and now that he had traversed to this country, proximity had not granted him the opportunity to experience it. The notion of someone inviting him to critique it was undeniably tempting. Yet, casting a sidelong glance at Sayako and the 3 women trailing behind him, he ultimately quelled the restless curiosity within. Gently freeing himself from Asaka May's embrace, Hoshino Tsuki shook his head in refusal. "Ahem, Ms. Asaka, as a priest, I have absolutely no interest in such venues. Hoshino Tsuki endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, projecting the image of a virtuous gentleman. Yet internally, he was silently lamenting, growing increasingly regretful. Damn it, why did they have to follow me today? Meanwhile, Asaka May was momentarily taken aback by Hoshino Tsuki's words. Her invitation had been quite overt, practically an invitation to partake in pleasures that no man could easily decline. To achieve her aim, she was even prepared to accompany him alongside the courtesans at her establishment, perhaps furthering their relationship in the process. The thought of reaching a level of intimacy where they understood each other's depths, but she had not anticipated his outright refusal. In that moment, she suddenly perceived this man as genuinely different, remarkably virtuous for one so young. Indeed, perhaps only those of true integrity can communicate with divinity and possess such formidable abilities. What right do I have to serve such a person? How foolish to even aspire for more. A sense of inferiority washed over Asaka May. Yet she remained oblivious to a crucial detail. Standing beside her was Sayako, a close friend of Hoshino Tsuki's girlfriend. Had she chosen a different moment to extend her invitation, Hoshino Tsuki would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. After all, as a genuine son of the Flower Kingdom, who could resist the allure of contributing to their cultural heritage? Regardless, at this moment, Asaka May's heart brimmed with profound respect. Meanwhile, Hoshino Tsuki remained unaware of her sentiments, or he would have surely chuckled inwardly. He might even have silently mocked Asaka May. What a naive girl. No wonder she fell so easily for someone like Fujita Ichiro. Let us proceed over there. Exiting the CEF, the group stepped onto the street, where Hoshino Tsuki surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards another direction. Is that a hotel? Wait, are you certain you want to take us there? Hoshino-kun? You wouldn't be so perverse as to suggest we all. Sayako teased, her gaze laden with implication. Hoshino Tsuki felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He had previously heard Sakura's complaints about her unreliable friend, who seemed to be filled with inappropriate thoughts. At the time, he had deemed her remarks exaggerated, but now it appeared she was indeed as she was described. The first thing that came to her mind was that sort of thing, and she dared to joke about it with him. Was it a lack of boundaries, or... Well, he didn't mind the jokes, as long as they didn't cross a line. Ahem, what are you thinking? We're merely reserving a room to address the troubles plaguing Ms. Asaka. Surely, you wouldn't want to be the center of attention, would you? Hoshino Tsuki coughed lightly, denying any inappropriate implications. Though he considered such matters, he would never voice them. He was the kind of person who had thoughts but lacked the courage to express them. Is that all? I thought I might have the chance to experience something cinematic. Sayako's exaggerated expression was clearly feigned, her eyes sparkling with jest as she winked at Hoshino Tsuki. Strangely, even though it was their first meeting, Sayako felt an inexplicable familiarity with Hoshino Tsuki, as if they had known each other for ages, prompting her to joke with him as she would with Sakura. What do you take me for? Hoshino Tsuki chuckled wryly, finding himself somewhat exasperated by Sakura's unfathomable friend. This girl was far too familiar, joking about such matters upon their first encounter. It was quite impudent. One could only wonder how the gentle Sakura became friends with someone like her. It felt like a case of poor judgment in friendship. Nevertheless, he had to dismiss such thoughts. They might lead readers astray. Sayako, do not jest. How could Hoshino-san be that sort of person? Asaka May interjected, pulling Sayako's hand gently. She now unreservedly trusted Hoshino Tsuki, at least based on his unequivocal rejection of her temptations and the straightforward manner in which he had comforted her against the cold. His character and abilities warranted her trust and respect. In fact, she felt a burgeoning admiration for this young man who was significantly younger than herself. Let's hurry along. I will secure a room to facilitate Lord Hoshino's exorcism. Asaka May smiled at Hoshino Tsuki, leading Sayako towards the hotel. Moments later, the group entered an opulently decorated room. Hoshino Tsuki settled onto the sofa, gazing intently at Asaka May across from him, his voice imbued with temptation as he asked, Ms. Asaka, would you like to see what entangles you? Chapter 45. Such quality chives, one must not miss out. observing the wandering souls hesitantly lingering at the doorway, accompanied by the persistent wisp of ominous energy. Ah, the ambience is exquisite, undoubtedly unforgettable for her upon a mere glance. Hoshino Tsuki's smile radiated like the sun, yet his heart was shrouded in darkness, unfathomably bleak. He would not easily pardon Asaka May for her newfound respect, nor would he resolve the predicament without taking action himself. Having experienced the immense profits of managing a shrine, he was eager to cultivate wealthy patrons for his family's sanctum. With such a splendid opportunity laid before him, how could he refrain from allowing her to witness those spectral entities firsthand? Ahem, how might he reinforce her faith? A wealthy young lady. She appeared rather dim-witted. A prime target he simply could not overlook. Perhaps not. Asaka May unconsciously swallowed, her complexion paling. The terrifying imagery from her nightmares remained vivid. Encountering such horrors in reality would likely terrify her to the point of losing control. Rest assured, Miss Asaka, your safety is my concern. Aren't you curious about why such events transpired? This way, you may ascertain whether I have thoroughly resolved the issue. Hoshino Tsuki calculated his strategies internally, noting her impending refusal, and cheerfully interjected. As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved a talisman from his pocket. Should she persist in her denial, he would inadvertently apply the wrong talisman to her forehead, subtly stepping back to coax the wandering souls closer. All right. Despite her overwhelming fear, Asaka May had no doubts about Hoshino Tsuki's abilities, sensing no deceit. However, the warmth of his smile exuded an irresistible allure. Words of refusal lingered on her lips, yet they would not escape, compelling her to acquiesce. The brilliance of his smile dazzled her, but an unsettling intuition nagged at her. A woman's sixth sense warned her. Should she decline, dire consequences would surely follow. Now, please remain still, Miss Asaka. My apologies for the imposition. Hoshino Tsuki grinned as he affixed the prepared talisman to her forehead. In an instant, the talisman shimmered with golden light before dissolving in a fine powder that danced away on the breeze, as though it had never existed. Sanyako, wide-eyed, watched Hoshino Tsuki's actions in astonishment. Wait, did the talisman just vanish? She gasped, instinctively covering her mouth, her expression brimming with disbelief. Hoshino Tsuki turned to her, producing another talisman from his pocket, waving it before Sanyako. Miss Sanya, would you care for one? I think I'll pass. What? Afraid, are we? The cunning Hoshino Tsuki employed provocation, his dark intentions laid bare. As if I would fear. Sanyako's mind raced, teetering on the edge of rejection. Yet the disdain in Hoshino Tsuki's gaze compelled her to blurt out, fine, let us do this. Splendide. Without a moment's hesitation, Hoshino Tsuki pressed the talisman against her forehead, fearing her change of heart. Wait, hold on, what? Sanyako was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of fierce indignation as she glared at Hoshino Tsuki, ready to protest. Simultaneously, Asaka May turned to her, and their gazes locked onto the doorway, where nearly 10 shadowy figures clad in various women's garments loomed. Their skin resembled chalk, with deep-set, abyssal black eyes and mouths split wide to the ears. Some extended serpentine necks and tongues, while others sported protruding bellies, all fixated intently on the two young women. In the next moment, the room erupted with their simultaneous screams as they clung to one another in terror. Curse that woman! How dare she steal my man? Those who take him away must perish. Can you see them? You can see them. Several female specters, recognizing that the two could perceive their presence, grew exhilarated, disregarding the threat posed by Hoshino Tsuki and his companions as they lunged towards the girls, shrieking and brandishing their claws. Ghosts! The two girls released each other in panic, leaping from the sofa, frantically seeking refuge behind Hoshino Tsuki. TSK, what a fuss, Hoshino Tsuki mused. Remaining seated as the girl beside him, Huanyang waved her hand dismissively. A gust of wind swept through, returning the girls to their seats while the specters were blown away. Stunned, the two remained frozen, overwhelmed by terror, instinctively rushing back to Hoshino Tsuki, crying out, "Don't come any closer. Hoshino-sama, help us!" Cold sweat drenched their bodies, and Asaka May felt an unsettling dampness below. Staying close to Hoshino Tsuki was their only solace amidst the fear. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the divine entity beside him, noticing her smirk at the girl's plight, and offered a reassuring smile before rising to meet them. He could not allow them to come to harm, and was surprised that Huanyang had acted before him. Is it truly terrifying? Have you been utterly frightened? Hoshino Tsuki's smile bore a hint of mischief, as the two clung to him desperately, attempting to shrink behind him. This was not merely a ploy for his benefit. He could not stand idly by while they were frightened to death. After all, if Asaka May became so frightened she refused to pay, it would pose a significant problem. Moreover, he did not wish to return to find Sakura berating him for failing to protect Huanyang, her dear friend. Thus, the two remained nestled behind Hoshino Tsuki for a while, gathering the courage to peek out once the room fell silent. Seeing the specters had vanished, they finally exhaled in relief, their bodies collapsing against Hoshino Tsuki as they gasped for breath. Those things were absolutely terrifying, they exclaimed, exchanging glances and noticing tears glimmering in the corners of their eyes. Chapter 46. The legendary Dasakan. No wonder the senior was feeling. Sheizi finally calmed her emotions, patting her small chest, and gazed at Hoshino Tsuki with a somewhat pitiful expression. After witnessing these entities firsthand, she now profoundly understood the feelings of Asama May from earlier. Beside her, Asama May fervently nodded in agreement, tightly clutching Hoshino Tsuki's arm, afraid to let go, even refraining from wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Terrified that if she released her grip, Hoshino Tsuki would vanish. No wonder it feels so cold. With so many ghosts lingering about, it's no surprise. The thought of being tormented by those terrifying spirits made her legs go weak with fear. It was utterly frightening. If I hadn't come to see Lord Hoshino today, I might have truly perished. Asama May couldn't help but think, her heart racing with dread. Moreover, she glanced nervously at the stunning beauty seated on the sofa, then at the two priestess-clad young women. The magnificent lady merely waved her hand. It seemed like they were a bit disdainful of me. As the daughter of the Asama family, she had heard of individuals with extraordinary abilities and knew it best to cultivate good relations with them. If that proved impossible, one should never provoke them. The thought of being marked by someone with such special powers sent shivers down her spine, reflecting on her initial demeanor during their first encounter. Asama May was filled with regret. Determined to apologize sincerely, she reluctantly released her hold on Hoshino Tsuki's arm, taking a few steps back, then knelt down with her legs together, straightening her back and placing her hands flat on her thighs, her expression earnest as she spoke. Lord Hoshino, esteemed lady, and the two lovely priestesses, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness upon our meeting. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I shall present a token of my sincerity. Without waiting for Hoshino Tsuki's response, she slid her hands down her thighs to the ground until her elbows touched the floor, her forehead pressing against the ground in a standard Dasakan gesture of deep apology. In Japanese culture, there are various forms of apology, typically determined by the seriousness of the matter, with different phrases and actions representing the gravity of the situation. This Dasakan was the highest form of apology. Hoshino Tsuki, witnessing this rare display, found herself at a loss for words. I merely wish to make you part of my circle. Why such an elaborate gesture? Silently mocking herself, Hoshino Tsuki stepped forward, slightly awkward, and pulled Asama May up. Miss Asama, there's no need for such formality. I am not a petty person, and I bear no ill will regarding that matter. Perhaps you may not mind, Lord Hoshino, but as for that lady, having experienced the torments of malevolent spirits, I dare not risk it. Asama May thought, stealing a glance at the three women, noticing their expressions had softened a bit, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She promptly moved to the sofa, retrieved her small bag, and extracted a check she had prepared, offering it to Hoshino Tsuki. This is a small token of my appreciation. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the amount inscribed on the check, her eyes lighting up momentarily. Yet she swiftly pressed down on Asama May's hand, pushing the check back towards her. Miss Asama, the matter is not yet concluded. Hoshino Tsuki gestured toward the chilling dark energy seeping through the door. What you see now has not been vanquished. They are merely deterred from entering. The two women, feeling considerably calmer now, and reassured by Hoshino Tsuki's presence, gathered their courage to follow his indication. Upon closer inspection, they indeed observed the dark energy slowly drifting into the room, even sensing a drop in temperature as the sinister essence gathered. Oh no, they are back. Shaizi quickly hid behind Hoshino Tsuki, casting aside any thoughts of propriety toward Sakura. Regret washed over her. Why had she tried to be brave? Seeing these entities meant she would undoubtedly have nightmares tonight. No, I should simply follow Hoshino Tsuki home. There is no way I could sleep alone tonight. Yes, I will occupy Sakura's warm embrace while he is left alone in an empty room. Ha! Serves this wicked man right for frightening me. Asama May followed suit, without a second thought, tightly clutching Hoshino Tsuki's arm, reveling in the warmth radiating from him, unable to suppress her thoughts. Was his world always like this? Encountering such terrifying beings daily, yet remaining so composed, he exuded stability and maturity. Such a man was intoxicating, yet he appeared completely indifferent toward her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Asama May discreetly glanced at the other women in the room. The beautiful blonde was simply stunning, making her feel utterly defeated in comparison. Her enchanting allure, combined with her flawless figure, was breathtaking. The two priestesses were also exceptionally beautiful, one graceful and dignified, while the other was lively and adorable. Moreover, the allure of twin priestesses was an inherent advantage in captivating men. Then there was the unseen Tamagi Sakura, rumored to be extraordinarily beautiful with an alluring figure. And her personality was praised by Shaizi as akin to that of a traditional Japanese woman. No wonder she was Lord Hoshino's girlfriend. As for Shaizi, despite her petite stature and certain shortcomings, she possessed a slender physique and impeccable proportions, with delicate features that men found captivating. Yet when compared to others, Asama May felt utterly lacking, devoid of any advantage in comparison. What could she claim as her merit? Perhaps her wealth? But would someone as extraordinary as Lord Hoshino even value money? Asama May suddenly felt a sense of despair, even if she did not aspire for much. Merely wishing for a small place by his side seemed utterly unattainable, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Unbeknownst to Hoshino Tsuki, who was unaware of Asama May's thoughts, he would have eagerly expressed that he was indeed in need of money and wouldn't mind experiencing the legendary pleasures of being a male escort. After all, it was merely an experience, right? Clearing his throat, he returned to the matter at hand. These malevolent spirits posed no real threat to him. He could easily dispel them with a wave of his hand. However, they served as excellent experimental material to test his previous ideas, allowing Qian and Chining to demonstrate their abilities and observe the outcomes. With a mysterious smile gracing his face, Hoshino Tsuki turned to the two young women. Qian, Chining, it's time for you to take action. Leave it to me, Wani-chan. I can't wait any longer. All right, Hoshino, brother. Chapter 47. The gateway to the other shore. Qian and Xianning nodded to Xingye and stepped forward to open the door to the room. The corridor outside the hotel was shrouded in darkness, thick with a malevolent aura emanating from several wandering spirits. Was it the two shrine maidens who did this? My Asaka asked, swallowing hard. Indeed, do not worry. They are quite formidable. Xingye reassured her with a comforting glance. Lord Xingye, what are those things? Why are they haunting me? Consider them the lingering attachments left by the deceased. As for why they're fixated on you, Xingye turned to my Asaka and inquired, how well do you know your boyfriend? Is this truly related to Ichiro Fujita? Shayako remained silent. Her ears perked up, her eyes wide with curiosity, sparkling like water, resembling a nosy observer. Tuitakon. I only found out about him through a private investigator commissioned by my family. Romance should be an open affair. Yet this young heiress had foolishly fallen for a dreadful scoundrel, becoming ensnared in his deceit. Such matters were difficult to articulate. It was utterly embarrassing. My Asaka was fortunate in that her parents were quite open-minded, never imposing arranged marriages upon her, merely wishing for her to marry someone she loved. As long as he joined the Asaka family, little did she know that after only 3 dates, she would be embroiled in such supernatural events. It seems you have already discerned what kind of person he is, Xingye said with a shrug, gesturing towards the door. You heard what they said earlier, correct? Because of your closeness to Ichiro Fujita, you became a target. If only you had maintained some vigilance from the start, perhaps. Cough. Not everyone is as magnanimous as I am. At this juncture, Xingye noticed my Asaka's embarrassment as she lowered her head, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. He quickly cleared his throat, refraining from further comment. Although she was not particularly astute, he had intended to provoke her a bit. However, she was, after all, his primary benefactor, deserving of some emotional consideration. A thoughtful and warm-hearted gentleman must attend to such matters. I will learn from this lesson, she replied submissively, her head bowed like a child who had misbehaved. For reasons unknown, her seemingly offensive remarks did not elicit any resentment from my Asaka. Perhaps she held her tongue, fearing that if she voiced her thoughts, he might abandon her. At this moment, dealing with those vengeful spirits was of utmost importance. The mere thought that she might fall victim to that despicable man, and the spirits sent shivers down her spine. It was truly terrifying. Shea Ko glanced at my Asaka, unable to suppress a giggle. It seems Senior Asaka is a bit dim-witted, yet she's quite adorable. As for that scoundrel Xingye, is he thick-skinned and magnanimous? Nonetheless, his calm demeanor and unwavering composure are undeniably attractive. No wonder Sakura has become increasingly infatuated. Sister, shall we proceed? At the door, Qianning turned and announced. As her words fell, an ethereal purple glow emanated from the palms of Qian and Qianning. Accompanied by terrifying screams, the vengeful spirits, sensing danger, became frenzied, their already horrifying faces contorting grotesquely as they charged towards the two girls. Long tongues dripped with disgusting black saliva slithered forth, and their bony arms, tipped with sharp claws, reached out to seize them. Thanks to the talismans, my Asaka, with her fleeting glimpse of the spirit world, could clearly see the rotting teeth jaggedly lined within the gaping maw of the female ghost. The sight was enough to induce physiological stress, yet the two girls stood firm, as if anchored by an indomitable force. Then, the door materialized, slowly creaking open. A purple aura mingled with the crimson petals of the other shore flower floated forth, accompanied by a mournful chant that resonated from another realm. Those grievances that cling to this world shall dissipate. Souls wandering the mortal realm, your journey commences. Hear my prayers. Follow my guidance. The gateway to the other shore has been opened. The lanterns of the river of forgetfulness are lit. Set forth. Do not linger. Do not sink, but feel the mercy of the divine. Pray. Do not hesitate. Do not grieve, but return to the embrace of the divine. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Ding, 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 the melodious sound of sacred bells echoed, as if in response to the girl's incantation. With the ethereal sound, the once manic spirits seemed to be bound by invisible chains, their movements slowing, the malevolence on their faces gradually fading into tranquility. Their figures gradually halted, slowly making their way towards the open door. Ding, 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 as the last spirit vanished through the portal to the underworld, the door began to close, slowly disappearing from view. Could it be the gateway to the other shore? My Asaka's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it resolved? Shayako asked incredulously. Yes. It seems they have been guided to the other shore. Xingye nodded in affirmation. But this other shore is not the one you perceive. That place is now more fearsome than hell. Silently adding this thought, he gazed at Qianning, who was bouncing back to him seeking praise, and Qianin, whose expression was stoic yet contained a glimmer of hope. Xingye smiled warmly and patted their little heads. You both did splendidly. Hee. Those were mere vengeful spirits. Qianning puffed out her chest, her small nose held high. This is what we should do, Qianning replied. Her head lowered as she allowed Xingye's warm hand to glide through her silky hair, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Having praised his shrine maidens, Xingye turned his gaze back to the still-dazed my Asaka. All right, the matter is resolved. We should return. Yes. This is the payment. Lord Xingye, please wait a moment while I notify my family to send a driver for you. My Asaka extended her hands, offering a check to Xingye, hurriedly insisting. That would be most appreciated. with someone to drive them. Xingye naturally accepted, as he had no urgent matters at hand and did not mind a slight delay. It was certainly more convenient than hailing a taxi or struggling with public transportation. Moreover, he wouldn't have to spend his own money, which left him feeling quite content. Chapter 48. One must not sever the roots while harvesting the chives. Is there anything that can ward off evil spirits and protect one's self at Lord Hoshino's place? After taking a deep breath and nervously fidgeting with her fingers, Mei-sama shyly inquired as the group settled back onto the sofa. Today, she had acutely felt the terrifying nature of those entities. The talismans she had purchased from elsewhere proved ineffective, leaving her with a lingering sense of insecurity and paranoia about venturing outside. Rest assured, I will ensure that Lord Hoshino is not at a loss financially. Hoshino Tsuki, having just finished replying to a message from Sakurako, instinctively lifted his gaze upon hearing Mei's words and softly reiterated, "Talismans." As Tsuki processed the situation, he suppressed his excitement and feigned a look of difficulty. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Qian and the others do occasionally craft protective charms for sale, but I did not bring any with me this time. I only have a few talismans on hand. Generally speaking, the occurrences you have faced, Mrs. Sama, are quite rare. A healthy individual who does not provoke those unclean entities would typically not. Did you not bring any? May I accompany you back to the shrine to request some?" May interjected earnestly. "I assure you, beyond the cost of the charm, I will offer a generous donation that will surely please you." Before Tsuki could finish his thought, Mei's pleading interruption conveyed her urgency. She was resolute in avoiding such encounters in the future. "Without some protective amulet, I fear I shall lose sleep. Please, Lord Hoshino, grant me the opportunity to forge a bond with your shrine." Tsuki contemplated her request, recognizing that most individuals would likely be left with psychological scars after such experiences. Allowing Mei to witness those entities firsthand was intentional on his part, aimed at leaving a lasting impression on her. After all, fear acts as a catalyst for faith, and Tsuki was determined to cultivate her as a devoted follower of his shrine. The current situation was undoubtedly favorable for his intentions. "Given what you have expressed, it is certainly feasible," Tsuki replied with a smile and an approving nod. "Hoshino-kun, I had arranged to meet with Sakurako today, and I would like you all to join me." Sayako chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. She had recently contacted Sakurako via line to discuss her experiences and request temporary lodging. Now that she had received Tsuki's affirmative response, she was eager to bring it up. "Yes, I saw Sakurako's message. Let us go together," Tsuki nodded, having just been engaged in correspondence regarding this matter. He held no reservations about Sayako staying over, particularly since she was quite pleasant to behold. "Wonderful. Sayama-senpai, would you mind if I hitch a ride with you?" Sayako exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Not at all. Let us all go together," Mei agreed with a smile, welcoming the idea of strengthening her relationship with Sayako. Upon arriving at the base of the shrine steps, the group disembarked from their vehicles, and Mei curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes wide with surprise as she glanced at Tsuki. "Hoshino-kun, your shrine is quite impressive. I thought you mentioned it was merely a small shrine?" "It's not that large," Tsuki shrugged, glancing at Mei. His family shrine was indeed spacious, featuring a standard layout including the first torii gate, the approach, the water basin, the second torii gate, guardian statues, the office, the worship hall, and the main hall. However, aside from the office, which had been converted into living quarters, the other structures were relatively modest in size compared to grander shrines, and some appeared somewhat aged due to a lack of timely maintenance. As they walked, exchanging pleasantries, Tsuki led them to the water basin to wash their hands before proceeding to the worship hall, where they completed the customary rites under Qian's guidance. Meanwhile, Huanyang, the deity of the shrine, suddenly found herself filled with thoughts of blessings for peace and health, along with a faint golden aura of faith enveloping her. This faith, born from sincere worship, was indeed beneficial for deities, enhancing their power and serving as a sustenance for weaker gods. However, for her, the significance of such faith was minimal, and having endured events from millennium ago, she had no interest in granting blessings to these two women or fulfilling any of their wishes. With a dismissive glance at the two earnestly praying, Huanyang turned on her heel and returned to her room, finding television programs far more entertaining. Lord Hoshino, how much yen would be required for the protective charm I wish to purchase? To connect with? May inquired hesitantly. The charm. Tsuki stroked his smooth chin, deep in thought. Previously, a certain Rinbaya had obtained a charm from him for 3 million yen, a rather exorbitant price. Primarily due to her unique constitution. May was undoubtedly effluent. Having already compensated him handsomely for today as exorcism services and presenting a further 1 million yen check as a ceremonial offering. If he were to demand an outrageous sum, it might frighten her away. Nevertheless, one must see things through to the end. Besides, since you have already established a connection with our shrine, I will gift you one. The cost of a charm was negligible, and he understood the principle of not uprooting the entire plant when harvesting chives. After witnessing today's events, May should be firmly convinced of her own abilities. It would be wise for her to align herself with him early on, lest she encounter future troubles. Is that so? Really? Thank you so much, Lord Hoshino. May exclaimed, her gratitude apparent. Please, take a moment to sit here while I fetch the charm. With a warm smile, Tsuki instructed Qian and Chining to serve tea to May and her friend while he headed to retrieve the charm. Moments later, he returned with 2 charms in hand, presenting them with a smile. Remember to carry them with you at all times. Is this for me? A surprised Sayako received the charm in her hands, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at Tsuki. She had not expected him to offer her a charm so readily, having planned to ask for a discounted friendship price after May departed. What's this? You don't want it? Then I shall take it back, Tsuki joked, pretending to reclaim it. In a panic, Sayako clutched the charm tightly to her chest, eager not to lose it. No. How could I not want it? Thank you, Hoshino-kun. By the way, I happen to have exclusive photos of Sakurako from her university days. Since you've been so generous, I could make an exception and share them with you, including some in bikinis. Without a hint of guilt, she offered to trade her friend's privacy for the charm, confident in the closeness of their relationship. Chapter 49, Oil, Tofuhem. Hoshino Tsuki's eyes brightened, ready to speak, but upon noticing Asaka May's inquisitive expression, she swiftly exchanged a glance with Shea, signaling to discuss it later. Clearing her throat, she shifted the topic, saying one more thing to remind you all, the talismans have an expiration date. Generally, this period is 1 year, but if something unusual occurs, like what happened today, the effectiveness will diminish more rapidly. To ensure the talismans continue to ward off evil spirits, it is advisable to return in a month for a replacement. A month? I will remember that. I look forward to troubling Lord Hoshino then. Asaka May nodded respectfully, mentally noting Tsuki's instructions. After bidding farewell to Asaka May, Hoshino Tsuki exhaled a sigh of relief outside the shrine. Finally done. The day had unfolded quite smoothly. Not only had she received a substantial donation, but she had also gained a valuable benefactor, donor. It would not be impossible to generate income from the shrine in the future. There was also the prospect of receiving assistance from the spirits of the underworld. Though they were weak souls, they could still prove useful. Perhaps, in the future, she could enlist their help for simple tasks like serving tea or providing massages, right? Lost in thought, Hoshino Tsuki was about to turn back when she suddenly paused, her gaze drifting towards the foot of the mountain. The grass rustled, and out popped the chubby face of a white fox. The fox held a small tanuki statue in its mouth. Upon meeting Tsuki's gaze, it wiggled its hindquarters and scampered over to her feet. After nuzzling against her for a while, it proudly dropped the small tanuki statue at her feet, nudging it forward with its paw, urging her to pick it up. Whimper, 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 is this a Shigaraki tanuki? Is it for me? Hoshino Tsuki crouched down curiously and picked up the tiny tanuki figurine. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The white fox slightly bowed, seemingly smiling, then flicked its beautiful tail and disappeared back into the grass. The shrine was located within a nature reserve, and indeed, many animals resided there. The white fox was likely one of the local wild foxes, appearing not only intelligent, but almost magical in nature. Is this because Huanyang has returned to the shrine? Hoshino Tsuki pondered, confused about why the fox had brought her this item. She examined the Shigaraki Tanuki closely. It was small, about 4 or 5 centimeters in size, easily cradled in her palm, and felt like a ceramic piece, seemingly an ordinary Tanuki statue. However, through her yin-yang vision, she sensed a faint white spiritual energy emanating from the statue, and it seemed to shift slightly in her grasp. Had she not been staring intently, she might have dismissed it as an illusion. "Oh my, is this a Tanuki figurine?" Just then, a sultry voice came from behind her, accompanied by the sensation of softness against her back as slender arms wrapped around her neck. Hoshino Tsuki turned to see Huan Yang clinging to him, gently pushing away the overly familiar large fox, and asked with mild exasperation, "Did you finish watching the drama?" "Not yet, little Tsuki-kun, but it's getting late. I was wondering when dinner would be ready." Huan Yang replied with a flirtatious glance and a soft voice. Seizing the opportunity while Tsuki was distracted, she quickly snatched the Shigaraki Tanuki from Tsuki's palm, her eyes narrowing with a sly smile. Hoshino Tsuki looked up at the sky. The time of twilight had indeed passed. And then he turned to Huan Yang, saying, "Did you not mention wanting oil tofu today? I just happen to have the ingredients at home, so I'll prepare some." "Oh really? That makes me so happy. So as a reward, how about?" Huan Yang stepped closer, pressing her body against Tsuki's while taking his hand and leading it toward herself. Tsuki swallowed hard, internally battling with his instincts. Just as he was about to yield to temptation, a gentle and cultured voice interrupted from the side. "Oh, my dear Lord God, Tsuki-kun, I'm back." "Ah, Sakura. Welcome back." Hoshino Tsuki's mind cleared instantly, and he hastily pushed Huan Yang away, turning around with a smile. "Indeed, your gaze was a bit unfocused, and your smile and movements seemed somewhat stiff." TSK, what a pity," Huan Yang murmured regretfully, her face adorned with a warm smile, softly addressing Sakura. "Oh, welcome back." Her voice was almost imperceptible, yet, with her extraordinary senses, it reached Tsuki's ears clearly. "Huh, that wicked fox has insidious intentions. No wonder she abandoned the drama to wait for me." The thought of nearly succumbing made Hoshino Tsuki feel relieved. He couldn't help but wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead. "Greetings, Lord God." Meanwhile, Sakura, unaware of the tension, politely bowed to Huan Yang and quietly observed the two, hesitating before finally asking, Tsuki-kun and Lord God, what are you two doing here?" "Ahem, it's nothing much. We were just discussing what to have for dinner. Initially, I planned to make some oil tofu, but now..." Hoshino Tsuki quickly explained, glancing pointedly at the scheming fox beside him. "I think we should prepare something else. It's Shaya's first visit. We can't slack off, can we?" "Huh, the wicked fox, you shall not have your oil tofu today." "What are you saying? No oil tofu?" Huan Yang, who had been smiling confidently, instantly faltered upon hearing this. "Tonight, let's have hot pot instead," Hoshino Tsuki affirmed with a nod. "Guesting asidalong glanje at Huan Yang. Then let us add oil tofu to the hot pot." "No oil tofu." No, I want oil tofu." "None. You are my priest. The Lord God commands you to present oil tofu." "Huh, none." "You, what do you mean none?" Hoshino Tsuki and Huan Yang exchanged playful banter, each stubbornly staring at the other. All right, I'll prepare dinner. There will be oil tofu, I promise." Sakura covered her mouth, laughing at their childlike antics, stepping in to calm the ruckus. Suddenly, Huan Yang's fox ears perked up, and she turned to Sakura, taking her hand and leading her towards a shrine, while muttering, "Sakura is the best. Would you like to be my shrine maiden? Being a priest is overrated." Hoshino Tsuki interjected, as if anyone would want to be your priest. "If I could defeat you, I would make you kneel and call me father." "No, tonight there shall be a lottery. Let this wicked fox understand the saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank." Chapter 50. Raccoon meat hot pot. At 6:30 in the evening, Tsukino and Sakura were in the kitchen preparing the ingredients for their hot pot dinner. Shaya came over to chat with Sakura, casually helping to place the washed vegetables onto a plate for later use. "So, has Shaya been utterly terrified?" Sakura winked at Shaya and asked playfully. "Absolutely terrifying." Shaya clutched Sakura's arm tightly, nodding pitifully. The memory of what she witnessed today made her legs feel a bit weak again. "Is that so?" "If given the chance, I would like to see it with my own eyes, Sakura chuckled, glancing at Tsukino, who was skillfully cutting mushrooms into star shapes. It felt odd that even her close friend had seen those things, while she had not, leaving her with a strange sensation. She yearned to understand what the world looked like through Tsukino's eyes. I still think it's better not to see. Tsukino looked up, pulling at the corners of her mouth to offer a somewhat awkward smile to Sakura. Why be curious about such things? Those creatures are horrifying and could lead to nightmares if encountered. Huh? Why does it seem better not to see when it comes to Sakura? What about me? Clearly Sheia's mood darkened. Isn't this double standards? It must be double standards. How infuriating. But you promised to look. I didn't force you, Tsukino shrugged, not even lifting her head this time. You. Sheia huffed, taking deep breaths to calm herself, feeling as if her adorable little spirit was about to explode in frustration. Hey, Sakura-chan, is dinner ready yet? At that moment, Huanyang entered, holding a SH raccoon statue, leaning lazily against the doorframe. Ah, dear deity, please wait a moment, Sakura replied gently, looking up. Ah, but I am so hungry, deity. Huh? Sheia was taken aback, covering her mouth and pointing at Huanyang in disbelief. She's the deity? Yes, indeed. Huanyang is the deity of our shrine. Sakura nodded with a smile, affirming. Oh my. Opuludisa, the deity. Sheia quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. She never imagined that the beautiful lady she had been with all day was a deity. Come now, don't look so frightened. Have I done anything to scare you? Huanyang's exquisite face, paired with her enchanting tone, made Sheia's heart skip a beat, her mind becoming blank. Her face flushed with embarrassment. The deity is so beautiful. I wish to offer everything just to drown in her magnificent embrace. Such thoughts surfaced in her mind. Tsukino immediately noticed what her mischievous fox was up to, setting down her knife to dry her hands before lightly tapping Huanyang on the head, warning, hey, Huanyang, no seduction techniques on our own people. Oh, that hurts. Sob, Sakura-chan, look, this one has struck our dear deity. Isn't that too much? Huanyang, having paused her playful antics, ran to Sakura's side, pretending to cry. That theatrically inclined, wretched fox. Tsukino sighed deeply, sensing that Huanyang's little magic was devoid of any malicious intent, merely a playful prank. If one were to claim she harbored hatred for humans, it would be unfounded, for she had not committed any egregious acts. Yet, it was evident that she held little fondness for others, still causing a ruckus like a playful spirit, always eager for amusement. Sometimes, Tsukino found it hard to fathom what went on in Huanyang's mind. Did something just happen? Sheia, now regaining clarity, wore a confused expression, her gaze innocent yet naive, completely oblivious to the situation. Nothing much, just a little joke from Lady Huanyang. Sakura chuckled softly, covering her lips, then turned to Huanyang, gently patting her hand as if soothing a child, saying, just a moment longer. I'll finish washing these vegetables and then prepare the fried tofu. Fried tofu. Huanyang's ears suddenly perked up, sparkling with anticipation. Huh? Fox ears. Ah, I wish to invite the deity home for worship. If only I could fulfill my wish to touch them. Sheia gazed at Huanyang's fox ears, her eyes alight with excitement. Goodness, she was witnessing a real beast-eared maiden in reality. No, a fox-eared deity. Not a mere prop. A genuine beast-eared being. How thrilling. These two embarrassing creatures. Tsukino facepalmed, unable to bear watching Huanyang and Sheia, one yearning for fried tofu, the other for beast ears, feeling utterly mortified. How infuriating. I want to touch them too, and those 9 magnificent tails. However, seeing Huanyang's greedy expression eased Tsukino's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that this legendary great spirit had no intention of harming those within the shrine, and her demeanor towards Sakura and the others was quite amiable. As for her attitude towards Tsukino, well, that was a bit complicated. Was it truly so amusing to toy with her day in and day out? Tsukino found it utterly perplexing. By the way, isn't tonight a hot pot night? How about trying raccoon meat hot pot? I remember it tasting quite delightful. Huanyang suggested. Her thoughts diverted by food, eyeing the array of prepared ingredients on the table. Raccoon meat hot pot? The three of them looked at her in curiosity, bewildered, struggling to comprehend Huan Yang's words. Look, the ingredients are right here." Huan Yang mischievously displayed the raccoon statue to them with a sly grin. "What a cute raccoon, but, dear Huan Yang, we can't eat that." Sakura laughed, explaining, assuming she was unaware that it was a ceramic ornament, not an ingredient. "Exactly, dear deity, that cannot be eaten." Shea nodded in agreement. Sakino silently scrutinized the peculiar little statue, deep in thought. Huan Yang refrained from explaining, instead bringing the statue closer, her tone leisurely. Little one, how much longer do you intend to rely on transformation techniques? I could very well turn you into raccoon meat hot pot." With a puff of white smoke bursting before everyone, in the next moment, the small statue in Huan Yang's hand transformed into a red-haired girl kneeling on the ground, crying out in a pleading tone, "Whoa, Lady Tamamo, spare me. Please, please do not eat me. I'm not delicious at all." Really, not delicious. Woo Chapter 51. Letters at the Shimagamo Shrine in Kyoto. So, you were sent by the elder to ascertain whether she has returned? In the guest room, Hoshino Tsuki stroked her chin, observing the bashful, red-haired maiden before her. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired. Shimo Kumo Mamadama tightly clutched the hem of her garment, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, and nodded repeatedly. "Yes." The elder said that if Lady Tamamo came back, I was to deliver a letter, but as soon as I reached the shrine's outskirts, I was captured by a fox. She lowered her head nervously as she explained, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes as memories of her ordeal resurfaced. "A letter?" Hoshino Tsuki expressed surprise, narrowing her eyes with an undertone of threat. "Let me see it. You'd best not be deceiving me. I have quite the appetite for raccoon hot pot, and wouldn't mind trying something new tonight." It was not her intention to bully the little tanuki. Rather, the mischievous nature of Japanese tanuki is well known, often engaging in trickery and pranks. Thus, to avoid being deceived, a little intimidation was deemed necessary. "The letter. Where did I put it? I distinctly remember shoving it into my pocket. No, it's gone." While recalling her task, Shimokumo Mamadama began to frantically search her person. But despite rummaging through every pocket, she found nothing and began to weep. Hoshino Tsuki's mouth twitched slightly, her previously intimidating demeanor crumbling in an instant. She found it hard to bear the sight of this innocent, naive tanuki girl. Honestly, what were they thinking, sending such an unreliable creature? Was that elder, who oversees the countless tanuki, becoming senile? Sakurako, seated beside her, had gleaned some truths about the world from recent events. Thus, after a brief moment of astonishment, she readily accepted the presence of this tanuki girl who could transform into a human. Seeing the girl's distress stirred Sakurako's compassion. She sighed gently, approached with a warm smile, and reached out to stroke the girl's soft hair, presenting her with the envelope she had found on the kitchen floor. There, Mamadama-chan. Don't cry. Is this the letter you mentioned?" Shimo Kumo Mamadama looked up at Sakurako's warmth and, upon spotting the letter she had lost, gratefully accepted it with teary eyes. "Wah, thank you, big sister. I truly appreciate it. Wah, if I can't prove my identity, I would surely be eaten." Sakurako gently patted the girl's back, softly reassuring her, "Mamadama-chan, there's no one here who would eat you. Rest easy." After saying this, she cast a reproachful glance at Hoshino Tsuki, clearly displeased with her earlier intimidation tactics regarding the raccoon hot pot. Hoshino Tsuki felt a tad embarrassed under Sakurako's beautiful gaze, rubbing her nose in mild exasperation. "No, haven't you all heard how mischievous these little creatures can be? Tales abound in Kyoto of them turning leaves into money and then using fake currency to buy things from humans. Who knows if this little one is lying? Though this tanuki girl does not seem particularly clever, her kind is far from simple or merely cute." Moments latte. Huan Yang tossed the letter she had finished reading to Hoshino Tsuki with an irritated wave of her hand, expressing her impatience. That fellow is truly tiresome. Instead of concerning himself with his inept descendants, he meddles in my affairs. What I choose to do is none of his business." Shimo Kumo Mamadama, sensing her displeasure, instinctively moved closer to Sakurako, lowering her head to diminish her presence as she silently grumbled about her elder, claiming that Amaterasu's avatar is kind. She's actually a terrifying great fox. Wah, the old coot lied. She nearly scared a tanuki to death. After perusing the letter's contents, Hoshino Tsuki murmured in a daze, worrying that Huanyang might soon confront those individuals and that giant demon could cause widespread chaos. I hope she can offer protection. Huanyang Dano, please don't make things difficult for Mamadama-chan. She was merely delivering a letter. Sakurako, noticing the trembling girl beside her, hesitated for a moment, then gently urged, "Well, since Sakurako-chan has interceded, I'll let this matter slide. I have no interest in tormenting this little one." Huanyang smiled at Sakurako nonchalantly. Given Sakurako's initiative in preparing her favorite fried tofu, she generously decided to forgive the girl. With that thought, Huanyang raised an eyebrow at Shimo Mamadama. As for offering protection to the people here, her tone suddenly turned cold and detached, even mocking. 1,000 years ago, humanity's actions were crystal clear to that old coot. I am not currently interested in vengeance. The instigators have long since faded into the annals of time. I have no desire to unleash my wrath upon the innocent, however. What does the fate of humanity concern me? Even if there are good people among those who perish in chaos, what does it matter? I share no bonds with the humans of this land, and, to be precise, I harbor grievances. My refraining from mass slaughter is merely due to it being rather dull. It does not imply I have forgotten that incident. As she spoke, Huanyang's eyes narrowed, transforming into fox-like slits, her aura shifting from calm and gentle to chilling, imbued with murderous intent. Observing the little one shrink back in terror, reverting to her tanuki form and trembling behind Sakurako, Huanyang slowly withdrew her gaze. Forget it. Why discuss such matters with a little one who knows nothing? After all, you were just delivering a letter. Remember my words and relay them to that old fool. With that, Huanyang reverted to her previous languid demeanor, stretching lazily and deliberately showcasing her graceful figure before inching closer to Hoshino Tsuki, adopting a flirtatious tone. Say, shall we not concern ourselves with such trivialities? When will dinner be served? Em positively starven. Hoshino Tsuki was nearly thrown off balance by Huanyang's sudden shift in demeanor, casting an exasperated glance at the theatrically inclined being. He sighed deeply and rose to his feet. All right, everyone prepare for dinner. I'll go fetch the pot. It will be ready shortly. By the way, little Tanuki, why don't you join us for hot pot tonight? You can return afterward. Hoshino Tsuki glanced down at the tanuki nestled behind Sakurako before proceeding directly to the kitchen under the expecting gazes of Huanyang and the two Shikigami girls. Fuki-kun, I'll help you. Seeing Hoshino Tsuki depart, Sakurako smiled and affectionately ruffled the little tanuki's fur before elegantly rising and stepping forward to follow him. Chapter 52. A sudden change. A crisis on the other side. Shaizi's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. The day's events had been utterly surreal. She knelt there in a daze, murmuring to the timid little raccoon curled up in a ball, "This world is haunted, filled with shape-shifting raccoons, and their S. Tamamo no Me, the divine being." So, what is the true nature of this world? As night fell, bidding farewell to the raccoon's spirit, Hoshino Tsuki retreated to bathe comfortably. Standing in his room, drying his hair while gazing into the distant night sky, he wondered aloud, has the direction changed? At that moment, the view before him revealed a pitch-black expanse where the giant demon resided. Terrifying dark energy coalesced into tendrils of fog, threatening to engulf the entire space. Even from a distance, the chilling aura sent waves of dread coursing through him, as if countless icy hands were grasping at his heart, making it difficult to breathe. In the center of this shadowy domain, the giant demon, which had originally been advancing northward, suddenly pivoted 180 degrees, slowly heading towards Kyoto. Its massive form appeared even more colossal, with innumerable blood-red eyes flickering in the darkness, akin to two blazing flames, exuding boundless malice and ferocity. The increase in its size was alarming. If the rumors in the letter were true and the demon's wrath were to erupt, the consequences would likely exceed one's worst fears. Hoshino Tsuki's expression turned grave. The correspondence he had received earlier validated some of his suspicions. Those in power were indeed aware of the giant demon's existence and had begun preparations to face the impending calamity. Plans had been discreetly formulated between the main shrine and the Metropolitan Police Department, and they were in contact with domestic spiritual practitioners. However, the effectiveness of these preparations, should the demon's wrath truly unleash, remained uncertain. For ordinary people, such a calamity was nothing short of terrifying. With this thought, Hoshino Tsuki lifted his gaze towards the giant demon, now slowly moving towards the urban area of Tokyo. Each colossal step it took seemed to leave the ground untouched, with roads and buildings standing unscathed. The scene was undeniably surreal, yet a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, this creature had not yet affected the present world. Although the outcome of the potential eruption remained unclear, he felt assured that if it were merely wandering spirits, laughing apparitions, or other such entities, there was no cause for alarm. Even without his or Jinyo's intervention, Qian and Chining could easily handle them. The defenses of his family shrine were unparalleled. Not only did it boast a powerful barrier formed by Torii gates and Shimekazari, but with the presence of that cunning fox spirit at home, he felt utterly outmatched. Judging by the disdainful attitude the deity displayed towards the giant demon, it would likely be a simple task to obliterate it. Thus, he felt relatively secure for the time being. Yet, the mere thought of that insufferable fox spirit caused a pang of annoyance in Hoshino Tsuki, compelling him to mutter through gritted teeth, "Damn it, that unscrupulous fox clearly delights in tempting me in front of Sakurako, destabilizing my resolve, and then enjoying my predicament." Just earlier, upon encountering an electric water heater for the first time, Jinyo had pretended to insist on bathing together, resulting in a rather unfortunate experience for Tsuki. Coughing, he reflected, truth be told, had it not been for Sakurako's piercing warning gaze, I would have genuinely wanted to instruct the divine being on how to use such modern appliances. No misunderstandings. I merely wish to enlighten the deity on the use of contemporary technology, nothing more. At this moment, he felt akin to a flower-adorned rabbit wearing a hat, scribbling down a grand injustice. Oh, just thinking about it infuriated him. A man born of heaven and earth should not languish beneath a fox. He would make her beg for mercy. Crying out, "Father, no," he needed to summon luck and enhance his strength. Now that he had funds, he would draw from the lottery. He desired a grand prize. The demeanor of a wealthy individual was unmistakable, filled with pride. He yearned to reclaim control over his home. With that thought, Hoshino Tsuki marched over to his bedside and plopped down in frustration, silently calling up the system interface to commence his second round of draws. "Mr. Kanematsu, it's bad news." In Chiyoda Ward, inside the main shrine office, a young man in a suit burst in, breathless with urgency. "Nagakumura, what has happened?" Kanematsu paused his typing and looked up at the panicked young man. It was evident that something critical had transpired. Otherwise, this newcomer would not have displayed such a lack of decorum. Mr. Kanematsu, the giant demon suddenly altered its course a few minutes ago, heading towards Kyoto. Nagakumura struggled to catch his breath, hastily conveying the alarming news. Heading toward Kyoto, Kanematsu furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses, his expression turning serious. Yes. The monitoring team just reported that it has been growing at an accelerated rate, and it is expected to reach its evolutionary threshold within 24 hours. Damn it. The population in the city, if it evolves in those districts. Calamity, disaster is imminent. Upon hearing this, Kanematsu stood abruptly, a bitter expression crossing his previously composed face. Without waiting for the young man to continue, he dashed out of the office. Curse it, what could possibly attract it to change direction so suddenly? Kanematsu gazed gravely towards the horizon. Although he could not clearly see the giant demon or the dark energy, he could sense the chilling, malevolent shadow approaching his vicinity. "Mr. Kanematsu, what should we do?" Nagakumura followed his gaze, but all that lay before them was darkness. "Nagakumura, has the monitoring team assessed its trajectory and the timing of its evolution? Where is it expected to be?" Kanematsu, his demeanor serious, grasped Nagakumura's shoulder urgently. They said it would likely be between Adachi Ward and Chiyoda Ward. Nagakumura swallowed hard. "Let go, I'll drive. We must seek an audience with the shrine master." Notify the monitoring team to closely track the giant demon's movements and report its trajectory at all times. Kanematsu's expression hardened, his eyes filled with dread as he retrieved his car keys and sprinted towards the parking lot. Ah, yes. Nagakumura hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 53. The earthquake in the morning, Hoshino Tsuki reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard, gazing at the 3 purple talismans clutched in his hand, his expression one of utter despair. The memory of last night's 100,000 yen lottery experience weighed heavily on his spirit, casting a pall over his entire existence. Holy contract talismans. These talismans allow one to forge contracts with spirits, granting the contracted entity a corporeal form in this world. Hoshino Tsuki had acquired these talismans shortly after his arrival in this realm. It was through them that Xian and Shining had manifested as 2 earthly maidens, indistinguishable from their human counterparts. Yet, despite their value, they were of little use to him at present, as he lacked any suitable candidates for contracts. As for using them for Huanyang, he could only imagine the disdainful look that magnificent fox would give him, followed by a swish of its tail that would send him soaring through the air. Thus, until he could subdue it, Hoshino Tsuki dared not provoke it. Sighing softly, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He had come to realize that he was, without a doubt, a person of ill fortune, a truth that remained unaltered in both his past and present lives. Tucking the talismans into his pocket, he gradually closed his eyes. The day was pleasant, the gentle breeze caressing his skin. Indeed, it was a perfect day for a brief nap. As he drifted towards slumber, a sudden instinct jolted him awake, and he turned to gaze into the distance. In the next instant, Huanyang and Qian Shining materialized beside him, with Huanyang wrapping its large tail around Hoshino Tsuki's neck, elegantly curling up in the space beside him, as if savoring a delightful performance. Then, an eerie, elongated howl echoed through the heavens and the earth. Roar! What was once imperceptible to ordinary mortals now reverberated through the air with a peculiar frequency, seemingly transcending the boundaries of realms. Even the common folk paused their tasks, astonished, and turned toward the source of the sound. They could see nothing, yet they sensed a sudden dimming of the once bright sunlight, their moods inexplicably turning oppressive and irritable, as if they yearned to smash something to vent their frustrations. To Hoshino Tsuki, the distant, dark energy swirled like clouds, spreading in all directions, blotting out the sun. With a faint crimson hue piercing through the shadows, a bizarre aura permeating the atmosphere. What is that sound? Is it a roar? Did you hear it? What on earth is happening? The massive form of the great Oni began to swell like a balloon, ultimately towering like a hill over the land of Bunkyo. Boom! Clang as the dark energy surged, the earth trembled, serving as a warning to all living beings. An earthquake. Everyone, take cover under your desks. This is not a drill. Follow the emergency protocols. Simultaneously, at the Chikushima Library editorial office, Chief Nakajima rushed out of his office, loudly urging his staff to adhere to the earthquake drill protocols. Come on, everyone. This is serious. If a strong aftershock follows, what will we do if someone gets hurt? Seeing his subordinates casually watching the spectacle, Nakajima felt a wave of frustration wash over him. There was little he could do. Japan lay on a volcanic fault line, experiencing minor quakes every 3 days and major ones every 5. Though children had been trained in disaster drills from kindergarten through elementary school to prepare them for emergencies, the frequency of such events had led many, particularly adults, to grow indifferent. Most simply ducked for cover during a quake and resumed their activities once it passed, with some even recording videos to share on social media, too apathetic to seek safety. It could be said that they were practically living out the adage, no need to run from minor tremors, and for major ones, running is futile, so why not choose not to run at all? Nevertheless, companies would implement disaster management as a fundamental aspect of their operations, establishing detailed disaster prevention regulations. Nakajima was determined not to have his year-end bonus jeopardized by an unfortunate incident involving an injured employee. He had a family to support, unlike those carefree singles. Thus, under Nakajima's relentless urging, his staff reluctantly rose, huddling beneath their desks while grumbling. Sigh, not another earthquake. One male editor furrowed his brow, exhaling a resigned sigh. Indeed, this makes it the second time this week. It feels never-ending. Another chimed in. How frustrating. An earthquake at this time? I still have so much editing to complete. I don't want to work late into the night. Yoshida Haru complained, her face twisted in dismay as she confided in Sakurako. Calm down, Haru. It's probably just a minor tremor. It won't delay anything significantly. Rest easy. Sakurako's gentle voice reassured Yoshida, who was pressed for time due to delayed manuscripts from authors. I envy you, Sakurako-senpai. Mr. Yua never delays his submissions. Oh, by the way, is there a signing event for the release of the April volume next week? Yes. I'll make sure to get you a few signed copies then. Thank you, senpai. You're the best. Meanwhile, Hoshino Tsuki observed the gathering dark energy in Bunkyo, the wandering souls converging and the ghostly realm gradually taking form. And he shook his head slightly. It seems the inhabitants of Bunkyo are in for a misfortune. Just as the letter indicated, the ghostly realm is indeed severe. Hoshino Tsuki mused. Master, should we not take action? If we intervene now, as a guiding spirit, Qian felt a pang of compassion, whether out of duty or kind heart. After a moment of hesitation, she voiced her concern. At this stage, the ghostly realm has not fully formed, making it relatively manageable. If a few spiritually attuned individuals unite to disperse the accumulating dark energy and allow sunlight to penetrate, preventing the concentration from reaching critical levels, we can halt this process. Qian, I appreciate your kind heart. Hoshino Tsuki gently ruffled the hair of the girl beside him. He did not fault Qian for her benevolence. After all, virtues such as kindness and righteousness should be celebrated. Otherwise, he would not have chosen a contract with them. Yet, promoting appreciation and compelling him to act were two different matters. However, let's not forget the presence of those higher-ups. They have neither summoned me nor offered me compensation, and I share no emotional ties to this land. Why should I meddle in their affairs? Qian lowered her head slightly, nodding without further comment. At that moment, Chining, without thinking, interjected, Oni-chan, what if Lord Huanyang intervenes? Chapter 54. The malevolent spirit before the words could fully escape her lips. A disdainful voice pierced through the air. Little girl, I have no interest in this matter. The tone of the great fox was icy, even laced with mockery, causing Qian Ning to involuntarily tremble. Recalling the tale that Xingye Yu had recounted to them, Qian and hurriedly stepped forward to cover her sister's indiscreet mouth. Bowing deeply in apology to the divine being, I am sorry, esteemed deity, my sister merely. She hesitated, never mind. I wouldn't fault her for a single remark, but if you wish to save someone, do as you please. It has no bearing on me. With that, Huanyang rose, stretching her slender waist without a glance at the trio, striding directly towards the living room. Whether they were Onmyoji, high-ranking officials, or mere mortals, their fates held no significance for her. She had not forgotten the events of 1,000 years past. Moreover, the midday theater was about to commence. The premiere of the drama was far more crucial than these trivial matters. No one could deter her from witnessing the unfolding story. At the boundary between Bunkyo and Chiyoda districts, Mr. Kanematsu, Lord Tsuchimikado has arrived. Nagamura Hashin led Tsuchimikado Yu into the hastily erected tent. Lord Tsuchimikado, I am grateful for your timely arrival. Kanematsu raised his head, hastening forward to pay his respects. Spare the formalities. Quickly tell me the current situation. As the head of the contemporary Tsuchimikado clan, Tsuchimikado, you could clearly perceive the dense malevolence enveloping the entirety of Bunkyo. His keen spiritual sense continually alerted him to a massive, chilling, evil force gathering within the boundless darkness, on the verge of tearing a rift between this world and the next. Even the vengeful spirits, which had lingered in different realms, were hastily converging towards this location, casting a grave expression upon his face, far removed from his usual composure. He was desperate to grasp the developments of the situation. This septuagenarian could no longer afford to maintain any semblance of decorum. Upon entering, he made a beeline for Kanematsu. The giant demon is evolving in the heart of Bunkyo. The concentration of malevolence is escalating. The malevolent spirit is taking form, Kanematsu stated solemnly, outlining the dire circumstances. The malevolent spirit. Tsuchimikado, you exclaimed, filled with dread. To think it would manifest in Bunkyo, with such a dense population. If the resentment and malevolence of those wandering souls could be likened to a small stone on a beach, then what is currently coalescing here resembles a towering hill, suffocating him with its weight. This crisis exceeds all expectations. It is likely the malevolent spirit will engulf the entire Bunkyo district, and countless lives will be lost. The horrifying prospect sent a shiver down Tsuchimikado U.S. spine, a profound urgency welling within him. No, this cannot stand. We must prevent the malevolent spirit's emergence. He dashed towards the entrance of the tent, calling out loudly, quickly, "Follow me. We must enter Bunkyo and dispel the malevolence. We absolutely must stop this." Outside the tent, a crowd had gathered, comprising police officers, onmyoji, and Shinto priests, many of whom recognized the formidable elder. Thus, when he appeared before them in such disarray, most wore puzzled expressions, while a few who were privy to the situation exchanged grave looks, hurrying to his side. Isn't Bunkyo merely a gathering of wandering souls? Indeed, to some wandering souls. Why is he so urgent? Prevent? Prevent what? Surely it's impossible to disperse the malevolence from such a vast area. Yes, even if I exhausted my spiritual energy, I could scarcely disperse a fraction. A cluster of young individuals huddled together, whispering in confusion. Lord Tsuchimikado, is the situation truly severe? Several middle-aged onmyoji, clad in hunting garb, pushed through the crowd, frowning in inquiry. Very, very serious. Tsuchimikado nodded, but as he spoke, terror washed over his aged face, rendering him speechless. In a daze, he glimpsed the inky malevolence giving rise to pale, terrifying masks and grotesquely contorted faces, followed by a procession of diverse, wandering souls. A woman with a long tongue, dragging it upon the ground, fixed an eerie gaze upon the crowd. A corpulent man crawled on all fours, leering lustfully at several female officers. A grotesque amalgamation of limbs, a woman with multiple heads, and a man with a vacant stare ensnared by ropes. A myriad of beings, some humanoid, yet others entirely unrecognizable, proliferated in number. No, it cannot be. The likes of the Hanya and Tengu, creatures of the other world, have emerged. Tsuchimikado, you staggered back, his expression one of sheer terror, trembling as he pointed towards Bunkyo, shouting loudly. At that moment, a dreadful conjecture struck him. From this day forth, in this world, or rather in this nation, a fragile balance had been insidiously disrupted. The boundary between the two realms had been shattered. The crowd, perplexed, turned their gaze towards the direction he indicated. His roar. The monsters revealed grotesque smiles, their terrifying maws brandishing fangs, producing ear-splitting roars. They can see. They have seen me. Ha ha. They have seen me. Devour him. He. She is so beautiful. Ha ha ha. She is mine. Why? Why can you still be alive? Oh, how delectable. Consume her. With each gleeful, perverse shout, the range of malevolence suddenly expanded, and the bizarre entities surged forward with the spreading darkness towards the crowd. Chaos erupted within the temporary camp. At noon, typically the zenith of sunlight's vigor. Yet, the inhabitants of Tokyo felt an unsettling chill. Xingye stood beneath an office building, sensing something amiss as she turned her gaze northward. Is it finally upon us? She murmured, feeling the coldness in the air and the strange agitation encroaching. Simultaneously, at the Chiyoda Library editorial office. It's so cold. Has the temperature dropped? A thought flitted through Yoshida Haru's mind, instinctively tightening her clothing before glancing at her colleague Sakurako. Inquiring, Sakurako-senpai, do you feel like it suddenly got colder? Yeah, did it? I don't feel it. Sakurako tilted her head, looking curiously at Yoshida Haru. Yeah, am I coming down with something? Yoshikawa-kun, do you feel? Yoshida Haru began to doubt her health, turning to look the other way. Then, she noticed that the usually talkative male editor had his head bowed, silent, his entire demeanor appearing rather stiff. Chapter 55. Chaos unleashed beneath the glaring illumination of the incandescent light. His expression remained obscured, yet his body stiffened and twisted at the utterance of his words. This peculiar behavior caused a jolt of alarm in Yoshida Haru's heart. Jikawa-kun, are you? Sensing the man's unsettling demeanor, her chair slid back slightly as she moved. At that moment, the office lights flickered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding glass, accompanied by ominous, cracking sounds. Jikawa abruptly lifted his head, his movements reminiscent of a marionette, swaying unnaturally, while a disturbingly sinister smile crept across his face. Well, what's wrong? Yoshida, miss. Ha ha ha. The lights continued to flicker before suddenly extinguishing, leaving only the faint natural light filtering through the window to illuminate the room, casting it into shadow. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the entire building. In Bunkyo Ward, where American Commercial Corporation is located, an unsettling chill had been felt by the women since morning, as if the weather were anomalously cold. Having previously experienced the torment of wandering spirits, Asama May immediately became alert, rushing from her office in search of Sayako. Sayako, do you feel like the cold is unusually intense? Asama May, unsure if she was merely imagining it due to lingering effects, asked with persistence. Sayako hesitated, pulling out her phone to check the weather. The data clearly indicated temperatures exceeding 20 degrees. It was impossible for both of them to feel cold simultaneously. Something was amiss. Very amiss. This was no mere illusion. Upon realizing this, the two exchanged a knowing glance, the unspoken truth evident in their eyes. No, this is not normal. Sayako swallowed nervously, her voice trembling with fear. Though somewhat naive, Asama May was certainly not foolish. She understood that something terrifying was afoot. What should we do? She stammered, glancing at Sayako. Both women, aware of the existence of supernatural entities, found themselves at a loss in the face of the unexpected crisis. Should we call Hoshino-kun? After a brief silence, Sayako was the first to suggest this, slapping her forehead in realization. Yes. Asama May's eyes lit up, urging Sayako to retrieve her phone to contact Hoshino Tsuki. Beep, beep, beep. Moshi moshi. The call was swiftly connected. Hello, Hoshino-kun. Sayako tentatively inquired. Sayako-san? Hoshino Tsuki's gentle voice resonated, and upon sharing a glance, both women felt a surge of reassurance. Hoshino-kun, there seems to be something off at our company. Sayako hurriedly explained the situation to Hoshino Tsuki, seeking advice. You are with Asama-san, correct? That's perfect. By the way, you have the talisman I gave you, right? The talisman. Yes, the talisman. Sayako and Asama May exclaimed, quickly retrieving the protective charm given to them by Hoshino Tsuki, feeling its warm glow emanating from within their grasp. They could not help but exhale with relief. Good. Make sure to keep it with you. For now, you need not worry about your safety. I have already sent Qian to fetch you. You should arrive shortly. Just head to the shrine when he does. Remember, do not wander around. Find a secluded place. Lock the door and wait. Qian will contact you upon arrival. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up now. Hoshino Tsuki's voice faded, the chatter on the other end hinting at a busy atmosphere. As they hung up, Sayako and Asama May exchanged anxious glances and rushed to Asama May's private office, immediately locking the door behind them. They then huddled together on the sofa, trembling, their eyes darting around the room, filled with vigilance and terror. The horrifying scenes they had witnessed earlier rendered their faces pale. They had seen former colleagues crawling on all fours, intermittently raising their heads to sniff the air, as if searching for something. Eerie children's laughter echoed from the empty storage room. Hello, this is the Bunkyo 1st Police Station. Units have already been dispatched. Someone exhibiting bizarre behavior is knocking at your door. Please remain calm and do not open the door. Stay inside and await our arrival. Mushi Muchi. Our personnel are en route to assist. Hi. Please cooperate fully. Rest assured, by midday, Bunkyo Ward had descended into complete chaos, with emergency calls overwhelming the lines. Police stations in adjacent districts promptly received directives from the higher authorities, mobilizing all available officers to support the Bunkyo station in their operations. Setting down the phone, the head of the security department gazed grimly northward, then sighed deeply, turning to his capable subordinate, Fukada Mami, who was clad in tactical gear. Sigh. Fukada, Please take the mobile rescue team and head over first. The other units will follow shortly. Fukata Mami, the head of the disaster response division, was tall and strikingly attractive, her appearance surpassing even that of idols. Yet, she chose the path of law enforcement. Initially, her male subordinates were skeptical of her leadership, dismissing her as merely a pretty face. However, the day after their doubts, they found themselves bested in the training room. From that day forward, Fukata Mami's reputation soared. No one dared to challenge her authority. Any malicious thoughts about her were swiftly cast aside, and such gossip became a taboo. Moreover, her every movement exuded grace and decisiveness, and she placed great emphasis on training her team. Since her tenure began, her officers had been rigorously trained, often lamenting their strenuous workouts, yet none dared to rebel. Completely subdued. "Hi, Takagi Inspector. I am heading out with my team now." Fukata Mami saluted and turned to leave. But just as she took a step, she was called back. "Wait, this special operation is unlike any ordinary event. Ensure your safety. If necessary, use lethal force." Understood. As she departed, Takagi's command lingered in the air. He was aware of certain matters. The late-night meeting had extended into the morning, and faced with decisions from higher-ups, he had no choice but to acquiesce. However, he was determined to protect his subordinates. He did not wish for them to suffer inexplicable sacrifices. Sigh, who would have thought that this world truly harbors ghosts? Chapter 56. The sudden appearance of the shrine maiden Bunkyo Ward descended into utter chaos, with even Chiyoda Ward feeling the repercussions. Pedestrians were relentlessly pursued by malevolent demons with white fangs, while vehicles careened uncontrollably into storefronts, causing a complete traffic paralysis. Panic reigned as people screamed and fled in all directions. Strangely, despite it being midday, a shadowy gloom enveloped Bunkyo. Chien floated through the streets, frequently encountering demons, having already obliterated countless Hanya and Tengu along her path. Once creatures of the other world, they now brazenly roamed the streets, with many having successfully possessed humans and launched attacks against others, creating a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. Nay, even more terrifying than hell itself. Witnessing the frantic and helpless crowd, Chien felt a pang of compassion but recalled Hoshino Tsuki's instructions and pressed on towards her destination, exterminating the demons she encountered along the way. "Miss Shrine Maiden, when will support arrive?" Two patrolling officers, taking refuge behind a police car blocking the road, organized the evacuation of civilians while inquiring of the enigmatic Shrine Maiden. The situation was dire. Among those possessed, some exhibited grotesque bodily distortions. In the distance, a bloodied figure lay on the ground, being dragged into a dark alley by some unseen, sinister force. The young officers exchanged glances, a sense of dread creeping over them as they instinctively tightened their grips on their sidearms. Even though they knew that firearms would be ineffective against the demons and the possessed, they clung to the cold metal, the only thing preserving their dwindling courage against the brink of despair. After all, they had not undergone training in Takamajahara and were utterly helpless against such entities. "Damn it. I don't know. Don't distract me. These things are unlike anything we've faced before." Once possessed, they become a real nightmare. The middle-aged Shrine Maiden, her expression grave, shook the sacred bells in her hand to fend off the rapidly advancing threats, irritation lacing her voice. At such a moment, any hint of carelessness could plunge the dozens of people behind her into peril. "Oh no, over there." Just then, from the corner of her eye, she spotted another, smiling Hanya emerging from an adjacent alley. Her heart sank. The Hanya was targeting the group, clearly intent on possession. Panic surged within her. If someone among the gathered crowd were to suddenly become possessed and attack, she could easily predict the catastrophic outcome. Instinctively, she prepared to intercept, only to be ensnared by another possessed individual rushing towards her. "Damn it, I have no choice but to use that." Suppressing her fear, the Shrine Maiden resolved that even if it might cost her life, buying time for the others to escape was paramount. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her spiritual energy, causing the sacred bells to emit a frantic sound. Clang, clang, clang. The melodic, divine resonance repelled all nearby demons. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the Shrine Maiden knelt, gripping the bell's handle, her demeanor earnest as she began to chant. "O clumsy of tongue, trembling in fear, invincible deity of war, grant me." At that moment, the possessed Tengu, in an astonishing display, rushed towards her, its elongated, sharpened nails poised to pierce her heart. Boom! Suddenly, the dark sky erupted with a thunderous roar that shook the very core of her being. A golden bolt of lightning struck the Tengu in an instant, swiftly transforming into chains that surged through and annihilated all nearby demons. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished wails, the possessed individual collapsed, the mask of the smiling Hanya shattering and vanishing like dust in the wind. The middle-aged shrine maiden, startled by the thunder, unconsciously halted her incantation and slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the girl floating in the air at the street corner. Dressed in a white robe and red skirt, she epitomized the shrine maiden aesthetic. Qian, satisfied, retracted her small hand, glancing at the divine seal of Take Manakata inscribed in her palm by Hoshino Tsuki, nodding slightly at the middle-aged shrine maiden before soaring away in an instant. Divine thunder! Wait, please! The middle-aged shrine maiden, astonished, rose to pursue but found only emptiness where the shrine maiden had been. Which shrine maiden was that? To summon Lord Take Manakata without a prayer. Surely, this must be a divine being sent to guide us, she murmured softly, pausing momentarily before turning back toward the two officers. There was no time to ponder, for her responsibility to evacuate Bunkyo Ward remained. Similar scenes unfolded across Bunkyo Ward. Some fortunate souls were rescued without incident, while many others quietly vanished from this world. Meanwhile, in the Chiyoda Ward building housing the Chikujin Library, Sakurako shielded Yoshida Haru behind her, whispering reassurances while staring at the subdued Yoshikawa no, held down by Hoshino Tsuki. Just moments ago, Yoshikawa had transformed, seemingly possessed by a demon, drooling and lunging at Yoshida Haru. He even overturned several male colleagues who attempted to intervene, including the editor-in-chief who was knocked to the ground. Had it not been for Hoshino Tsuki's timely arrival, subduing him with a single hand, Yoshida Haru could have faced grave danger. "Tsuki, what happened to him?" Sakurako, sensing the immediate threat had passed, took a deep breath and anxiously inquired. "He has been possessed," Hoshino Tsuki replied with a calm demeanor. Seeing the familiar figure before her, Sakurako's initial anxiety and fear began to dissipate. "Another one of those?" Hoshino Tsuki narrowed his eyes. "Why are there so many of these entities? Out of 10 wandering souls, 5 are perverse, each more twisted than the last. This ratio leaves me at a loss for words. It seems fitting for a nation renowned for such industries." "Were they?" It's nothing." Hoshino Tsuki scratched his nose, contemplating whether to divulge more, ultimately deciding against it. After all, his own involvement was not insignificant. "Is there a way to save editor Yoshikawa?" Sakurako, sensing his reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further and instead shifted her concern to another matter. Just as Hoshino Tsuki was about to respond, the possessed entity controlling Yoshikawa suddenly forced his mouth open, exclaiming with a sinister glee, "Hee, beautiful, legs bare, hee, all belong to me." Hoshino Tsuki, this thing needs to be dealt with swiftly. Chapter 57. The possessed editor, don't come over. Seeing Sakurako about to rush to grab his arm in fear, due to Yoshikawa's sudden exclamation, the protective talisman she carried began to faintly shimmer. Hoshino Tsuki quickly extended his hand to stop her. If the divine thunder were to be triggered, Yoshikawa would surely not survive. At that point, there would be no need for effort. He might as well be sent for cremation. Sorry. Sakurako paused momentarily, hurriedly retreating. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yoshikawa, sensing Sakurako's approach, struggled fiercely. Spirits and demons possess their own obsessions. The deeper the obsession, the more formidable the power. Clearly, Sakurako's proximity provoked the entity inhabiting him. He suddenly raised his head, his expression grotesque and twisted, attempting to reach for Sakurako's ample form, but was forcefully pressed back to the ground by Hoshino Tsuki. "Behave yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, with a crack, Yoshikawa's arm fell limply to the ground. Hoshino Tsuki felt a bit embarrassed. This entity dared to extend its claws towards Sakurako, and in his moment of inattention, he had inadvertently broken its arm. With his current strength, he could easily pin down not just a human, but even a bull. Initially, he aimed to control the possessed individual without causing harm, in order to force out the spirit. However, it now seemed that a broken arm was rather severe. Cough cough, it's best to act swiftly. With this thought, Hoshino Tsuki turned to Sakurako and the others, instructing Sakurako, you and the others should step back. I will force that entity out. This was his first time using the family's sealing technique to expel a spirit, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. What if he made a mistake? All right, Tsuki-kun, be careful. Sakurako nodded, urging everyone to move further away. As if sensing impending danger, Yoshikawa's veins bulged, dark energy radiating from his body as he sought to augment his strength to break free of control, his visage contorted in a menacing attempt to attack Hoshino Tsuki. Get out of there. Hoshino Tsuki denied him the opportunity, swiftly forming a seal with one hand and pressing it against Yoshikawa's forehead. Hisses. A heart-wrenching, terrifying wail erupted as the spirit struggled, emanating a chilling black aura. However, as the golden light from Hoshino Tsuki's fingertips emerged from his brow, it transformed into a luminous chain that coiled around Yoshikawa, rendering him immobile. Hoshino Tsuki narrowed his eyes, lifting the finger pressed against Yoshikawa's forehead. The golden chains dragged out a dark shadow, gradually revealing a small, grotesque old man with a disproportionately large head. Seeing that he had successfully summoned the spirit, Hoshino Tsuki nodded in satisfaction, quietly channeling his inner spiritual energy to activate a small bolt of lightning, completely obliterating the wandering soul. Tsuki-kun. As the ordeal came to an end, Sakurako gazed at Yoshikawa, who lay unconscious and convulsing on the ground, her emotions swirling in complexity. Is he dead? We greeted each other so happily this morning, and now he's like this. No, he's alive, just... We don't know when he'll awaken. Hoshino Tsuki clarified. The possession had not lasted long. Yoshikawa's body had merely been occupied, and his soul had not been devoured, or else he would have been unable to help. Although Sakurako had been exposed to numerous incredible phenomena, confronting such a bizarre incident firsthand nearly brought her to tears. The earlier horror and confusion left her heart in turmoil, a maelstrom of complex emotions erupting at that moment. Without a second thought, she stepped forward and threw herself into Hoshino Tsuki's embrace, sobbing and murmuring, "Then, that's good. Ooh, these things are so terrifying." Hoshino Tsuki gently patted her slender, delicate back, comforting her as one would a child. There, it's all right, Sakurako, I'm here." The surrounding individuals remained silent, the eerie scene challenging their perceptions of reality, leaving them no inclination to concern themselves with the affectionate exchange between the two. The atmosphere settled into a quiet stillness, punctuated only by the faint sobs of a few female editors. Meanwhile, in the temporary command camp, after repelling the assaults of hordes of malevolent spirits, Kanematsu Kamikawa steeled himself, assisting in coordinating the scattered teams that had entered the Bunkyo district. Furrowing his brow as he gazed at the map displayed on the large screen before him, he realized the situation was grim. While they had managed to contain the domain of the spirits, they were clearly short-staffed. The police reinforcements that had arrived were proving ineffective, and he urgently needed personnel capable of combating those malevolent spirits. "Mr. Kanematsu, what should we do now? We have no one to support us." Has Tengu Mountain and Tachijai Prefecture responded? Kanematsu gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he inquired. "We made contact 10 minutes ago. They agreed to our request, but..." Nagakubo hesitated halfway through his sentence. "What? Just say it." "They said they would act independently." Kanematsu slammed a hand on the table, exasperated. "Those fools, ignoring commands at such a critical moment. Damn it, once again we must rely on ourselves. Call the Grand Priest and explain the situation. Initiate the final plan. Hand over that artifact to the Higurashi family and completely eradicate the giant spirit and the malevolent spirits in Bunkyo." Nagakubo looked at Kanematsu in disbelief, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. Nagakubo, go ahead. I will bear the consequences." Hearing Kanematsu's resolute stance, Nagakubo swallowed his words and decisively replied, "Yes. I will do it immediately. Also, Mr. Kanematsu, We will bear this burden with you. After saying this, Nagakubo turned and left with determination. Mr. Kanematsu, we are with you too. Kanematsu looked at a few young subordinates, a flicker of appreciation crossing his face. As long as there are young individuals like them, this country would not fall into the hands of those foolish higher-ups. Retracting his gaze, Kanematsu turned back to the screen, his expression resolute. This country has enjoyed peace for too long. In the face of an increasingly perilous world, a grand spectacle is needed to awaken the vigilance of the people, especially those idiots in the cabinet who only wish to maintain the status quo. They must understand that the truth will eventually come to light, and reform is imperative. Sigh. Mr. Kanematsu, have you made up your mind? A sudden sigh broke Kanematsu's train of thought, and he lifted his head to see an elderly woman in a shrine maiden's attire standing quietly at the tent entrance. Lady Byakuya. Suzu waved her hand, interrupting his words. I will go speak with that old fellow from the Tencoin and explain the situation. For now, focus on what you need to do. You need not worry about the rest. Also, do not blame Tengu Mountain and Tachijai Prefecture. You know the cabinet's stance on them. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. We will need you young ones to exert more effort. I am old and could do little. Without waiting for Kanematsu to respond, she turned and departed. Kanematsu watched the elderly woman's hunched figure in silence, ultimately bowing deeply in respect. Chapter 58. The Purification Ritual on the Other Side. Hello. Chien-chan, I understand, yes, on this floor. Shortly after, Chien appeared before Shiizi and Asakana Mei. Sister Shiizi, Sister Asakana, let us go. Chien took their hands and rode the elevator down to the parking lot. Once in the car, Asakana Mei immediately urged Shiizi to head towards Hoshino Tsuki's shrine, eager to escape this dreadful place. It's all right, Sister Shiizi, just stay safe. There have been numerous traffic accidents on the way. With me here, those things can't harm you. Chien hurriedly reassured them as the car started. Shiizi nodded, fully aware of the chaos unfolding outside. Is Hoshino-sama at the shrine? Asakana Mei initiated the conversation, partly feeling secure only near Hoshino Tsuki, and partly to divert her attention from the turmoil outside. My brother went to pick up Sakurako-san. He should still be out. Is that so? Hoshino-sama is indeed very kind to Sakurako-san. Asakana Mei replied, a hint of envy in her voice. Oh, if only I had met Hoshino-kun sooner. I do not wish to monopolize him. I merely desire a small portion of his love and care. Throughout the journey, the three engaged in idle chatter, though their minds were elsewhere. Chien attempted to distract them with conversation, while Shiizi worried about the future and whether the past order would be completely dismantled. Asakana Mei, on the other hand, longed for a love that was distinctly her own, even if it was modest. In this terrifying world, perhaps only a man as divine as Hoshino Tsuki could transform her from a wealthy young lady to something more. The world's order was quietly shifting, and only by his side could she feel a long-lost sense of safety. In Chiyoda Ward, bizarre incidents occasionally occurred, though they were few, and most people continued with their daily lives. Conversely, Bunkyo Ward resembled a hellish nightmare, particularly as it housed a multitude of both national and private educational institutions. It was known as a cultural and educational hub, populated with students. The current head priest, Emamiya Chien, could not merely stand by and witness the unfolding events. Moreover, public opinion was spiraling out of control, with numerous related videos circulating online. Hence, once the situation here was reported, approval was promptly granted. Mr. Gamakatsu, the head priest has agreed. The Higurashi family has received permission to summon the Yatagarasu from the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. They are en route and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Good. Inform everyone to prepare, including Tengu Mountain and Tachijai Prefecture. We will commence the purification ritual in half an hour. Upon receiving the reply, Gamakatsu Kamikawa issued the command without delay. Time passed quietly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, more than 2 hours had elapsed since the outbreak of the demon realm. Yoshikawa was transported to the hospital. The police conducted a brief investigation. Yet they were aware of the happenings in Bunkyo Ward and, with numerous witnesses, recognized that this incident was clearly of a supernatural nature. Thus, They only performed a few simple inquiries, took photographs for records, and instructed everyone to remain in contact, completing their work in a mere 10 minutes, an impressively swift process. It was understandable, given the current strain on police resources and the fact that they were merely ordinary citizens, feeling nervous when confronted with such paranormal events, eager to conclude their duties and retreat. Furthermore, from the officers' discussions, they learned that Hoshino Tsuki was a capable exorcist. In such circumstances, knowing someone with genuine abilities was undoubtedly advantageous. Who could predict when they might need to seek his assistance? Thus, rather than facing difficulties, Hoshino Tsuki was treated with great courtesy. Indeed, the Japanese have an innate admiration for strength, a trait easily observed in daily life. Nonetheless, the two officers resolved firmly to avoid offending Hoshino Tsuki and intended to pay a visit to his shrine when time allowed. Tsuki-kun. As she passed through the torii gate, Sakurako suddenly felt a lightness envelop her, warmth radiating throughout her body. At last, she completely relaxed, wrapping her arms around Hoshino Tsuki's HM. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Hoshino Tsuki suppressed his impulses and turned to gaze at Sakurako with curiosity. "Thank you. No need to mention it," Hoshino Tsuki replied with a chuckle, continuing, "Are you implying that you do not consider me a friend? Well, are we just friends?" Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, as if dissatisfied with his response. "Perhaps, at this moment, we resemble family more than mere friends," Hoshino Tsuki remarked after a brief contemplation, observing Sakurako's lower gaze. "Family?" A glimmer of excitement returned to Sakurako's eyes as she looked up at him. "Indeed, family. Just like Qian and Shining, we are all one family." "Oh." Though still somewhat unsatisfied, Sakurako said nothing further, resting her head against his shoulder. "You must have been startled by today's events. The bathroom has hot water. Go wash up and prepare for dinner. You didn't eat lunch, so you must be hungry." Hoshino Tsuki shifted the topic. Tsuki-kun, thank you for coming to find me. All right, hurry and wash up. I will prepare a simple meal. Thank you. Remember, no need to be polite. Sorry, I'll go wash up now. Go ahead." Together, they entered the entrance hall, changed their shoes, and Sakurako went to her room to fetch her sleepwear. At the corner of the room, Mugen observed their interaction with great interest. These two little ones are truly exasperating. I wonder what they're thinking. They radiate an essence of wanting to reproduce, yet they refuse to voice it. Reproduce? I find myself curious to try as well. As she watched Hoshino Tsuki turn to enter the kitchen, her eyes twinkled with a sudden thought, and she made her way towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the intersection of Bunkyo Ward and Chiyoda Ward, a woman in her 20s stood at the roadside, her gaze fixed on the ominous darkness of the demon realm before her. She was none other than the current head of the Higurashi family, Higurashi Saki. Higurashi-sama. The barrier nodes surrounding Bunkyo Ward have been established. The purification ritual can commence. Yes, I understand. Please inform Mr. Gamakatsu. I shall summon the sacred artifact to begin the ritual. Understood. Thank you. Watching the man depart, Higurashi Saki turned to receive a special safe covered in red cloth from the two girls behind her. Lifting the cloth, she proceeded to enter the password in sequence, successfully retrieving one of Japan's legendary 3 sacred treasures, the Yatagarasu. Chapter 59. The subtle movements of illusory yang in the main shrine. Reiko Shuru sat gracefully before a table, cradling a teacup while gazing in the direction of Bunkyo Ward. Is it about to begin? Yes, indeed it is. The elder with kind eyes sat across from Reiko, also holding a teacup. Beneath his long eyebrows, his closed eyes opened slightly, revealing a glimmer of wisdom. Old man Tenkin, you're employing the divine artifact this time. Reiko withdrew her gaze and squinted slightly at Tenkin Shuren, speaking slowly. No need for concern. The purpose of offering the divine artifact is to address moments of crisis. I believe it is quite suitable for the current predicament. As for the future, well, I'm still alive, am I not? Indeed. Having lived for so many years, I suppose you've made your fair share of returns, Reiko remarked with a glance devoid of expression, yet her words dripped with sarcasm. Ha ha ha, Reiko, you truly haven't changed. After all these years, your words remain as sharp as ever, Tenkin Shuren replied, unfazed and chuckling in return. Oof. Why should an old woman change? Should I learn from you all, weighing this and that, compromising at every turn? Forget it. My temper is rather poor. Such things are beyond me. Now, once our business is concluded, I shall take my leave. You can ponder your troubles here alone. It's been ages since we last met. Why not stay a while longer? As Reiko prepared to depart, Tenkin Shuren attempted to persuade her to linger. Not interested. By the way, those young ones are quite promising, and as for the situation with the Hoshino family, it is as such. If you are uneasy, then pay a visit to that divine being yourself. I am too old and frail to be of any help. Don't rely on me. Without offering any face-saving gestures, Reiko rose and strode toward the exit. Reiko, I am considerably older than you. Tenkin Shuren lamented helplessly, shaking his head with a wry smile as she ignored him. Kanematsu Akagawa. He is a young man of remarkable determination. As for Tamamo no Mei, perhaps the current situation is not entirely unfavorable. Sigh, how I have aged, Tenkin Shuren mused, letting out a deep sigh. In the bathroom, Sakura had finished her shower and was drying herself, only to realize that her clean clothes, which she had placed in a basket by the door, had vanished. I distinctly placed them here. Could I be mistaken? Confused, Sakura tilted her head, appearing somewhat dazed. Tianjin, Lord Illusori Young? Is anyone out there? With no other recourse, Sakura stood at the bathroom door, awkwardly calling out into the void. Silence reigned outside. Are they not here? What should I do? Could it be? A faint blush crept across her cheeks as a thought crossed her mind. Bathed in the soft light of the bathroom, Sakura's figure was alluringly curvaceous, exuding an indescribable charm. Her long, lustrous hair was simply wrapped in a towel, while the other towel in her hand was insufficient to cover her entire body. Feeling somewhat distressed, she pondered, I can't just dash back to my room like this. What if Tsuki-kun sees me? With this thought, a rosy hue colored her delicate neck. Chinin? Could you help me bring in some food? Where is everyone? Hoshino Tsuki, emerging from the kitchen with a dish, looked around the empty room, bewildered. Tsuki-kun, are you out there? Hearing Tsuki's voice, Sakura hesitated for a moment before inquiring through the bathroom door. Tsuki paused in his tracks, curiosity piqued as he approached the bathroom. Responding, I'm here. What is the matter, Sakura? Well, it seems I forgot to bring my clean clothes in. Could you please, if it's not too much trouble, fetch them from my room? She stammered, struggling to explain, but the thought of asking Tsuki to retrieve her undergarments made her shy, rendering her speechless. Tsuki was taken aback, initially intending to decline and seek Chinin's assistance. However, considering the chilly weather and Sakura's recent fright, he worried she might catch a cold and decided to acquiesce. All right, just a moment. By the way, where should I look? In the first drawer beneath the wardrobe. The pajamas are in the second. Sakura managed to convey, suppressing her embarrassment. Okay, just a moment. Tsuki acknowledged, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation as he made his way to Sakura's room. Unbeknownst to him, a slender crack in the door of the adjoining room had opened, revealing two pairs of mischievous eyes peering through. Lord Illusory Yang, is this all right? Chinin tilted her head, whispering curiously, I'm not certain, but don't you find this quite amusing? Illusory Yang's fox ears twitched slightly as she spoke nonchalantly. Indeed. The two shared a knowing glance, and then, hee. Before long, Tsuki returned, his face flushed. Standing awkwardly outside the bathroom door as he said, Sakura, I brought them. You can place the basket at the door, and I will put the clothes inside. Okay. Thank you, Sakura replied, clutching her heart, attempting to calm her racing pulse. She placed the small basket at the door and swiftly retreated into the bathroom. Tsuki-kun, I'll put it down. All right, I'll open the door now. With a whoosh, as the door creaked open, Tsuki hurriedly stuffed the undergarments and pajamas into the basket before swiftly closing the door again. I've placed them inside. Now I'll head back to the kitchen. You should change quickly. Don't catch a cold. Sakura's voice, soft and obedient, gave Tsuki a sense of vulnerability that made his heart race. Fresh from her bath, Sakura. No peeking, no new thoughts. Tsuki fled in a panic. In the bathroom, Sakura cautiously stepped out, her delicate feet gliding over the floor, straining to listen for any sounds outside. Confirming the coast was clear, she quickly crouched by the door, rummaging through the basket for her undergarments and bra. However, upon spotting the black fabric beneath her pajamas, her hand froze in shock. Why must it be this? This piece, the utterly mesmerizing lingerie. In the adjoining room, Chinen remarked, "Tisish, the timid little brat, ran away? Oni is such a coward." Chinen nodded in agreement, her expression one of nonchalance. How dull. Wait, I have an idea. We, illusory Yang, contemplating something, leaned in to whisper in Chinen's ear, and soon, both of their faces broke into mischievous smiles. At that moment, several individuals seemed to sense something, turning simultaneously to gaze at the sky outside. Is that the Yada no Kagami, one of the 3 sacred treasures bestowed upon humanity? As the embodiment of Amaterasu, illusory Yang was distinct from her original form. She possessed her own thoughts and immediately recognized that familiar aura. It seems the higher-ups are becoming restless. Is it coming to an end? Tsuki pondered, gazing into the distance with an expression of calm detachment. Chapter 60. The Kagura Dance and Ritual. Meanwhile, in Bunkyo District, Saki Hinamori stood in the sunlight, cradling the sacred 8-foot Magatama with both hands. Taking a deep breath, her expression turned solemn as she softly parted her lips. Uhajion solar gorgeous. Heed the earnest prayers of your devoted follower. As the ancient incantation flowed from her mouth, the Magatama ascended into the air, radiating a warm, golden glow. The sunlight hanging in the sky erupted in brilliance, harmonizing with the luminescence of the Magatama. As Hinamori recited the time-honored prayers, she gradually closed her eyes and stepped forward. The air filled with divine and solemn music, the sound of Kagura bells accompanied by the rhythm of drums. She retrieved a folding fan from her waist, unfurling it gracefully before her. With her small feet clad in white tabi and red wooden sandals, she stepped forward, one step after another before turning. The Kagura dance of the Hinamori family was a rare sight to behold, truly enchanting. Not far from the ritual site, Kanematsu adjusted his glasses, gazing at the graceful figure before him, and sincerely praised, "Indeed, Lady Hinamori's dance is exquisite. But Mr. Kanematsu, why do you say it is seldom seen?" Harakura, nodding in agreement, turned curiously to inquire. "Unlike the performances of many shrine maidens we've witnessed during rituals, which all qualify as Kagura dances, this one is different," Kanematsu replied. "Have you heard the tale of the Heavenly Maiden?" "Ah, you mean the myth where Amaterasu, in a fit of anger, secluded herself in the heavenly rock cave, plunging the world into darkness, summoning evil spirits and calamities? The 8 million deities convened by the heavenly river to coax her out, commanding the Heavenly Maiden to dance with bamboo, leaves atop an overturned tub to restore light? Indeed, the Kagura dance of the Hinamori family is inherited from the dance of the Heavenly Maiden, yet does not follow the legends in their entirety. Customs have evolved over time." Recalling the traditions of old Japan, Kanematsu felt a slight flush of embarrassment as he attempted to explain. Accompanied by Hinamori's dance and the seemingly self-playing sacred music of heaven and earth, the Magatama's radiance grew ever more intense. As she waved the folding fan toward Bunkyo District, the oppressive shadows swiftly dissipated, and warm sunlight poured once more upon the earth. The Magatama in the sky gleamed fiercely, its divine light piercing through the boundaries of the world, illuminating the entire Bunkyo District despite the tallest of buildings. Countless wandering souls were purified under this radiant glow, dissolving completely into the ether. "The air has been cleansed," exclaimed several spiritually attuned individuals, astonished by the transformation. The purification ritual has finally commenced. Within Bunkyo District, a middle-aged shrine maiden, having vanquished several encroaching souls, finally exhaled in relief. The purification ritual? The one we were informed about earlier? 2 patrol officers, panting before the crowd, exchanged glances, the younger officer inquiring curiously. "Yes, it is a disaster-warding and blessing ritual that can only be performed by those with formidable spiritual power. I have never witnessed a ritual capable of encompassing an entire district. It must be utilizing a powerful artifact, for such a vast range is unimaginable otherwise," the middle-aged shrine maiden explained earnestly. "Then do we not need to do anything?" The younger officer hesitated. "No, Soon the entire area will be purified, and those malevolent spirits will be eradicated. We can finally breathe easy, she interjected, abruptly, sitting down on the ground, her energy drained. You two needn't be so tense. Take a moment to rest. This calamity has come to an end. In the makeshift camp, Kanematsu gently patted Harakura's shoulder, stating earnestly, "All right, the purification ritual has commenced smoothly. The malevolent spirits will soon be dispelled, and the crisis is averted. However, Harakura, we still have much to attend to. We must get to work." Understood. Harakura straightened up promptly, hurriedly responding, and then stepped forward to follow. The impact of this disaster was vast, and the death toll was undoubtedly significant. They had to engage in recovery work. For now was not the time for rest. Moreover, the purification ritual drew upon the accumulated power of the 8-foot Magatama, which had been revered for centuries, serving as one of their few trump cards. Should another perilous calamity arise in the future? Upon this thought, Kanematsu instinctively rubbed his temples. The next morning, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, Tsuki Hoshino slowly awakened in bed. Rubbing his tousled hair, he opened the window, allowing the fresh air to fully rouse his drowsy consciousness. "Tsuki-kun, are you awake? Breakfast is almost ready," Sakurako called out, having heard the commotion, as she approached his room and knocked on the door. "I'm up, just gonna freshen up," he replied, stretching comfortably before hastily heading to the washroom. 5 minutes later, after brushing his teeth, washing his face, and using the restroom, Tsuki emerged into the living room, observing Sayaka and Mei Asaka helping Sakurako serve breakfast. He felt a strange sense of unreality. Such a harmonious and warm scene. Who could have imagined that just yesterday they had endured such a harrowing supernatural event? Yet, upon reflection, this was indeed preferable, as it spared Tsuki from worrying about any psychological scars they might bear. "Well, look who finally decided to wake up the lazybones," Sayaka teased, noticing Tsuki's dazed expression and silly grin. "Huh, the one who is mooching off others has no right to call me that," Tsuki retorted, refusing to let her get away with it. "You." Sayaka, slightly taken aback, struggled to find a comeback, merely shooting him an annoyed glare. The previous day, the two had taken refuge at the shrine, and that evening, Tsuki had informed her and Mei that the crisis was resolved, encouraging them to return home. However, after experiencing such a terrifying ordeal firsthand, they were reluctant to leave. Thus, under the pressures of Mei's financial persuasion and Sayaka's boldness, Tsuki reluctantly agreed to their request to stay over. In truth, she had no valid argument against this. "All right, Sayaka, Tsuki-kun, stop bickering and come eat. I'll go call Lord Genkai," Sakurako interjected with a chuckle, approaching the two to break up their playful spat. Tsuki gazed at Sakurako, clad in an apron, her gentle and graceful demeanor radiating warmth. He grew disinterested in further banter with Sayaka and stepped forward to assist Sakurako with her apron, speaking softly. "Thank you for your hard work, Sakurako. It's no trouble at all, just a simple breakfast," she replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she let him untie the apron strings, a sweet smile gracing her face. Observing their intimate and natural interaction, Mei felt a pang of envy, while Sayaka merely rolled her eyes, saying nothing, though her own feelings remained a mystery even to herself. As for the lazy fox, sprawled out with its tail curled, lazily smacking its lips in slumber. Ah, that truly was the epitome of a sluggard. Chapter 61. High-level conference. The incident involving Yoshikawa quickly spread throughout the company, coupled with the mysterious occurrences. The president of the Tsushima Library outright declared a 2-day leave for all staff, awaiting official announcements before resuming work. Such situations were not uncommon. Many company presidents were closely monitoring the actions of higher-ups. Those who had experienced the mysterious events were required to sign non-disclosure agreements. Major media outlets received orders to refrain from reporting on the incidents. However, online discourse was spiraling out of control, with protests erupting in some areas last night, demanding explanations from the authorities and honesty about the truth. In an instant, Tokyo was abuzz with chaos. In Nagatacho, Chiyoda Ward, Prime Minister Katsuaki Uyama, bald and sharp-eyed, stared intently at the National Public Safety Commission Chairman, Yoshikawa Itaru. You suggest revealing the truth? Huh. If that incites widespread panic domestically, will you bear the responsibility? Prime Minister Uyama. The online sentiment is impossible to suppress. Deleting one video only brings forth another. Is there any other option? Yoshikawa Itaru, seated in the conference room, had bloodshot eyes, his once amiable visage now clouded with gloom, his complexion dark and foreboding. Uyama, that scoundrel, previously disregarded my request to deploy those psychics to various districts, and now he remembers me. Had it not been for your fear that those damned vengeful spirits would threaten the Chiyoda district, where the cabinet is located, and your orders to concentrate power here, how could the mysterious incidents have fully manifested, leading to such calamity? And that fool, the Minister of Reconstruction, who usually revels in the limelight, showcasing his presence before the media, where is he now? Each one of them is a complete imbecile. Yoshikawa Itaru silently berated them in his mind. Yet his position demanded a measure of cunning. He maintained an expression that concealed his inner turmoil. He remained mute, appearing utterly exhausted. In truth, upon seeing the casualty reports, he realized he would likely bear the brunt of the blame. As the National Public Safety Commission chairman, he was at the forefront, and it was not out of the question that he might have to resign in shame. However, choosing to withdraw from the tumultuous waters may not be a bad option. With this resolve, Yoshikawa Itaru steadied himself and prepared to announce the cabinet as decision. After a less-than-pleasant meeting in the afternoon, he solemnly made his way to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. The meetings had been a mere waste of time, with everyone eager to shift blame. As anticipated, the aftermath was unceremoniously dumped onto his shoulders, proclaiming it a bioterror attack by a terrorist organization. Truly unoriginal. This will not incite panic? Absurd. Is it not merely an attempt to force me to take the fall? Never mind. I shall resign at the press conference as planned. That way, I can whisk my family away abroad. After all, we have no shortage of funds, and it would be safer outside. Alone in the car, Yoshikawa Itaru rubbed his temples, his chaotic thoughts gradually clarifying. The images of distorted corpses he had seen that day sent tremors through him, a visceral fear rooted in the very essence of humanity. Even as one of Japan's most powerful officials, privy to many secrets, it was a reality difficult to accept. Such phenomena cannot be explained by science. It is far too perilous. With a decision made, Yoshikawa Itaru no longer hesitated, steeling himself to announce the cabinet's resolution. Within the police system, those who ascend to higher ranks may not possess exceptional skills, but they are certainly not fools. Thus, when Yoshikawa Itaru announced the cabinet's decision during the meeting, they immediately grasped the upper echelon's intentions. This extensive, mysterious incident was clearly designed for Yoshikawa Itaru to shoulder the blame. However, this revelation brought a sense of relief to many. As long as the blame did not fall upon them, it was a welcome outcome. As for the newly established Special Incident Response Division within the Security Department, in the past, if such a favorable position were to arise, department heads would fiercely vie to assign it to their own people. But now, while the positions of one police chief and 2 deputy chiefs were indeed enticing, it also depended on the responsibilities attached, did it not? This division was tasked with handling bizarre and arduous duties, thankless work that was sure to attract scorn. It was evident that the purpose behind establishing this division was to serve as a scapegoat should similar incidents arise in the future. They would be readily dispatched to take the blame. Thus, after over 3 hours of meetings, the responsibility for organizing personnel was ultimately left for the security department to manage. High-ranking officer Takagi Heibe, furious, nearly slammed his hand on the table. Yet the newly established Special Incident Response Division fell under their jurisdiction, leaving him with no option to refuse. After the meeting, Takagi Heibe, disinterested in the fleeing figures around him, returned to his office alone. He stared at the documents he had retrieved, frowning in contemplation, finally exhaling a deep sigh. After a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed. Meanwhile, in the Disaster Response Division office, Fukada Mimi sat in her chair, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. The legendary malevolent spirits truly existed, and those shrine maidens and priests, they could genuinely combat such entities. It was no deception. This revelation was nothing short of a paradigm shift for someone like her, who had always held science and firearms as the ultimate truths. The memory of those grotesque figures charging through bullets in Bunkyo Ward sent chills down her spine. Had it not been for the pre-approval for gunfire in this operation, along with the squad's ample ammunition, they would have struggled to eliminate those possessed spirits. The ringing of her phone jolted Fukada Mimi from her tumultuous thoughts, and she hastily answered. "Hello, Fukada here." "Ah, Fukada. Is it convenient for you to join me for a meal after work?" Came the calm voice of Takagi Heibei from the other end. After work, Fukada Mimi instinctively began to refuse. As a strikingly beautiful woman, she had encountered her fair share of unpleasant situations, such as male superiors seeking to take advantage of her during solitary meals. However, before she could voice her objection, Takagi Heibei interjected, "Cough, don't misunderstand. I have some matters regarding the Bunkyo Ward incident that I'd like to discuss with you privately." "Is that so?" Fukada Mimi was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her eyes. The fact that the National Public Safety Commission chairman had personally convened a meeting was no secret, and Takagi Heibei, seeking her out shortly afterward, indicated he had matters to discuss that were not suitable for the police department. Moreover, she had a suspicion regarding his reaction upon reviewing the submitted action report and corpse photographs, which seemed rather telling, as if he had anticipated it all along. Could it be that they already knew something? With this thought, Fukada Mimi narrowed her beautiful eyes, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Might it be possible to invite you for a drink, Chief Takagi?" "Ha ha, it would be an honor to share a drink with you, the esteemed police officer. If others were to find out, they would surely be envious." Chapter 62. The decision of Mi Fukada after work in a quiet corner of a dining establishment. Fukada Mimi deliberately ordered sake and fried skewers, sharing a drink with her companion. So, the higher-ups have always been aware of their existence. Fukada furrowed her brow, reflecting on the unwavering incompetence of the cabinet. "Well, I received a call the night before last, and I learned that." As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere between them became more vibrant, Takagi Hei began to open up, recounting certain matters. Previously, he had been unable to speak due to orders, but after yesterday's operation and his current thoughts, it was only natural for Fukada, being directly involved, to no longer conceal anything. "This is the situation. My ability to assist is limited. At most, I can provide additional funding and authority. This position is quite precarious, so you may wish to consider whether to accept it." After a satisfying meal, Takagi left her with a weighty remark before turning to depart, to be reassigned to the Special Incident Response Division as the head. Watching Takagi's retreating figure, Fukada fell into deep contemplation. Assuming the role of head would directly elevate her to the rank of police inspector, granting her access to more cases and, if handled adeptly, could lead to further advancement, thus amplifying her influence. Since joining the police department, she had rapidly risen to the rank of inspector due to her exceptional abilities. Yet the hardships and dangers she faced remained known only to her. On several occasions, she had narrowly escaped with her life, and once, while investigating a murder case, she had been pursued by gang members. Had it not been for her extraordinary physical prowess and combat skills akin to those of elite operatives, she might not have managed to fend off her pursuers, escaping with crucial evidence. It could be said that she had reached her current position solely through her genuine capabilities. Yet further advancement now seemed challenging. One could either wait for an opportunity at the police headquarters or compromise her dignity as a woman. This was evidently an opportunity, yet the responsibilities of this division were indeed burdensome. It was easy to foresee that any peculiar or bizarre case would be relegated to the Special Incident Response Division, and potentially even troublesome cases from other departments might be shifted their way. The Japanese police system was notorious for its blame-shifting and bureaucratic jargon, with individuals eager to claim credit for successes, yet quick to evade responsibility when things went awry. The newly established Special Incident Response Division seemed an ideal scapegoat. Directly confronting such matters, the recollections of yesterday's encounter in Bunkyo, with those eerie masks and ghastly visages, felt like a bucket of ice water dousing her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. That sense of helplessness was deeply unsettling. Should I give up? She questioned herself internally. It was easy to abandon hope. But if she did, what had her perseverance been for all this time? Why had she chosen such a perilous and arduous path? Memories of the mother from yesterday surfaced in her mind, the woman who trembled yet resolutely shielded her daughter from harm. How was this different from her own childhood? Hiding beneath the bed, witnessing her mother battle intruders to protect her, she was merely an ordinary housewife. Had the machinations and intrigues of the past 2 years clouded her initial intent? With this thought, Fukada clenched her fists tightly, a glimmer of determination igniting within her eyes. Her heart firmly resolved, I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen again. She retrieved her phone and dialed Takagi. I will accept the position of head. Have you thought it through? You can still reconsider. No, I made up my mind. Well then, congratulations on your promotion. In that case, tomorrow, come with me to meet that individual. It may prove beneficial for your upcoming duties. All right. After hanging up, Fukada couldn't help but recall the fleeting glimpse of the enigmatic shrine maiden she had encountered during the operation in Bunkyo, silently resolving to seek her assistance. Meanwhile, at the Hoshino residence, Huanyang lounged on the living room sofa, twisting and writhing in a fit of frustration, her long, elegant legs flailing. The impromptu news conference had interrupted the scheduled television drama, and the determined Fox continued to surf channels, only to find the same news broadcast repeatedly. Hoshino Tsuki paid her no heed, engrossed in the broadcast, though he was filled with exasperation. Despite her outwardly mature and alluring appearance, her personality resembled that of a whimsical child, occasionally exhibiting an astonishing level of immaturity, leaving one to ponder where her centuries of existence had vanished. Stealing a glance at the fluffy tail connecting to her enchanting waist, Hoshino Tsuki fell into thought. Surely, it couldn't be that she had only developed her form without maturing mentally. It seemed quite plausible. Hey, Tsuki-kun, I'm so bored. If you ignore me any longer, I shall lose my beautiful, kind, and soft-hearted deity forever. Hoshino Tsuki, at a loss for words, reconsidered his previous thoughts. It was not a matter of her lacking mental growth, but rather that she had grown awry. Well, it's your fault for following a drama that wasn't aired on Tokyo TV. A significant event would naturally take precedence in the news. Tokyo TV? Do they even air dramas? Huanyang's slender, beautiful eyes brightened, propping herself up, brimming with excitement. At this hour, it should be a cooking show. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the time, noting it was 5 in the afternoon. Though Tokyo TV has a peculiar habit of continuing with its scheduled programming regardless of breaking news. They do tend to air a lot of anime, cooking shows, and infomercials. Not a drama. Then I want to watch the cooking show. Huanyang expressed disappointment, but was also pleased. She had begun to develop a fondness for human food, which was undeniably more delectable than the fare of 1,000 years ago. Wait, don't change it. Let us see the press conference. As Huanyang reached for the remote she had carelessly tossed aside, Hoshino Tsuki hurriedly interjected, eager to discern how the higher-ups would address the situation in Bunkyo. No. Hey, I said just wait a moment. It won't take long. No means no. I refuse to watch this dreary news. You little rascal, hand over the remote. You brat. I am a deity, and you dare to take the remote from me. Thus began a childish tug-of-war over the remote control. Chapter 63. The lottery, a daring lottery. Oh, divine being, what nonsense is this? Hey, let me go. Just as Hoshino Tsuki was about to leap forward to snatch the remote control, Huanyang extended a fluffy tail, wrapping it around him in a tight embrace that rendered him immobile. Humph, you little rascal. If you wish to defeat me, you must train for another millennium. You wretched fox, just wait. Tsuki whimpered softly, as someone's mouth was also covered by the tail. All right. If Lord Huanyang is feeling bored, perhaps you could try reading some of her published works? Sakurako returned with freshly dried clothes and couldn't help but chuckle at the childish antics of the two. Books? Huanyang tilted his head, puzzled as to what was so fascinating about literature. Indeed, contemporary novels are quite engaging, Sakurako replied. Novels? Are they the same as story scripts? Should I fetch a few volumes for Lord Huanyang to peruse? There are works by Suki-kun among them. He writes too? How intriguing. I shall accompany you to take a look. Huanyang, filled with curiosity, followed Sakurako with a light-hearted step, leaving Hoshino Tsuki slumped on the sofa, pondering the meaning of life. After a moment, Tsuki seemed to have an epiphany, clenching his fist with determination. Lottery! More lottery! I must grow stronger. I absolutely cannot allow that wretched fox to remain so arrogant. System, initiate 300 consecutive draws. Ding! 3 million yen has been deducted from the host's bank account. The consecutive draw begins. It's just 3 million. I'm wealthy now. Huanyang, just you wait. Recently, Tsuki had been earning quite a bit, with several million yen as a safety net, providing him the means to enhance his strength further. Moreover, the threat level of the recent yokai incident far exceeded his expectations. He sensed a change in the balance of yin and yang. Though the giant yokai had been vanquished through purification, what lay ahead? He harbored an unsettling premonition that the next calamity could be even more perilous. Thus, he needed to swiftly transform this power into strength, enabling him to respond with composure rather than fleeing with others. As for restraining Huanyang and giving him a spanking, cough, cough, that was merely an excuse. Truly an excuse. The shrine's barriers required maintenance, needing new talismans and offerings, while the roof of the worship hall appeared to have a leak that needed repairing. All in all, these repairs wouldn't cost much. Rubbing his smooth chin, Tsuki pondered deeply. As for magical artifacts, that seemed a bit more complicated. Previously, to purify the giant yokai on the other side, the ritual had consumed the power of the legendary 8-span jade. According to Huanyang, this had nearly depleted the accumulated spiritual energy within the jade, meaning it would take several centuries of offerings at the shrine to regain sufficient power for use again. Yet, such coveted artifacts were now in the hands of the elite. They were either on display in museums or enshrined in major shrines. Access to them was utterly out of the question. He had attempted to seek powerful relics in antique shops, but the reality was disheartening. He had once spotted a bronze mirror from the Heian period, said to hold immense power and believed to be a tool of the Onmyoji. But the price, well, Tsuki decided it was better not to dwell on it. After much consideration, he could only make do with the sword he had drawn previously. Damn it, still poor. Tsuki buried his face in his hands, the thrill of sudden wealth evaporating. As he slumped back onto the sofa, Tsuki-kun, do you have any troubles? Sakurako returned from her chores, quietly approaching him from behind, her cool fingers gently kneading his shoulders. Nothing at all, Tsuki replied with a smile, shaking his head. I was just contemplating the news we heard earlier. He chose to divert the topic. Some matters were best kept from Sakurako, particularly his embarrassing financial woes. True, if the yokai incident were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly incite panic, Sakurako said, her gentle hands continuing their massage. This is for the best. In a few days, once the commotion subsides, life should return to normal. Tsuki closed his eyes in comfort, speaking softly. It's a good thing we can suppress this supernatural incident. At least we need not worry about skyrocketing prices. Sakurako nodded, feeling relieved. Initially, she had feared that such a significant event might overwhelm those involved, leading to a revelation of the truth. To her surprise, it concluded with Itai resigning and apologizing instead. Surely, everyone who experienced it has signed a confidentiality agreement, as we did. Yes, that seems likely. Tsuki recalled the men in black uniforms who had visited at noon, along with the 2 policemen he had encountered the day before, who had all signed the agreements with them. It appears that not all individuals in Japan are inept. Their efficiency is somewhat astonishing. By the way, where is that Huanyang fellow? Lord Huanyang is in my room reading novels, specifically works by Tsuki-kun. I see, that's splendid. At least that wretched fox won't be bothering us with his boredom. Now then, Tsuki-kun, we must maintain the proper respect for the divine. I can sense that Lord Huanyang harbors no ill intentions. Perhaps he is merely lonely. Sakurako paused her ministrations, her finger gently tapping the back of Tsuki's head, a smile gracing her lips. Never mind her. With Shea and the others gone, it's just the 3 of us tonight. Sakurako, do you have any cravings? Tsuki felt somewhat exasperated with the troublesome fox. What do I crave? Sakurako pondered, her delicate fingers resting on her chin. The hot pot we had the other day was absolutely delicious. Shall we have it again tonight? Very well, there are still ingredients in the fridge. I shall prepare it. Yes, let's do it together. After dinner, Tsuki lay in bed, silently summoning the system interface. He had previously muted the system notifications, but now, with nothing pressing, he was eager to check the results. Observing the shimmering golden light on the interface, he excitedly reached out to tap it. Inazuma Spirit Mirror. Fishermen once glimpsed splitting flames on the dark sea, stretching skyward, giving rise to the legend of Inazuma. Every few decades it descends, bringing either blessings or calamities. Yet, unbeknownst to mankind, the great demon of this legend is, in fact, this mirror. Friendly reminder. The spirit mirror possesses formidable power, rivaling that of divine artifacts. Its activation requires immense spiritual energy. Please use with caution. Seeing such an introduction, Tsuki was overwhelmed with joy, rolling on the bed in exhilaration. The system had truly delivered a stroke of fortune. Just when he had been contemplating acquiring a powerful artifact, he had drawn this one instead. The fact that the system indicated it was a powerful artifact meant its capabilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. Tsuki was so thrilled he nearly dashed off to twirl Sakurako around in celebration. Chapter 64. Divine Guidance Suppressing a Certain Impulse. Hoshino Tsuki cast her gaze once more upon another cluster of golden light. Extending her finger, she gently tapped it, causing the system's description to reappear. Divine Guidance. A token from a land deity of a specific area. Please explore the designated location on your own. Explore on my own? What could this be? Curiously, Hoshino Tsuki retrieved the item known as Divine Guidance from her system space, finding it to be an ancient-looking letter. A letter? How could one draw such a thing in a lottery? Confused by the situation, Hoshino Tsuki effortlessly opened the letter, extracting a yellowed piece of paper that bore only an address. Near to Cow Mountain, it wasn't too far. Perhaps I should ask Wanyang about it. With this thought in her mind, Hoshino Tsuki set the envelope aside and took out the Inazuma Spirit Mirror, studying it with keen interest. The following morning, Hoshino Tsuki entered the living room, letter in hand, and found Huanyang completely absorbed in the world of her novel. She languidly displayed her relaxed demeanor, raising her long, fair arms to hold the book, oblivious to the shoulder strap slipping down, revealing a hint of her snowy skin that was almost blinding. The clothing pressed against her form accentuated her alluring curves, her bosom seemingly defying gravity. Her long, smooth legs gently swayed, glistening under the sunlight like polished jade. Noticing Hoshino Tsuki's approach, Huanyang reluctantly lifted her gaze, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. In the next moment, a voice filled with temptation rang out. "Why, little Tsuki-kun, coming to find me so early? Is it that you can't resist wanting to do that with me? It's quite all right." She set the book down, deliberately striking a provocative pose, and an irresistible charm surged forth, causing Hoshino Tsuki's heart to race as certain unmentionable images flickered in her mind, reminiscent of scenes from certain films. Ow, how could I be thinking such things? No, that is not right. Hoshino Tsuki jolted awake, her gaze darting around as she desperately avoided eye contact, striving to suppress the urge to gaze upon her any longer, channeling her inner spiritual energy to dispel the faint pink aura clouding her thoughts. Ugh, that cunning fox is trying to bewitch me again. Almost fell for it. Damn, this is embarrassing. Hoshino Tsuki awkwardly bent over, tossing the envelope towards her, saying, "Here, take a look at this letter. I'm going to take a shower first." With that, Hoshino Tsuki hurriedly retreated, her steps somewhat peculiar. Huanyang observed her noticeably unusual gait, her gaze dropping, a playful smile creeping across her face. "Heh, caught you, little one, but perhaps if I had my own offspring to keep me company, maybe then I wouldn't tea." Huanyang's eyes drifted off, seemingly lost in distant memories. When Hoshino Tsuki returned from her cold shower, she found Huanyang silently holding the letter, deep in thought. "Hey, big fox," Hoshino Tsuki called, drying her hair as she approached and gently tapping Huanyang's shoulder. "Huh? Oh, little one, has it been resolved?" Huanyang snapped back to reality, her teasing smile re-emerging as she bantered. "Resolved? What nonsense!" Hoshino Tsuki's forehead displayed a clear tick mark, unable to contain herself as she lightly thumped Huanyang on the head. "How dare you? It's all your fault. You rogue fox, making me take a cold shower. Eh, you little rascal. Huan Yang paused, realizing the situation, and was about to leap at Hoshino Tsuki to bite him. However, Hoshino Tsuki was already prepared, swiftly dodging and changing the subject. Stop fooling around. Let's talk about this letter. Wait, are you really going to bite me? Ouch, ouch, let go. Their playful bickering echoed, drawing the attention of Sakura, who was teaching Qian and Xianning how to fold clothes. She paused, exchanging glances with them before three adorable little heads peeked out from the doorway. Oh my, Sakura covered her mouth, watching with a smile, a hint of envy in her eyes. I wish I could playfully tease Tsuki-kun like that without a care. So, should I confess first? It looks like it might hurt. Qianning grinned, watching the lively scene with delight. Master, will he be all right? Qianning expressed concern, unsure whether to intervene in the antics of their deity and master. Don't worry, sister, it's fine. Besides, it seems like Big Sis has grown stronger. She was completely subdued yesterday. Now that you mention it, yesterday felt different. All right, Huan Yang, Tsuki-kun, stop the antics. I just heard you mention a letter? Finally, unable to bear their overly intimate behavior, Sakura stepped in to intervene. Yes, it's quite inappropriate to be embracing each other like that. Not that I'm jealous or anything. Right, we've worked up a sweat. The weather is quite warm. Let us call a truce and discuss this matter. With the topic shifted to business, Hoshino Tsuki refrained from further banter, realizing he had the upper hand, but fearing he might not be able to resist if they remained close. Damn it, why is she so soft? And that bushy tail feels so smooth. Fox-eared beauties are. Cough, cough. What is there to discuss? It's just divine guidance. Huan Yang replied nonchalantly, though a faint blush was evident on her face upon closer inspection. Why did I find the sin of this little one so peculiar? I must have been lonely for too long to think such things. Indeed, that must be it. Huan Yang internally reasonet. Divine guidance? Sakura inquired, tilting her head to look at Huan Yang, awaiting an explanation. So what exactly is divine guidance? Hoshino Tsuki pressed, somewhat exasperated. It refers to a guiding object that leads individuals to the realm of the gods. However, judging by the faint divine energy left on this letter, it appears quite weak. It's likely a minor deity that once resided here, but who knows if it still exists. If you're interested, you might as well check it out. Huan Yang shot Hoshino Tsuki a sidelong glance before turning her attention to Sakura with a smile. The realm of the gods? What might it be like? Sakura asked. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the two. Sakura-chan, you need not be curious. Our current location is also a realm of the gods. Seeing Sakura's surprise, Huan Yang affectionately pulled her close, nuzzling against her cheek. Yes, the realm of the gods is indeed where deities reside. Because of this one's presence, our place can be considered a realm of the gods, although legendary deities often cannot descend in their true forms due to certain reasons, residing instead in another world. Hoshino Tsuki nodded, adding, moreover, our situation is rather unique. Huan Yang is an embodiment of the sun goddess, having infused part of her divine essence into the mortal realm. Thus, she is a manifestation of the sun goddess, inheriting a portion of divine power and authority, yet she is not the sun goddess herself, but rather an entity with independent thoughts and a soul. Is that so? Sakura mused, pressing her delicate fingers against her cheek in contemplation. Chapter 65. The land god of Sandline. Now that we have obtained this, shall we go and take a look? Sakura expressed her curiosity about the other deities. Huan Yang released her embrace and stretched languidly. Let us venture forth together. I, too, am intrigued by the situation. This divine power seems rather feeble. This address feels somewhat familiar. Perhaps I have made an acquaintance here. It should be just ahead. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows. Huan Yang danced through the forest, her movements lively and graceful. She appeared intimately familiar with this woodland, each step firmly planted on solid ground, guiding Xingye and Sakura deeper into the verdant expanse. Sakura trailed closely behind, her gaze flitting about as she sought any peculiar signs within this forest. However, apart from the commonplace trees and flowers, and the stone path strewn with fallen, leaves beneath her feet, she found nothing unusual. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Sakura gasped lightly. This place seems seldom visited. Huanyang, are you sure this is the right location? Indeed, rest assured. It is just ahead, Huanyang replied over her shoulder, her form gracefully retreating uphill, each step remaining steady and unaffected. Oh, Sakura, being an ordinary person, felt fatigue from the climb after a long day of work. Shall we take a break and have some water? Xingye seemed unfazed, merely observing Sakura's flushed cheeks from exertion and smiling as he suggested, "No need, Yue-kun. I'm fine. Besides, aren't we almost there?" She replied with a shy smile. "I suppose I've been a bit remiss in my exercise. Then allow me to assist you." "Yes. Thank you, Yue-kun." With a warm smile, Sakura linked her arm with Xingye's, and they continued onward, though you felt a sense of familiarity with their surroundings. This place, a vague memory stirred in her mind, but she could not grasp it. What delightful weather we are having today. Indeed, just as they reached the slope, Sakura heard an elder's voice nearby, prompting her to respond instinctively. However, the voice did not emanate from any of them, and Sakura looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Huh?" As her gaze rose, a dilapidated shrine came into view. Standing beside, it was an elder over half a meter tall, smiling warmly at the trio in the gentle sunlight. "It has been ages, Huanyang. Ah, I thought I recognized you. Is that not the venerable Sanlai deity?" Huanyang leaned closer, peering at the elder. Do you know Huanyang?" Sakura inquired curiously. "Yes, indeed. You've shrunk considerably. I nearly failed to recognize you," Huanyang acknowledged with a nod. "Ha ha, it has been a millennium. Huanyang, you remain as radiant as ever." "While I am merely a humble mountain deity, unworthy of comparison," the elder laughed heartily, unperturbed. Sanlai deity. The name resonated in Xingye's mind, and he suddenly recalled something, glancing uncertainly at Huanyang. Understanding his gaze, Huanyang nodded nonchalantly, explaining, "Yes, this elder governs the land of Sanlai." Upon realizing the elder was a deity of the land, Sakura felt a surge of panic, nervously tugging at Xingye's sleeve as she whispered, "Oh no, my earlier demeanor may have been disrespectful. Do you think there will be repercussions? What seems to trouble this young lady?" The Sanlai deity smiled knowingly at Sakura, teasing her gently. "Haha, our dear Sakura, upon realizing you are a genuine deity, has become flustered," Huanyang remarked, wrapping an arm around Sakura with a playful smile. I humbly greet you, Sanlai deity." Sakura stood rigid, her body tense as she attempted to offer her respects. "Ha ha ha, no need for that. I'm not a true deity like Inari. I merely wandered here long ago and, by chance, was revered by the locals as a land spirit." The Sanlai deity waved his hands dismissively, beginning to recount his tale. "Long ago, there was a small village named Sanlai at the foot of the mountain. After several years of poor harvests, the village chief erected this shrine to pray for the land god's blessings. I happened to pass by and, lending assistance, drove away the locusts. From that day forth, the villagers revered me as the Sanlai deity, and offerings were made. Before long, I found myself acknowledged by the land beneath me, and a newfound power surged within me, prompting me to settle here. However, the village has long since vanished, and human presence has dwindled. As you can see, my stature has diminished, and I have lost much of my divine power," the elder continued, chuckling merrily, seemingly unbothered by his plight. "Ha ha ha, it is true. The last time I saw you, you were of regular size, and now, puff ha ha." Huanyang laughed, bent over in mirth, though none noticed the flicker of sentiment in her eyes. The power of belief. Humans have always been fickle, from ancient times to the present. If you do not mind, I have some loquats and a few." Sakura hastily retrieved her backpack, producing the washed fruits to offer at the shrine. "I also have some barley tea. If you do not mind, shall we share a drink?" Xingye joined in, presenting a thermos from his pack. "Ha ha, what a splendid day this is. Thank you both. It has been long since I've experienced such liveliness. On this fine May day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze carrying the tender essence of early summer, the group settled on the ground before the shrine, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Xingye noticed remnants of offerings at the shrine and felt a stir of curiosity. Sensing his gaze, the samurai deity smiled slightly. Ah, those are offerings made by Yoko a few days ago. Yoko? Yes, she is the only one who still visits me these days. The samurai deity nodded, cradling his teacup. So, it is. I had no idea the divine messenger sent to Takamagara would land in the hands of Lord Xingye. The samurai deity gently stroked the envelope in his hand, looking up at the clouds above, his gaze drifting far away. Chapter 66. The police visit Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters. All right, let's set off. Takagi called out to the officers ahead as he handed a case file to Mifumi Fukada, who sat in the police vehicle opposite him. Is the person we are visiting really that young? She inquired, glancing at the document. Yes, just as reported in the case records a few days ago. Hoshino Tsuki, the sole heir of a family that has managed a shrine for generations, handled the incident at the Kashima Bunko editorial office with remarkable ease, Takagi confirmed, nodding at the file in her hands. I believe a visit would greatly aid your upcoming work. The records indicate she possesses considerable abilities. If she could be incorporated into the Special Incident Response Division. But is she not a bit too young? Could it be that the report was exaggerated or mistaken? Fukada lowered her gaze, intently studying the documentation. 24 is indeed quite young. The various priests and priestesses I've encountered before were all considerably older. Moreover, during that incident, if she truly had such power, why was she not invited to assist? She felt a sense of unease, having witnessed many instances where individuals within the system exaggerated their achievements for personal gain. It should be true. Last night, I used family connections to inquire, and it appears the Hoshino name carries significant weight. In any case, during our visit today, I must be mindful of our demeanor, Takagi sighed as he recalled the insights from his retired father. Who would have imagined that Hoshino Tsuki was the last descendant of such an ancient lineage? Though the family may be dwindling and lacks prominent figures in this ever-changing world, a priestess with such formidable abilities must not be offended. What if she holds a grudge? It could lead to a precarious future. Understood, Fukada shrugged, though her true thoughts remained her own. Just stay by my side. I will handle the communication, Takagi remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. Soon, the vehicle came to a steady halt beneath the shrine staircase. Let us get out. Carrying gifts, we shall ascend, Takagi instructed as he opened the car door. As it was a visit, it was essential to bring a token of goodwill. Though merely cake and pastries, the gesture was important. All right, Fukada nodded, her gaze drawn to the somewhat dilapidated torii gate, which bore no shrine name, heightening her sense of skepticism. However, as they passed through the first torii and set foot on the approach to the shrine, both felt a peculiar sensation and exchanged glances. They sensed the shrine's extraordinary essence. Neither had previously experienced such a profound sense of tranquility and renewal upon entering a shrine, as if their spirits had been cleansed. Takagi, I'm beginning to believe in her abilities. Fukada inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly, whispering her thoughts. Takagi shot her a bemused look. After all this time, you still doubt what I said? In another room, Sakura followed the traditional tea ceremony procedures she had learned in training, carefully preparing the tea while a fragrant aroma filled the air. With curiosity bubbling within her, she finally voiced a question she had long held back. Are you curious, Sakura? Hanyu, seated nearby, delicately sipped her tea, one eye opening slightly to reveal a faint smile. Yes, I am indeed curious. Is it something you cannot disclose? Well, it is not that I cannot share, but you shall find out later tonight. Hanyu winked playfully, leaving the matter vague. Haha, I will wait patiently. By the way, don't forget to prepare the oiled tofu sushi for me, Sakura, Hanyu remarked, stretching and rising gracefully to leave, unaware that, after turning her back, she let out a sigh filled with unspoken emotions. Hanyu and Tsuki both seemed shrouded in mystery. Tonight, perhaps, with her chin resting on her hand, Sakura gazed absently at the sky outside. Meanwhile, Hoshino Tsuki handed Hanyu a bottle of sake, hesitating for a moment before finally asking, Hanyu, will you assist him with that ritual? Hanyu paused, her expression shifting to one of unprecedented seriousness as she regarded Tsuki, who seemed so familiar yet distant. After a long moment of silence, She sees the sake bottle from Suki's hands. You've discerned my intention, but this is his choice, is it not? With those words, Hanyu departed without a backward glance. Indeed, if I had accompanied her to the end of her life, what choice would I have made? Hanyu reflected upon her earlier conversation with the deity, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Are you listening, old man? I am, Lady Hanyu. Your current strength will dissipate if you proceed with that ritual. You cannot expect me to grant your request. Hanyu insisted, standing firmly behind the deity, her brow furrowed in refusal. Yes, it will vanish. Thank you for your warning, Lady Hanyu. The deity calmly approached the altar, kneeling to gently trace the remnants of offerings with his weathered hands. However, once love is kindled, it cannot be forgotten. Are you not also? I am not. Humans are merely a fickle lot. Hanyu's voice held an uncharacteristic fervor as she denied the claim, yet faltered midway, unable to continue. It is indeed impossible to forget, she conceded, shaking her head as she detached herself from the memories. Rising gracefully and drifting towards the stream at the mountain's base, Hoshino Tsuki returned to the living room, his mood tumultuous. Just as he settled down, he sensed someone approaching through the torii gate. Are there guests arriving? He instinctively turned to the outside, slowly rising to walk towards the foot of the stairs. From his elevated position, he could clearly see two police officers, a man and a woman, ascending the steps. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an aura of calm authority. The woman, strikingly beautiful and tall, carried herself with poise, her short hair framing her face elegantly. Both possessed a steady demeanor, lacking the breathlessness of ordinary individuals, indicating they were accustomed to physical exertion. Police? Chapter 67. The advisor excused me for the intrusion. You must be Mr. Hoshino. I am Takagi, the head of the security department at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. And this is Officer Fukuda from the Special Incident Response Division. Takagi raised his head to see the man standing in the sunlight, exuding an aura of sanctity. A polite smile graced his face as he introduced himself and Fukuda. Welcome, Officer Takagi and Officer Fukuda. Once they reached the summit, Hoshino Tsuki formally greeted the two. I apologize for our sudden visit today. We came to pay our respects to the divine and, if possible, to inquire about the incident at the Chikuge Library. Might you have a moment to spare? Takagi approached humbly, recognizing Hoshino as unusual nature and mindful not to exhibit any arrogance, adopting an extremely modest demeanor. Oh, it concerns Editor Yoshikawa, I see. Please come in. Allow me to lead you to the worship hall. Hoshino Tsuki smiled and guided the two toward the shrine. Fukuda followed closely behind, her keen eyes carefully scrutinizing the handsome man, an involuntary frown forming on her brow. His appearance was bright and charming, and his demeanor was quite soothing, yet his casual attire of a t-shirt and sweatpants seemed far too informal. He was unlike the priests she had encountered during her previous visits to shrines, where even those not in ceremonial garb would don black hats and white garments. While this shrine could be considered Hoshino Tsuki's own, was such a relaxed dress code truly appropriate? Fukuda pondered, feeling a subtle dissonance amidst the shrine's tranquility. I must trouble you, Mr. Hoshino. Upon arriving here, my spirit felt remarkably purified and serene. I truly envy your residence in such a place. Well, it is rather secluded, and the fresh air is quite normal, isn't it? The trio first visited the purification fountain to cleanse their hands, casting a few coins into the offering box as tokens of their intentions before completing their prayers. Let's discuss matters inside. Concluding the trivial pleasantries, Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the amount Takagi had just deposited, inviting the two into the reception room with a warm smile. How intriguing. One man, 10,000 yen, wishing to connect with the divine? The presence of two high-ranking officials from the police department suggested their visit was not merely a courteous gesture or a simple inquiry regarding the previous incident. Otherwise, they could have sent subordinates. Mr. Hoshino is also a first-hand witness to the special events, so let us speak candidly beyond the confines of confidentiality. The truth is, we seek your counsel on certain matters. Once seated in the reception room, Takagi spoke earnestly. I have reviewed the case files concerning Editor Yoshida, And with the establishment of the Special Incident Response Division, we are curious if you would consider taking on a consultancy role with us. Consultant? Hoshino Tsuki gazed at Takagi in surprise, unable to comprehend why they would extend such an invitation to him rather than seeking individuals from the shrine's main office. Why would they come specifically to recruit him? Seemingly sensing Hoshino Tsuki's confusion, Takagi hurriedly clarified, the shrine's main office will provide us with certain assistance, but they operate within their own framework. We hope to have a professional like you in our department to expedite the resolution of special cases. Hoshino Tsuki frowned slightly. He was not well versed in the workings of Japan's bureaucratic system, yet he could surmise that there were likely numerous bureaucratic hurdles involved. Otherwise, Takagi would not express a desire for skilled professionals. This situation was not difficult to decipher, and he had no interest in becoming embroiled in it, so he directly declined. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Takagi, but I thoroughly enjoy my current profession and have no desire to switch. Would you at least consider hearing about the associated benefits? Seeing Hoshino Tsuki's firm rejection, Takagi quickly interjected. Having personally experienced the shrine's exceptional qualities, he was increasingly convinced of Hoshino Tsuki's extraordinary abilities. Although he anticipated that Hoshino Tsuki might decline, he still wished to make every effort to persuade him. Very well, you may proceed. Acknowledging Takagi's earnest demeanor, Hoshino Tsuki hesitated momentarily, but decided it polite to listen further. If you agree to the consultancy, the fixed monthly remuneration would be 500,000 yen. Should you assist in solving a case, corresponding bonuses will be provided, along with comprehensive insurance. Takagi hastily outlined the benefits and responsibilities. Moreover, you won't be required to adhere to a strict schedule. You need only provide guidance when necessary. Should your personal involvement be required, we will ensure adequate compensation. Rest assured, the sum will be most satisfactory. After hearing this, Hoshino Tsuki fell into contemplation. The offer seemed appealing at first glance, but the salary of 500,000 yen held little allure for him. He had already achieved a measure of fame in the light novel industry, not to mention the impending release of his work, Your Name, which promised considerable income, far surpassing any consultancy role. The previous incident had been concealed by higher-ups, and through several days of effort, the matter had faded from public attention. After all, Bunkyo Ward comprised merely a small area in Japan, and many had accepted the rationale provided by the authorities, resulting in minimal impact. Additionally, the large-scale purification rituals had eradicated not only the great demon, but also a significant number of wandering souls congregating from various districts in Tokyo. Now, the city was considerably cleaner, with at least half of the wandering souls that once frequented the streets having vanished. Therefore, his literary career remained unaffected, and his financial prospects remained bright. As for the bonuses, while they might be enticing to ordinary officers, in reality, the figures were not substantial. Moreover, the compensation for personal intervention would likely be far less than the 1 million yen he had previously earned. The police department was not a wealthy entity, and a payment of 10,000 yen would be the ceiling, with typical remuneration being just a few thousand yen. The sole aspect of the consultancy position that attracted him was the lack of a mandatory work schedule, requiring only advisory input. However, recalling the 300,000 yen spent on the lottery that day, which had yielded a fine artifact and significantly enhanced his spiritual power, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at being so easily subdued by that cunning fox, Huan Yang. Furthermore, his current account balance. Alas, he needed to devise ways to increase his income. So, should he accept the offer to augment his earnings? Just as Hoshino Tsuki weighed the pros and cons, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the door. "Excuse me, brother, I have brought some refreshments. Is it convenient for me to come in?" Chapter 68. How are they? "Oh, it's Xian, please come in." Hoshino Tsuki pulled back her thoughts and smiled as she raised her head towards the door. "I apologize for the intrusion." Xian, dressed in a white kimono and a flowing red skirt, knelt outside the room, gently pulling aside the shoji screen. You are that deesse, like a divine maiden." Fukada Mami exclaimed in disbelief, standing up and pointing her fair finger at Xian in astonishment. Officer Fukada. Do you know my sister?" Hoshino Tsuki asked, surprised, glancing at Fukada Mami. Takagi also cast a look in their direction, though he was less surprised, as Fukada's words reminded him of a video he had seen. The maiden who had appeared in Bunkyo Ward, effortlessly vanquishing those possessed beings and saving numerous lives, was now standing before him. He scrutinized the girl before him, her attire, her visage. The figure from his memory began to align with the girl before him. The very maiden the shrine's main hall had been searching for, suspected to be a divine envoy, was indeed her. Takagi felt a surge of delight. But the next moment, he glanced at Hoshino Tsuki seated across from him. If this maiden possessed incredible strength, then how formidable must the one before him be? Realizing this, his desire to recruit Hoshino Tsuki as an advisor for the Special Incident Response Division intensified. However, remembering her earlier indifference, he felt somewhat helpless. This was the best offer he could provide. What more could sway her? He fell into contemplation, his gaze drifting to Fukada Mami, standing nearby. Sorry. How rude of me. I was simply too astonished. Meanwhile, Fukada Mami noticed Hoshino Tsuki and Qian looking at her in confusion and hurriedly bowed an apology, explaining how she had encountered Qian during a mission in Bunkyo Ward. So that is how it is. Hoshino Tsuki mused, realizing that Qian had indeed faced such circumstances while meeting Sayako. It was not surprising that Qian had effortlessly dealt with those encountered along the way. Her kind and pure heart had remained unchanged. Hoshino Tsuki nodded, stroking her chin in thought. It seemed that Qian and her twin sister, Shining, would also be quite suitable as advisors. An impish thought danced in her mind, urging her onward. The sisters, being Shikigami, had always relied on her for their expenses. Initially, it was manageable. The two innocent girls were merely tempted by trivial delights, but as they engaged more with the human world, they began to develop hobbies beyond mere food. Qian had always been understanding and never made demands, but Shining, on the other hand, lately, she had been incessantly pestering him to go shopping, buy beautiful clothes and accessories, or go out for fun. She had even expressed a desire to visit an amusement park, coupled with Sakurako's affection for the sisters, who had gifted them skincare and makeup products. Shining had recently taken to learning how to apply makeup. That alone would have been tolerable. But what baffled him most was the large fox spirit, Huanyang. It had taken a keen interest in modern female adornments and even dared to come. As a relative, Hoshino Tsuki found herself utterly speechless. How could a divine being exhibit such behavior? It was a perplexing realization for her, as she fully experienced the ease with which a woman's money could be spent. Without further ado, Hoshino Tsuki felt increasingly convinced that her idea was feasible. Not that she wanted the two sisters to earn money for her, but at least they wouldn't burden her with their desires in the future, would they? Especially with Qian, who was so considerate it made her heart ache. Earning 1s, keep to spend wisely, is quite reasonable indeed, Hoshino Tsuki declared, embracing her newfound capitalist spirit. Retracting her gaze from Qian, Hoshino Tsuki turned to Takagi and spoke, Officer Takagi, I genuinely enjoy my current job, so I apologize. Before she could finish, Takagi interjected, There's no need to rush your decision. Mr. Hoshino, you can take your time to consider it. Moreover, he paused, his aging face subtly flushing. Striving to maintain a serious demeanor, he continued, even if you ultimately decline, could you please leave your contact information for Officer Fukada? Officer Fukada is one of the finest and most beautiful in our precinct, a true asset to the youth. In the future, Hoshino Tsuki blinked in surprise, instinctively glancing at Fukada Mami. With her athletic and elegant figure paired with exquisite features, she possessed a unique charm. Her long, shapely legs, partially veiled by sheer black stockings, revealed glistening toes that were indeed a work of art. Was this seduction? Fukada Mami was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Takagi's ulterior motives. However, instead of feeling angry, she found herself devoid of any rage. She noticed Hoshino Tsuki's gaze lingering on certain parts of her body, yet his expression seemed entirely different from that of other men. There was no sinister intent, merely pure appreciation. As a beauty in a male-dominated police department, she was astutely aware of how many sought to conquer her, but she felt none of that from Hoshino Tsuki, only a sincere admiration for beauty. Would you mind if we became friends, Mr. Hoshino? She boldly took out her phone, her straightforward nature shining through. Since she didn't dislike the man before her, why not be a bit more proactive? It was unlike her to be coy, especially after the tension of her recent experiences at the shrine had begun to dissipate. Oh, having a friend in the police department is certainly a good thing. Isn't it? You seem quite interesting. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. I have high hopes for you. Great, I'll be counting on you, Officer Fukuda. They both laughed, exchanged their line information, and without needing to articulate any ulterior motives, they understood each other perfectly. After all, neither bore any ill will toward the other. Helping each other out was entirely reasonable. By the way, I didn't finish my earlier thought, Officer Takagi. What do you think about Qian and her twin sister, Chining, joining you as advisors? The atmosphere in the room was pleasant, so Hoshino Tsuki decided to voice her idea directly. Chapter 69. The Bridge Maiden after bidding farewell to Takagi Hei and Fukuda Mai. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the timid figure of Qian standing beside her. From now on, you'll be responsible for providing assistance to Inspector Fukuda, she said. Qian looked up with uncertainty, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of Hoshino's clothing. Master, do you think I can do it? Hoshino gently patted her little head, smiling reassuringly. Rest assured, I have no doubt you will manage just fine. You won't need to do much. If anything arises, they will contact you by phone. Your role will primarily involve offering advice and assistance regarding peculiar incidents. Should you ever feel uncertain, feel free to consult me. All right, Qian nodded. I will inform my sister. At that moment, Chining came running over with a lollipop in her mouth, her steps light and cheerful. Hey, what were you going to tell me, sister? Nothing much, just that I sold you, Hoshino teased, winking at Chining before Qian could respond. What? Wuwu Oni-chan is indeed a terrible person. Now that you have a new love, you forget all about your lovely, clever, and gentle little sister. Wuwu, I'm so heartbroken. Chining covered her eyes with her hands, pretending to sob dramatically, but her mischievous eyes betrayed her true feelings, revealing no trace of tears. This impish girl not only slandered me, but also learned to exploit the situation for her gain. I wonder who she picked that up from. Hoshino's smile faltered, exhaling a sigh as she contemplated the chaos that often filled Chining's mind, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. With a hint of exasperation, she glanced at Chining. From now on, you will have a generous monthly allowance. If you wish to purchase something, do it yourself. Qian will explain the details. I need to prepare the bento for tonight. Disregarding the increasingly troublesome girl, Hoshino turned toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, beneath the bridge by the riverbank, Kageyama stood at the water's edge, pouring a bottle of sake into the river with deliberate slowness. Is that all? He murmured softly as the last drops spilled out. Oh, it seems Lord Kageyama has summoned me, came a voice from behind. Turning, Kageyama saw an elderly woman in a gray dress standing with her hands clasped behind her, a smile gracing her face. Ah, you have come. I feared this small offering of sake would not suffice to draw your attention, he replied, a subtle smile illuminating his features. How could I not come when summoned by you? Lord Kageyama. The old woman approached with a respectful demeanor, her smile unwavering. Bridge Maiden, there is no need for pleasantries. The bridge is a boundary between this world and the next. Since you're tasked with guarding this boundary, I must ask you, what's transpired on the other side? Kageyama waved his hand, dispelling the light-heartedness, his expression turning grave. Standing side by side at the riverbank, the Bridge Maiden gazed into the depths of the water, her voice steady as she recounted. What has occurred is unclear to me. Since decades ago, the balance between the realms has gradually shifted, leading to increasing chaos on the other side. Until a few days ago, when that monstrous spirit, having evolved through consumption, unleashed an overwhelming surge of dark energy, completely disrupting the balance. Now, I can only do my utmost to maintain the boundary here. I see. Kageyama pondered. Even the Bridge Maiden is unaware of a specific cause. Still, this matter does not directly concern me for now. If there is anyone to worry, it should be those residing in Takamagara and Yomi. I should first fulfill my transaction with the deity of Sanria. The Bridge Maiden sighed, her expression growing somber. I had hoped Lord Kageyama would possess some knowledge. Alas, it seems. Her duty was to safeguard this modest boundary. Her divine power was limited, rendering her incapable of influencing many events. Even that deity's avatar was ignorant of the reasons behind the turmoil. Why should she trouble herself? As long as she managed her responsibilities, she could only hope that peace would prevail here. However, with Kageyama present, surely there would be no issues, right? By the way, have you seen the spirit of an elderly woman approach this place? A human soul, that is. Kageyama turned to the bridge maiden, contemplating the task ahead. About that. I did indeed see her yesterday. However, she seems to cling to her earthly attachments and has yet to embark on her journey, she explained after a moment's thought. Is that so? Then, with the other side in such disarray, is the Pure Land also affected? I do not know, the bridge maiden replied, shaking her head slowly. Looks like I have no choice but to proceed with my plans. Tell me, have you ever witnessed a soul-sending ceremony? I have not. Despite having lived for hundreds of years, I have never encountered such a ceremony. After all, those capable of performing it are invariably formidable beings, and it is a forbidden technique that sends souls to other worlds. It is no wonder I have never witnessed it. Is that so? Allow me to show you, Kageyama remarked, glancing at the bridge maiden with a smirk, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the bridge maiden's faint smile vanished, her expression turning serious. Do you understand what this entails? I have heard that long ago, someone successfully performed a soul-sending ceremony, but as punishment for violating the taboo, Lady Izanami had their hands severed. If you proceed with this. Lady Izanami, I do not care, and besides, the cost will be borne by others, Kageyama scoffed, turning away. The bridge maiden reached out in surprise, wanting to stop him, but her hand lingered in the air. Seriousness filled her tone as she asked, Are you truly serious? At her words, Kageyama paused, but did not turn around. I'm serious. This is the decision of that old man. Old man? Wait, are you referring to the earth deity? Lord Sanria? Is that human truly so significant to him that he would request you to perform the soul-sending ceremony for her? Who knows? Perhaps to him. It is true. Kageyama shrugged, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. I can understand, but that deity's power has dwindled to such an extent. If a price is to be paid, the bridge maiden attempted to dissuade her, but Kageyama interrupted. It is likely they will vanish. Then why proceed with it? Indeed, whether human or yokai, even among the so-called deities, there are always foolish beings willing to sacrifice everything for others. Kageyama's tone bore a weight of melancholy, regret, and reflection, culminating in a deep sigh. Once love is ignited, it is impossible to forget. Chapter 70. Sending the spirit in the evening, at the hour of twilight, within the Hoshino family shrine. Chien rummaged through the wardrobe and respectfully handed a Miko outfit to the waiting Hanyu. Previously, Hoshino Tsuki's parents had purchased more than a dozen Miko costumes, all well-preserved, including 3 exquisite garments bequeathed by his mother. Initially, apart from the 3 superior Miko outfits, the others were meant for the working maidens, yet in his recollection, few had donned them. This remote and nameless shrine hardly attracted anyone seeking part-time Miko work, rendering the recruitment unnecessary. After her bath, Hanyu began to change, first slipping into a skin-tight undergarment, followed by a purple hakama and a white kimono. Biting a red cord, she gathered her cascading golden locks into a high ponytail and draped herself in a chihaya adorned with a fox motif, transforming into a graceful Miko maiden. Subsequently, she and Xian returned to the living room, greeted by several individuals gathered around a wooden table, and she smiled gently. Now, shall we venture outdoors to relish the feast? Are we going for a picnic? This is a bit of a conundrum, as I just brought the dishes over. I'll head to the kitchen for the food containers. Sakura exclaimed, somewhat surprised, but was interrupted by Hanyu's voice. No need, Sakura-chan. Just focus on preparing well. I shall take care of the rest. Dingling, as Hanyu's words faded, accompanied by the melodious chime of a Kagura bell. The surroundings abruptly plunged into a chaotic darkness, save for the golden luminescence emanating from a few individuals, illuminating the space around them. What has happened? Sakura instinctively grasped Hoshino Tsuki's hand, her anxious gaze surveying the area in astonishment. Feeling the cool touch of her hand, Hoshino Tsuki gently squeezed Sakura's small hand, turning to her with a warm smile, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, there's no need to panic." Seated beside Sakura, Chien gazed at Hanyu, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Wow, is that spatial magic? Hanyu-sama, how impressive. Can you teach me?" "Of course, Chien-chan, if you wish to learn. I shall impart my knowledge to you." Hanyu playfully covered her lips with her delicate hand and winked at Chien, but for now. Dingling. Another gentle chime resounded, and in the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves outside. "This is the riverside at Sanria?" Sakura surveyed the environment, incredulous. "Indeed, the scenery is quite lovely. Isn't it? The moonlight tonight is beautiful." Hanyu nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Truly, it's a full moon. Speaking of which, Hanyu-sama is remarkable. In the blink of an eye, we've arrived here. Even the seating has been transported and laid out. How wondrous!" Sakura exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the seating set upon the grass. Noticing everyone gazing up at the luminous moon, Hanyu clapped her hands to redirect their attention, cheerfully proposing, "Well then, let us commence our feast." Without waiting for a response, she reached out. Hanyu-sama is quite cunning, having started to eat first. Chien was the first to regain her senses, watching as Hanyu stuffed an oiled tofu sushi into her mouth while exclaiming and joining in. "I shall begin." Chien cast a nonchalant glance at her sister, following suit. Hanyu-sama, Chien-chan, do eat slowly. There is plenty more." "Well, Sakura, don't just admonish them. You should also try some. You've worked hard," Hoshino Tsuki said with a gentle smile, handing a sushi to Sakura. Sakura felt warmth in her heart as she happily accepted the sushi, her smile radiating beauty. "By the way, Tsuki-kun, I have some sake here. Would you care to share a cup?" "Certainly." Hoshino Tsuki nodded with a smile. Several minutes later, after Hanyu had her fill, she slowly stood up. It's about time. We should begin to dance." "Dance?" Sakura's cheeks flushed with curiosity as she tilted her head toward Hanyu. "Well, aren't you curious about what I shall do tonight? Consider it an entertainment segment. You all can sit here and enjoy your meal." Hanyu smiled and turned towards the riverbank. "However, regardless of what transpires, do not leave your seats, Tsuki-kun. Take good care of Sakura and the others." Her tone was serious as she walked calmly to the river's edge. A barrier, is it? How cautious of her. Truly, even without her saying so, I would ensure their safety. Hoshino Tsuki shrugged, holding his cup with indifference. What this great fox intends to do is no simple matter. Such a complex ritual involves spatial elements and carries certain risks. Sakura is merely an ordinary person, and should she recklessly intrude, danger could indeed arise. However, the seating area is within her protective barrier. As long as they remain inside, they shall be safe. You must admit, this great fox is truly considerate of Sakura. Meanwhile, Hanyu disregarded Hoshino Tsuki's murmurs and closed her eyes. As if prepared, she suddenly raised her head, opening her eyes and calling out to the moon with a distant, lingering voice. "Ding-ling, ding-ling." The sound of the Kagura bell materialized, seemingly responding to her call, as a faint shadow gradually appeared on the riverside, solidifying into the Sanria deity they had encountered before. "It has begun," he murmured softly, maintaining a gentle smile as he bowed respectfully to Hanyu and the others. Before anyone could respond, in the next moment, the winds around them surged violently in response to Hanyu's call, rippling the surface of the river, as if a mysterious and solemn aura enveloped the air. A soft golden light began to envelop her, harmonizing with the fox-embroidered chahaya she wore, rendering her presence increasingly enigmatic. With a graceful flourish of her hands, the Kagura bells danced at her fingertips, producing clear and melodious sounds, each note seemingly infused with ancient power. Dingling, dingling. As the bells chimed, Hanyu's form began to sway gently, her every movement fluid and elegant, as if she were one with the ethereal energies of the universe. Her dance embodied both the solemnity and sanctity of a Miko, intertwined with the grace and allure of a fox, captivating all who beheld it, drawing them into a trance. The onlookers at the riverside sat in silent reverie, their gazes fixed on Hanyu's form, even forgetting to savor their food. Such a magical and exquisite dance was a first for them. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only Hanyu and her dance. Hoshino Tsuki squinted slightly, surveying the dancing Hanyu with quiet admiration. This great fox is indeed the avatar of that being. Her prowess is undeniably formidable, and conducting such a ritual appears effortless. Beside him, Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly enraptured by Hanyu's dance. Tsuki-kun, why has the Sanria deity appeared, and what is this dance? How marvelous! Sakura could not help but inquire, her voice brimming with wonder. Hoshino Tsuki smiled faintly, explaining, what Hanyu is performing now is an ancient and challenging ritual known as Sending the Spirit. Chapter 71. Rituals and sacrifices. To wield the power of this ritual, one must possess formidable spiritual energy. It is the sole incantation capable of unlocking the boundaries between worlds. Hoshino Tsuki observed the swirling, illusory sun, a serious glint flickering in her eyes. The air has been purified. Ning exclaimed, swallowing the sushi in her mouth and leaning forward in astonishment. Not only that, but even the river has ceased to flow, Chinen added, sitting upright in reverence. Indeed, the illusory sun is remarkable. It effortlessly performs such a challenging spirit-summoning ritual. It seems the Pure Land is secure, Sanria God mused. At that moment, the illusory sun finally ceased its dance and stood still. Sanria God promptly approached and bowed solemnly to the illusory sun. Thank you for opening the path to the Pure Land beyond, Venerable One. He trailed off, sensing something amiss, as Hoshino Tsuki and the others turned their gazes in unison. Before them, the nearby mudflats began to manifest shadowy figures shimmering with a silvery glow. They were both men and women, young and old. The crowd deeply bowed to the illusory sun and Sanria God. The illusory sun shrugged dismissively, waving a hand nonchalantly. Sanria God, however, smiled and nodded at the emerging figures, watching as they turned to walk towards the opposite riverbank until they vanished from sight. Are these souls? Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yes, the souls of the deceased, Hoshino Tsuki explained slowly, yet his gaze remained fixated on the opposite bank, furrowing his brow at the unfolding changes. Suddenly, a delicate chime resonated in their ears. La la la. La, a little girl softly sang an unknown nursery rhyme, its eerie melody transcending the boundaries of life and death, sending chills down their spines as each note seemed to echo within their very souls. The envoy is a bone maiden, the illusory sun remarked with a slight grimace, its 9 tails unfurling behind it, gazing warily at the riverbank. It is time, illusory sun. Allow me to take care of the rest, Sanria God declared, retrieving the divine summons from within his robe and placing it respectfully before Hoshino Tsuki, before resolutely striding toward the riverbank. Wait, Sanria God, are you truly going to do that? You could form a contract with me. Hoshino Tsuki hesitated, glancing at the seemingly ordinary envelope before him. Sanria God paused at the sound of his voice, turning back. Thank you, Hoshino. You bear a striking resemblance to your ancestor. But, he smiled and turned away, waving his hand with a sense of freedom. This is my choice. Hey, old man, a mere bone maiden, I absolutely. The illusory sun turned to Sanria God, attempting one last plea. No need, illusory Sunday, Sanria God gently shook his head, interrupting the illusory sun's words as he continued his determined march toward the riverbank. Sanria God is shrinking and glowing. What is happening to him? Sakura seemed to sense something, instinctively wanting to step forward, only to be restrained by Hoshino Tsuki, who shook his head slowly. The now palm-sized Sanria God smiled and waved at Sakura. It is nothing, merely the cost of defying taboos. I am relinquishing the remainder of my divine power. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped the hearts of the onlookers, as the greenery and flowers of the land swayed without wind, and small creatures bowed their heads, seemingly bidding farewell to their land deity. The sorrow and reluctance of the creatures of the land. Is it entrusted to Sakura? Perceiving this gathering of will, Hoshino Tsuki furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately hesitated to intervene. For Sakura, this was not a misfortune, but rather an opportunity. Moreover, Sanria God had indeed been an admirable guardian of this land, tirelessly nurturing its environment for over a millennium, even at the cost of his own limited power to alleviate human suffering. Though Hoshino Tsuki felt little attachment to the earth beneath him and was not intimately familiar with the deity, he could not deny that such a benevolent yet modest god deserved respect. With a sigh, Hoshino Tsuki gently grasped Sakura's hand, silently preparing for their final farewell. Unbeknownst to them, tears began to glisten at the corners of Sakura's eyes. She did not understand why she felt this way, instinctively tightening her grip on Hoshino's warm hand, asking with concern, "What will happen if you lose your divine power?" "Ah, there is no need for sorrow." Sanria God's smile radiated warmth as he appeared to drift into memories, recounting, "Do you know? The last offering was made by Yoko during her final visit here. She departed a few days ago. Yoko had been gravely ill for a long time, and coming here was arduous for her. She was my last human devotee, and now she has gone. Once my divine power is depleted, I shall cease to exist. Yet, knowing her spirit remains in this land, I selfishly made a request for a transaction with the illusory sun. We can worship you." Sakura seemed to fall into a curious state, her mind urging her to persuade Sanria God to stay. "No, Miss Sakura, you and Hoshino are my friends. The beings of this land will be just fine." Sanria God gently shook his head, his form gradually transforming into golden specks of light, dissipating into the air. "The time has come, illusory sun, Hoshino. I entrust this land to you." "Thank you." He smiled as he bid farewell to the group, then turned to the figure that had appeared beside him, grasping her delicately extended finger for the first time. "Yoko, now we can be together, at last. I can touch you." The golden light emitted by Sanria God intertwined with the silvery light radiating from Yoko, creating an ineffable warmth and tranquility. In a moment of reverie, Sanria God seemed to transform into a handsome young man, while Yoko reverted to the beautiful girl she once was. "I have always watched you from afar. Since my childhood visits, Sanria God has been observing me. Indeed, yet human life is so fleeting. I'm all right. I have no regrets, just a bit worried that my departure will leave you lonely. Lonely, perhaps. That year, you helped me escape a landslide. It truly was Sanria God. Did you see it then? I thought I must have been mistaken, but now you appear different from what I thought I saw at that moment." "Oh, really?" "Yes. I used to think you looked like an old man. I never imagined you would be so handsome in your youth." "Ah, what am I even saying? Is that so? Well, is that not a good thing?" "No, regardless of your appearance, you're always kind and gentle. A deity who has protected and cared for me." Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the two figures held hands, laughing as they faded into the distance. Chapter 72. The sudden kiss. When Huanyang used his magic to bring everyone back to the shrine, Sakurako's emotions remained unsettled. She sat there, legs curled up, arms wrapped around them, her gaze vacant, with glistening tears clinging to her lashes. Hoshino Tsuki felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. He began to regret allowing that surge of willpower to coalesce around Sakurako. Such a decision seemed rather reckless. Sakurako's experiences were somewhat akin to spirit communication, though this willpower lacked any independent consciousness and could not manifest divine power like that bestowed by human worship of deities. It was merely the land's expression of reluctance towards her. Logically, it should not have caused her any harm. Rather, it could potentially grant her spiritual strength. However, for someone like Sakurako, who was encountering these phenomena for the first time, the sudden influx of negative emotions undoubtedly plunged her mental health and state of mind into a nadir. If this continued, Hoshino Tsuki feared she might succumb to depression. Once Huanyang and the two sisters departed, Hoshino Tsuki took it upon himself to fetch a glass of honey water for Sakurako. "Would you like to drink some water?" he asked. Okay, thank you," she replied, coming back to her senses as she accepted the cup. "No need to be polite." He shook his head. "We are like family, aren't we?" The word family seemed to successfully redirect her thoughts. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively lowered her head. In any case, this is the choice of the deity of Sanria. I believe she would prefer our blessings. Sakurako, try not to dwell on it, Hoshino Tsuki sighed. Sakurako timidly raised her head and took a furtive glance at him, quietly asking, Tsuki-kun, may I hold you for a moment? Under the soft glow of the lights, she appeared fragile, almost like a delicate kitten, which invoked an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. At that moment, Hoshino Tsuki realized that Sakurako had long regarded him as her spiritual refuge, relying on him from the depths of her heart. All right, silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by their synchronized breaths, as Hoshino Tsuki succumbed to Sakurako's pitiful appeal. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two heads peeking cautiously from behind the door. It was uncertain whether they were concerned for Sakurako or merely eavesdropping. After a while, perhaps the warmth of the embrace had calmed Sakurako's spirits, for she slowly withdrew from his comforting hold, her cheeks still tinged with pink. I'm better now. Thank you. Tsuki-kun. It's nothing. My embrace will always be open to you if you need it, Hoshino Tsuki smiled. Sakurako's long, lustrous hair was tied back, revealing her elegant neck, which added to her gentle demeanor. Her downcast eyes and trembling lashes gave her an impression of vulnerability, as if she would not dare to resist any teasing. Hoshino Tsuki instinctively swallowed hard, quickly averting his gaze. There's hot water in the bathroom. Why don't you go soak for a bit? Okay, she murmured, her head bowed, lost in thought, her face still flushed. Then suddenly, she brushed her cheek against his, a warm, soft sensation. By the time Hoshino Tsuki turned in surprise, she had hurriedly fled. He stood there, momentarily stunned, unconsciously touching his cheek, pondering the unexpected encounter. The next morning, the melodious chirping of birds roused Hoshino Tsuki from sleep, and he made his way to the living room. Am I the last awake? He mumbled, glancing at the figures bustling in the kitchen. Today, he was to accompany Sakurako to discuss the signing event at Chito's library. He had intended to rise early to prepare breakfast, but a restless night had thwarted his plans. Tsuki-kun, breakfast will be ready soon. Hurry and wash up. At the sound, Sakurako looked up and smiled at him. All right, he said, scratching his tousled hair. By the way, Tsuki-kun, are you coming to the library with me? Hoshino Tsuki pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, let us go together. We can pick up the car afterward. Great. It seems Sakurako has fully recovered from yesterday's incident. Just yesterday, she had received a call from her superior informing her that the production of the April manga volume was complete, and they wished to discuss future collaborations and the signing event. It was fortuitous that they would go together. Previously, to prevent rival companies from poaching talent, simple confidentiality measures had been employed. Now, however, Hoshino Tsuki had gained some recognition in the literary sphere, and since he had come to pick up Sakurako, everyone was already aware, rendering those measures meaningless. Maintaining future collaborations would rely more on mutual benefit and attitude, a fact well understood by the upper management at Chito's library. Moreover, many of the editors had witnessed his remarkable abilities, which piqued the interest of Chito's higher-ups, prompting their request for a meeting. Sakurako had mentioned that there was a strong possibility of increasing his share. Returning to the present, Hoshino Tsuki washed up and took a seat at the dining table. Watching Sakurako, who was donned in an apron, making his appetite surge. Graceful and elegant, she embodied the quintessential attributes of a loving partner. The phrase "a feast for the eyes" truly materialized in that moment. Tsuki-kun, is there something on my face? Sakurako blushed under his attentive gaze, instinctively averting her eyes, unable to meet his stare. The memory of their impulsive kiss the previous night lingered, leaving her unsure of how to navigate the situation. Nothing. I just think breakfast looks delicious, Hoshino Tsuki complimented subtly. As long as it suits your taste, that's what matters, she replied, hastily scooping a fried egg into her bowl, attempting to mask her embarrassment and nervousness. Meanwhile, Chinen and Huanyang exchanged knowing glances, wearing a smirk of amusement, while Qian feigned ignorance, contentedly eating breakfast, though her peripheral vision involuntarily drifted towards the two. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat intimate. Meanwhile, with her head bowed, Sakurako was lost in her thoughts. Tsuki-kun's gaze seems a bit hungry for me, though last night's kiss was born of impulse. It stemmed from genuine emotion. Sakurako had previously been troubled by the stagnation in their relationship, with Shay encouraging her to take the initiative. Now it appeared that approach had indeed been quite effective. So what about the plans ahead? Just thinking about it makes me blush. After breakfast, Qian and Shinin took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Sakurako stubbornly insisted on helping. Hoshino Tsuki observed the three busy in the kitchen, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and harmony. He blinked, increasingly convinced that the shrine had begun to feel like home. He hoped that the days to come would continue in this manner. Chapter 73. The new contract at 8:30 in the morning. In the reception room of the Chitose Library, editor Nakajima courteously invited teacher Hoshino Tsuki to take a seat, presenting the new contract along with the plan for the signing event. As Nakajima waited eagerly in the reception area, he politely urged Hoshino to sit down and handed over the prepared documents. While Hoshino perused the contract, Nakajima attentively brewed tea, demonstrating impeccable manners, intent on ensuring there was nothing to displease the author. To be frank, the remuneration outlined in the new contract exceeded Hoshino's expectations. The initial print run had increased from 2,000 to 50,000 copies, and the profit-sharing ratio had risen to an impressive 60. Indeed, Hoshino would receive 60% of the earnings, a treatment typically reserved for top-tier authors. Nakajima inquired if Hoshino was satisfied with this partnership, expressing their eagerness to deepen collaboration, especially regarding Hoshino's upcoming work. As the chief editor of Chitose Library, Nakajima did not need to adopt such a subservient posture toward the novelist. Yet the directive from above was unequivocal: secure greater benefits and foster a good relationship with Hoshino. After all, the value of Hoshino's works and his remarkable talents warranted such efforts. Nakajima had been instructed on this matter for quite some time, and being a witness to the previous incident involving editor Yoshikawa, he understood that cultivating a relationship with someone endowed with extraordinary abilities was undoubtedly a prudent course of action. Thus, he harbored no objections and felt fortunate to be engaged in this endeavor. There are no issues with the contract. Our collaboration has always been delightful, has it not? I personally hope to continue working closely with your esteemed organization, Hoshino remarked with a smile as he set the contract down. You are too kind. Providing exceptional service to our authors is the core belief of our library. It is our honor to have your satisfaction, and we will strive to support Ms. Sakurako Tomoki's efforts as well. Nakajima complimented, deliberately mentioning Sakurako to convey his intentions. It was clear that he was a shrewd individual, adeptly navigating the complexities of human interactions. Indeed, Sakurako is fortunate to have such an excellent mentor in you, Hoshino responded, mirroring the flattery with a smile. Meanwhile, in the editorial office, Haru Yoshida, completely absorbed in her thoughts, craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. However, the reception room door remained closed, preventing her from seeing inside. She tugged at Sakurako's sleeve and whispered, "Is Mr. Hoshino here?" "Yes, Haru, what is it?" Sakurako replied, setting her phone down, puzzled. "Well, previously Mr. Hoshino helped me by intervening with editor Yoshikawa." Haru felt a bit shy under Sakurako's gaze and quietly retrieved a beautifully wrapped small gift box from her drawer. "I've been meaning to thank him in person and present this gift." Initially, she considered asking Sakurako to deliver it for her, but ultimately decided that a face-to-face expression of gratitude would be more sincere. Learning that he was coming in person stirred excitement within Haru, as she thought she might finally have the opportunity. However, upon his arrival, he went directly into the reception room, and even the tea was served by the chief editor himself, leaving her with no chance to approach him. "I see. After their meeting concludes, I'll call him to wait for a moment," Sakurako suggested with a smile. "Thank you, Sakurako-senpai," Haru exclaimed, gripping her hand in excitement. All right. However, I believe Tsuki-kun won't mind that incident," Sakurako added, playfully calming her. Tsuki-kun, vede. "Senpai, are you two dating?" Haru's eyes widened in realization, and she quickly glanced around to ensure no one was listening, leaning closer to Sakurako to gossip in a conspiratorial whisper. No. We are merely good friends," Sakurako replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Haru's eyes. Friends, such a close relationship. You were worried about him that day, and even want to pick him up. I understand, Haru teased knowingly, nodding sagely. Havu, enough of this nonsense. Do you still want to thank him in person? Sakurako feigned seriousness, attempting to regain control of the conversation. No. I was wrong. I won't say anything else. Don't worry, Sakurako-senpai. I won't tell anyone. Haru promised, pretending to be frightened, clutching her chest apologetically. Havu, if you keep talking like this, I won't take you to the signing event. Sakurako warned playfully. Please, senpai, spare me after leaving Chito's library. Hoshino Tsuki boarded a train bound for a specialty store. Fortunately, it was not rush hour, although there were no available seats. The space was relatively comfortable as he held onto the railing. Unlike peak hours, when one would be tightly packed, like sushi rolls, or unable to get on at all. He swayed gently with the movement of the train, lost in thought. With the signing event and the new contract finalized, the promotional announcements for the event had already been disseminated across various platforms affiliated with the library. The specific date was set for the afternoon 3 days later, at a bookstore in Ginza, lasting 2 hours. He simply needed to arrive a bit early, as everything else would be handled by Chito's library. The new book would officially launch in bookstores 2 weeks later, with Chito's library working diligently on the printing and promotional efforts. The anime adaptation of Your Name was progressing smoothly, with preparations for production already underway. Hoshino had reviewed the character design illustrations, which closely resembled the figures from his past memories, and he had no objections. Everything was proceeding methodically and favorably. The only source of mild frustration was Sakurako's persistent urging for him to hasten his thoughts on the next project. Regarding the new book, Hoshino had yet to form any solid ideas. He intended to maintain the current healing style, but was still deliberating on which story to write. He recalled several works from memory, such as A Silent Voice, 5 centimeters per second, Want to Eat Your Pancreas, and Violet Evergarden, among others. These ranged from short stories to novellas, leaving him somewhat indecisive. Fortunately, there was no rush. He could assess the performance of Your Name after its official release before making a decision. With this in mind, Hoshino resolved to reach out to Sakurako via message. Unbeknownst to him, a woman with long hair, donning a cap and mask, sat a short distance behind him, discreetly observing him. Chapter 74. The Great Kitchen Crisis at Noon. On the way to the shrine, I drove my beloved little car, the engine humming as I sped down the road. Hoshino Tsuki hummed a somewhat childish tune. Her spirits lifted. If only the air were not tainted by malevolent energy, and if those ghostly apparitions would simply vanish, it would be even better. Just a few days prior, a grand purification ritual had eradicated a multitude of grotesque entities. So why had so many wandering souls returned? Even on the sunlit streets, they lurked about, driven by their obsessions, many lacking coherent consciousness, yet they brazenly displayed their ugly malice amidst the flow of traffic, which was quite nauseating. Throughout the journey, Hoshino Tsuki had unknowingly dispatched countless spirits with a wave of her hand, but to no avail. It seemed that for every one she eliminated, another would soon take its place, their numbers seemingly infinite. Were it not for the distinct black aura surrounding them, Tsuki, blessed with the ability to see both the living and the spectral, might have had to bid farewell to driving for the rest of her life. It was incredibly frustrating. However, they truly obstructed her view. Upon returning to the shrine, Hoshino Tsuki entered her home, carrying the groceries she had picked up along the way. Upon stepping inside, she found Jinyu listlessly sprawled over the table, as if ready to ascend to another realm, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm going to starve, I'm going to starve, I'm going to starve." Meanwhile, Chien stood at the kitchen door, clutching a potato in her left hand and a knife in her right, looking as if she were preparing for battle. As for Qining, she was dragging a ball of ghostly flame the size of a head, gesturing animatedly toward the pot before her. Then, with a loud bang, a plume of white smoke erupted. Hoshino Tsuki froze, her grocery bag tumbling to the floor. What a harmonious scene. Harmonious, my foot. Hey, Qining, what are you doing? Is everything all right? Tsuki exclaimed, rushing forward. Oh, Wani-chan is back. We wanted to try cooking. and I just thought I could boil the water in the pot a bit faster. Then it turned into this. Qian explained, her expression bewildered as she lifted the pot in her hands. Tsuki was utterly astonished. Through the bottom of the pot, she could clearly see her face. You can use an electric kettle to boil water. What kind of logic leads one to use magic for that? The water has evaporated, and the pot's bottom is entirely gone. Is that so? Well, let's set it aside for now. And Qian, please put down the knife and that innocent potato. Tsuki sighed, feeling a myriad of grievances welling up inside her, which ultimately manifested as a long, exasperated sigh. She could never fathom why these two sisters were so enigmatic. They excelled at all household chores except cooking, which invariably resulted in chaos. I am so sorry, Qian mumbled, her head bowed in shame as she obediently returned the items to the kitchen. It's fine, we can throw it away on the next non-combustible waste collection day. Tsuki responded, rubbing her temples in frustration. If she had returned, even a moment later, would the house have been reduced to ashes? With that thought in mind, Tsuki hastily donned an apron and began to tidy the chaotic kitchen. Although she felt reluctant to reprimand her sisters too harshly for the sake of preventing an explosion, she suggested, Qian, how about you refrain from cooking in the future? Sorry, master. It's Qian's fault for being useless. One-han, I'm sorry. The two sisters pitifully apologized, even the typically rebellious Qian adopting a more subdued demeanor. All right, I'm not angry with you. I'll give Qian some money later. Remember, if Sakura and I aren't around and there's no one to cook, just order takeout instead. Please, don't attempt to make any dishes again. Understood. Qian quickly nodded, pulling her sister along in agreement. Meanwhile, Jinyu had stealthily approached and suddenly embraced Tsuki from behind, her breath tickling Tsuki's ear as she teased in a flirtatious whisper. Little Tsuki-kun, I'm going to starve, please hurry, and make me some food, all right? EW, where did that green tea vixen come from? Tsuki jolted, shaking off Jinyu's arm with a look of disgust. What? I thought this tactic, learned from dramas, would be effective. Why did you react like that? Tsuki, speechless, lightly tapped Jinyu on the head, exclaiming, I told you, stop imitating those ridiculous things from TV. They're all deceitful. I tell you, but that tactic worked quite well previously, in the evening. Jinyu mused, her gaze fixed on Tsuki's lower half. Hey, you shut your mouth, you foul fox. Tsuki retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Who are you calling a foul fox? I'm fragrant, you know. How about, you get a whiff, not a chance. Come here. Not, oh, are you using your tail again? Do you even want to eat? I don't care, and thus, one person was dragged away by the great fox's tail. In the afternoon, at the Chitama Library's editorial department. Phew. Finally got everything sorted. Sakura put down the phone, stretching her arms as she planned to brew a cup of tea. Hey, did you manage to finalize everything, Sakura-senpai? Yoshida Haru inquired, turning her head away from her work. Yes, all is well. They will handle the on-site arrangements and maintain order. We should go check it out the day after tomorrow, Sakura replied confidently. As expected of Sakura-senpai, always so capable. By the way, the first signing event for Mr. Yagitsuki is generating quite a buzz. Our website has received over 100,000 comments. Yoshida Haru adjusted her computer screen to show Sakura. Oh, let me see. Sakura's attention was piqued by the mention of Yagitsuki, and she hurriedly stepped forward to take a closer look. Then, Yoshida Haru was completely distracted by the sight before her, feeling an inexplicable pang of inferiority. This figure, does it really need to be so perfect? We all grew up eating rice. So why is her physique so much more impressive than mine? Oh, so many comments are coming in? No, I need to inform the distribution department to send over more books. With that, Sakura turned on her heels, her high heels clicking as she rushed off, leaving Yoshida Haru standing there, lost in thought as she murmured, well, a man as exceptional as Mr. Yagitsuki probably deserves a beauty like Sakura-senpai. I wonder what her other half is like. I hope he is a handsome guy. Maybe I should take the time to meet that man Ma mentioned, who supposedly is quite good. Chapter 75, before the signing event in the Central District, Ginza. Koharu, please inform the security personnel outside to remain vigilant. We must avoid any issues. Additionally, it is imperative to emphasize the security measures at the signing venue, particularly to be on guard against any overly enthusiastic fans. Sakurako stood in the bookstore, earnestly briefing Yoshida Haru. Got it, Sakurako-senpai. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on that, Yoshida Haru responded with a chuckle, quickly covering her mouth and nodding in agreement. The thought of fans leaving comments online, threatening to confront Yuzuki-sensei for a favorable ending for Kaoru, made her want to laugh. Honestly, as a devoted reader of April, she understood the sentiment and couldn't blame Sakurako for her concerns. Please refrain from laughing. It is crucial to ensure everything is in order. Sakurako sighed, recognizing the reason for her amusement. While Tsuki-kun's novels were indeed exceptional, one could not ignore the potential for real trouble if fans acted out. Well, I suppose they wouldn't stand a chance against Tsuki-kun, she mused, but quickly admonished herself. No, we cannot allow any harm to come to Tsuki-kun. Not even a hint of it. I promise. Everything will be fine, Yoshida Haru declared with urgency, sensing Sakurako's serious demeanor. Then I will leave this to you, Koharu. It's nearly time. I'll go and welcome Tsuki-kun. Sakurako felt a bit reassured as she glanced at her phone and turned towards the parking lot. All right, Sakurako-senpai, take care. When Hoshino Tsuki arrived at the venue, Sakurako had already been waiting in the parking lot for some time. Tsuki-kun, over here, Sakurako called out, smiling as she opened the car door after it came to a halt. Hoshino Tsuki exited the vehicle with a smile, inquiring, have you been waiting long? No. I just arrived as well, Sakurako replied, shaking her head and gazing at him with gentle eyes. That's good. I wouldn't want to tire my editor out. Hoshino Tsuki winked playfully. Come on, I'm not as fragile as you think, she teased, then with a playful pout, retrieved a beautifully crafted book from her bag to present it to him. Hoshino Tsuki took the book, observing the title Your Lie in April in elegant pink lettering, accompanied by his pen name, Yuzuki. The cover depicted Arima Kusei and Kaori Miyazono, with Kaori playfully signaling for silence. The quality of the book's design and materials was impressive, with smooth paper and a pleasant scent. The set consisted of 4 volumes, each generously thick, and naturally, the price reflected that. Impressive, single volumes truly stand out. I might need to acquire a few more to add to my collection, he remarked. Oh, the publishing house reserved 20 sets for you to take home, either as gifts or for your collection. They're in my car, Sakurako revealed. Oh, the publishing house is quite considerate. Hoshino Tsuki expressed his surprise, not expecting such generosity. Well, our esteemed Yuzuki-sensei is quite exceptional. It was the editor-in-chief who personally instructed the distribution department. Sakurako winked at him playfully. Please thank editor Nakajima for me when you get the chance. Hoshino Tsuki smiled, recalling the middle-aged gentleman. Indeed, we are grateful to editor Nakajima. Otherwise, you would have had to wait for the next batch of printed books to receive yours. Baby, already sold out, Sakurako added joyfully, recalling the updates from the distribution department. Today, the single volumes went on sale, and within just a few hours, numerous bookstores had already contacted the publishing house for restocks. The first print run of 50,000 copies had been completely reserved, and the team was working overtime to fulfill orders, with expectations that they would sell out within the next few days. Really? They sold out that quickly? Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago, the pre-sale of 20,000 copies on our official website sold out, and bookstores have ordered another 20,000. The remaining 10,000 were snatched up this morning. Now, both online buyers and bookstores are clamoring for more. I hear the distribution department is busy contacting the printing house for a reprint, she said, her excitement palpable, akin to a proud partner boasting about their significant other's achievements. Have you not been following the online reviews, Tsuki-kun? Hoshino Tsuki scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had, in fact, not thought to check the sales status on the Chikudo publishing website recently. Well, you've been busy with other matters, right? Busy. Sakurako tilted her head, pondering. It seemed that since their meeting at the publishing house the other day, he hadn't had much to do. He had spent yesterday lying at home all day, with no supernatural events occurring and no new books in the works. As this thought crossed her mind, Sakurako narrowed her eyes playfully and wrapped her arms around his. Tsuki-kun, when will you release a new book? Well, I'm in the planning stages. He replied, feeling a bit guilty. Is it not to say that you are a true editor? After reading your own work, you feel utterly stabbed by your own words. Yet you still urge for more submissions. Oh, Sakurako nodded, choosing not to press further on that topic as they continued their light-hearted conversation while walking toward the bookstore. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a long line formed in front of the bookstore. Rin-chan, there are so many people. It seems we won't make it to the signing event after all. Watanabe Nana tugged at her friend Shirakawa Rin as they arrived at the venue by taxi after their 2 afternoon classes. Having seen the signing event was scheduled from 2:30 to 4:30, she had planned to rush over immediately after school, but the crowd was far larger than she had anticipated. Faced with the 100-meter-long line, Watanabe Nana felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Nana-chan, it was already clear we wouldn't make it, just by a set of books. And I can ask Suki-kun to sign it for you later, Shirakawa Rin replied, slightly exasperated, since they had added each other online. She and Hoshino Tsuki had exchanged messages occasionally. A few days prior, during the incident with the giant demon, Hoshino Tsuki had even cautioned her to stay away from Bunkyo Ward. They had grown familiar, and asking Suki-kun for a signature was hardly a daunting task, especially after he had helped her so readily last time. Moreover, it was a good opportunity to seek his assistance in replenishing her talisman's power. But Nana was insistent. Rin-chan, it's different. I want to see my idol in person. How lucky is it that Yuzuki-sensei's sister is here? I'm so envious. Watanabe Nana pouted, staring at her friend with a look of discontent. Hey, Nana-chan, you've met Suki-kun before, and he even welcomed you with open arms. Shirakawa Rin replied, rolling her eyes at her. Don't mention that. Seriously, I was genuinely confiding in Rin-chan about my worries, and you're teasing me. Watanabe Nana retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she covered Rin's mouth, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Anyway, it's not the same. I just want to personally obtain Yuzuki-sensei's signed book. Chapter 76. Shoulder aches indeed. I understand. I do not wish to trouble you, brother you. It is far more meaningful to attend your signing event in person to obtain your autograph. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts, especially when you desire it so much. Well then, let us patiently wait in line, hoping we will make it in time. Bai Yi-lin dismissed her hand with a sigh, resigned to follow the slow-moving queue, realizing she had no control over her friend. Lin-chan is the best, willing to accompany me to stand in line. Watanabe Nana clung to her best friend's arm, smiling sweetly. The large, soft embrace made Lin roll her eyes in exasperation, wishing she could give her a light shove, finding it utterly enviable. I really don't understand how you grew up like this. How infuriating. Keep your distance. Don't go away. Please, know how maddening, Nana. You must honestly confess, aside from sweets, what else do you enjoy eating? Is it massages? Lin, unable to free herself from Nana's grasp, ultimately surrendered. After a brief hesitation, unable to suppress her envy, she leaned closer to Nana's ear and whispered, how annoying, H. I didn't do anything on purpose. I've told you it's exhausting. My shoulders ache every day, you know. Shoulders aches? How could I possibly know that? Watanabe Nana, step away. At 4:25 p.m., the 2-hour ordeal was nearing its conclusion. Shaking her slightly sore wrists, Hoshino glanced at the crowd outside. Didn't they already send people to maintain order and limit the flow? How can there still be so many people in line? It feels like the remaining ones will need at least another half-hour to sign. Teacher, we appreciate your patience. Just as he felt somewhat beleaguered, a vibrant young girl approached Hoshino, politely placing a complete set of books in front of him. Teacher, can I take a photo with you? The girl asked, somewhat shyly. Zula. Thank you very much. Here's your book. Thank you for your support. The girl happily left with her books, and a man hurriedly stepped forward. Teacher, I am your fan. I absolutely adore. The man was so excited, he couldn't stop showering praises, causing Hoshino to blush slightly. Yes, speak more. I appreciate it. My classmate is also a huge fan of this work, but couldn't secure a copy. The print run was too limited, and we aren't short on funds. The quantity wasn't decided by me. Hoshino thought inwardly. 5,000 copies are not insignificant. Who knew you all had so much money that they disappeared in a day? I heard they are reprinting. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. Hoshino hurriedly signed his pen name and a message on the pristine cover. Teacher, please prepare more copies of the new book. We have been looking forward to it for so long. Hoshino nodded with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries. and finally sent him off to welcome the next fan. These readers were quite amiable, although there was a heated uproar online demanding he ensure a bright future for Xiao Sun. In person, they were rather polite, merely requesting an extra chapter. Well, considering they speak kindly and are willing to spend money, I shall arrange it. At 4:50 p.m., the event was extended by 20 minutes. When the last fan purchased the final set of books and received their autograph before departing, Hoshino finally exhaled, thoroughly collapsing into his chair. He anticipated that the signing event would require maintaining a smile, and continuous signing would be exhausting. He pondered how to decline such events in the future. It was simply too tiring. While he was lost in thought, Watanabe Nana stood outside the bookstore, tiptoeing to glance inside, reluctant to leave, still hoping for a glimpse of her idol. What a pity, we were just about to be next. Yet the books are sold out, and the signing event is over. I feel so dissatisfied. Nana's expression amused by Yilin, who playfully patted her friend's arm. Well, it can't be helped. I saw online that there were only 50,000 copies released, and the quantity is limited. Besides, we rushed over after school. But I saved my pocket money for so long to buy the complete set. I haven't even visited the dessert shop in ages. Watanabe Nana lowered her head, feeling despondent. Yes, so. Nana-chan, I'll treat you to cake. Don't be sad. Ah, really? Lin-chan is the best. Upon hearing by Yilin's offer for cake, Watanabe Nana immediately became excited and rushed over, enveloping the petite Lin in her embrace. Ugh, you're suffocating me. Watanabe Nana, are you trying to smother me? Finally catching her breath, Bai Yilin gasped for air, glaring fiercely at the troublesome girl. Is this colossal being attempting to commit murder? Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Watanabe Nana stuck out her little tongue, playfully apologizing. You, watch as I tickle you. As the two engaged in playful tussles, Hoshino caught a glimpse of their silver hair from the corner of his eye. The more he looked, the more familiar their figures appeared. Thank you for your hard work, Yuekuin. Here, have some water. Do you know the girls outside? Sakurako approached, offering him a cup of water, noticing his gaze fixed outside with curiosity. Well, they're a younger sister of a family friend and her classmate. Sakurako, please take a seat and rest. I'll go check on them. Hoshino smiled as he stood up and walked over. Yuekuin, invite them to sit with us. All right, cough cough. Watanabe Nana was pleading for mercy from the tickling, and Bai Yilin paused her actions upon hearing a familiar voice behind her, instinctively flushing red as she turned to look, freezing in an instant. You, brother? Watanabe Nana, panting heavily, followed the sound and saw Hoshino standing there with a smile, watching them with amusement, causing her to blush deeply. Why teacher you? Lin-chan and this young lady. It has been a while. Perhaps you should be mindful of your surroundings while playing around? Hoshino struggled to suppress his laughter as he greeted the two, subtly gesturing for them to notice the gazes of those around them. The two girls, confused, glanced around and, upon realizing the attention they had drawn, lowered their heads in embarrassment. There was no helping it. Just moments ago, a certain girl had been so animated, her charm captivating enough to distract from her surroundings. It was hard not to marvel at how well-developed young girls are nowadays. Of course, a certain delicately featured silver-haired girl was also quite the sight to behold. All right, come inside with me. Did you both come to attend the signing event? Seeing their bashful expressions, Hoshino smiled, attempting to ease the tension. I accompanied Nana-chan. She wanted to personally obtain a sign book from Brother Yu. Lin, with her head lowered, pulled Nana along to follow Hoshino. Feeling somewhat shy. Teacher Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. Watanabe Nana appeared quite nervous, her entire posture stiff. But I believe this isn't our first meeting, is it? You need to be so anxious. Hoshino could no longer contain his laughter, teasing Watanabe Nana, finding her utterly delightful. Chapter 77. Papaya milk is deceptive. My apologies, All right, please take a seat. Let me introduce you to this lovely lady, Taniguchi Sakurako, who is not only my editor, but also my friend. And this is Shiroya Rin and her classmate. Watanabe Nana, correct? Hoshino Tsuki winked at the young girl, unable to contain her smile. Han-chan, Nana-chan, Ilu. Please sit down. Would you like something to drink? I have barley tea and juice. Sakurako cheerfully invited the two to take a seat and asked if they would like refreshments. Hello, Miss Taniguchi. No thank you. Shiroya Rin replied politely, sitting down a bit awkwardly. Good evening, Teacher Yatsuki and Miss Taniguchi. Hee. I'm Watanabe Nana. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not thirsty either, Watanabe Nana said, a little shy as she scratched her head, following Rin's lead in declining the offer. The drinks are provided by the publishing house, so please don't be so formal. Feel free to help yourselves. Oh, I also have a few sets of books. I'll give each of you one. Please wait a moment while I fetch them, Hoshino Tsuki explained with a smile. Then turned to Sakurako and instructed her to keep the girls company while he went to the car. Yes, Shiroya Rin is a significant client, and Watanabe Nana is her friend as well as a fan of my work. Moreover, this girl is quite interesting. It wouldn't hurt to maintain a good relationship with a small gift. All right, Yatsuki-kun, you go ahead. Here, the car keys, Sakurako nodded without asking too many questions, resembling a dutiful wife assisting her husband as she gently handed over the keys, exuding grace and poise. Thank you, Yatsuki Anayakin. Sorry for the trouble. Shiroya Rin blushed slightly, stealing a glance at the two and quickly expressing her gratitude. She sensed that their relationship might not be that of ordinary friends. Teacher Yatsuki, are you saying you want to give me? Watanabe Nana asked, still uncertain, as a wave of joy washed over her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yes, Nana-chan. What is the matter? Don't you like it? Sakurako playfully teased Watanabe Nana, noticing that the girl seemed somewhat oblivious yet undeniably delightful. No. It's just that I didn't expect. Oh dear, what am I saying? In any case, thank you so very much. Watanabe Nana stammered nervously, ultimately standing up to bow deeply in gratitude. Shiroya Rin felt embarrassed, thinking, Nana, you're truly so clumsy. Ha. Nana-chan is just adorable. Sakurako couldn't help but giggle, pulling the girl into an embrace and affectionately rubbing her cheek against Nana's smooth face. The sound of her tinkling laughter caused several staff members busy tidying up to pause and glance over. Meanwhile, Shiroya Rin watched the two beautiful women, one tall and one petite, pressed closely together, feeling somewhat overshadowed. Although her friend's appearance could only be described as modest, her striking figure had made her a topic of discussion among the boys at school. It was said that they even created a beauty ranking list, which was rather ridiculous. Nonetheless, both she and Nana consistently ranked on that list, with her own popularity quite high, often placing at the top. However, the thought of being referred to as a regrettably endowed, silver-haired beauty by those boys made her seethe with anger. Today, meeting Miss Taniguchi Sakurako only heightened her feelings of inadequacy, as she found her features equally exquisite and her personality exceptionally gentle, not to mention, her figure was simply stunning. In contrast, Shiroya Rin felt like a mere dumpling with her petite stature, with only her silver hair and delicate facial features serving as her redeeming qualities. So, why, after consuming so much papaya milk, was there still no change in her figure? How infuriating! After bidding farewell to the two delighted girls who received their signed books, Hoshino Tsuki posed for a commemorative photo with some staff members who had come for a picture. By the time Sakurako and Yoshida Haru finished their various tasks, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the bookstore was preparing to close. Teacher Yatsuki, could you sign my book, please? Yoshida Haru had been busy all afternoon, only able to watch Hoshino Tsuki sign for others. Now that she had finished her work, she rushed over, presenting her prepared hardcover book. Hoshino Tsuki glanced up at the editor with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement, suppressing the fatigue in his arms. He signed the books in front of her and added a personal message, wishing Miss Yoshida Haru all the best. Thank you for your hard work today, Yoshida-san, Yoshida Haru said, her face lighting up at the elegant signature. She waved her hand dismissively, a bit shy. Oh, it's no trouble at all. That's my duty. You worked hard too, Teacher Yatsuki. By the way, could you also sign my book when a new release comes out? Of course. I'll bring you one then. Hoshino Tsuki replied with a smile, graciously offering. No, it's fine. I could just grab a copy from a bookstore. And an LL count toward sales? Hee. Just a signature would be perfect, Yoshida Haru said, unabashedly taking advantage of the situation. Hoshino Tsuki nodded, amused by how openly Yoshida Haru was trying to benefit from the publishing house. Thank you, teacher Yatsuki. Hee. I'll take my leave now and not disturb you and Sakurako-senpai any longer. Goodbye. Having achieved her goal, Yoshida Haru saw Sakurako approaching and quickly stepped aside, wishing to give the two some privacy. They looked so well-matched standing together. She had high hopes for them. She certainly didn't want to play the role of the third wheel. After watching Yoshida Haru depart, Hoshino Tsuki chuckled and gave Sakurako a thumbs up. Yotsuki-kun, what were you discussing just now? Haru seems quite happy, Sakurako inquired curiously, glancing at Haru with a slight blush on her cheeks. She thought to herself that if Haru were to discover that she had already been living with Yatsuki-kun, it would surely be amusing. Oh, it was just about signing books. I also promised to sign for her when your name is released, Hoshino Tsuki replied with a smile, taking the bag from Sakurako's hand and allowing her to hold his hand as they walked towards the parking lot, engaging in light conversation. Haru really is easily satisfied, Sakurako mused with a chuckle, realizing that ever since Haru read his new book and received his help, she had become an ardent fan of Hoshino Tsuki. She is quite a nice person, isn't she? Hoshino Tsuki remarked, nodding in agreement. Chapter 78. The trouble encountered by Ishihara Sumika in her quaint villa located in Chiyoda Ward. Ishihara Sumika found herself ensconced in a well-lit room, clad in comfortable loungewear. Her long, fair legs crossed gracefully as she sat before her computer, her gaze fixated on the data collected from her investigations. Beside her, her daughter, Akari, displayed remarkable understanding. Silently engrossed in a picture book, a picture of obedience and innocence. It had been over 2 weeks since her unexpected encounter with Hoshino Tsuki on the street. Sumika had initially intended to express her gratitude in person, bringing along gifts for Akari and the woman, but relentless pressure from certain individuals had thwarted her plans. Her late husband, Ishihara Takashi, was the founder of a film and animation company, a young prodigy who led his team to success with several blockbuster animated films. Tragically, he passed away at the tender age of 33 due to illness, leaving a void in their family. At that time, Sumika's heart was a tumult of emotions. She grappled with the knowledge of Takashi's infidelities, yet he remained her legally recognized husband. His sudden death had shattered the family's foundation, leaving her and Akari to rely solely on one another, as if the world had collapsed around them. 3 years had since elapsed, and the memory of the funeral she organized in a daze lingered in her mind. Fortunately, due to Takashi's intent to compensate for his shortcomings, many assets, including their home and company shares, were designated as joint property. Thus, after paying a modest inheritance tax, she inherited the majority of her husband's estate, including a significant portion of the company's shares. Sumika, however, was not born into a prominent family. When she married Takashi, he was not yet wealthy. As a devoted housewife with limited exposure and education, she was oblivious to the intricacies of corporate management. Lacking ambition, her sole desire was to nurture Akari and witness her joyful growth until the day she wed. The annual dividends from the company seemed sufficient for a comfortable life for both of them, but reality proved otherwise. Despite her self-awareness and her decision to delegate most managerial responsibilities, greedy individuals had set their sights on her shares. Following her refusal to sell, they resorted to underhanded tactics, even surveilling her villa, leaving her mentally and physically exhausted, which delayed her visit to express gratitude once more. While she was not particularly fearful for herself, Akari was her emotional anchor, and the thought of her daughter facing danger was unbearable. Now, faced with such circumstances, Sumika found herself at a loss. Reporting to the police? Absurd. No tangible evidence existed of any wrongdoing, making it impossible for them to act. Seeking a financial resolution? Although she possessed tens of millions, the local organized crime syndicate eyeing her shares would only exploit her further, accepting payment without delivering results unless she capitulated to their demands and sold her shares at a pittance. Legal action seemed out of the question as well. With a heavy sigh, Sumika's mind raced through countless thoughts, ultimately leading her to massage her temples in frustration. A close friend had advised her to consult a private investigator to ascertain which organization was behind the threats. But even with the investigation's results confirming her suspicions, she remained powerless to act. Her connections were limited, rendering her unable to enlist assistance. Is Mommy's head hurting? Akari suddenly chimed in, having noticed her mother's gesture. The little girl bounced over with her short legs, her tiny hands reaching up to caress Sumika's cheek, eager to offer comfort. The warmth of her daughter's understanding spirit filled Sumika's heart, compelling her to suppress her own helplessness and wear a gentle smile as she affectionately patted Akari's head. Mommy is fine. Oh dear, has it gotten this late? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I want tempura. Akari's innocent enthusiasm shifted Sumika's focus as the child, blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding them, trusted her mother's reassurances. All right, Mommy will make it for you. You just wait patiently, Sumika replied tenderly. Okay, Mommy, I'm being good. Akari nodded vigorously, obediently allowing Sumika to lift her and set her back down before scurrying off to resume her reading. As Sumika donned her apron in the kitchen, she gazed at her dutiful daughter, her resolve solidifying within her. If it came to the worst, she would have to sell the shares. Above all, she must protect Akari. The offered price was indeed paltry. 20 million was far from the shares' worth, barely a fraction, but with her savings, it could cover Akari's future education. If she continued to be frugal, even the high costs of private university might not be insurmountable. When Akari grew older, perhaps she could find work and they could cut down on daily expenses as needed. There was also the villa, located in a district where property values soared. Lost in thought, Sumika instinctively retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator. However, as she closed the door, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be strands of hair vanishing into the cabinet's crevice. Startled, her complexion drained of color, her legs felt weak as an icy chill enveloped the room. Rubbing her eyes, she peered closer. The cupboard appeared as ordinary as ever. Could it be that her worries had driven her to hallucinations? She pondered, summoning courage as she grasped a kitchen knife, taking deep breaths. Just open the cabinet. Take a look. There's nothing to fear. It must be an illusion, she whispered to herself, steeling her nerves. Yet, what if? Glancing at Akari, a surge of bravery surged within her, and she boldly yanked the cabinet door open. Whoosh, nothing. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sumika felt her body weaken, her mind blank. But just then, from the second floor, the sounds of children's laughter and playful footsteps echoed through the house. Chapter 79. The divine being in Xiaoming's heart. Xiaoming, Minkai, still engrossed in her book. That sound from upstairs. Shira Sumika turned stiffly, and a strange noise echoed once more. In a state of panic, Shira Sumika nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet for the sake of her daughter, she braced herself against her fear, striving to maintain her composure. She hurriedly ran to embrace her daughter Minkai tightly, her gaze fixed on the staircase leading to the second floor, filled with vigilance and trepidation. Step, 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 hee, step, step, step. Another eerie sound emerged, drifting into her ears like ethereal whispers, accompanied by a laughter that sent shivers down her spine. It was no mere illusion. Shira Sumika trembled in fear, but at that moment, she truly embodied the strength of a mother. She had to find a way to ensure her daughter's safety. What to do, what to do? Shira Sumika murmured to herself as she clutched Minkai and distanced herself from the staircase. She was merely an ordinary woman, and the previous unsettling incident had already left her with psychological scars. Now, with even more bizarre occurrences unfolding in her home, she was utterly at a loss. Call the police? No, ordinary officers were not priests. Their expertise was inadequate for such matters. This was beyond the realm of the mundane. It was supernatural. Priests. Yes, priests. A thought struck Shira Sumika as she rushed to the living room, grabbing her phone from the table, her hands trembling as she searched for the contact of the man who resembled a divine being. Hello, Lord Hoshino. I beg you, save Minkai. In Tachijai Prefecture, the Waikai group. It's Kamaitashi, come in. In the elegant and tranquil villa. An elderly man smiled as he glanced outside the courtyard and spoke first. Greetings, General. A bee-steered youth, dressed like a ninja, suddenly appeared, kneeling respectfully before the elder. Rise. There is no need for formality. Do we have news regarding that matter? The elder waved his hand dismissively, his deep eyes fixed on the youth. Yes, it has been confirmed that they have violated the agreement, crossing the barrier through methods unknown, and have been secretly making contact. Furthermore, the Yakuza organization they support has been unusually active lately. Kamaitachi bowed his head as he reported the intelligence gathered. I see. The elder's gaze darkened, though his expression remained unchanged, his entire demeanor subtly shifting. In that case, according to the ancient covenant, matters concerning the Yakuza shall be our responsibility. Inform Suguro to take action. Yes, I take my leave. Kamaitachi nodded and bowed, instantly transforming into a shadow, vanishing from the courtyard in the blink of an eye. The elder gazed southward, murmuring to himself, I did not expect that nothing would happen on Tamamonome's side. Yet those individuals cannot remain idle. I wonder what the one holed up in Tengu Mountain and that old tanuki in Kyoto are thinking. With that thought, he withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to observe the moon's reflection in his teacup, ultimately unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, this land has descended into chaos. Who knows what the future holds? Meanwhile, Hoshino Tsuki, fearing that Shiera Sumika might struggle to find the exact location, shared the address of his shrine with her before setting his phone down, lost in contemplation. 2 million, for the sake of our connections. I shall allow them to stay at my home tonight. Tomorrow, I will assist them further. He mused, listening to the whispers of vengeful spirits. A mere flick of his hand could disperse them. Moreover, he had long desired a charming daughter, only to be thwarted by various circumstances. Now, he found himself quite fond of the adorable Minkai, often imagining how delightful life would be if she were his daughter. Who wouldn't he adore a sweet, charming, and talkative little human? Hoshino Tsuki thought to himself, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. That little girl, Minkai, was simply enchanting. On the other side, Shiera Sumika ended the call, decisively scooping up Minkai with one arm, while clutching her phone and keys in the other, dashing toward the garage. She dared not venture to the second-floor bedroom. Her clothes were inconsequential at this moment. The weather had warmed considerably, so wearing her pajamas wouldn't be cold. All she wanted was to swiftly leave this terrifying place with her daughter. Minkai, panting heavily as she reached the car, Shiera Sumika gasped for breath, her anxiety causing 2 buttons of her nightgown to come undone. The once loose fabric clung to her damp skin, her heart racing like a drum. We cannot stay here tonight. We're leaving now. Let me fasten your seatbelt, Minkai. Do not move. Though she was unaware of the happenings in their home, the dreadful sounds earlier had frightened her. Nevertheless, Minkai bravely held back her tears, responding in her sweet voice. Minkai 1T move. Good. Shiera Sumika kissed her daughter's small face, quickly securing the seatbelt in the child's car seat before starting the engine and driving away. After traveling a considerable distance without incident, Shiera Sumika finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Mommy, where are we going? Minkai's small frame felt a bit weak. Her voice choked with emotion. Shiera Sumika inhaled deeply, adjusting her mood as she forced a gentle smile. Minkai, we're going to find the big brother Hoshino who helped you that day, all right? Minkai, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly recalled the handsome big brother they had encountered that day. His warm smile surfaced in her mind. At that time, when she and her mother had accidentally separated, she had felt helpless and afraid until she spotted the big brother sitting by the street. For some reason, she felt an urge to trust this handsome figure, summoning all her courage to speak up like an adult. Is it Hoshino Niken? Yes, indeed. Shiera Sumika nodded, her heart relaxing at the thought of that remarkable man. As long as they reached the shrine, he would surely protect both her and her daughter. Minkai will go with Mommy to find Hoshino Niken. With Hoshino Niken around, Minkai and Mommy 1T have to be afraid. Minkai's previously downcast demeanor visibly brightened with newfound hope. In her innocent mind, he was the person she cherished and relied upon most, aside from her mother. No matter what happened, she believed that Hoshino Tsuki would protect both her and her mother. God, if there truly are divine beings in this world, they must be like Hoshino Niken, right? No, that's not it. She shook her head. The big brother is like a divine being in my heart. He is our divine being, mine and Mommy's. Chapter 80. Force majeure. When Ishihara Sumi arrived at the shrine with her daughter, Akari, Hoshino Tsuki was languidly reclining on the living room sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Sensing someone crossing the barrier into the divine realm, he hastily set aside his device and rose slowly. "A guest has arrived. I shall go greet them," he said with a smile, glancing at the curious looks from the sisters, Sakurako and Chien. "Is it unusual for visitors at this hour?" Chien pondered aloud, tilting her head in confusion. "Just now, Tsuki, my brother, received a call. It must be related to this," Chien added uncertainly. "Yes, Mrs. Ishihara and her daughter are coming to stay with us tonight," Sakurako explained, affectionately patting the heads of Chien and Chinen. "Mrs. Ishihara? Who is she?" Chinen asked, straining to recall any memory, while Chien regarded Sakurako with equal curiosity. Meanwhile, Huan Yang, who was engrossed in the television, perked up, his fox ears standing attentively. "It seems you haven't met her before. Allow me to briefly recount the circumstances," Sakurako said with a smile as she stood up. "I shall tidy the guest room. You two continue watching television." With that, she ventured inside. Once Sakurako had departed, Chinen exchanged a sly glance with her sister and, finding her unobservant, discreetly signaled Huan Yang. He promptly acknowledged her with a knowing look. "Little Chinen, I previously placed a wooden comb in the main hall, yet I've been unable to locate it today. Would you care to assist me in searching for it?" Huan Yang Jasuali proposed. "Ah yes, helping the divine is indeed a duty of a shrine maiden," Chinen replied with a hint of nervousness, eager to avoid her sister's scrutiny. Without waiting for Qian's response, she dashed outside. "Huan Yang, may I assist as well?" Qian began, yet was cut off by Huan Yang's cheerful interruption. "No need, dear Qian. Chinen and I shall manage. You should help Sakurako instead. Farewell." With a graceful leap, she departed, leaving Qian momentarily bewildered. At the foot of the mountain, as Ishihara Sumi and her daughter, Akari, passed through the torii gate, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped them. Finally able to relax, she sank onto the stone steps. Observing her mother's fatigue, Akari instinctively approached and wrapped her small arms around her. "Mommy, do not be afraid," Akari comforted. "Dear Akari, Mommy is fine, just a bit weary. I simply need a moment's rest," Sumi replied, cradling her understanding daughter in her arms. Her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. The sudden release from danger brought not only relief, but also an unshakable sense of grievance, compounded by guilt for having raised such a perceptive child at so tender an age. The carefree years of childhood had been marred by her inability to shield her daughter from harm, forcing Akari to grow up too quickly. All Sumi ever desired was a blissful family, a loving partner to rely upon. Yet, why did fate insist on playing cruel tricks on her? Upon graduating high school, she fortuitously met Ishihara Takashi, who was still in university. At that time, both were financially challenged but filled with hope for the future, their humble lives brimming with warmth. Eventually, they married, and Takashi's career flourished. Despite his busy schedule, she never complained, for he was striving to provide a better life for her and their future child. However, this bliss was fleeting. After she became pregnant with Akari, Takashi changed. He began staying out late, always citing work as the reason. Their communication dwindled, and she often caught the scent of other women upon his return. Heartbroken, she feigned ignorance for the sake of their unborn child. To outsiders, they remained the perfect couple, but only she bore the weight of their shared sorrow. She reassured herself that at least her husband still cared for her and their child. After Akari's birth, he began transferring many assets into joint ownership, leading her to believe that perhaps things would turn out well if their daughter grew up healthy and prosperous, until she received the news of his untimely demise. The police and hospital reports cited a heart attack, but she knew the truth. He had perished in another woman's bed. The irony was almost unbearable. He had long since ceased to be faithful. That day, she and her daughter lost their so-called support. As they ascended the shrine steps, Sumi held Akari's tiny hand, her mind swirling with these buried memories. The moonlight was ethereal, casting a gentle glow on the scene. From his elevated vantage point, Hoshino Tsuki observed a woman clad in beige pajamas, leading a small girl in pink sleepwear up the stairs. The child's pajamas, adorned with whimsical cartoon patterns, were particularly endearing, while the woman's figure was striking. As they approached, he noted their soft breaths, their presence drawing nearer. Under the moon's illumination, Tsuki, possessing enhanced vision through divine power, discerned the delicate contours of the woman's neck and collarbone. The snow-covered hills undulated in the background, the valleys between them serene and tranquil. Nature's artistry was wondrously rounded and perfectly proportioned, a testament to its divine creation. Ahem. He did not intend to gaze so intently. He had come forth to extend a respectful greeting. After all, this was a significant business matter worth 2 million yen, deserving of proper decorum. Yet, who could have anticipated their attire? Surely, he could not be faulted for this. And as for the wandering gaze, it was truly beyond his control. Such circumstances were indeed force majeure. Do you understand what that means? No. Ah, you are young. Study well, my child. Moreover, there is a venerable tradition to uphold, a legacy of valor. Thus, one must adhere to such principles, lest they be deemed erroneous, unless, of course, one is not a man. As for the ladies, they may freely express their grievances. So, why were they clad in such flimsy, long-sleeved cotton pajamas? And the buttons? Tsuki was momentarily perplexed. It was May, and while Tokyo's temperatures had risen significantly, the nighttime average remained between 14 and 16 degrees, a notable fluctuation. At night, particularly at the mountain's elevation, it would be even cooler. The mountain breeze could be piercing, and such attire could easily lead to illness, especially after the unnerving experience they had just endured. With these thoughts in mind, Tsuki instinctively furrowed his brow. Chapter 81. The useless little man as the pair approached. Shirasumiya noticed the gaze of Hoshino Tsuki in her slightly furrowed brow. The delicate widow was no longer lost in her earlier self-pitying thoughts. With a blush creeping on her face, she lowered her head and caught sight of an unfastened button. In the next moment, for reasons unknown, the grievances within her surged forth uncontrollably. She turned away, her shoulders heaving as she began to sob quietly. Miss Shira? Hoshino Tsuki was taken aback. Why is she crying out of the blue? I haven't done anything. It seemed that the slight panic in Tsuki's voice resonated with Sumiya's reason. She choked on her words, struggling to hold back tears as she attempted to fasten her clothing anew, striving to articulate something. Oh, well, letting it out might be good. It could ease your emotions. Hoshino Tsuki, sensing that the bizarre situation had unsettled Sumiya, endeavored to offer comfort, unaware that it was merely a triggering factor. Big Brother Minkai stepped forward, tugging at Tsuki's sleeve. With her large, watery eyes and a quivering lip, upon seeing Tsuki's face, Minkai, too, succumbed to tears. Minkai, don't cry, Tsuki, feeling overwhelmed, tried to console the two, while nearby, hidden behind the trees, two onlookers were secretly observing the scene with great curiosity. Lord Huanyang, she's crying. Look, Tsuki is approaching her. Oh, he has placed a hand on her shoulder. Qianning, he spit at excitedly. Oh dear, I saw that. Chinin, keep quiet. We mustn't be discovered. Huanyang gently patted the little girl's head, softly warning her. But I can't hear what they're saying, Lord Huanyang. Qianning pouted, becoming increasingly restless, her anxiety palpable. Being further away, her hearing was not as acute as Huanyang's, rendering her unable to catch the words exchanged. Well, they aren't saying much, just comforting the human woman and the child. Wait. Tsuki has been embraced. Let me see. Qianning immediately leaned in for a closer look, only to reveal her evident disappointment. She scoffed, what a letdown, so it's just that little girl. TSK, what a useless little fellow, failing to seize such a golden opportunity. Are we really still depending on that girl, Sakurako? No, I must think of another plan. Why is the fox allure technique so ineffective on Tsuki? I can't fathom, Huanyang muttered to herself, feeling that she needed to apply herself more diligently for her aspirations. Is this really it? How dull. Once again, it's that inept master of ours, truly, Qianning echoed, dismissively commenting. Let us head back. Qianning and I will withdraw first. We mustn't let that useless little man catch wind of our presence, or my ears will suffer again. Huanyang pulled Qianning to turn and leave swiftly, though neither noticed that Hoshino Tsuki had already sensed them. After all, with Shirasumiya and Minkai visiting, he had deliberately sensed the boundary inside and out, checking whether any lurking spirits had followed them. Yet, no spirits had appeared. Instead, he first detected the two sneaky figures. The barrier surrounding the shrine was one he had meticulously re-established. Although it lacked the clarity of surveillance, he could still perceive their general movements. He cast a faint glance in their direction, shaking his head in resignation, returning his attention to Shiera Sumiya, who had calmed considerably under his comforting words. In the little mink-eye cradled in his arms, he noted the faint traces of negative energy surrounding them. Indeed, they had attracted something sinister. However, by conventional standards, that entity should not have been able to affect this realm. They surely could not see or hear anything. Yet, that entity was audibly creating disturbances in their home, brazenly instilling fear. Indeed, his earlier instincts had not been mistaken. The rules of this world had truly shifted. Lord Hoshino, I apologize for the earlier disrespect shown by my daughter and myself. At the Temaziya of the shrine, Shiera Sumiya took her daughter from Hoshino Tsuki's embrace, setting her down before them and bowing deeply with her small hand clasped in her own. It's quite all right. Tsuki waved his hand dismissively. It's understandable that a single mother and her child would be shaken by such terrifying events. Please do not dwell on it. Upon hearing the term single mother, Sumiya's already bloodshot eyes welled with more tears as she lowered her head in silence for a long moment. In any case, you are safe now. Please wash your hands here. I will take care of everything else. Tsuki sighed. Thank you so much. Do not mention it. Come, little mink-eye. Let me show you how to do this. Tsuki endeavored to present a warm smile, crouching down to beckon Mink-eye over. Thank you, Lord Hoshino. Mink-eye nodded appreciatively. Scampering to Tsuki's side, and under his gentle guidance, began to wash her hands step by step. Watching her daughter's obedient demeanor, Sumiya's thoughts wandered. Would their family be whole if her husband were still alive? Yet, recalling how seldom Shiera Takashi returned home, her once bright eyes dimmed once more. Her daughter ultimately lacked the love that only a father could provide. Lost in thought, Sumiya picked up the ladle from the Temaziya, the icy water gliding across her palms, bringing forth an ethereal sense of cleansing that instantly rekindled her focus, as if all the impurities of her heart were swept away by the flowing water. Upon arriving at Hoshino Tsuki's residence, Sakurako and Shien had already been waiting at the entrance for a while. Tsuki briefly introduced the group, and Sumiya, taking her daughter's hand, bowed once more to the others, finally straightening up to say, I apologize for the trouble we've caused you and your family today. Not all. You're most welcome. The guest room is prepared, and you may check in at any time. There's hot water in the bath. Please, Miss Shiera, take little Mink-eye to enjoy a warm bath first. The night air is chilly, and catching a cold will be quite troublesome, especially for a child. Perhaps hearing Sumiya refer to family brought joy to Sakurako, for she stepped forward to grasp their hands, warmly guiding them inside like a gracious hostess. She even stole a glance at Hoshino Tsuki, feeling even happier when she saw that he appeared entirely unfazed. He, in Miss Shiera's eyes. I am part of Lord Tsuki's family. No, Sakurako, you must maintain your composure. And how could you be satisfied with just this? No, I must consider that plan of Sayako's thus. The seemingly gentle and refined lady began to orchestrate a grand scheme within her heart. And then Sumiya observed the radiant beauty before her, whose charming face was visibly flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 82. The Deceptive Life of a Daughter and the Intent of a Blade. Early the next morning, a small figure stealthily tiptoed into Xingyu's room. As his eyelids fluttered, he awakened instantly. However, upon instinctively sensing who had entered, he chose to close his eyes once more, secretly amused, and resolved to feign sleep, remaining motionless while perceiving her every movement through the barrier of shrine. In the monochromatic images dancing in his mind, the little one approached his bedside, glancing left and right, seemingly searching for a more opportune moment to climb onto the bed. Mink-eye, who had been called up by her mother early in the morning, happily accepted the task of waking up her big brother Xingye. Yet, upon entering the room and seeing Xingye still in slumber, she suddenly felt the urge to burrow under the covers, eager to experience the sensation of lying beside her big brother. Her kindergarten classmates often spoke of the warmth found in a father's embrace, but such feelings were mere wisps in her hazy memory. Thus, the not-so-short bed presented a challenge for her to ascend quietly. Ingenious as she was, Ming Kai began to search for something to serve as a stepping stool. Suddenly, her bright eyes lit up as she spotted a small stool nestled in the corner of the room. With glee, the little girl trotted over, bent down to lift it, but mismanaged her balance and plopped down onto the floor instead. Sitting on the tatami mat, she pouted but refrained from crying. Instead, she stood up, rubbed her little bottom, and persevered. This time, she succeeded, laboriously dragging the low stool inch by inch toward the bed. Xingye, eyes still closed, struggled to suppress a smile as he watched the amusing antics of this little girl, curious about her intentions. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps drew closer. With a triumphant flourish, she placed the stool beside the bed, lifted her small sock-clad feet, and successfully climbed onto the bed. Stealthily, she observed Xingye's reaction, relieved to find him still asleep. Like a thief, she glanced back at the door, ensuring no one was watching before she lay down and lifted a corner of the blanket, gradually burrowing her way in. Suddenly, the soft, fluffy bedding was invaded by an irresistibly adorable little creature, causing Xingye's lips to curl upward uncontrollably. Was she not yet satisfied with her sleep? What was she doing here? Xingye mused silently, peeking through a narrow gap in his eyelids, only to discover the blanket bulging beside him, unmistakably indicating that the little one was wriggling her way in. Deciding to fully open his eyes, he prepared to engage in a delightful exchange when her little head finally emerged. With a deep breath, Ming Kai inhaled joyfully, but upon turning, she found Xingye gazing at her with gentle warmth. Good morning, little Ming Kai. Eh? Haha. Good morning, big lazy brother. Ming Kai bo lucet, pouting and turning her head away. How frustrating. Just as she had nearly succeeded, why did her big brother have to wake up? Ving ye yu chakret, poking her rosy cheek with a finger. Ming Kai, unexpectedly, you're quite the little fool. That's not true. Oomph. Big brother Xingye is being naughty. Sister Zi told me to wake you up. Ming Kai puffed up her little cheeks, clutching his finger that had prodded her face, speaking in her sweet, childish voice. Oh, then who is the little fool that snuck under the covers? The girl's reaction indicated that the events of the previous night had not affected her adversely, granting him a sense of relief. Nevertheless, she was truly adorable. The desire for a daughter like her grew ever stronger within him. A perfect example of deceiving life's joys. No, Ming Kai just wanted to try what classmate Xiaohua said, to lie in daddy's embrace. Ming Kai pulled the blanket over her little head, her voice muffled and gradually dwindling. Ah, I see. Xingye suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for her. No wonder she was always so understanding. Would you like to lie down for a while? He asked, lifting the blanket and shifting his body to create some space with a smile. Is that okay? Ming Kai blinked her eyes, shyly inquiring. Come here. Ming Kai likes Big Brother the most. Meanwhile, in a love hotel near a certain street in Shinjuku, Tokyo, Wu Xiao Sun actually. Once a stunning beauty with bright eyes and a captivating figure, she now transformed into a little crybaby. The alluring woman lay languidly on the bed, clutching a copy of Thousand Islands Light. The room's ambiguous atmosphere lent an air of unspoken awkwardness. Damn it, you scoundrel, you worthless fool, a super big bad guy. You absolutely deserve to be pierced by 1,000 needles. Wu Xingye, just you wait. Her soft curses and sobs intermingled, while outside the window, a shikigami stood frozen, his masked face twitching uncontrollably, unable to maintain his usual cool demeanor. For a moment, he was uncertain whether he should enter to confront this seemingly youthful, yet centuries-old woman. Damn, that Tsuru. Slacking off on the orders of the Supreme Commander while loitering here. What on earth was going on? Moreover, why, as a solitary old female demon for hundreds of years, did she choose to reside in such a misleading hotel? TSK. Demons were truly troublesome. Outside the Ginza bookstore. Look, what a beautiful girl. Eh? Those little horns and that long katana. Are they in cosplay? So cute. Look, she's looking over here. I want to take a picture with her. Which anime or game character is she from? How come I, a seasoned anime enthusiast, don't recognize her? Never mind. I'll just go over and ask if I could take a photo. Wow. Yang Tai, don't run off without me. Wait for me. The girl, approximately 145 meters tall, donned a splendid traditional costume, the hem barely an inch above her knees, revealing her fair, slender legs, accentuated by white stockings. On her head were small red horns, and at her waist hung a katana nearly 2 meters long, drawing murmurs from the surrounding crowd. With an expression of indifference, the girl muttered softly, It seems I'm late. That wicked author is no longer here. Now I must worry about where to find that guy to give him a blade. Beep. As the crowd gradually gathered, a whistle pierced through the throng, suddenly halting the girl's attention. Hey, you there, girl. Is that a prop on your waist? A police officer squeezed through the crowd, approaching the girl. Yeah. Are you referring to this? No, it's a demon blade. The girl tilted her head, languidly explaining, seemingly puzzled as to why this uncle would ask such a question. What? A demon blade? Let me see. It's actually a real blade? Young lady, where are your parents? I need to inform you that you're violating. Forget it. You should come with us. The young girl, bewildered, was led away by the officer. Alas, her grand endeavor to deliver a blade to someone was abruptly interrupted. How lamentable, yet how amusing. Chapter 83. As dark as ink, condensing breath into pearls in the shrine. It had been over half an hour since Hoshino Tsuki had appeared before everyone, accompanied by the little girl Minkai. The two had exchanged only a few words before the young girl had drifted into slumber. Had it not been for Ishihara Sumika's concern about her daughter's prolonged absence, prompting her to knock on Hoshino Tsuki's door, Minkai would likely still be nestled in his embrace, lost in sweet dreams. Just as Hoshino Tsuki finished washing up and stepped out of his room, Ishihara Sumika approached him, bowing in apology. My lord Hoshino, I apologize for the trouble. Having learned the details from her daughter, her emotions were quite complex. On one hand, she felt sorrow for her daughter, missing the love of her father. On the other, she felt both gratitude and guilt towards Hoshino Tsuki. This young man had assisted them greatly, from the incident of her daughter getting lost to providing them shelter last night, and even regarding her daughter's previous indiscretion. She felt at a loss as to how to repay his kindness. As for the previously promised reward of 2 million, she did not think much of it. After all, hiring renowned masters typically came at a steep price. She had heard of someone spending 3 million merely to enlist a great priest for an exorcism. This was why, when she had called for help yesterday, she had immediately offered such a substantial amount without a second thought. Ishihara Sumika considered that while the money was significant for her current situation, it would likely be inconsequential to someone like Hoshino Tsuki, who possessed extraordinary abilities. She had personally witnessed his remarkable skills, which seemed to surpass even those of esteemed priests. Moreover, he had a stunning divine being residing in his home, a presence that could easily captivate any woman, herself included. With these thoughts in mind, Ishihara Sumika felt increasingly compelled to remember this favor and find a way to repay it in the future. It's nothing, Ms. Ishihara. I genuinely enjoy being around Minkai. Sometimes, I can't help but wish you were my own daughter, Hoshino Tsuki said with a light-hearted chuckle, enviously admiring how understanding and delightful Ishihara's daughter was. Upon hearing this, Ishihara Sumika gazed at his handsome and warm visage, her cheeks flushing slightly as her mind wandered. The idea of Hoshino Tsuki's daughter. She understood he did not mean it in that way, yet a ripple of shyness stirred within her. Alas, such an exceptional man could never be interested in a woman nearing 30 who had been married once before. A shadow of disappointment flickered in her watery eyes. Exceptional and handsome men easily captured a woman's heart, and Hoshino Tsuki's unique aura, infused with spiritual power and divine essence, was particularly overwhelming, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. Ms. Ishihara? Hoshino Tsuki noticed her silence and bowed head, questioning her with a hint of confusion. Thank you for taking care of Minkai. This morning, I prepared a little something. If you don't mind, my lord Hoshino, perhaps you could give it a taste. Ishihara Sumika hastily redirected the conversation, collecting her scattered thoughts. Thank you, Ms. Ishihara. I must apologize for my lack of hospitality. Allowing you, our guest, to prepare breakfast, Hoshino Tsuki said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. I am the one who should be grateful for your hospitality. I'm not sure how else to repay you, so I can only offer this small token of my appreciation. Let us eat first, Ishihara Sumika suggested, removing her apron and gesturing for Hoshino Tsuki to take a seat. Hoshino Tsuki nodded with a smile and walked towards the dining table. By this time, the others had already settled, with only he and Ishihara Sumika remaining. Sakurako was tending to little Minkai, who was giggling joyfully, while Huanyang and Qianing had already begun eating without waiting for everyone to be seated, displaying a lack of manners. Qianing was scolding his younger sister, though it was evident that Qianing was not paying attention. I apologize for them. Hoshino Tsuki observed the fluffy fox with cheeks stuffed full and the unreliable Shikigami girl, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he attempted to articulate something. It's quite all right. Ishihara Sumika understood he was trying to apologize on behalf of the divine being and the girl's indecorous behavior, and quickly shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. As she watched the lively scene at the dining table, Ishihara Sumika blinked and a warm smile blossomed upon her lips. Compared to the cold atmosphere of just herself and her daughter at home, this felt much more like a family, and she couldn't help but feel envious. After breakfast, Ishihara Sumika drove Hoshino Tsuki back to her home to address the haunting. Sakurako volunteered to look after Minkai, keeping an eye on the troublesome fox and Qianing, while Qianing helped tidy up the house. Given the presence of malevolent spirits in Ishihara's home, though Hoshino Tsuki believed he could ensure their safety, it was indeed better for Minkai to remain at the shrine. For this, Ishihara Sumika expressed her gratitude to Sakurako once more. Is Ms. Ishihara's residence located in Chiyoda Ward? Hoshino Tsuki inquired from the passenger seat, surveying the surroundings. Yes, that's correct. Ishihara Sumika nodded in response. Chiyoda Ward. Could it be an aftermath of the recent incident in Bunkyo Ward? Hoshino Tsuki pondered silently, sensing something amiss. Logically, the most significant impact on Chiyoda Ward would have occurred on the day of the incident, similar to how Sakurako's colleague had been possessed. Although there had indeed been an uptick in such occurrences recently, the sudden emergence of a spirit capable of directly influencing this realm after so many days felt too coincidental. Could it be, is my lord Hoshino sensing something amiss? Ishihara Sumika, noticing his contemplative expression, asked with a hint of nervousness. Nothing of great concern. Hoshino Tsuki decided against sharing his suspicions, as that would only serve to worry her. It was better to wait until they arrived, and he could assess the situation firsthand. Then I must trouble you. Ishihara Sumika nodded. There's no need for formality. Fulfilling a request is part of my duty. Besides, you have already compensated me, Ms. Ishihara. Hoshino Tsuki replied with a smile. The two quickly arrived in Chiyoda Ward, and to ease Ishihara Sumika's evident anxiety, Hoshino Tsuki began asking about Minkai. Seeing his sincere affection for her daughter, Ishihara Sumika shared amusing anecdotes from their daily lives, including her daughter's quirks and the humorous situations that arose from her gluttony. The atmosphere in the car lightened considerably, and Ishihara Sumika gradually relaxed. Upon arriving at their destination, Ishihara Sumika approached the door with her keys. But Hoshino Tsuki furrowed his brow, halting her. Ms. Ishihara, please stand behind me. Hand me the key, and I shall open the door. The malevolent energy seeping through the door was as dark as ink, thick enough to condense into pearls. Ordinary individuals confronted with such intense negative energy would find their health severely compromised, potentially falling gravely ill. Chapter 84. Ms. Ishihara, have you offended someone? All right. Ishihara Sumi passed the key and obediently hid behind Hoshino Tsuki. Hoshino Tsuki stepped forward to open the door, and a swirling, shadowy mist surged forth, crashing into him. He furrowed his brow deeply and instinctively waved his right hand before his eyes. A warm breeze swept through, alleviating some of the chilling atmosphere. While Ishihara Sumi could not perceive the shadows, the intense cold that rushed in upon opening the door felt eerily familiar. No, it was even more terrifying than before. Akin to being abruptly transported from a tropical paradise to the Arctic, the jarring temperature shift causing her to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, the sensation was fleeting. As Hoshino Tsuki waved his hand, the unbearable chill dissipated. Although a faint coldness lingered within the room, it was no longer overwhelming. Lord Hoshino, what is in the room? Ishihara Sumi tugged at Hoshino Tsuki's sleeve, her voice tinged with anxiety. I can't see clearly for now. But there's no need to worry. Leave it to me, Hoshino Tsuki replied awkwardly, adding a quick reassurance before turning to scrutinize the room. The oppressive atmosphere was unlike anything he had encountered before. The thick shadows accumulated in the almost sealed space made it impossible to discern the situation inside upon opening the door. Despite his prior anticipation, he felt unprepared for the spectacle before him. Thankfully, he had managed to position Ishihara Sumi behind him. Had the shadows struck her directly, she would likely have been bedridden for a week. Is it worse than last time? Ishihara Sumi asked, her voice trembling, her complexion pale, her heart racing. Hoshino Tsuki nodded calmly. This heavy shadow is not merely the work of wandering spirits, and, judging by your description, it seems last night was not as severe. Then, should we leave? Perhaps we should call upon the gods. Ishihara Sumi, now gripped by fear, felt an overwhelming urge to flee. There's no need to panic. It's just shadow energy, which poses no threat to me. Just a moment, I will dispel the shadows in the room. Hoshino Tsuki reassured her with a smile, retrieving a talisman from his pocket. To Ishihara Sumi's astonishment, the talisman in Hoshino Tsuki's hand emanated a gentle golden light, standing upright before them, seemingly adhering to the air with a smooth stability. A faint glow appeared at the tip of Hoshino Tsuki's index finger as he lightly touched the intricate, ancient patterns on the talisman. Ishihara Sumi distinctly heard him utter, "Gentle breeze." A soft, clear wind rushed into the room, sweeping away the bone-chilling cold, and the talisman instantly turned to ashes, vanishing into thin air. All done. Let's take a look inside, Hoshino Tsuki stated, nodding in satisfaction at the now-cleansed room. Lord Hoshino, please go ahead. Still in awe of Hoshino Tsuki's miraculous abilities, Ishihara Sumi quickly regained her composure and spoke, following closely behind Hoshino Tsuki into her home. Ishihara Sumi suddenly remembered her duties as a host and hurriedly approached him. I apologize for the oversight. Would you like something to drink? Thank you, but no need. I'll assess the situation and handle it swiftly so I can return to my matters. I have some things to attend to. Recently, fans have been urging him for new releases, which was not his responsibility. However, ever since the large fox at home had taken an interest in his novel, it had teamed up with editor Sakurako to incessantly pressure him for new content. Moreover, Sakurako's subtly resentful glances made him feel quite uncomfortable. He sensed that if he delayed any further, that mischievous fox would undoubtedly incite Sakurako to undertake some outrageous act. I see. Then very well, Ishihara Sumi replied, her demeanor submissive. Truth be told, she still felt a lingering fear. The thought of inadequately hosting Hoshino Tsuki weighed heavily on her. Just the idea of the supernatural presence in her home made her legs weaken. Hoshino Tsuki remained silent, his gaze meticulously examining the room, increasingly convinced that it was more than just a coincidence. Here, not only was there the childlike spirit Ishihara Sumi had described, but there seemed to be another presence as well. Moreover, to his astonishment, the shadows that had just been dispersed were gradually returning. The curtains in the room were not fully drawn, allowing sunlight to filter in, yet the temperature inside was noticeably 5 or 6 degrees lower than outside. This phenomenon was not merely a result of the spirit's presence. The rapid accumulation of shadow energy was more complex than that. If left unchecked, it would likely take less than an hour for the room to revert to its previous state. Reflecting on this, Hoshino Tsuki scanned the entire house, meticulously observing the gathering shadows. Indeed, the source of the problem lay not within the house itself, but in the yard outside. So it's artificial. He thought bitterly, those despicable individuals, having learned a few tricks from the flower-growing country, now engage in such vile activities. In that case, they would not escape unscathed. Ms. Ishihara, have you recently offended anyone? Hoshino Tsuki inquired, his eyes narrowing as he gazed out the window, his tone contemplative. Offended. Wait, Ishihara Sumi gasped, suddenly recounting her experiences. So that is the case. Hoshino Tsuki scoffed dismissively. A blatant act of extortion, nothing surprising there. Such organizations are legal in the flower-growing country, but I hold them in utter contempt. With all their faculties, why not engage in honest work? Not to mention a former organization that had made quite a name for itself in the flower-growing country, with old grievances and new ones combined. While he might have pondered over conventional methods, in this case, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Since the restroom was surrounded by a barrier, complicating matters, it was simply the right opportunity to test out his skills on them. Lord Hoshino, is my family's haunting caused by them? Ishihara Sumi asked hesitantly, her mind racing with possibilities. She had considered that those individuals might resort to various underhanded tactics to force her to sell her company's shares at a low price. But she never anticipated it would escalate to such supernatural events, leaving her momentarily incredulous. Indeed, Hoshino Tsuki confirmed with a nod. I see. Then, Lord Hoshino, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from getting further involved. Thank you for your assistance. I will ensure the payment is adequate, Ishihara Sumi declared, a resolute expression gracing her face. She understood all too well that those individuals were not merciful, and this matter could not implicate Hoshino Tsuki. Alas, for the sake of her daughter's safety, selling the shares to them might be the only option. P.S. Some details can only be vaguely described. The reasons are self-evident. As long as everyone understands, there is no need to delve deeper. Once again, I declare that this novel depicts fictional events, and the parallel world bears no connection to our reality. Enjoy and cherish. I seek favorable reviews and support in all forms. Thank you all. With heartfelt gratitude from the humble author. Chapter 85, Just Call the Police. Hoshino Tsuki was at a loss for words. It's not that the prospect of earning money without working didn't entice her, but this matter was far from simple. I haven't even voiced my concerns yet. Why did you jump to conclusions, Ms. Ishihara? Hoshino Tsuki suppressed her urge to complain and gazed at Ishihara Sumika with an odd expression. Well, what I mean is, if you leave it unattended, such a splendid villa might become a haunted house, uninhabitable forever, right? Yeah, but if you take action, it will. It will involve you. Ishihara Sumika stuttered, her cheeks flushed. Oh, so this is what you were worried about? It seems this lady is indeed kind-hearted. Even in such a predicament, she can still express such concerns. In that moment, Hoshino Tsuki's impression of Ishihara Sumika greatly improved. It was decided, upon returning, she would gift each of them a protective charm. So, Ms. Ishihara was contemplating this? No need to worry. Hoshino Tsuki waved her hand and, after a moment's thought, continued. If you don't mind, I may have a solution to your predicament. Lord Hoshino, you mean you have a way to resolve my troubles? Ishihara Sumika could hardly believe her ears. Yes, just call the police. Hoshino Tsuki smiled nonchalantly. Call the police? Yes, it's merely contacting the professionals who handle such incidents. This case conveniently falls under the jurisdiction of the Special Incident Response Unit. Recently, a particularly astute officer has been seeking my advice frequently online, assuring me that she will send all evildoers to their doom. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? So, beautiful officer, your chance to shine has come. Let me see if your capabilities are as formidable as they claim. With that thought, a wicked smile crept across Hoshino Tsuki's lips. All right, rest assured, I'll take care of the next steps. Let me contact that officer first. Hoshino Tsuki retrieved her phone, locating the contact information for Fukada Mami, and dialed Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Special Incident Response Unit. Fukada Mami gazed at the case files before her head throbbing. Ever since she assumed this position, the accumulation of old cases from various departments was as overwhelming as she had anticipated. While she was attempting to filter out those unrelated to supernatural events, the sheer volume had become quite substantial. What she held in her hands was a case from over a decade ago. A high school student had mysteriously vanished in the mountains. Investigations revealed that a witness claimed to have seen a light in the mountains that night, suggesting a possible divine disappearance. Cases from over a decade ago were nearly impossible to investigate now, yet every department shamelessly forwarded them to her, infuriating her to no end. Moreover, they had recently received numerous reports of sightings of apparitions. Just yesterday, an elderly lady reported seeing a strange shadow in her home stealing a memento gifted by her late husband. When she personally went to investigate, It turned out her grandson had secretly taken it to sell for money. Furious, she had nearly lost her composure and physically reprimanded that despicable grandson right then and there. Such vexing blunders were far too frequent, leaving Fukada Mami and her subordinates in a constant state of busyness. Of course, genuine supernatural cases hadn't disappeared entirely. Ever since that incident in Bunkyo Ward, sporadic sightings of apparitions visible to ordinary people had been reported in Tokyo. Fortunately, thanks to the talismans procured from Hoshino Tsuki and guidance from two young consultants, they had successfully dealt with them. However, these authentic cases were few in number. The bulk of Fukada Mami's energy was consumed by these absurd incidents, leaving her personal life in disarray. As she took on this troublesome department, Fukada Mami genuinely needed to achieve noteworthy results to showcase her abilities and secure her position. This would not only empower her to cast aside all the nonsensical matters, but also serve as a means of self-preservation. Only by gaining the recognition of the Tokyo populace could she avoid becoming a pawn, which explained her frequent presence at crime scenes for first-hand investigations. Arakawa, take this case file and throw it back to the regional department. How dare they treat me like a soft persimmon? Just because of a vague statement from a drunken uncle, they think they can dump it on us? That bald-headed fool is dreaming. Fukada Mami's eyes were bloodshot, her once charming face clouded with fury, her appearance strikingly menacing. Damn it, just wait until I find an opportunity. I swear I'll beat that bald-headed idiot into a pulp. Her small fists crackled with tension, as if she had nowhere else to vent her frustration. Fukada Mami slammed her fist onto the desk. Bang! The resounding noise echoed through the hallway, causing a thick stack of case files on the desk to leap 10 centimeters into the air. Arakawa discreetly glanced at Fukada Mami's unblemished, pale fist, instinctively swallowing hard and retracting his head. Oh dear, Fukada Mami truly lives up to the rumors. She is indeed violent. Not only is she skilled in martial arts, but her hands also show no signs of calluses, remaining as fair as ever. With such force, her fist didn't even redden. Arakawa thought to himself that, in a certain sense, the nickname the most beautiful monster for his superior was entirely justified. She hardly resembled a normal human being. With that thought in mind, Arakawa lowered his head even further. Recently, Fukada Mami's mood had been abysmal, and he certainly did not wish to incur her wrath. However, while her temper was less than pleasant and she had a penchant for violence, everyone in the Special Incident Response Unit, himself included, held her in high regard. Not only was her proactive leadership admirable, but her dedication to protecting her team was unparalleled within the entire police department. Take, for example, that day during training when she stood up for Sanbon, who had been ostracized upon joining the Special Incident Response Unit. Seizing the opportunity during practice, she had decisively subdued the head of the original department, turning him into a swollen mess. Such actions were worthy of admiration. Arakawa, while he pondered these thoughts, Fukada Mami's voice, filled with rage, startled him from his reverie. Here, Arakawa instinctively stood at attention, responding loudly. What are you still doing here? Did you not hear what I just said? Don't I need to teach you how to carry out your tasks? Fukada Mami squinted, her gaze laced with menace. Yes, I'll get right on it. I'll ensure the task is completed and personally throw the case file in his face. Arakawa, startled, picked up the case file and dashed off. Oh dear, while I admire her, she is indeed quite terrifying. Sigh. Fukada Mami, left alone in the office, rubbed her temples. These troublesome matters were truly exasperating. Just then, her phone rang. Chapter 86. Curiosity may not kill the cat, but it can be frightening. Mamie Fukada picked up her phone. The caller ID displaying Tsuki Hoshino. At a time like this, how could that lazy, money-seeking individual think of contacting her? Doesn't he realize how busy she is? Just as she was about to complain, she remembered that she still needed his assistance and suppressed her frustration to answer the call. What? Such a thing exists? Those scoundrels. I'll personally lead an investigation. Send me the evidence from the previous inquiry. All right, don't worry about it. Leave the rest to me after hanging up. Mamie Fukada gazed thoughtfully at her phone, contemplating the implications of such an organization. A flicker of intense killing intent flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Suki Hoshino put away her phone and smiled at Sumiya Ishihara. It's done. Soon, Ms. Ishihara will send over the gathered information. Lord Hoshino, really, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you, Sumiya Ishihara said, her eyes glistening with tears as she grasped Suki's arm. Feeling utterly helpless in the face of a problem that this man had resolved so effortlessly, she was at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Relax, relax. You've already paid me, haven't you? Of course, if you feel it's insufficient, I wouldn't mind, Suki Hoshino said hastily, noticing her eyes welling with tears, and added a light-hearted jest. It's said that women are like water, and it's undeniably true. Not only are they fluid, but their tears can flow at any moment. Honestly, I have no ulterior motives. If you keep crying, I might just lend you my warm embrace. After a short while of comforting her, once Sumiya Ishihara had managed to regain her composure, Suki Hoshino quickly shifted the conversation back to business. Ms. Ishihara, let us address the issues at home first. Suki's sharp gaze directed towards the kitchen cabinet, his eyes seemingly penetrating through the obscuring doors. Yes, I apologize for my rudeness, Sumiya Ishihara said, stepping back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As an older woman, she felt it was quite inappropriate to act like a young girl, impulsively clutching another's arm. There is no need to thank me, Ms. Ishihara, I don't mind. By the way, that should be the cabinet where you saw the hair yesterday, right? Suki Hoshino said, a mysterious and calm smile gracing his face. As if every challenge was trivial and beneath him, he pointed towards the kitchen. Yes, that's the one. It contains some rarely used dishes. Sumiya Ishihara nodded, cautiously approaching. Could it be that what I saw last night was not just my imagination, but that it truly hides something unclean? At this, she swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back from Suki. From what I can tell, it seems that way, Suki Hoshino shrugged. Now just leave it to me, Ms. Ishihara. You can wait here. All right, Lord Hoshino, please be careful. Sumiya Ishihara nodded quickly, feeling a wave of dread at the thought of encountering that which had once tormented her. Suki Hoshino, without further ado, opened the cabinet door, a dense aura of malevolence wafting out, but fortunately, the natural light allowed him to see clearly inside. Trying to escape? Suki Hoshino noticed a strand of hair slipping through the wood and the wall behind the cabinet, on the verge of disappearing. He swiftly reached out and yanked it back with force. Come back. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as a round head enveloped in disheveled hair, exuding a dark aura, was pulled out by Suki Hoshino. Ah! A scream reverberated throughout the villa, but this time it was not a wandering spirit-esque cry, but rather Sumiya Ishihara, who had shrunk behind the sofa in terror. Suki Hoshino was startled by the sudden scream and turned a glance over his shoulder, revealing a wry smile. Honestly, if you're curious, just look. Why scream? One should be prepared. Otherwise, it's the unsuspecting who are truly frightened. However, it seems the rules of the world have changed. Ordinary people can now see these ghostly entities under certain conditions, although he remained unclear about what those conditions were. Ignoring the tear-filled eyes of Sumiya Ishihara, Suki Hoshino redirected his focus to the entity he was holding. TSK. It's described as a head, yet it has no features. It's like a ball of hair, yet it resembles a round head. One eyesore. Though this bizarre and featureless sphere seemed to lack facial characteristics, it appeared to perceive Suki Hoshino, emitting a chilling wail in a strange frequency while desperately attempting to flee. How irritating. No matter what it is, let us purify it. Suki Hoshino frowned slightly. No sooner had he spoken than, under Sumiya Ishihara's furtive gaze, golden lightning flickered from his palm, instantly reducing the entity to dust. Just like that, it's resolved? Sumiya Ishihara's eyes widened in disbelief. She was aware of Suki Hoshino's formidable power, but to eliminate that entity in the blink of an eye exceeded her expectations. Indeed, it's resolved. Now let us deal with the one on the second floor. Suki Hoshino replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. I'm sorry for troubling you, Lord Hoshino, Sumiya Ishihara stammered, completely frozen in place, showing no intention of moving. I'll go check it out myself, Suki Hoshino said. The second floor was a bedroom, and initially, he thought it inappropriate for a man to go alone. Wishing to take her along, But now, it seemed best to proceed alone. Pushing open the bedroom door on the second floor, he found the air thick with a similar malevolence, and his gaze swept around the room until his peripheral vision caught two black garments draped over the edge of the bed. With such intricate patterns, Ms. Ishihara has quite the taste. Coughing lightly, he forced himself to refocus on the task at hand. His eyes turned towards the wall behind. It seems to be adjacent to the next room, sigh. Let us check over there. With a resigned sigh, Tsuki Hoshino turned to enter another room. The moment he opened a door, his gaze immediately locked onto a toy. It was a traditional Japanese kendama, appearing somewhat aged, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Interesting that it's hidden in here. Tsuki Hoshino chuckled softly, reaching out to take it. Just as he was about to touch the kendama, a terrifying scream erupted, and a small ghost with a head the size of a fist and an unusually short body burst forth from the toy, charging straight at him. The ghost's gaping mouth, lined with sharp teeth, grew larger in Tsuki's eyes. Tsuki Hoshino frowned slightly, his body instinctively reacting. He sidestepped, taking a half step back, as golden lightning surged in his palm. He turned and pressed down on the little ghost's head. Boom! Resolved. Chapter 87. The Development of Events. It seems. Lord Hoshino, you have returned. The empty living room was left in silence, occupied only by Sumi Ishihara. In the past, she never perceived silence as anything undesirable. In fact, she cherished such tranquility. However, after experiencing such bizarre and terrifying occurrences, being left alone in the stillness felt like a torment, making it impossible for her to find peace. Therefore, upon seeing Hoshino Tsuki return, she instinctively stepped forward to greet him. Yes, the matters upstairs have been resolved smoothly, Hoshino Tsuki replied with a smile and a nod. I am truly grateful to you for helping me exorcise the malevolent spirits from my home. With this response, Sumi Ishihara instinctively patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Being beside Hoshino Tsuki brought her a sense of security, clearing her chaotic thoughts considerably. The mere thought that without his assistance, both she and her daughter could have faced mortal peril filled her with dread. Her gratitude towards Hoshino Tsuki deepened, leaving her utterly unsure of how she could ever repay him. Well, I understand that your kindness cannot be repaid so easily, but as a token of my appreciation, please accept this small gesture. Sumi Ishihara slightly bowed, producing a bank card she had prepared earlier, intending to offer it with both hands. However, before she could finish her sentence, Hoshino Tsuki gently pushed it back. Ms. Ishihara, the situation has not been entirely resolved yet. Hoshino Tsuki gazed toward the garden outside the room and calmly stated, there is still a gathering of dark energy within the house. Unless we eliminate its source, unclean entities may still come forth, so we need to investigate the garden. With a smile, Hoshino Tsuki took a step toward the entrance. Sumi Ishihara was momentarily taken aback, watching his figure grow more distant, and after a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and followed him. Is there such a thing in the garden too? She asked, trailing behind Hoshino Tsuki, seemingly fearful of any sudden appearances. While she could overlook the unseen before, the sight of that horrifying entity in the kitchen had terrified her to her core. The thought of encountering something even more dreadful was too much to bear. Seeing the mature beauty now cowering behind him like a frightened child, Hoshino Tsuki couldn't help but chuckle. They are merely wandering spirits. Is it really necessary to be so afraid? I could easily disperse them with a wave of my hand. If it were something truly fearsome, I'd be the first to bolt, he thought to himself, yet hesitated before explaining. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a simple formation that gathers dark energy from the surroundings. Ms. Ishihara, there shouldn't be any more vengeful spirits appearing. We just need to dismantle the formation. Upon hearing the hint of uncertainty in Hoshino Tsuki's words and recalling the earlier scene, Sumi Ishihara felt her legs weaken. Grabbing his arm tightly, she looked up with glistening eyes and asked, shouldn't we? Perhaps it would be better if you waited in the living room for a moment? Hoshino Tsuki said, somewhat exasperated by her fear. Why did she still insist on following him? He had intended to offer her comfort, yet she focused on this particular phrase. Such probabilities could not be assured, after all. The formation was man-made, and though he believed that its creator lacked the skill to set up any protective measures. What if? Swallowing hard, Sumi Ishihara felt tempted to retreat, but the thought of being helpless alone in the living room overwhelmed her with panic. Resolutely, she tightened her grip on Hoshino Tsuki's arm and shook her head. No, I'll just stay behind you, Lord Hoshino, because... She blushed and lowered her head, whispering, I feel a bit afraid without you here. Hoshino Tsuki was taken aback, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He anticipated her to express such feelings. Originally intending to persuade her to return, he found himself unable to voice it. It was understandable. A widow living alone with her daughter, devoid of support, encountering such events would naturally lead to such feelings. Perhaps this was what one might call the suspension bridge effect. Unbeknownst to herself, Sumi Ishihara had begun to see him as a reliable figure, hence her instinctive desire to lean on him. Hoshino Tsuki held no other thoughts about this widow. He simply felt a connection with her daughter, whom he adored, and was motivated by the prospect of profit. Thus he chose to help. Any furtive glances were purely instinctual, stemming from ancient bloodlines. Yet, as events unfolded, it seemed to take on a slightly ambiguous tone. Hoshino Tsuki found himself bemused, quietly observing Sumi Ishihara. Beneath her slender attire lay a captivating figure, complemented by her seemingly vulnerable demeanor. It was no wonder that Akaman Senpai was so infatuated. With a silent sigh, Hoshino Tsuki chose to dismiss such thoughts. Regardless of how matters might unfold, he would not suffer loss. Why ponder excessively? Very well, Ms. Ishihara, stay close behind me. If fear strikes, just close your eyes and leave the rest to me. In the end, he yielded to his kind-hearted nature, nodding as he led Sumi Ishihara toward their destination, unconsciously slowing his pace. Soon, they arrived beneath the ginkgo tree planted in the villa's courtyard. Hoshino Tsuki examined the surroundings closely before nodding and stating, this should be the spot. Sumi Ishihara peeked from behind Hoshino Tsuki, but despite her scrutiny, she could discern no issues. The ginkgo, a slowly growing tree, had been purchased at a great expense by her late husband to adorn their yard, and it had been there for several years. Lord Hoshino, is there something unclean hidden within this tree? Sumi Ishihara swallowed nervously and asked. No, it's not within the tree. It's something buried beneath the soil. Hoshino Tsuki shook his head, pointing to the base of the tree. Leave the rest to me. All right, the gardening tools are. Sumi Ishihara nodded, about to mention that the tools were in the garage. Before she could finish, Hoshino Tsuki pulled out an ancient-looking letter from his pocket, lightly touching it with his finger. Instantly, a warm, earthy glow emanated from his fingertip, which he then directed toward the ground before him. To Sumi Ishihara's astonishment, the solid earth began to flow like water, churning and surging until a wooden box surfaced. Hoshino Tsuki nodded in satisfaction, stowing the letter away. At this moment, BGM, only my railgun plays. He did not bend down to retrieve the box. Instead, he raised his fingertip to the sky, and golden arcs of lightning danced upon it. With a crackling sound, he swiftly brought his finger down. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning, as thick as an arm, flashed before them, striking the wooden box with great force. Chapter 88. The fifth generation Hoshino Tsuki gazed at the land beneath him, now slightly charred, and nodded in satisfaction, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. As his lottery winnings gradually enhanced his spiritual power, the might of the divine thunder grew ever greater. Moreover, this was far from over. One could easily imagine that a certain rat hiding in the shadows was not faring well. He chuckled, hoping that the poor fellow would not be struck dead by a stray bolt of divine thunder trailing along the remnants of the spell. That would certainly spoil the fun. Hoshino Tsuki silently withdrew his thoughts and turned to Ishihara Sumi. Well, the matter is resolved. Let's return. Yeah. All right, I'll go drive. Ishihara Sumi snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding. A short while earlier, in the Adagawa district of Tokyo, a fearsome-looking elder knelt on the tatami mat in a room, peering intently through his cloudy eyes at a map of Tokyo hanging on the wall. As a newly appointed fifth-generation leader of the largest local organization, Yajida Taro, now nearing 80, still harbored his own ambitions. The times had changed significantly. No longer was it a matter of mere violence. The rapid transformations of the past decade served as a constant reminder that the era had shifted. Moreover, in recent years, the upper echelons, pressured by domestic and international public opinion, had enacted increasingly severe measures against organizations like his, squeezing the very soil in which they thrived. He could clearly foresee that if the organization continued down its old path, it would have no future. Thus, finding a new direction for the organization and swiftly severing ties with its previous dealings became an urgent necessity for him as the fifth-generation leader. Upon securing his position, he promptly dismissed dissenting voices and resolutely initiated a reformation of the organization's assets. Except for retaining the idle entertainment industry and the storefronts on Kabukicho's First Street, he completely abandoned the unsavory businesses. This decision drew considerable criticism. Had he not been the most senior figure within the organization, infamous for his ruthless reputation, and supported by several old-timers and their followers, he might have faced a forced demise. However, this was not a sustainable solution. The constant pressure bore down on him, urging him to act. Only by guiding the organization into new ventures, only by witnessing genuine profit, could he demonstrate the organization's future to those around him. Coincidentally, at that moment, someone approached him through underground channels, proposing a collaboration. After careful consideration, he accepted the proposal, turning his gaze toward the previously uncharted realm of film and media. Thus, the shares in Ishihara Sumi's possession became the target of his ambitions and those behind him. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. Fifth-generation leader, a subordinate's voice called from the door, prompting Yujita Taro to furrow his brow in annoyance as he glanced toward the entrance. What is it? He lamented the declining capabilities of the youth, who seemed increasingly inept. Apologies, fifth-generation leader, but the master has arrived. The young subordinate quickly apologized, aware of the elder's temperament and wishing to avoid repercussions. Understood. Please have him wait in the tea room. I shall join him shortly. Upon hearing this, Yujita Taro's expression softened, and he calmly instructed. Yes. Another hurried set of footsteps followed. With a sigh, Yujita Taro rose and made his way to the tea room. He had commissioned an investigation into the backgrounds and motives of those involved, but the findings were scarce and yielded little useful information. Yet for some reason, he harbored an inexplicable feeling that a certain consortium was lurking in the shadows of this affair. Regardless of your true intentions, once I successfully seize this business, you shall not reclaim it, he thought, a glimmer of determination sparking in his aged eyes. In a hushed tone only he could hear, he muttered, "No one shall obstruct my path, otherwise." His voice carried a chilling threat, laden with intent to kill. But just as he deliberately slowed his pace to ponder, adieu l'explosion, reçun dead. At the foot of the shrine steps, Hoshino Tsuki had just exited the vehicle when he spotted Akari, clad in a miniature shrine maiden outfit, joyfully playing games with Qian and Shining. Upon seeing Hoshino Tsuki and her mother return, the little girl abandoned her game and dashed towards them. Hoshino, big brother and mama are back. Akari, no running. Be careful not to fall. Ishihara Sumi called out anxiously, fearing her daughter might trip. But the excited girl paid no heed to her mother's warnings. Her short legs moved swiftly, and soon she was before them, gleefully leaping into Hoshino Tsuki's arms. Like a little monkey, she clung to his neck. Her rosy cheeks nestled against his chest as she nuzzled him affectionately. A warm smile of adoration spread across Hoshino Tsuki's face. The little girl was simply adorable. He effortlessly lifted her, settling her sideways on his arm before standing upright. Wow, I'm so much taller now. Akari squealed in delight. Did you have fun playing with your sisters today? Hoshino Tsuki gently inquired, ruffling her hair with tenderness. Yes, Akari replied, her big, sparkling eyes shining as she beamed. What games did you play? Sis Sakurako taught me how to fold origami cranes, and Qian and Shining played shadow tag with me, while the beautiful goddess sister told me stories. Akari's little face was earnest as she counted off the activities on her fingers, her tiny feet swinging in excitement, oblivious to the possibility of losing her balance. Akari, get down from Hoshino-san's arms. It's impolite. Ishihara Sumi feigned a stern expression. stepping forward to retrieve her daughter. I don't want to. Akari pouted, turning her head and burying her face deeper into Hoshino Tsuki's embrace, clinging even tighter. Ishihara Sumi was taken aback. She hadn't expected her usually obedient daughter to throw such a fit. Amusement bubbled within her, but she maintained a effet of irritation. Just as she was about to scold the two, Hoshino Tsuki interrupted her with a smile. Mrs. Ishihara, it's quite all right. I can carry Akari up. Her weight is hardly an issue. Without waiting for her response, Hoshino Tsuki began to ascend the hill, the sound of their laughter echoing behind them. Under the radiant sun, the duo appeared warm and harmonious, the scenery around them gradually receding as if time itself had slowed in that moment. Ishihara Sumi stood frozen, watching their retreating figures, an inexplicable emotion swelling within her heart. Chapter 89. You, Kaneko, are an old fox. Do you think I'm simple? In the afternoon, at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Mai Fukada gazed at the documents sent by Sumi Ishihara, her fists unconsciously tightening. Inakuma Group, Taro Yajida. I heard that you were trying to clear your name, but it seems you've shifted your focus to something else. Tracking, intimidation, extortion. These are all despicable tactics. A few years ago, your subordinates hunted me down, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Now that I have the chance, prepare to spend the rest of your miserable life behind bars. I'll make sure you receive special treatment, confined with those muscular male inmates, to truly experience what abundant love feels like. Arakawa. The chief Arakawa appeared from an unseen corner, standing at attention with urgency. Let us go. Drive me out. Fukada shot a glance at Chief Arakawa, tossing him her car keys. Yes. Arakawa instinctively reached for the keys, but they slipped from his grasp and bounced away. He moved to retrieve them, only to fumble again, repeating this 3 times before finally securing the keys in his hand. Hastily responding, if you can't catch a single key, how will you evade a vengeful spirit if it suddenly appears? It seems Chief Arakawa has been rather lax lately. Fukada regarded him with disdain, her tone languid. Feeling the weight of her words, Arakawa shivered involuntarily, swallowing hard and adopting a fawning demeanor. Well, Chief, the routine training tomorrow. Double it, Fukada decisively announced. Arakawa's face fell instantly, a picture of despair. Objections? Fukada shot him a piercing glance, her eyes brimming with menace. Her mood was already sour, compounded by the heavy burden of work and the irritation caused by certain ruffians treating the Special Affairs Division as a dumping ground, leading to a series of disruptions. If anyone dared to speak out at this moment, they would surely feel her wrath. No. Arakawa felt the palpable threat and instinctively lowered his head, his tone betraying a hint of unnoticeable grievance. Why is my luck so abysmal? HM? Raise your voice. Fukada narrowed her eyes, fixating on him. Nothing. Arakawa quickly straightened up, shouting loudly. Well, that is more like it. Fukada nodded in satisfaction, hesitating momentarily before whispering, Arakawa, what we face is different. I do not wish to attend your memorial service one day. Without waiting for him to respond, she turned and strode out. Chief Arakawa stood momentarily in disbelief, rubbing his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Yet, deep within, his heart surged with warmth. Indeed, no matter the time, the chief is a leader and a comrade whom they can trust. Chief, wait for me. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the security department. Are you joking? Kaneko? You want our Special Events Response Division to cooperate with that organization in Tachijai Prefecture? Or should we clean up the scene? Takagi, the police inspector, held his phone, wearing an expression of disbelief, though no one witnessed this moment. Otherwise, it would have shattered the rigid image they held of him. Mr. Takagi, I am not jesting. This is a direct order from our Shrine's Grand Priest, Lord Amakusa. On the other end, Kaneko explained, his expression one of helplessness. He understood Takagi's sentiments. However, the reasons behind this directive traced back to the Heian period, a tale not easily conveyed in mere words. Moreover, he was aware that certain individuals did not wish to acknowledge the ancient pact made with the people of Tachijai Prefecture, nor did they allow too many to be privy to it. From his perspective, The previously ambiguous stance of the Waikai group, suddenly declaring their intent to honor the pact and manage that organization while requesting cooperation from his end, was a clear statement of intent. He welcomed this development, especially since the aftermath of the Great Demon incident was still fresh in his mind. Securing the formidable backing of the Waikai group was undoubtedly advantageous. Kaneko, clarify this for me. I hold great respect for Lord Amakusa, but we are part of the police system, not subordinates at her shrine. If you don't explain this clearly today, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship and showing you no leniency. Takagi was both amused and exasperated. This was a matter of principle within the workplace. If he were to comply with the Shrine's orders, he would risk losing his position. Hey, no, Takagi, don't be angry. That's not my intention. I understand what you're saying, but, just wait for me in your office. I'll come and discuss it. Oh, and please bring the head of the Special Events Response Division along. Kaneko removed his glasses, massaging his throbbing temples. He decided to share some details with them, as future matters would require their cooperation. Fine, I'll wait. I hope you can truly clarify things for me. Otherwise, Takagi was not one to indulge this old friend. Having known him for over a decade, their relationship remained strong. If it were a trivial matter, he wouldn't mind lending a hand, but Kaneko's actions this time had crossed a line. Rest assured I will. After hanging up, Takagi's anger dissipated entirely, replaced by a calm demeanor. How could someone so composed occupy his current position if he were easily provoked? His earlier frustration had been feigned. He understood the need for a degree of cunning. He had detected the concealed implications in Kaneko's words, recognizing that while it involved matters of principle, as the direct superior of the Special Events Investigation Division, he believed that the more he and Fukada understood about these affairs, the more advantageous it would be. Thus, today, he must extract this hidden truth from the cunning old fox, Kaneko. You, Kaneko, are an old fox. Do you believe I am simple? With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Takagi's lips as he picked up the phone to call Fukada. Inspector Fukada, could you come to my office? What? You're out on duty? No. You need to return immediately. This matter is of utmost importance. Chapter 90. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. The night was serene, with brilliant stars adorning the tranquil sky, resembling a finely crafted painting. Takagi stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, gazing into the profound stillness of the night, yet his heart was anything but calm. Was there a possibility of seeking assistance beyond humanity? The secrets revealed by the old fox, Kamikawa, unveiled a fragment of the world's true nature. The intricate relationships among humans, deities, yokai, and vengeful spirits, along with the convoluted thoughts of certain high-ranking individuals, resembled a tangled ball of yarn, impossible to unravel. As a direct superior in the Special Affairs Department, how should Takagi navigate this whirlpool? What role should he assume? Lost in contemplation, Takagi reflected on the clear intentions emanating from the shrine's main office. They faced challenges not dissimilar to his own, since the incident in Bunkyo Ward involving that artifact. Humanity's already limited trump cards had diminished further. If similar or even more severe supernatural disasters were to occur in the future, what would become of this nation as humanity once they exhausted their last resort? The harrowing scenes from that day in Bunkyo flashed through his mind. As these thoughts swirled, a fierce and resolute light ignited in his eyes, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Although he initially joined the police system with self-serving ambitions, leveraging the connections left by his forebears had indeed facilitated his progress. Yet, in this pivotal moment of global upheaval, must he compromise his beliefs merely to avoid displeasing certain individuals in power? Turning his gaze to a photograph on his desk, he beheld two young men in police uniforms. Their shoulders intertwined, smiles radiant as if no challenge were insurmountable. As he continued to look, Takagi's eyes brightened with resolve, recalling the fervent discussions shared with his friends in their youthful exuberance. It has been 10 years, Fujino. I promise to carry your dreams forward with unwavering determination. At that moment, clarity surged within him, leaving only a singular answer. Notify Inspector Fukada, dispatch the team. Meanwhile, in the shrine, after dinner, Hoshino Tsuki sat at his desk, staring at the computer screen in frustration. The new book had been delayed repeatedly, it was time to decide what to write. Unfortunately, both Huanyang and Sakurako had united to pressure him for a new release. Despite Tsukuyami's thick skin and calm demeanor, he ultimately succumbed to the relentless charm of these two captivating women. After all, one particularly cunning fox had encouraged Sakurako to don black stockings and a kimono, and together they had performed a captivating dance in his room while Ishihara Sumiyaki took a nap with Akira. The performance was akin to a version of paradise, enhanced by the fox's enchanting allure. Who could withstand such temptation? Cursing himself for inadvertently entertaining the fox's boredom by teaching her to watch videos on his phone, he thought, so what if it's a new book? If they are unafraid of the blade, why should I be? After all, a few beautiful bite marks from Sakurako's playful antics on his arm were a small price to pay for the delightful sensation of the fox's fluffy tail wrapped around him. Suddenly, the inspiration waned. Tsukuyami scratched his head, feeling a mix of emotions. Initially, he had chosen the healing genre for his work, April, out of a mischievous whim, but inadvertently became a representative author of that very genre, making it difficult to consider a change. His fan base had solidified, and the market audience was clear. While it was feasible to switch genres, his editors, including Sakurako, advised against it. Thus, for the sake of profit, he resolved to continue down this path. Since everyone is willing to spend money to heal themselves, I shall not hesitate to sprinkle some sand in their eyes. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tsukuyami felt a surge of excitement and eagerly typed the title of his new book, I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. Continuing in the same vein, he resolved to craft a work that would undoubtedly elicit tears. With a glimmer in his eyes and a mischievous smile, he anticipated reliving this classic from his previous life. Seizing the moment, he reminisced about the plot, beginning to outline the setting and storyline. First, there was the protagonist, Haruki Shiga, followed by the female lead, Sakura Yamauchi, whose life was tragically short due to her pancreatic illness. One by one, he noted the characters' names. Though it had been some time since he last engaged with this story, the narrative remained vivid enough in his memory. Humming the lyrics from the soundtrack of that past work, spring, summer, autumn, winter, he reflected that thank you and goodbye linger here, while the I'm sorry and I want to see you remain unspoken. Tsukuyami began to write the story's beginning on the pristine document, commencing with the serendipitous discovery of her diary, the shared illness archive. In Tokyo's Adagawa, a beast-eared boy clad in a ninja outfit stood coolly on a branch, arms crossed, fixated on a grand mansion in the distance, the headquarters of the Inazuma Group. Ah, really? Must they drag us out to work at this hour? Kamaitachi, has the shrine headquarters responded? If there was no news, he would surely return home. Sura, dressed in a breezy black and white kimono, languidly leaned against a sturdy branch, gently caressing the pipa in her arms, exuding an air of seduction. I just received word from the shrine headquarters. At midnight, someone from a human side will come to handle the follow-up. Kamaitachi cast a fleeting glance at Sura, his tone cold as he replied, Oh, how indifferent. Sura tilted her head, playfully placing a finger on her cheek, feigning a pout. Hearing this, Kamaitachi's eyes turned to a dull gaze. He discreetly adjusted his mask, turning his face away with a look of disdain, muttering under his breath, TCH, what sister? She's just an old hag pretending to be youthful. Sura squinted and twitched her ears, a frown appearing on her forehead, her smile taking on a dangerous edge. I believe I heard someone say something quite disrespectful. Kamaitachi, who might that be, so unlovable? Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the other side, Kamaitachi instinctively froze, beads of cold sweat cascading down his back like raindrops. Oh no, I accidentally spoke my mind. Chapter 91. The Great Demon. Ji Naoyuo, it completely slipped my mind that this old woman is actually the formidable demon, Ji Naoyuo, who has lived for hundreds of years. How am I supposed to handle this? I need a solution, and I need it urgently. Wait a minute. I sensed something amiss in the Inada family estate today. Before we set our plan in motion, I should infiltrate and investigate. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the Shikigami, Kamaitachi, wasted no time, transforming into a shadow and swiftly leaping across the rooftops, vanishing from Sugiro's sight in the blink of an eye. As expected of Kamaitachi, swift as the wind. I shall let you off this time. Watching the young boy flee, Suguro gently plucked the strings of her pipa, shaking her head slowly as she murmured, "If I hear you call me that again, sister will ensure you, this uncharming little rascal, experience the true meaning of love's education." However, the activities of those within the estate today are indeed rather peculiar. At the Tengu Mountain Shrine, outside the main hall, a silver-haired youth clad in hunting attire sat at a stone table in the courtyard. He set down his phone and softly called out, "Crow Tengu." "Yes, my lord Tengu," responded a figure resembling a humanoid crow, kneeling behind him. "The old coot from Tachijai has made his move. Go to Tokyo and assess the situation. If trouble arises, lend a hand if possible." The moonlight illuminated the silver hair of the youth, his dark wings naturally folding behind him, his expression serene yet gentle. "Additionally, keep a close watch on the area around Kadankata." "Understood. I shall have my foolish son, Yaguru, continue to observe with his entourage." After Crow Tengu received a nod from the great Tengu, he quickly unfurled his wings, taking flight towards Tokyo. After a moment of silence, the youth known as the great Tengu looked up at the dim moonlight, letting out a soft sigh. It seems that since time immemorial, there have always been restless humans. However, since the yokai group has made their choice, it will be interesting to see how that old raccoon in Kyoto decides to act. At midnight, the hour when the malevolent aura is at its peak, the Inada family estate was brightly lit, with individuals patrolling the premises. In a secluded room, Yajita Taro and two elderly men knelt around a table, their expressions grave as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. "So, that person inexplicably died in the tea room?" One of them, unable to maintain his composure, broke the eerie stillness. "Old man, didn't you say you heard a dull explosion? I noticed some burn marks on the tatama mat. Is it possible that your subordinates misinterpreted the situation, and perhaps he had some explosive device on him?" Another man, pondering aloud, followed suit. Yajita Taro slightly lifted his heavy eyelids, glancing at the two elderly men before slowly shaking his head. That person did not misjudge. There was indeed a fleeting, slender golden arc of electricity in the air, and our organization specialists have reported their findings. He died from electrocution. Damn it. Our household electricity is only 100 V. Even if it were an accidental leakage, a normal person wouldn't be charred like that, let alone someone with extraordinary abilities like an Yin-Yang master. Furthermore, how can an electric arc be golden? The first elderly man, whose temper flared, slammed his hand on the table. "Calm down. I find it hard to believe as well, but it is what it is. What good does it do to discuss this?" Yajita Taro raised a hand, signaling for patience as he continued. "You both know that this person's identity is shrouded in mystery. Regardless of the circumstances, his inexplicable death here raises concerns about how we will explain this to those behind him if they come looking for answers. Old man, you've witnessed his strange abilities firsthand. Do you think? Could it be the work of his kind?" At this moment, the second elderly man hesitantly spoke up. "I too am contemplating this matter. The sudden appearance of a golden electric arc. This certainly does not align with our understanding." Yajita Taro nodded in agreement, continuing from his old friend's line of thought, but just then, a sudden commotion echoed from outside, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. "Who goes there? What the hell is happening? To the front. Wakichi is dead. Chase after them. Reinforcements needed. We are under attack. Damn it. What's going on outside?" The irate elder sprang to his feet, throwing open the sliding door and bellowing into the night. Yajita Taro and the other man exchanged worried glances before quietly rising, moving toward a nearby cabinet to retrieve their weapons, and then stepping outside. Outside the main door, Suguro, cradling her ancient pipa, advanced with the grace of an aristocratic lady from bygone eras, every step radiating elegance as she approached, her smile enchanting. However, the group of menacing-looking thugs before her had no inclination to appreciate her beauty. The reason was simple. Moments ago, one of their own had approached her, drawn by her alluring appearance, only to find themselves swiftly dispatched as she merely plucked the strings of her pipa. This bizarre scene unfolded before them, raising the alarm within these hardened criminals. They were suddenly filled with trepidation, hesitant to advance. It was clear that this mysterious woman had not merely stumbled upon them by chance, nor was she retaliating due to their advances. She was here to eliminate them. "Are you all not coming closer?" Suguro observed the men, frozen with weapons raised, yet unwilling to advance, and offered a charming smile. However, her next words sent chills down their spines. Since you want tea approach, then, I shall come to you, Bakiaro. Die for me. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere drove some of them to lose their composure, attempting to mask their growing fear with feigned anger as they charged forward, blades raised high. The quick, rhythmic notes of the pipa echoed briefly before fading into the wind, and then silence fell. Those who had rushed forward collapsed silently, their bodies separated as if propelled by a force. The guards who hesitated at the entrance also fell in unison, the area around the entrance falling eerily quiet. Suguro gazed upon the scene, a hint of amusement in her smile as she softly spoke. I apologize, dear humans. Blame your commander for this. After all, he dared to tread upon forbidden grounds and allied with those wretches with that. Suguro lightly tapped her toes, gracefully gliding forward. Her elegant and agile form resembled a butterfly flitting through flowers, untouched by the chill of the wind and snow. Chapter 92. The Fox's Assistive Tactics at Midnight. Hoshino Tsuki glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his computer screen. With his fingers interlocked, he closed his eyes and made an effort to stretch his somewhat stiff neck and back. After more than 4 hours, he had crafted an outline exceeding 5,000 words, encompassing character development, emotional trajectories, and a brief overview of the plot. Although these were written in a rather simplistic manner, he had nearly unraveled the narrative of this short story, following the threads of his memory, beginning with a chance encounter at the hospital, and culminating with Haruki's reading of the haunting line in Sakurako's farewell note. I want to eat your pancreas. Hoshino Tsuki couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. It seemed his memory was quite sharp. Just as Sakurako finished washing up and was about to return to her room, she noticed the light still illuminating the study. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, only to catch sight of Hoshino Tsuki within. His languid stretch resembled that of a cat, prompting a smile to blossom on Sakurako's face, her lips curving into a delightful grin. Tsuki-kun is rather adorable like this, as he extended his neck. The defined contours of his muscular chest, accentuated by his fitted cotton shirt, exuded an overwhelming masculinity. Suddenly, Sakurako felt her heart race. Memories of her clandestine conversation with Sayako resurfacing in her mind. The lengthy descriptions Sayako used, such as big lumbering fool, vegetarian, and all desire but no courage, and her encouragement to take the initiative made Sakurako's cheeks flush. She averted her gaze, feeling a mix of anxiety and an inexplicable anticipation. Why am I even thinking about these things? Her cheeks burned crimson, her heart pounding as she instinctively pressed her hand to her chest, leaning against the wall behind her in a fluster. Just moments ago, she had genuinely felt the impulse to take the initiative. Wasn't that what seduction was? Surely, it was seduction. Had Sayako's influence truly penetrated so deeply? How could she ever act in such a manner? However, since that day, there had been no progress with Tsuki-kun. How infuriating. Yes, just as Sayako said, it's all his fault. If you were more proactive, I wouldn't have to. Sakurako continued to argue with herself internally. Sakurako? Still awake? Hoshino Tsuki, having finished stretching, opened his eyes to see the hem of a garment peeking out from the doorway, evidently Sakurako's nightwear. He saved his work and closed the computer, rising to approach her, inquiring directly. Sakurako gasped, startled to find Hoshino Tsuki standing before her. Her face reddened further, and she dared not meet his gaze, the delicate skin of her neck flushing with a rosy hue. Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Hoshino Tsuki reached out, placing his hand on her forehead, feeling her warm skin but noting no unusual temperature. No, I'm fine. I just took a nap during the day. And tonight the weather feels, yes, a bit warm, so I can't sleep. Sakurako fumbled for an excuse. Though her reasoning was somewhat flimsy, Hoshino Tsuki did not dwell on it. I see. Are you going to wait a while longer before sleeping? Yes. By the way, Tsuki-kun, are you going to bed? I mean, if you're not tired, would you like to join me for a drink? Sakurako suddenly seemed to gather her courage, as if resolved to make a proposal. I was just about to take a shower, and since I'm not sleepy at the moment, it would be nice to have a drink together. Hoshino Tsuki pondered briefly before smiling and agreeing. Great. I have some leftover edamame, and my son Bei pairs wonderfully with drinks. Suki-kun, you go shower. I'll prepare everything. Sakurako's right fist gently tapped in her left palm, clearly pleased with her decision. Sounds like a splendid plan. I'll leave it to you then. I'll head for a shower. Hoshino Tsuki nodded with a smile, exchanging a few words with Sakurako before heading to the bathroom. Watching him depart, Sakurako found herself momentarily entranced, her cheeks flushed with warmth. No, I must not retreat. Tonight I must seize the opportunity to stay in Suki-kun's room. She silently encouraged herself, feeling a bit lightheaded as she made her way to the kitchen. Unbeknownst to her, a certain large fox had stealthily cracked open the door to her room, two fluffy ears pricking up in curiosity. Ah, is Sakurako-chan finally ready to take the initiative? Then let me lend you a hand. With a soft murmur, Huanyang vanished in a flash of light. As the sun rose, Hoshino Tsuki was roused from his slumber by his biological clock. Shaking off the lingering discomfort from last night's indulgence, he blinked at the familiar surroundings, momentarily disoriented. He lay comfortably in bed, yet why was Sakurako tangled up against him like an octopus? Suppressing the urge to revel in the delightful sensation, Hoshino Tsuki decided to collect his thoughts to avoid waking her. Last night, after finalizing the outline for his new book, he had encountered the sleepless Sakurako, who suggested they share a drink. Their discussion had flowed effortlessly, their laughter growing as they exchanged ideas about the new book. They had clinked their glasses together, toasting with a casual cheer. It was merely sake, typically around 15 degrees, while he was not known for his drinking prowess. The enhancements from the divine seal had allowed him to handle it well. Yet, how could he have possibly become intoxicated from just a few cups? Something was amiss. Very amiss. And what about Sakurako? He still vaguely remembered that after just one cup, she had been flushed and gazing at him with dreamy eyes. Subsequently, in a drunken haze, she had boldly nestled into his embrace, murmuring her grievances. Time passed, and she had ceased her complaints, fixing him with a gaze filled with longing. Before, she had kissed him. Cough, cough. The details following that moment are reserved for premium content. Let's skip 1,000 words. Regardless of how he pondered it, last night had undoubtedly gone awry. Wait, he recalled Sakurako mentioning something about seeing a certain Huanyang sneaking a snack in the kitchen. Gradually, a hazy image surfaced in Hoshino Tsuki's mind. He had indeed glimpsed at the doorway. A fluffy tail, emanating a soft pink glow, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, clarity flooded Hoshino Tsuki's consciousness. Huanyang, it was indeed you mischievous fox. P.S. Many readers have inquired when the protagonist might indulge in meat. Considering this, I've decided to advance the planned hot spring trip storyline to this juncture. The author is receptive to advice, yet certain plot lines are understood implicitly. I must tread carefully, hoping for your understanding. Additionally, I kindly seek your favorable reviews and small gifts. The humble author expresses gratitude in advance. Chapter 93. A little more sleep outside the window. The melodious chirping of birds fill the air. Hoshino Tsuki, now aware of the intricacies of recent events, felt a blend of helplessness and complexity regarding the family's troublesome fox. He was somewhat cognizant of Huanyang's sentiments. Perhaps it was a deep-seated loneliness that rendered this creature's inner world starkly different from its outward demeanor, exceedingly sensitive and fearful of returning to solitude. Moreover, he had inadvertently overheard a private conversation between Qian Ning and his sister. It seemed they discussed Huanyang's desire for him to hasten the arrival of offspring, to perpetuate the bloodline of the Hoshino family and amplify its stature. This way, there would always be someone to remember and accompany her. Indeed, the fox had even entertained notions of birthing a progeny embodying the bloodlines of human, demon, and god. Possessing a natural fox-demon form and being a manifestation of Amaterasu in this world, Huanyang inherited a significant share of formidable divine power. The combination of divine blood with a human who bore a divine mark. Such an offspring would inherently be a being of longevity. Furthermore, Huanyang's exceptional kindness towards Sakurako was evident. She bore no ill will towards her, despite harboring animosity towards other humans. At times, she would share tales of ancient customs and supernatural matters with Sakurako, particularly noting the changes she perceived in Hoshino Tsuki, akin to a bloodline evolution. The cunning fox seemed intent on subtly influencing Sakurako's beliefs. Her actions were likely tied to this idea. For the world she had known before her seal was a millennium ago, and the notions established then were vastly different from contemporary thoughts. Even as she encountered modernity, some concepts were not easily altered. It was reminiscent of her encouragement for Sakurako to engage in endeavors that would have been inconsequential in her era. Day by day, the fox's mind swirled with these tangled ideas. Hoshino Tsuki felt both exasperated and, well, somewhat expectant. Huanyang's soft spot for him likely stemmed from a bond forged in their friendship 1,000 years prior. Regardless, this fox had never wished him harm. Over time, Hoshino Tsuki had come to regard her as an indispensable member of their household. Thus, despite her penchant for complicating matters, well, this incident was an exception. In his heart, he could never truly despise her. After all, who could harbor disdain for a beautiful fox who constantly considered his well-being? With this thought, Hoshino Tsuki chuckled softly, withdrawing his musings, realizing that the pressing matter was how to treat Sakurako. Observing her slumbering form, he tenderly stroked her silky hair. Their relationship felt both sudden and as though it had naturally unfolded. From his near starvation upon arriving in this world to now possessing a substantial savings. Everything began with their acquaintance. Her significance in his life was undeniable. In truth, he was not oblivious to Sakurako's feelings. The reason he had suppressed his impulse to devour her was not due to vegetarianism or a chaste disposition akin to Yanagi-sawake, but rather a manifestation of greed. After all, who wouldn't he wish to indulge a little when faced with such a miraculous event as traversing worlds? Though last night's encounter was initiated by her, he had not rejected it. In fact, he had no reservations at all. With this realization, he resolved to treat her even better in the future. Having crossed that threshold, there was no turning back. In his past life, he had been a complete failure. To have found such a remarkable woman devoted to him in this life was a stroke of immense fortune. As for what lay ahead, he would let fate decide. With these thoughts swirling, Hoshino Tsuki slowly shifted, inhaling her faint, delicate scent as he settled into a comfortable position. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist and holding her close, she felt smooth and exquisite. Just as he prepared to drift into a blissful sleep, he noticed Sakurako nestled deeply in his embrace, her long eyelashes fluttering, her unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful face visibly flushed. Meanwhile, in the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Mamie Fukada, having endured a sleepless night, gazed with bloodshot eyes at the assembled documents in her hands, her expression laden with complexity. Recalling the scene she encountered at midnight in a Dagawa ward, she felt a wave of nausea, nearly embarrassed at the sight that had greeted her. It was truly horrifying. The most alarming aspect was that, according to the evidence gathered on site, only 2 individuals had been involved. No, more accurately, 2 yokai. In a remarkably brief span, they had effortlessly overrun the headquarters of the Inazuma Group, where hundreds had gathered, leaving behind traces of light firearms. Such terrifying combat prowess left an indelible impression on Mamie Fukada's mind. This was the so-called ancient force comprised of yokai, able to traverse the human realm. The 100 Demon Group, aptly named, as its members were indeed monsters. Tokyo had not witnessed such an occurrence in ages. Fortunately, there were channels with the shrine headquarters and her department to manage the aftermath, had ordinary citizens caught wind of it, even if the organization involved were notorious. It would undoubtedly escalate into a sensational scandal. Such an event would surely spark public outrage, potentially leading to someone's downfall, likely her own. Sighing deeply, Mamie set aside the dossier filled with numerous crime scene photographs and rubbed her tired eyes. First, there were those entities known as vengeful spirits, and now, yokai from folklore had emerged. They not only had their organization, but had also coexisted silently alongside humanity, representing a force the shrine headquarters had sought to engage. The most alarming aspect was their formidable strength. The stark reality of such events left Mamie feeling as though her very kin would be shaken to their core. She feared that if this continued, her own body would age rapidly. At merely 28, she was in the prime of her life, yet had yet to experience the thrill of romance. Suddenly jolted by this thought, she instinctively slapped her forehead, casting away the chaotic musings from her mind. How dreadful! It seemed she had been far too busy lately, allowing such absurd thoughts to take root. Reinvigorated, Mamie gathered her thoughts to consider the subsequent handling of this matter. The remnants of what could only be termed corpses had been largely taken for examination by the relevant authorities, while the rest had been transported to the crematorium, where they should have already been incinerated. The scene had also been cleared according to plan, so that was one less worry. The sole complication remained. Those Yakuza were not mere figments of imagination. The challenge lay in convincing the public that this operation was legitimate and preventing their families from causing a ruckus. The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, and an inexplicable image of that lethargic figure demanding money surfaced in her mind. Cursed be it. Why was she envious of that individual? Chapter 94. The poor Demon Blade girl on a Sunday morning in the streets of Tama City. A girl carrying a large katana stood in front of a bookshelf, her expression serious as she gazed intently at the latest issue of Chitos Light. The red-eyed witch ended at the most captivating part. I am so curious about what happens next. And why is there no work by that villain, Yazuki, in this issue? She murmured softly, carefully returning the magazine to its place on the shelf. Is the young lady looking for Yazuki-sensei's new work? The bookstore owner, a middle-aged man, stood at the door organizing the shelves. He couldn't help but chuckle upon overhearing the adorable girl in cosplay refer to Yazuki-sensei as a villain. Uncle, could you tell me where that villain's new work is? The girl tilted her head, her expression adorably naive as she asked. Ha ha ha, calling Yazuki-sensei a villain is quite fitting. I wholeheartedly agree. The uncle's laughter was hearty, and he nodded in approval. Speaking of which, Yazuki-sensei's works are indeed remarkable, but the endings are so regrettable. He resolutely refuses to change them, not even publishing side stories for a perfect conclusion. Truly a mischievous fellow, haha. A rare flicker of indignation crossed the girl's otherwise expressionless face as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, that villain is too despicable. Ha ha ha, precisely, too despicable. I must admit, when I saw the ending of April, I felt the urge to punch him. Ha ha, who would have thought that at my age, I could still feel such fervor? The uncle seemed to have found a kindred spirit as he animatedly shared his reading experiences, with the girl nodding along enthusiastically. Anyone unaware of their conversation would surely marvel at the harmonious scene. Alas, perhaps Yazuki-sensei is right. It is precisely because youth is filled with regrets that it evokes such profound sentiments. We love and hate them all at once. After a while, the overly enthusiastic uncle suddenly jolted back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Remembering the girl's inquiry, he quickly redirected the conversation. Right? You were curious about Yazuki-sensei's new work, weren't you? The new piece, your name, will officially go on sale in 3 days. I managed to secure a quota of 500 copies, and only 3 remain unreserved. Would you like to reserve one? Reserve? What does that mean? The girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. It means... Then I want to reserve. A glimmer of excitement lit up her big eyes as she nodded eagerly. Great. Please provide your name and address so I can register it. Also, you need to pay a portion of the book's price up front. The middle-aged uncle smiled as he took out a small notebook from his pocket to jot down the details. My name is Mikazuki Fuka. No, Mikazuki Kazuhana. I live. The girl placed her finger on her cheek, deep in thought, her demeanor somewhat bashful. I currently don't have a place to live. And, Uncle, how much does it cost? She rummaged through her short skirt and pulled out a traditional-style wallet, pouring its contents into her palm and beginning to count meticulously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 400 yen. Is this enough? She turned her head away from the handful of coins, trying to suppress the reluctance in her heart as she handed them over. You don't have a place to live? The uncle was taken aback, staring incredulously at the girl before glancing down at the coins in her hand and her forlorn expression, as if a thought struck him. Could it be the legendary tale of a gambling father and a sick mother, a girl unable to attend school, and a broken home? Yet, the girl's attire did not seem to suggest such circumstances. If she could afford cosplay, how could her family possibly be impoverished? In this country, many young people adored such things. Although he was too old to have experienced it firsthand, he had privately browsed online to admire the high-quality reproductions showcased by girls. The sensation was akin to witnessing characters from novels manifesting in reality, rekindling the youthful spirit within him. Out of curiosity, he had also researched the prices of those costumes and props. The craftsmanship of the girl's outfit, combined with the large katana she carried and the devil horns on her head suggested an exorbitant cost. Could it be that she had run away from home? The uncle couldn't help but think of his own troublesome daughter, who had gone missing for several days just a month prior. In Japan, instances of young girls running away were not uncommon, and as a father, he could deeply empathize with the anxiety that came with such situations. As he pondered this, a hint of suspicion crept into his gaze as he looked at the girl, and the thought of calling the police flickered in his mind. An hour later, having successfully escaped from the police, once more, Mikazuki Kazuhana hid in a dark, deserted alley, peeking out cautiously. After a while, reassured that no one was pursuing her, she placed a hand on her small chest and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although she had merely dozed off for a moment, a century had passed, and the once feared demon blade girl had suddenly become someone no one dared to fear. Moreover, those humans known as police not only lacked fear of her, but sought to capture her. They insisted she could not carry a sword in the streets and demanded her parents come to the station to retrieve her. However, she had no so-called father or mother. If she hadn't sneaked away, who knows how long she would have been kept under watch. That wretched Yuzuki. Where on earth is that villain? Come out so I can slash you, then trap your soul within my body and force you to write stories for me. And then, Mikazuki can return to the museum and sleep once more. The human world is truly frightening. Grr. The sound of her stomach growling echoed through the empty alley, sharply interrupting Kazuhana's train of thought. Her small face turned slightly red as she instinctively reached for her wallet to buy something to eat. Just as her hand reached halfway, she suddenly realized that in her haste to escape, the little girl froze entirely, her eyes misting over with sorrow as tears quickly filled them. The money, the wallet, and the last remaining 400 yen, all gone. She sniffled, trying desperately not to cry. But the more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt, and thus, wow, I'm going to be hungry. Wow. Oh, chapter 95, the deceptive words of a hook, absolutely swallowing 1,000 needles. During lunchtime, Ishihara Sumiya took the initiative to replace a beautiful woman who was feeling unwell and had retreated to her room, bravely assuming the role of chef. She meticulously prepared several of her signature dishes, hoping to express her gratitude for the kindness of having her and her daughter stay at the shrine for 2 days. After thoughtfully setting aside a portion of each dish for Sakurako, Ishihara Sumiya called everyone to the table for the meal. As everyone picked up their chopsticks, they chorused "Itadakamasu" and began to relish the sumptuous lunch. However, during the meal, Hoshino Tsuki keenly sensed that Xiao Minkai seemed somewhat downcast. This girl, who usually wore a cheerful smile while dining, now appeared listless, her small head drooping, with strands of hair falling over her slightly furrowed brow. "Xiao Minkai, you should eat a bit more to grow taller," Hoshino Tsuki suggested, offering her some meat. "Thank you, Hoshino and I," she replied, her voice lacking its usual vitality. Was she unwell and lacking an appetite? Hoshino Tsuki, having no experience with children in this life or the previous one, recalled his own childhood when he often suffered from digestive issues and lacked appetite. He also remembered seeing Qianning share pudding from the fridge with Xiao Minkai earlier, raising concerns that she might have felt unwell after consuming something cold. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hoshino Tsuki raised his gaze, curiously observing Ishihara Sumiya. Unbeknownst to her, who was secretly watching Hoshino Tsuki's reaction to her culinary creations, their eyes met. Ishihara's face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly looked away, gently shaking her head. Mianwile Huanyang, who was competing with Qianning for meat, stole a glance at them before returning to his food. "I'm full," Xiao Minkai suddenly declared, quickly carrying her half-empty bowl of rice and chopsticks back to the kitchen. Is Xiao Minkai feeling unwell? She seems to have no appetite, in her mood. Hoshino Tsuki quietly inquired. "No," Ishihara Sumiya replied, glancing toward the kitchen. Earlier, Hoshino-sama mentioned that the police had resolved the situation, so I told her we would return home this afternoon, and then she... A sense of helplessness marked Ishihara Sumiya's beautiful face. Yet, no one noticed the fleeting hint of regret that briefly flickered in her warm eyes when she mentioned going home. "I see," Hoshino Tsuki responded, falling silent until Xiao Minkai emerged from the kitchen with her cleaned utensils, prompting him to smile once more. "I'm full too," Qian and Qian Ning. Would you kindly help me clean up once you finish your meals? Hoshino Tsuki quickly finished the last of his rice, setting down his chopsticks to issue the request. I saw a loquat tree in the Forest of Guardians, and there are ripe loquats on it. Would Xiao Mingkai like to pick some with a brother? It was indeed curious that in previous years, the fruits in the mountains would be devoured by small animals and birds before they fully ripened. However, since Huan Yang had moved to the shrine, no animals or birds ventured into the divine realm to consume the fruits, and the fully matured ones remained hanging on the branches, showing no signs of decay, almost as if their shelf life had been inexplicably extended. Xiao Mingkai, go have fun with Hoshino-sama, Ishihara Sumiya instructed her daughter, casting a grateful glance at Hoshino Tsuki. Okay, Xiao Mingkai nodded, moving to Hoshino Tsuki's side and taking his large hand, looking up and saying in a soft tone, "If you don't hold my hand, it could be very dangerous." Hoshino Tsuki was somewhat amused by her sudden declaration. Is that directed at me? The others at the table burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. As the two walked along the mountain path, the warmth emanating from Hoshino Tsuki's hand seemed to ease Xiao Mingkai's previously heavy heart. By the time they reached the loquat tree, her once dull expression brightened considerably. Xiao Mingkai, wait here while I crouch down. Once I'm ready, you can climb up. But be careful not to fall and hurt yourself, Hoshino Tsuki playfully teased as he squatted down in front of her. Hoshino ni. You're so annoying, I'm a big girl now. A one-tea cry. Xiao Mingkai pouted adorably, refusing to concede, and eagerly clambered onto his back. As Hoshino Tsuki adjusted her position, he lifted her small bottom with a gentle heave, successfully placing her on his shoulders. Xiao Mingkai, hold on tight. I'm going to stand up now. Okay, I'm holding on. All right, up we go. Wow, so high. Can I reach the loquats? Yes, I can reach them. Wow, they smell so good, I got one. Xiao Mingkai's eyes sparkled as her earlier gloom completely vanished. Children's moods shift rapidly, coming and going like the wind. Moments later, having collected all the reachable fruits, Hoshino Tsuki carried a bag filled with dozens of golden loquats in one hand, while supporting Xiao Mingkai's chubby little legs with the other, continuing their ascent along the sacred path. However, as they approached the second torii gate, the previously joyful Xiao Mingkai suddenly fell silent again. What's wrong, Xiao Mingkai? Are you feeling unhappy? Yes, she nodded. I'll have to go home with my mom soon. Hoshino and I. Can I come to visit you, Sister Sakurako, Sister Huan Yang, and Sisters Qian and Qian Ning in the future? Ah, so that's what she was worried about. Hoshino Tsuki chuckled lightly and patted her little leg. If you want to come, I'll always welcome you to my home. Really? Yes. Then, will you welcome my mom and me together? Of course, everyone is welcome. Hoshino Tsuki replied without much thought. Really? Really, really? Really, really, really? Then can we pinky swear? Sure. Hoshino Tsuki intertwined his pinky with Xiao Mingkai's, initiating a playful chant. Pinky swear, deceptive words will absolutely swallow 1,000 needles. Xiao Mingkai responded in a flat tone, you got the last part wrong. Well, let us not dwell on the details. Hoshino Tsuki felt a bit embarrassed, having only vaguely remembered those lines. All right, Xiao Mingkai, rest assured, I'll always welcome you. Okay, Hoshino and I. My mom and I will come often. And I'll let you in on a secret, but you mustn't tell my mom, okay? I've noticed that sometimes she stares at you blankly. At this point, it seemed Xiao Mingkai drifted into her own thoughts, and after a moment, she cheerfully added, and I think if you became my daddy, both my mom and I would be very happy so. I'll be cheering for you and my mom. Wait, Xiao Mingkai, I don't have. I know, but would you be willing to give my mom me a chance? I shall be very obedient. Mingkai does not wish for the home to be only my mother and I. It feels so desolate. Hoshino Tsuki. Ms. Ishihara, are you certain your daughter has just turned 6 this month? How can a 6-year-old be so familiar with so much? However, is it true that little Mingkai's reluctance to return home is rooted in this? P.S. As I wrote the part about little Mingkai curling her finger, I suddenly recalled an older anime, Usagi Drop. I'm unsure if everyone has seen it, but if one overlooks the conclusion presented in the manga, it is undoubtedly a heartwarming masterpiece. Little Rin is truly so understanding and adorable that it tugs at one's heartstrings. Chapter 96. There are indeed good things on the bustling streets of the shopping district on a Sunday, A beautiful young girl walking alone drew the attention of many passers-by, who couldn't help but cast curious glances her way. Her unique attire and exquisite beauty were undeniably eye-catching. However, Mizuki Fuka was completely indifferent to the attention. She gazed around her unfamiliar surroundings with a bewildered expression, momentarily lost in thought. I'm so hungry my wallet is gone, and I have no money left. My stomach continues to protest, leaving me at a loss for what to do. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Mizuki inhaled deeply, the sweet scent in the air beckoning to her like an alluring hand, tempting her irresistibly. It was reminiscent of Jerry, the little mouse, drawn in by the scent of cheese. Gurgled a protest from her stomach reverberated once more, prompting the unfortunate little demon blade girl to instinctively turn her steps toward the source of the tantalizing smell. Meanwhile, in a dessert shop within the shopping district, Shiroya Rin sat alone in a booth, engrossed in her phone, exchanging messages with Watanabe Nana. I've arrived. I saw the Xinjiang. Wait for me a moment. I'm just outside the shopping district. And remember, no sneaking in cake. Watanabe Nana's reply came swiftly. I'm not Nana-chan. How could I possibly resist? Shiroya Rin rolled her eyes at the message, replying with a hint of exasperation. Geez, Rin-chan, that is so unfair. Every time I arrive first, I have to suppress my urge to devour the delicious cake while waiting for you. Yes, it's truly remarkable that our glutton can hold back. How commendable. Oh, Rin-chan, you're so mean calling me a glutton before she could finish. Rin heard a cheerful voice exclaim. Ah, Rin-chan, sorry to keep you waiting. She instinctively turned toward the sound, spotting Watanabe Nana, dressed in a stylish beige low-cut t-shirt and fitted black skirt, a red bag slung over her shoulder. As she waved and approached with a smile, Rin felt a pang of envy. Oh, Nana-chan, you've arrived and wow, your figure is truly enviable. Rin stood up to greet her friend, but her gaze was drawn to the long strap of Nana's red bag, which hung provocatively in front of her. The sight made Rin's smile falter, transforming into a whispered lament of envy. How unfair. That figure is simply outrageous. Her thoughts drifted back to a conversation from a few days prior with that infuriating guy, where she inadvertently asked him his thoughts on boys secretly ranking girls based on beauty. She had intended to complain to Hoshino Tsuki about her exasperating nickname, disappointing Euro-chan, which was utterly unfounded. Isn't good enough? What gives him the right to call me disappointing? To her dismay, the guy had completely missed her point, casually stating, if you can't see your feet, then you're a true beauty, asserting that Nana's ranking above her was entirely justified, as the boys at their school had good taste. That lecherous scoundrel, how brazen he was. No wonder he chose Sakurako as his girlfriend. While not as exaggerated as Nana, she certainly had a D-cup. Oh, how unfair the heavens are. Nana-chan is one thing, but Sakurako is even more so. Her exquisite beauty rivaling that of the most coveted video game heroines, with a waist-to-hip ratio that is simply ludicrous. Thinking of this, Rin cast a glance down at herself and felt disheartened. She could see her entire foot clearly, and in that moment, she felt as if love had vanished from this world. Rin-chan, have you ordered cake yet? Watanabe Nana, blissfully unaware of her friend's inner turmoil, took a seat opposite Rin, her back to the window, eagerly inquiring. Huh? Not yet. Nana, which one do you want? Snapping back to reality, Rin hastily sat down again and handed over the dessert menu. Oh, this strawberry cake has a sweet strawberry jam hidden beneath its lovely exterior. It looks delicious. And this chocolate one looks equally enticing. There are also cream puffs, cheese breads, and pistachio cream breads. I heard their cappuccino is delightful too. What should I do? I want them all. Watanabe Nana instinctively swallowed as she studied the dessert menu, caught in an agonizing dilemma, as if missing any of these treats would be a grave sin. By the way, Nana, you did say an hour ago that you had a delicious pineapple bun before heading out? Rin observed her friend's struggle with mild exasperation. That was just a snack, Nana replied dismissively, not lifting her head as she continued to scrutinize the menu, as if trying to discern a hidden treasure within its pages. Such an insatiable appetite. Oh, it's just that my metabolism is naturally fast. Okay, I'll be hungry again soon, Nana retorted, Then, as if reaching a decision, she slammed the menu down on the table and exclaimed, "I've decided. Let us have one of each of these." Are you sure you can handle that? Rin instinctively glanced at her friend's flat stomach before looking down at her own, which had gained a bit of a belly from her recent indulgence in papaya milk and sampling desserts with Nana. Suddenly, she felt a wave of reluctance wash over her. It's fine. I've had a full health checkup, and I'm perfectly healthy. Miss, could you come here, please? I do like this, and this. Yes, all for here. Oh, Rin-chan, what would you like? Nana continued to order, oblivious to Rin's silent turmoil, and summoned a waitress, who looked astonished as Nana placed her order for several desserts and a coffee. Just a cappuccino and a slice of strawberry cake for me, please. Rin refrained from taking the menu from Nana, instead stating her own order directly. Once the waitress departed, casting curious glances back at Nana, Rin turned to her friend just as Nana began recounting an experience from a few nights prior. By the way, Rin-chan, you don't know this, but a few nights ago, I didn't eat much before bed and ended up waking up in the middle of the night from hunger. It was 4 in the morning when I checked the time. 4 in the morning. As she recalled that unfortunate experience, Watanabe Nana couldn't help but vent her frustrations to her friend. Chapter 97. A little fool attracted by sweets. Oh, I haven't eaten anything before bed. Bai Rin's gaze turned into that of a dead fish, and she casually remarked, Rin-chan, don't interrupt me. That incident was quite terrifying. Let me explain. I woke up hungry and decided to head to the kitchen in a sleepy haze. I didn't think to turn on the lights, and before I even opened the fridge, a cold gust of wind suddenly blew in. I vaguely saw a shadow float past, which scared me so much that I squatted down on the floor. Bai Rin remained composed, letting out a long sound, but instinctively felt that something was amiss. She cast a skeptical glance at her friend and replied in a calm tone, And then? Then I completely woke up in fright, stumbled to turn on the lights, only to discover that the kitchen window was left open and the curtains were fluttering in the night breeze. It was truly terrifying, and I hurt my backside when I fell. At that moment, a staff member approached with a cake and coffee, courteously placing them on the table before turning to leave. Upon seeing the longed-for dessert, Watanabe Nana could no longer tear her gaze away. She quickly picked up a small fork and dug a large piece of cake in her mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious!" Was it the curtains? Bai Rin pondered it. Yes, it was the curtains. Honestly, when I told my mom about it later, she denied forgetting to close the window and insisted that it was me who was confused, saying she hadn't opened any windows that day. Plus, our fluorescent lights have been flickering lately, and I haven't even asked Dad to fix them. This is so good too. As Watanabe Nana spoke, she took another large bite of chocolate cake. Honestly, my mom is of that age, yet still causes me worry. I wonder if she has been too busy with work and has become careless. Wait a minute, Nana. Are you saying Aunt Kitoko insisted she hadn't opened the window and that the fluorescent lights at home flicker frequently? Bai Rin's ears perked up at the unusual elements in her friend's words, prompting her to ask urgently. Yes. Watanabe Nana's cheeks were stuffed like a hamster, her speech muffled as she chewed. I see. Bai Rin increasingly felt that something was wrong, suspecting it might be related to that kind of entity. She instinctively glanced down at the red string she had threaded through the protective charm hanging close to her chest. The charm she obtained from the Hoshino family shrine had indeed replaced her previous protective talisman. The wandering souls and vengeful spirits that had once been drawn to her now merely followed at a distance, too afraid to approach. Those that dared to come near were obliterated by the golden lightning emitted by the charm, leaving no trace behind. Thus, she had felt secure lately. However, Nana frequently spent time with her and had no protective charm like hers. The more she contemplated, the more she believed that something had entered Nana's home. Yet there were still aspects she couldn't comprehend. Nana was an ordinary person who couldn't see those entities. So why did she claim to have seen a vague shadow in days? Moreover, Nana's home lacked the protective talismans she had at her own. Wandering souls and vengeful spirits were formless. They couldn't simply open windows to enter, but could pass through walls instead. And if they had encountered such entities, why did Nana only mention feeling a cold breeze and then nothing more? Bai Rin's thoughts were in disarray, leaving her utterly perplexed. Regardless, she needed to find an opportunity to visit Nana's house. If her suspicions were unfounded, all would be well, but if there truly was. I remember I still have some protective talismans left. I should give one to Nana. With this thought, Bai Yiren lifted her head, about to speak, when she noticed a cute little girl squatting beside her, staring intently at the cake on her table. The girl was drooling slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bai Yiren's pupils constricted, and her body tensed instinctively, causing her to avert her gaze and look down. Ordinarily, such a charming little girl wouldn't provoke such a reaction from Bai Yiren, yet just moments ago, she perceived that the girl's form exuded faint traces of a crimson aura. This aura, I've seen it before when I was with my grandmother. The girl before her was not human. Rather, she was Aikai. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the sounds of the shop faded away. Bai Yiren lowered her head, cold sweat trickling down her back. When did she appear beside me? And why hasn't the charm reacted at all? Could it be that its power has been depleted? Impossible. Just a few days ago, that entity had helped me replace its contents. Bai Yiren's mind was a tempest of thoughts, her heart racing with fear as she pretended not to notice the girl, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Just then, little sister, when did you arrive? Watanabe Nana, oblivious to her friend's shock, raised her head after having committed a mischievous act and spotted the adorable girl. With her carefree and cheerful demeanor, she couldn't remain silent and immediately asked with a smile, Nah. Bai Yiren was horrified, trying to speak. But before she could finish, she saw Watanabe Nana waving the cake in front of the girl, swaying it left and right. To her astonishment, the girl followed the movement of the cake, turning her head and continuously swallowing. This, though it may sound quite rude, for some inexplicable reason. She was reminded of the adorably obedient golden retriever they once had. In an instant, all of Bai Yiren's previous anxiety vanished without a trace. Hee, little sister, would you like to try? Rinchan, what were you going to say just now? Watanabe Nana, noticing the girl's delightful reaction, provocatively teased her while recalling that Rinchan had called her just moments ago, turning her head to ask curiously. It's nothing. Bai Yiren fell silent for a moment, then waved her hand and spoke. Now she understood why the charm had remained inactive. This Waikai girl, with her long blade, bore her no ill will whatsoever. Simply put, a little fool attracted by sweets. However, she couldn't let Nana, the big fool, tease her too much. What if she got angry? With that thought, Bai Yiren hurriedly reached out to stop Watanabe Nana, who had already embraced the little girl's head in her ample bosom. She picked up her portion of strawberry cake, ready to offer it to this soon-to-be eye-rolling little fool of a Waikai. But, upon noticing the cake was clearly missing a piece, Bai Yiren paused. Blink then. Nana. Chapter 98. Concluding a pleasant encounter with strawberry cakeum, Watanabe Nana feigned nonchalance, her large, watery eyes glancing away as she avoided meeting Shiroya Rin's gaze, blinking innocently in an attempt to evade detection. However, the strawberry jam smeared at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. You snuck a bite of my strawberry cake, didn't you? Fixing a reproachful stare on the seemingly oblivious Watanabe Nana, Shiroya Rin spoke with a hint of annoyance. Watanabe Nana, feeling a bit guilty, nonetheless maintained her facade of innocence. Denying it, What are you talking about? Nana. Seeing her refusal, Shiroya Rin resorted to a tickling tactic. Stop it, that's too ticklish. No, don't tickle there. You still won't admit it. You got jam on your lips, ha. Stop it, Rinchan. I admit it. I just couldn't help but taste it. Please, let me go. After a playful tussle, Watanabe Nana ultimately surrendered. Fine, I'll let you off this time. Now. Shiroya Rin observed her friend sprawled helplessly on the booth, nodding in satisfaction, her mood inexplicably uplifted. What good is growing up if you can be easily subdued? Yet, one must admit, Nana's soft and squishy demeanor was quite delightful. It was no wonder that some favored the more voluptuous. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, Shiroya Rin turned her attention elsewhere. Noticing the monster girl still gazing longingly at the cake, utterly oblivious to the playful banter between herself and Watanabe Nana, Shiroya Rin couldn't help but sigh softly. After a brief contemplation, she inquired, "Would you like some? I can treat you." Is it really okay?" The little face of Mikazuki Fuka bore little expression. Yet Shiroya Rin discerned an abundance of hope in her crimson eyes. "Yes, Miss Shopkeeper, could we have a slice of strawberry cake? And a cup of vanilla milk tea as well?" Shiroya Rin had observed that the monster girl's gaze was primarily fixed on the strawberry cake. Initially, she had intended to gift her own slice, but it seemed that Nana had taken advantage of her distraction. Thus, she decided to simply order a new piece. She recalled her grandmother mentioning that the Shiraya family had once signed a contract with a mid-level monster long ago, where her family would offer tributes in exchange for protection. However, for reasons unknown, that guardian had vanished, and since she could remember, she had never seen it, no matter how she inquired. Her grandmother always refused to divulge the truth. Yet, because of this tale during her childhood, she had learned much about monsters while studying her family's traditional arts with her grandmother. The monster girl before her, with her adorable little horns, appeared no different from a human girl, suggesting she was at least a mid-level monster, possibly even a great one. It is known that any monster capable of maintaining a human form for extended periods possesses considerable strength. The key was that she held no malice toward either herself or Watanabe Nana. Moreover, she seemed quite amiable, not showing any irritation despite being playfully assaulted by her gluttonous friend for so long. Surely, she must have a good temperament? In any case, bestowing a little dessert upon such a harmless and adorably naive monster girl was no burden at all. She was not lacking in funds. The cost of the treats was negligible. It could also serve as a subtle apology for her friend's earlier indiscretion, while simultaneously forging a friendly bond. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Ishihara Sumika tidied the kitchen before taking her daughter's small hand and heading to the study. "Lord Hoshino, I am deeply grateful for your assistance." Ishihara Sumika and her daughter, Minkai, wore serious expressions as they approached with a formal bow. Ms. Ishihara, Minkai, there's no need to be so formal." Hoshino Tsuki hastily set aside his brush, moving around the table with a smile to help them up. "Lord Hoshino, I appreciate your help in these past few days. Thanks to you, everything has gone smoothly. If you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me." "Well, Minkai and I will be leaving today." Feeling the warmth radiating from his arm, Ishihara Sumika glanced at Hoshino Tsuki, who exuded a gentle and sacred aura, and quickly diverted her gaze, her face slightly flushed. This appearance rendered her somewhat delicate, accentuating her mature and gentle demeanor. "Very well, please wait a moment. I will finish up shortly, and then I will see you off," Hoshino Tsuki remarked, sneaking a glance at the unfinished talisman he was working on. After a brief pause, as his brush danced smoothly across the paper, ancient symbols sprang to life on the specially prepared talisman. Having completed 2 talismans, Hoshino Tsuki hurriedly rummaged through the desk drawer while the ink dried. "I remember that there were still some charms made by Chien." Ishihara Sumika noticed that Hoshino Tsuki did not attempt to retain them. Although she understood that this was a common courtesy, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. However, seeing him appear flustered as he searched for something, she couldn't help but lightly cover her lips, a small smile creeping on her face. So it turns out, even the seemingly reliable Lord Hoshino, unlike mere mortals, can be forgetful and unable to find things at times. Minkai had been curiously observing Hoshino Tsuki draw the talismans, but inadvertently caught sight of her mother's smiling lips, causing her attention to shift entirely to her mother. Minkai hadn't seen her mother display such a bright smile in ages. It seems her mother does indeed have feelings for older brother Hoshino. With this thought in mind, Minkai furrowed her small brows, contemplating how to create more opportunities for her mother to spend time with older brother Hoshino. After all, compared to the older sister Sakura and the divine sister who resided at the shrine, her mother seemed to have no advantages at all. Thus, ideally, Minkai thought, perhaps she and her mother could move in with older brother Hoshino. But how could she bring this about? Maybe she could discuss it with her friends at kindergarten tomorrow? Momentarily, the little Minkai, like a small adult, found herself grappling with troubles far beyond her years. Hoshino Tsuki, of course, was oblivious to these thoughts. Had he known, he might have felt a sense of reflection. In truth, some matters are not beyond a child's comprehension. They merely choose not to voice them. Indeed, through certain experiences, one can truly mature overnight. Chapter 99. The Three. Are all fools a few minutes later? With Ishihara Sumika's meticulous assistance, Hoshino Tsuki finally uncovered the last 3 protective talismans nestled within the crevices of the drawer. At that moment, he was busy advising Ishihara Sumika to ensure that both she and her daughter wore them diligently, preferably encased in plastic pouches that they wouldn't have to remove even while bathing. After all, the world had transformed, with an increasing number of bizarre occurrences unfolding. He certainly did not wish to one day hear of any mishap befalling the adorable little girl, Akira. Meanwhile, after departing from the dessert shop, Shiryu Rin accompanied Watanabe Nana to a renowned ice cream parlor, where they queued to purchase ice cream. Of course, under the gaze of a certain monster girl, who was yearning for a treat, Shiryu Rin intervened to prevent Watanabe Nana, who was momentarily dazed by cuteness and impulsively ready to spend her last coins, from treating her. Instead, she took it upon herself to buy 2 scoops for her. These days were special. Shiryu Rin could not indulge in cold treats. But seeing the girl's eager expression, she decided that 1 scoop would simply not suffice and bought an additional one. In the dessert shop, Shiryu Rin and Watanabe Nana learned a wealth of information, including the name of the monster girl. Initially, after finishing their cake, Shiryu Rin intended to suggest parting ways with the creature, but at that moment, Watanabe Nana had utterly succumbed to the monster girl's charm, clinging tightly to her arm and incessantly exclaiming, "Wow, Mikazuki is so cute. What else do you want? I have money too. I wish I had such an adorable little sister." Especially upon discovering that Mikazuki Fuka had no place to stay temporarily, she insisted on bringing her home, leaving Shiryu Rin both speechless and exasperated. She contemplated revealing the girl's true identity to Watanabe Nana, but feared that it might provoke unintended hostility from the otherwise harmless Mikazuki Fuka, thus endangering Nana. Ultimately, with no other choice, she decided to stay close, reassured that the talismans would provide some protection should Mikazuki Fuka harbor any ill intentions. Yet, it appeared that her concerns might have been unfounded. On a bench by the pedestrian street, Watanabe Nana exclaimed, "Hey, Mikazuki-chan, you can't eat it all in one bite. It will be too cold. Hurry, spit it out." Watanabe Nana watched in disbelief as Mikazuki Fuka swallowed an entire ice cream cone in one go, leaving her bewildered and frantically offering tissues and drinks. It's so good. Experiencing ice cream for the first time, Mikazuki Fuka was entirely unaware, and her face contorted in distress as a sudden wave of intense coldness assaulted her senses, causing a sharp pain in the back of her head. However, the exquisite flavor was too delightful for her to relinquish. She stubbornly endured the discomfort, forcing herself to swallow it bit by bit. Upon witnessing this scene, Shiryu Rin's smile faltered, and she found herself at a loss for words. Surely, this was foolishness? How could she have ever doubted that such an individual could pose any danger? Truly, she had overthought the situation. What now? Just hold on a bit longer. It should stop being so cold soon. Beside her, Watanabe Nana continued to fuss about, oblivious to the unfolding absurdity. Shiryu Rin cast her a sidelong glance, unable to suppress a mental remark about her being equally foolish. With a resigned sigh, she extended her hands, gently covering Mikazuki Fuka's small, chilled face. The warmth from her palms brought a sense of relief to the frostbitten girl, easing her discomfort significantly. I feel much better." The mumbled words of gratitude emerged from Mikazuki Fuka, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. "It's all right, Mikazuki-chan. Remember, you shouldn't eat ice cream too quickly." Shiryu Rin chuckled softly, her gentle smile radiating warmth as she offered this advice. Mumosa." Mikazuki Fuka nodded slightly, acknowledging her counsel. "Rin-chan is right, Mikazuki-chan. You must listen," Watanabe Nana chimed in, having regained her composure and adopting a mock-serious expression as she chastised her. Half a minute later, once Mikazuki Fuka had fully recovered, she successfully swallowed the remaining ice cream. Having learned her lesson, she sat obediently on the bench, mimicking Watanabe Nana's mannerisms, carefully holding the cone by its paper base, licking it slowly with her rosy tongue, and responding to Watanabe Nana's inquiries. Shiryu Rin squinted at the horizon, where the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues. Twilight was approaching. Reflecting on Watanabe Nana's earlier anecdotes, she instinctively glanced at the box of treats she had just purchased and suddenly spoke up. "Nana, would you mind if I accompanied you to visit your parents shortly?" Watanabe Nana looked puzzled. Rin-chan wants to come home with me? Is that inconvenient? No. Our home is always welcoming to you. Rin-chan, my father is away on a business trip, but my mother is home today. Oh, I'll tell her that you and Mikazuki-chan are coming over. Let us get her ready for dinner. Watanabe Nana cheerily waved her hand, hurriedly retrieving her phone to send message. My mom has been saying she hasn't seen you in a while and wants me to invite you over for dinner. But you mentioned needing to return home before dark last time, so I didn't bring it up. By the way, don't you need to head back early today? Watanabe Nana inquired curiously. It's nothing. The situation was a bit unusual earlier, but everything is fine now. Shiryu Rin contemplated her words, deciding it was best to withhold certain truths for the time being. This girl, though seemingly carefree, was rather timid, especially when it came to supernatural entities. There was a time when she accidentally glimpsed a scene from a horror film and was too frightened to sleep alone for several days. She still remained oblivious to whether her home truly harbored such creatures. It was better left unsaid. If she were to learn of the existence of vengeful spirits, the mere thought made Shiryu Rin shudder. Yay, Mom replied. She said you and Mikazuki-chan are always welcome at our home. We'll have a sumptuous dinner tonight. Not long after sending the message, Watanabe Nana received a reply from her mother, Watanabe Kitoko. The warm invitation, accompanied by a playful fist emoji indicating her eagerness to showcase her culinary skills, filled Watanabe Nana with anticipation. Well then, we'll be intruding on Aunt Kitoko this evening. Shiryu Rin smiled and nodded, suddenly feeling an odd sensation. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly grabbed her bag and stood up, saying, I need to go to the restroom. Please wait for me here, you two. Mikazuki Fuka, holding her ice cream, turned her head and replied softly. Okay. Watanabe Nana nodded, then suddenly recalled something and hurriedly reminded, Rin-chan, did you bring it? Yes. Chapter 100. The monster girl never bows to humanity unless. Minutes later, Bai Rin, feeling relieved, made her way back to the bench by the street. During dusk, the boundary between the two realms intertwined, ushering in a time of supernatural occurrences. As she walked along the street, Bai Rin noticed an increase in the peculiar beings lurking in the shadowy alleys. Threads of malevolent energy coiled and gathered in the air, and the wandering souls, driven by their lingering desires, became increasingly animated, aimlessly drifting onto the streets. Bai Rin was accustomed to such sights. However, her peculiar condition allowed her to perceive them without any means of intervention. In fact, these unconscious spirits were the most numerous, ubiquitous in daily life, and rather bothersome. The sole piece of good news was that they posed little threat to ordinary people. Yet for those who could see them, their bizarre appearances were enough to provoke discomfort. Moreover, they obstructed her view. As Bai Rin glanced towards the bench, she spotted no less than 5 wandering souls in the immediate vicinity, obscuring her view of the 2 figures seated there. Fortunately, as she approached, some of the spirits instinctively sensed an ominous presence and made way for her path. From a distance, she could see that Sanrisuke Fuka had finished her ice cream, now being cuddled by Watanabe Nana, who was playfully rubbing her cheek against Fuka's. Was Nana treating Sanrisuke like a pet? Unable to help herself, Bai Rin quietly scoffed. At this distance, she could clearly see the silly smile on Watanabe Nana's face, just as Bai Rin was about to greet them. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a dark figure emerging from around the alley's corner. Wait, that is... The figure, with hollow black eyes, surveyed its surroundings. Upon discovering something of interest, it revealed a gaping mouth devoid of lips, displaying a grin reminiscent of an infatuated fool, and began to approach Nana step by step. This shadowy figure was certainly not human. Rather, it resembled a corpulent, middle-aged man with a long tongue protruding. A wandering soul, if one could call it that. Wait, This is bad. That creature possesses a certain level of awareness. Realizing this, Bai Rin's heart raced with anxiety. For this entity was a lecherous spirit that had set its sights on Nana. Conscious lecherous spirits actively harm others, driven by insatiable desires. They use malevolent energy to influence those they latch onto, often causing health issues until they can briefly breach the boundaries and physically touch their victims, thus finding satisfaction. No, I must not allow such a creature to ensnare Nana. With this thought, Bai Rin hurried towards them. Intending to use the protective charm, she carried to repel or eliminate the threat. Just then, her hurried steps faltered. Fuka-chan, try this. Milk chocolate. It's delicious. On the bench, Watanabe Nana remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger, busily feeding Sanri Tsuki Fuka chocolate she had retrieved from her bag. So good. Thank you, Nanane. Sanri Tsuki Fuka opened her mouth wide, allowing Nana to embrace her as she savored the small piece of chocolate, expressing her gratitude towards this kind human she had met today. In her small mind, both Bai Rin, who offered her delicious food, and Watanabe Nana, who invited her to stay, were among the good humans. However, she found it perplexing why the person named Bai Rin emanated a strangely appetizing scent. It seemed to carry a faint, fox-like aroma. Well, it was a mystery to her, but she certainly didn't consume humans, and besides, humans could never be as delectable as chocolate. As for the human who insisted on being called Nanane, she was uncertain why she always covered her face like that. It was as if she would suffocate. Yet Fuka didn't dwell on it. For her, the prospect of enjoying delicious food outweighed all else. The sensation of hunger was utterly unbearable, and she wished never to experience it again. It was merely a peculiar quirk of hers, for the sake of food. It was inconsequential. Yes, the monster girl never bows to humanity, unless there is food and shelter provided. Sanri Tsuki Fuka thought to herself, silently commending her own cleverness. Little did she know that the individual she deemed peculiar, who indulged her voracious appetite, was struggling to sustain her within the confines of a financially strained household. Ahem, back to the point. Gazing at the adorably naive girl, Watanabe Nana's heart swelled with affection. Ah, how cute. I just want to gobble up such an adorable Fuka-chan. Oh, let me hold you a little longer. Sanri Tsuki Fuka sighed inwardly. This kind human is acting a bit strange again. Suddenly, she sensed a chill creeping closer. The innocent expression on her face shifted to one of subtle coldness. Struggling to extricate herself from Nana's embrace, she lifted her small head. Peering through the gap beside Watanabe Nana's fair neck towards the source of the